Observing Chen Bei standing motionless, Frieza's face broke into an expression of excitement. Ha ha ha! You little brat, you are doomed. Suddenly, a crisp sound of slap reverberated through the air. It turned out that Chen Bei had darted in front of Frieza at the moment of his attack and delivered a resounding slap. You're finished, Frieza exclaimed, clutching his face, his eyes bloodshot as he roared in fury. Smack! 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 The sharp sound of slaps continued as Frieza found himself gripped by Chen Bei around the neck, while the other hand relentlessly struck his face. King Kuer Day, standing nearby, was utterly taken aback. Only when he witnessed Frieza being mercilessly struck by Chen Bei did he realize that this adversary was beyond his capability to handle. Just as he contemplated fleeing, Son Wukong and Baozi closed in, leaving him in a predicament with no viable escape. Actually, I just came to Earth for a vacation. I will leave immediately and promise never to return. I beg you to spare me. Chapter 1. Crossing in a Dragon Ball. In a tidy rental apartment, Chen Bei was soundly asleep, his computer still running, playing his favorite anime, Qilongju. Chen Bei was an ordinary graduate freshly out of university. Like most recent graduates, he felt lost and aimless, discontent with his mundane degree, unwilling to settle for a factory job. After applying for various positions, he discovered the competition was fierce, with dozens vying for a single role. During interviews, it was either connections or prestigious universities like 985 or 211 that secured the positions, leaving him overwhelmed and ultimately without a satisfactory job. Returning to his rental, he took a shower, watched his beloved anime, Qilongju, reminisced about his childhood, and soon succumbed to drowsiness, falling into a deep sleep. While Chen Bei slumbered, a black hole suddenly formed before his computer screen, exerting a powerful pull that began to drag him in. Startled awake, he stared at the black hole in shock, grasping the edge of his bed for support, attempting to resist, but ultimately succumbed to the overwhelming force and was drawn into the abyss. As Chen Bei fell into the black hole, he spiraled uncontrollably, eventually losing consciousness. The black hole before the screen closed completely, restoring tranquility, with only the disheveled rental apartment bearing witness to the recent events. Time passed, and a luminous entity appeared beside Chen Bei, gradually enveloping him and integrating into his being. Ding! System activated, binding host. Once again, silence reigned. Where am I? Chen Bei rubbed his throbbing head, surveying his surroundings. I remember being in my rental when a black hole appeared. What happened afterward? He struggled to recall, knowing only that he had fainted after entering the black hole, unaware of what had transpired. Rising to his feet, he brushed off the dirt and leaves from his body, twisting his neck as he surveyed the environment around him. Where is this? Chen Bei questioned again. How did I end up in the wilderness? I hope this isn't a dangerous place. He realized that in order to find a way back, he needed to understand his current location. Resolving to seek out nearby individuals, he reassured himself that finding someone would clarify everything. This must be the way. Chen Bei walked towards the direction opposite the sun, reasoning that the sun rises in the east and sets in the west. After walking for some time, fatigue set in. He felt parched and hungry, sensing the onset of heat exhaustion. Gazing at the blazing sun above, he sighed helplessly. Yinzi, how could I live without you? Suddenly, a fruit fell from the tree beside him, striking his head with a sharp sound. Chen Bei clutched his head, staring at the fruit that had hit him, speechless for a long moment before finally making a decision. I'll eat it. I'm starving. He disregarded any thoughts of poison or danger, as hunger had taken precedence. He began to peel and devour the fruit ravenously. Having satisfied his hunger, Chen Bei decided to continue his journey, hoping to encounter someone which would confirm he wasn't lost in a primordial forest. Indeed, I would prefer to return to modern society. After all, he was still a single young man, yet to experience the joys of life, luxury cars, and beautiful women. Arriving in this unfamiliar place, he now worried about starving to death. It was all rather overwhelming. Wait, have I crossed over? Chen Bei pondered, acknowledging that he had indeed traversed a black hole, albeit passively. Do I have a system or something? He muttered again. System. Ding, system initiated. What? There's really a system. This is unbelievable, Chen Bei exclaimed, astonished that he could encounter such a fortuitous event upon resigning. He couldn't help but wonder if some great being had been reincarnated or if he had once saved the goddess of fortune, thus granting him this system. Eagerly, he queried the system. So, what are your functions? And have I crossed over? Where am I now? Ding. This system is the eternal life system, primarily designed to assist the host in achieving immortality and becoming the supreme Xian Wang, indestructible through countless tribulations. It has detected that the host is currently located in the Dragon Ball universe, specifically in the woods near Baozi Mountain, during the year 736 of the AG calendar. It is anticipated that in 1 year, Planet Vegeta will be annihilated by Frieza, and Son Wukong will also be sent to Earth. Dragon Ball, this is terrible. It's a world where even the protagonists are not spared. Son Wukong has perished multiple times. This realm is fraught with peril. Chen Bei's heart was filled with despair. Although he understood that the Dragon Ball world was one where strength could be attained through cultivation, the dangers were equally formidable. Earth had been destroyed numerous times, and virtually everyone there had faced death. He was uncertain whether he could be resurrected after dying in this world. It seemed that his only hope for survival lay in this system. System, Chen Bei silently called out. Ding, what does the host require? System, is there any beginner's gift pack or something similar? Ding, the system contains a beginner's gift pack, which the host can open by silently wishing for it. Open. Chen Bei was somewhat impatient. He was eager to discover what treasures awaited him, as his fate hinged on this system. Ding, the beginner's gift pack has been opened. Congratulations, the host has received a fragment of the Great Fate Technique X1, a Lottery Chance X1, a Talent, God-Level Comprehension X1, Combat Power, After Energy Conversion, 10, and Universal Currency X 10,000. Great Fate Technique? Is that the one from the world of Immortality? Wouldn't that make me invincible? Chen Bei's heart brimmed with joy, and he was exceedingly keen to experience these rewards. System, how do I use the Great Fate Technique? Ding, the Great Fate Technique acquired by the host is not complete. Introduction to the Great Fate Technique. It encompasses the essence of the 3,000 paths. Time reigns as the emperor, space as the king, and fate remains unyielding, with causality reigning supreme. Thus, it is evident that the terrifying nature of the path of fate is inescapable. Even the Luo Jin Xian exists within the river of fate. Fate can be considered the supreme path. The path of fate is profound and enigmatic. The Great Fate Technique can reverse causality, alter destiny, and operate independently of the influences of heaven and earth, free from the backlash of causality. It can change the destinies of others and is the most unique and powerful existence among the 3,000 paths. The fragment of the Great Fate Technique possessed by the host is incomplete. It can only grant a portion of the passive abilities related to the Great Fate Technique, such as immunity to the backlash of causality, preservation of one's fortune, and protection against curses. However, it cannot be directly utilized, and the host can only enjoy passive enhancements. The complete Great Fate Technique is divided into 100 parts, of which the host has obtained only one. I see. What a pity. I thought I would be invincible right from the start. Chen Bei sighed with regret. System, what is the purpose of that lottery? Ding. The lottery, as the name suggests, allows the host to randomly draw a reward from the myriad worlds, ranging from a piece of paper to something as powerful as a system. The rewards obtained are correlated with the host's fortune. The stronger the fortune, the better the rewards, and vice versa. Then let's give it a try. Chen Bei felt a surge of excitement. He believed this system to be formidable, and the possibility of drawing another system with a lottery was simply overwhelming. Ding! Lottery commencing. Chen Bei gazed at the transparent large wheel that suddenly appeared before him, thinking that this must be the lottery interface. The central button seemed to be the start, so he reached out and pressed it. The transparent wheel began to spin rapidly, the gears of fate turning incessantly. Eventually, the wheel gradually came to a halt, and a few large characters began to emerge. Before Chen Bei could clearly see them, the wheel started to fade away. System, where is my reward? Chen Bei couldn't help but question, as he had yet to discern the system's reward. Just as he pondered, the system responded. Ding! The lottery has concluded. Congratulations! The host has acquired one of the 3,000 path techniques, the Great Aperture Technique. Chapter 2. Exploration. The art of major acupuncture points is a profound discipline dedicated to the cultivation of the body's meridians, aiming to awaken the latent potential within. The activation of these points can unveil a myriad of extraordinary abilities. The human body itself is a vast treasure trove, and the common understanding individuals possess about their own physicality is merely a fragment of its entirety. Each human form resembles a universe, governed by its own unique set of principles, where every cell, organ, and acupuncture point holds distinct characteristics. When one genuinely unlocks their potential, miraculous powers may manifest. For instance, a person previously lacking strength could potentially move a vehicle after such awakening, or an individual with paralysis might suddenly rise to their feet. The art of major acupuncture points emphasizes the development of these bodily gateways to establish a connection with the earth, harnessing the energies of the cosmos for personal empowerment. The 365 acupuncture points in the human body resonate with the 365 stars in the heavens, influencing and responding to one another. By consciously engaging with the celestial energies, aligning one's acupuncture points with the stars, an individual can amplify their essence, allowing the cosmic forces to integrate into their being, thereby acquiring remarkable abilities. However, this process necessitates a catalyst, the soul, or the conscious awareness of the individual. Only when one can actively channel the latent power within their soul can they genuinely embark on the journey of unlocking their physical potential. This elucidates why, in many tales of cultivation, practitioners often manipulate energy through their spiritual awareness, refining the energies within the body's reservoirs, such as the Dantian or the Niwen Palace. Essentially, these are the major acupuncture points. These points serve to better store and mobilize the energies obtained from the universe. If we accept that the human body comprises 365 acupuncture points, one could potentially cultivate 365 dantians. Should one continue to enhance these points or learn techniques related to spatial dimensions, could it not lead to the manifestation of 365 universes? The human potential is boundless. Does this imply that each cell within the body could embody a universe? Such a formidable notion resonates in Chen Bei's mind, instilling in him an infinite anticipation for the future. To return to the essence, the art of major acupuncture points emphasizes the unity of the acupuncture points and the soul, governing the body through spiritual mastery. With the opening of each acupuncture point, not only does one's strength increase, but the soul also becomes more formidable. Through continuous accumulation, each point could transform into a universe, and with a single strike, one might wield the power of multiple universes, an awe-inspiring thought indeed. Nonetheless, mastering the art of major acupuncture points demands an extraordinary supply of energy to awaken the dormant points, many of which remain in a closed state. The frequently utilized points are in an open state, yet this activation merely grants fundamental abilities, such as those of sight and smell, in the realm of human existence. Particularly during infancy and early childhood, there lies a trace of innate energy within the human body, which bestows upon it immense potential. However, at that tender age, consciousness is insufficient to harness this power, leading to its gradual dissipation over time. The human form is nurtured within the womb, where breathing is unnecessary. The body sustains its development through the nutrients absorbed from the mother, indicating that certain latent abilities remain in a state of potentiality. Yet upon birth, this vital energy supply is interrupted, necessitating an alternative source to maintain bodily equilibrium, namely respiration, which serves as a means of energy acquisition. This is akin to the Taoist practice of breath regulation, a method for absorbing the energies of heaven and earth. At this juncture, Chen Bei has begun to comprehend the intricacies of the system, aptly named the Immortality system, which indeed lives up to its title, as most rewards pertain to the realm of eternity. However, there's an intriguing aspect to this system. It possesses the capability to draw upon other systems, evoking a sense of anticipation in Chen Bei. System, I wish to learn the great acupoint technique, while simultaneously extracting the divine-level comprehension talent and combat prowess. Chen Bei commands. Ding. Successfully learned the great acupoint technique. Divine-level comprehension talent and combat power of 10 successfully extracted, the system replies. System, may I view my attributes? Chen Bei, intrigued by his current strength, inquires. Ding. Generating attribute panel host. Chen Bei race. Human combat power, calculated in the Dragon Ball Universe 16 skills. Fragment of the Great Destiny Technique, X1. Great Acupoint Technique Cultivation Method. None talent. Divine level comprehension indeed, I still appear rather weak. I wonder what effects these skills and talents possess, as well as my combat power. It seems I'm no longer a mere weakling, reflects Chen Bei. Let's first test my combat power. I recall that Son Wukong initially possessed merely over 10 points of combat power and was impervious to bullets. I wonder how I fare. With this thought, Chen Bei delivers a powerful punch toward a nearby tree, which promptly crashes to the ground with a resounding crack. In its heart, the tree might have wished to voice a complaint. I just provided you sustenance. Alas, the tree meets its untimely end, perhaps a result of the karmic consequences of being struck by Chen Bei. Impressive, to fell such a large tree with a single punch. Perhaps I truly am formidable. Chen Bei exclaims in delight. This is a feat he could not have envisioned in his former self. Previously, a punch aimed at a tree might have resulted in a self-inflicted fracture, yet now he finds himself so strong. It is time to explore the great acupoint technique. I remember it to be a powerful aspect of the 3,000 great Tao techniques. With the system's assistance, Chen Bei begins to channel the great acupoint technique. Before long, perhaps due to the influence of his divine-level comprehension, he feels a mysterious energy coursing through his body, initially manifesting at his brow, then extending to his eyes and ears, and finally enveloping his mouth and nose. In the realm of spiritual cultivation, Chen Bei became aware that the point between his brows was the so-called upper dantian, a domain often referred to as the sea of consciousness, the very essence of the soul's abode. As this mystical energy reached his brow, Chen Bei experienced a refreshing clarity within his mind, feeling his entire being become remarkably lucid. A multitude of worries dissipated, and the practice of his techniques became increasingly adept. When the energy permeated his 7 orifices, it was as though they had been invigorated. His eyes grew keener, his ears more perceptive, allowing him to detect the faintest of sounds, and his nose could discern a plethora of scents. Previously, he would have to draw closer to identify certain aromas, but now they were vividly apparent from afar. Chen Bei speculated that should he continue to refine the art of the meridian openings, his eyes and other sensory organs might undergo extraordinary transformations, perhaps even granting him abilities such as clairvoyance and the legendary 1,000-mile eye or sound of the wind ear would no longer remain mere fantasies. Chapter 3. Settling at Baozi Mountain. Time slipped by as he practiced, and before long, the sun began its gentle descent towards the western horizon, casting the warm hues of twilight upon Chen Bei's visage, accentuating his features. Unbeknownst to him, his physique and appearance had subtly transformed during this time. Though he retained some semblance of his former self, he felt as if he had become an entirely different person. Feeling a twinge of ennui, Chen Bei ceased his cultivation after several cycles of technique, gradually awakening from his hazy reverie. Despite not having unlocked a meridian this session, he sensed a significant increase in his strength. Suppressing his excitement, he summoned the system. System, open the attribute panel. Ding! The attribute panel opened successfully. Host, Chen Bei. Race, human. Combat power, 26. Skills, fragment of great destiny technique, X1. Meridian opening technique. Cultivation method, none. Talent, divine level comprehension. Overall, there was little change, save for a modest increase of 10 points in combat power. Chen Bei deemed it prudent to refrain from further cultivation, noting that the sun was nearly set and he had yet to secure shelter. Would he be forced to spend the night outdoors? He resolved to endure the night and find solutions for food and lodging the following day. Speaking of which, hunger began to assert itself. As Chen Bei's stomach voiced its discontent, he turned his gaze to the large tree he had felled earlier. Very well, he thought, let us make use of this resource. Approaching the tree, he gathered a selection of fruits and, with some effort, cleared away branches and leaves. Ultimately, he fashioned several sizable planks from the trunk with his hands. Having satisfied his hunger, he noticed that dusk was fast approaching. Clutching the wooden planks, Chen Bei selected a sturdy tree nearby, propping the planks between the trunk and the intersecting branches, testing their stability. It seems adequate. Tonight shall be spent here. Gazing upon his masterpiece, Chen Bei clapped his hands in satisfaction. With a slight exertion, he leapt and landed gracefully upon the wooden plank, subsequently reclining upon it. Perhaps due to the enhancement of his abilities, he felt no chill as night descended. Instead, he idly observed the stars above. He remained uncertain about the forthcoming transformations in his life, and had not contemplated whether he could return to his previous world, a place where he harbored no significant attachments. The night passed in silence, and he enjoyed a peaceful slumber, undisturbed by any wild beasts. At dawn, Chen Bei awoke, feeling the sunlight caress his face. He instinctively squinted, sat up, stretched languidly, and exhaled deeply while surveying his surroundings. Everything appeared unchanged from the previous day, he mused. Since he had crossed into this new realm, he resolved to adapt to his circumstances. As for Baozi Mountain, the future residence of Son Wukong, he decided to seek a nearby location to establish his abode, hoping to encounter that innocent martial artist in a few years. The warmth of the sun soothed the souls of the people and enhanced the natural beauty of Baozi Mountain. Now aware that he had entered the Dragon Ball universe, there was no rush to dwell in the city. Such an environment would hinder his cultivation. The wilderness was preferable. allowing him to practice without the worry of inadvertently harming others. Yet, he first needed to address his hunger, for subsisting solely on fruits left him weak. Chen Bei muttered to himself, I must find a way to procure some meat. I recall from the original tale that Son Wukong caught fish nearby. Therefore, the river should not be far. Today, I shall feast on fish. Resolutely, he set forth, determined to locate a vantage point from which to observe the terrain. Soon, he arrived at a hillside and, after a brief inspection, spotted a river not far to his left. He hastened towards it, the sound of flowing water growing louder with each step. At last, he approached the riverbank and beheld a small stream cascading from a distant cliff, flowing towards an unknown destination. Finally, I've arrived. Chen Bei exhaled, taking a moment to collect himself, though his combat power was sufficient to endure such exertion. The search had proven laborious, primarily due to his unfamiliarity with the landscape. Now that he had found the stream, he felt a sense of accomplishment. However, upon gazing at the river, he faced a new dilemma. He lacked bait. He vaguely recalled that in the original story, Son Wukong had used his tail as bait to catch fish, yet he possessed no such appendage, presenting a challenge. Where could he procure a fishing hook and line? Well, I suppose I must resort to a different method. Chen Bei remembered watching survival shows, where someone, perhaps Bear Grylls, had caught fish using only their hands. Today, he felt inspired to give it a try himself. His strength remains formidable, though he is not capable of obliterating the earth. Still, he is no longer fearful of mere fish bites. Chen Bei thus reclined by the riverbank, stirring the water with one hand. In a precautionary measure, he captured an insect nearby, holding it in his grasp, hopeful of enticing a fish for a hearty meal. Before long, ripples began to dance across the surface, as if something were darting beneath. Drawing in a breath, Chen Bei awaited the fish to take the bait. Suddenly, a massive fish leaped from the water, clamping down on his right hand. Seizing the opportunity, he grasped the fish by its gills and, with a determined pull, hoisted it onto the bank. Haha, success! Chen Bei laughed joyously, relieved that he no longer had to worry about a lack of meat. He could now live comfortably. However, a thought struck him. Oh no, I have no fire. Gazing at the sizable fish, he fell silent. Did it mean he would have to consume it raw? That was out of the question. Although his strength had indeed increased, he was not so uncivilized as to gnaw on a live fish. After some contemplation, he decided to seek assistance from the system. System, are you there? Please respond. Ding. What are your needs, host? Can you start a fire? The system fell silent. Ding. The system has activated the exchange function. The host may trade items of equivalent value for others within the system. Then I shall use this fish. Can it be exchanged for other food? Chen Bei felt a bit awkward. He had never encountered such a predicament before. In a civilized world, who would be without electricity or fire? Yet, this absurd situation had befallen him. Ding. Affirmative. Then let us proceed with the exchange. Can I choose what I receive? The system remained silent, directly opening a panel, reclaiming the fish in the process. Before him appeared a myriad of food options categorized into meats, vegetables, fruits, pasta, and sweets. Well then, I'll have a portion of beef and a serving of spinach, Chen Bei declared. In an instant, a plate of beef and a serving of spinach materialized before him, both elegantly presented. The meat was cooked to perfection, enhanced with various seasonings, while the spinach, though simply prepared, was artfully arranged and visually appealing. Chen Bei found himself salivating. The alluring aroma and presentation of the food captivated him. He realized he had a penchant for fine cuisine, yet his previous financial constraints had often left him longing for dishes he could not afford. Even purchasing beef required careful consideration, as it could be prohibitively expensive. Chapter 4. Building a new home and encountering Son Wukong. Having satisfied his hunger and thirst, he reclined on the grass, gazing at the clouds above, feeling a profound sense of relaxation enveloping his entire being. Gradually, Chen Bei closed his eyes and silently began to channel the techniques of the great acupoint art. His physical form slowly established a connection with the universe, allowing him to perceive every flower and blade of grass, every mountain and stream. The pores of his skin continuously absorbed and expelled vital energy, which flowed into his body, gently surging toward various acupoints, as if striving to expand them. Chen Bei sensed these changes and began to consciously guide the vital energy, eager to test his hypothesis. He directed this energy toward the acupoints around his eyes, feeling them fill with vitality, experiencing a refreshing coolness followed by a warm sensation that brought him great comfort. After a moment, he ceased his cultivation and slowly opened his eyes. In that instant, a flash of spiritual light illuminated his gaze, revealing the extraordinary nature of his eyes. Having initially opened one acupoint, he mused that it wasn't so difficult after all. He was determined to strive for the opening of all acupoints, knowing that such an accomplishment would significantly enhance his strength. After a brief pause, he pondered, I wonder what abilities my eyes possess now. It would be splendid if they could see through objects. Contemplating this, he wished to ascertain the extent of his newfound power and summoned the system. Ding! The attribute panel opened successfully. Host, Chen Bei. Race, human. Combat power, 56. Skills, Eye of Insight, can slow down enemy movements during battle and analyze techniques. Divine techniques, Great Destiny Art, incomplete, Great Acupoint Art. Talent, God-level comprehension, photographic memory. His combat power had increased, and the skill section had been modified. After reflecting on the significance of these changes, Chen Bei turned his attention to the talent section, where he noticed the newly added photographic memory ability. This ability seems quite advantageous. If I had possessed it earlier, my life wouldn't have spiraled into such chaos, he mused, lost in thought. Since arriving in this unfamiliar world, he had found no one to converse with, often resorting to soliloquies or dialogues with the system. An unsuspecting observer might mistakenly deem him mad. Glancing at the skill, Eye of Insight, he noted its impressive description and decided to test its efficacy. With that, he directed his gaze toward a tree not far off. Another tree. He thought, it seems this tree has endured countless misfortunes, suffering daily at my hands. Boom! A punch was unleashed, and a powerful wave of energy surged from his fist, striking the distant tree with a resounding crash. The sound of rushing wind followed, as the leaves were violently scattered and the trunk splintered under the force, leaving the area before him resembling a wasteland, as if a tornado had swept through, displacing the soil into a straight, deep trench. Before launching his punch, Chen Bei had already activated the skill of the spiritual eye. From a moment he observed his own fist striking the trunk, scattering the leaves, and creating a straight groove. His eyes remained unwavering, capturing every detail. He could perceive the direction of each leaf's movement, as if time had slowed down for them, the descent becoming remarkably languid. His punching motion also appeared to be decelerated, allowing him to distinctly witness the force infused with his strike, a peculiar energy that amplified the potency of his blow. Previously, Chen Bei had been oblivious to this energy, having never studied it systematically. However, he now began to grasp its essence. This was indeed qi, a latent energy within the body that required conscious control to unleash its true might. After executing this sequence of movements, Chen Bei had become familiar with his abilities and decided against further practice. How he wished he could master the art of flight. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, he began to meditate, recalling how in the original narrative, Son Wukong had taught Bidalai the technique of flight, relaxing the body and sensing the qi within, then learning to control it. If he could adeptly manipulate this energy, soaring through the air would become a trivial endeavor. After a brief attempt, Chen Bei focused on his qi, allowing it to elevate him gently into the air. Marvelous, he mused, I truly am a genius, mastering the art of flight so swiftly. Elated, he reveled in the realization of a dream cherished by every youth. Today, he had finally taken to the skies. He began to maneuver his body, acclimating to the sensation of being airborne, and set off towards the horizon to test his newfound ability. As he soared, he spotted a figure in the distance, seemingly engaged in the practice of some martial art. The individual moved with the agility of a monkey, exhibiting extraordinary flexibility and executing numerous complex maneuvers, such as flips and acrobatic leaps, all appearing effortless. Captivated, Chen Bei unconsciously activated his skills, keenly observing the martial arts sequence and mentally simulating it. After a short while, he came to a halt. It was not that the technique was too challenging. Rather, he had already grasped it. After a moment of contemplation, realization dawned upon him. This must be Son Wukong, the grandfather of Son Wukong, who had guided him into the realm of martial arts. I should go meet him, Chen Bei murmured to himself. In terms of strength, he assessed that Son Wukong would likely be slightly superior to him. Yet, in the original tale, he was unable to contend with the transformed giant ape Son Wukong, indicating his power was probably within the range of 100. Moreover, he presumed that Son Wukong had a commendable temperament, making him an amiable companion. Having made up his mind, Chen Bei slowly flew towards the location of Son Wukong. It was not that he wished to proceed at a leisurely pace. Rather, he was concerned about potential misunderstandings. If Son Wukong were to perceive him as a threat and unleash a Kamehameha upon him, it would spell disaster for Chen Bei. How wonderful it would be to master the Kamehameha, Chen Bei mused as he continued his approach, ultimately arriving before Son Wukong. Son Wukong, observing the young man who had descended before him, was puzzled by his intentions. He had just been practicing his martial arts and had noticed the young man observing him from a distance. While curious about his ability to manipulate flight, he had refrained from approaching him directly. Upon Chen Bei's arrival, Son Wukong spoke. Young man, it seems you possess a keen interest in martial arts. I have observed that you appear to be adept at flight techniques. Might I inquire about your connection to the Crane School? The Crane School, you say? My flight technique is not derived from the Crane School. It is a personal realization of mine, and I have no significant ties to them, Chen Bei replied candidly. Aware of the discord between the Turtle and Crane schools, he chose not to align himself with the Crane School, as he had little regard for them and felt no apprehension about offending them. Ah, it appears you are indeed gifted, young man. To possess such formidable strength at such a young age is a promising sign for your future, Son Wukong exclaimed, admiring the young man's prowess. Yet, he did not forget to offer a word of caution. While possessing great power is commendable, it must not be wielded to perpetrate harm upon the innocent. I hope you will utilize your abilities wisely. Indeed, I shall. I understand that every life deserves respect. Although I may not be able to assist everyone, I will not recklessly harm the weak. I will use my strength to protect those I wish to safeguard, and I will intervene against those who engage in wrongdoing. Chen Bei responded, articulating his perspective on the martial way. If trees could speak, one might imagine a tree lamenting, what nonsense! Not harming the weak. Every life deserves respect. This audacious human is far too presumptuous. Excellent, young man. It seems you have learned to master your inner self. I hope you will remain steadfast in your convictions and not be swayed by external distractions. I noticed you were studying my martial techniques just now. Should you be interested in my martial arts, we could engage in a friendly sparring session, Son Wukong proposed. Oh, not just yet. I currently lack a place to stay and must first address my accommodation. Chen Bei declined, though the prospect of sparring with Son Wukong and learning the Kamehameha was enticing. He preferred to avoid spending another night outdoors and resolved to construct a dwelling as soon as possible, at the very least to have a place to call home. Ah, is that so? Since you have nowhere to stay, why not build a small cottage next to mine? I am rather lonely living alone on this mountain. If you don't mind, we could be neighbors. Son Wukong extended this invitation to Chen Bei, hoping to have someone to converse with and to practice martial arts together. Thank you so much. I will be delighted to be your neighbor. I wish to start building my house immediately, Chen Bei replied, somewhat surprised by his son Wukong's offer. However, he did not refuse, but instead gladly accepted, seizing the opportunity to engage more with Son Wukong and learn about martial arts, as he was still a novice in this regard. Very well, let me lead the way. Stay close to me, Son Wukong said, not pausing as he set off towards his dwelling, with Chen Bei following closely behind. After spending a good part of the day with Son Wukong's assistance, Chen Bei successfully established his home. Though modest in size, the cottage was well furnished and suitable for daily living, all thanks to the various building materials and supplies provided by Son Wukong. Chapter 5. Mastery of Martial Arts and Qi Control. Having successfully settled on Baozi Mountain, Chen Bei finally resolved his concerns about food and shelter. Now, he could focus on cultivating his skills since his current abilities were far from adequate. Although there was no immediate crisis on Earth, he understood that dangers would inevitably arise, and he needed to prepare himself to endure, lest he be unable to withstand even a single energy blast from others. In truth, Chen Bei was merely a simple foodie who longed for a carefree life. However, lacking sufficient strength rendered survival an indulgence, let alone enjoyment. To truly embrace a life of leisure, he must continuously strengthen himself, for only with adequate power could he attain the lifestyle he desired. That evening, sitting beside a campfire with Son Wukong, they chatted while enjoying grilled fish, feeling quite content. Chen Bei, do you have a crush on any young lady? You came from outside the mountain, right? The girls in the city are truly beautiful. I have visited the city a few times, and those girls dress so stylishly. It truly stirs one's blood, Son Wukong exclaimed, excitedly pulling Chen Bei into a discussion about the young women of the city while sipping his homemade fruit wine. Alas, I was once quite the charming figure, beloved by many. However, back then, I was so devoted to martial arts that I shied away from romantic feelings, missing out on many girls who admired me. Now, I find myself alone in this mountain. Son Wukong seemed to drift into reminiscence, recalling his younger days when he was handsome and vigorous. striving to uphold justice while diligently practicing martial arts under Master Roshi. He had once been an object of admiration, but as time wore on, he grew weary of such attention and eventually followed Master Roshi into seclusion in these remote mountains. Fortunately, someone has come to accompany him, gradually encouraging him to open up about his past. He also serves as a reminder to the young man sitting before him that in youth, alongside self-cultivation, one should not neglect those they cherish. Upon hearing Son Wukong's playful banter, Chen Bei couldn't help but be swayed by his emotions. It seems, dear elder, that you have left behind many regrets in your youth. Indeed, there are times of youthful folly. Alas, it is too late for regrets now. We are growing old. Yet, do not speak in such a manner. To me, as long as the heart remains youthful, one shall forever be young. Chen Bei gently guided Son Wukong, cautioning him not to succumb to wistful memories. Indeed, Bei, you speak the truth. As long as the heart does not grow old, one remains eternally youthful. They exchanged glances and burst into laughter. After a hearty meal, they returned to their respective abodes. Lying on his bed, Chen Bei began to ponder his life. At the age of 23, fresh from university, he found himself unexpectedly in the world of Dragon Ball, endowed with a system. Yet he remained uncertain about what he truly desired. Is it immortality? That does not seem to be the case. Is it overwhelming strength? That too seems elusive. He merely yearns to live well, in his preferred manner, fishing by the riverside, sitting on a rocking chair watching the trees, listening to the birds sing, enjoying the sea breeze with those he loves, witnessing sunrises and sunsets, nurturing little cats and dogs, and eventually raising a family. However, he resolved not to dwell on such thoughts. His current goal is to grow stronger, for only through strength can he ensure his survival. Chen Bei made up his mind to seek guidance from Son Wukong, to learn the art of key manipulation and the Kamehameha wave, to first empower himself so he need not fear being slain by others. Furthermore, many functions of his system remain unexplored, and his mastery of the great aperture technique is far from complete, with much room for improvement. He cannot afford to halt his training, otherwise, he risks falling behind the Saiyans, who are a race known for their extraordinary abilities. Yet, he need not worry, for with the system by his side, coupled with his cultivation of the 3,000 paths, he shall not be outdone. If there is anyone wielding an advantage, it is he who now possesses the greatest cheat. Nevertheless, he still lacks a definitive technique and is uncertain of his cultivation level. It seems he must inquire with the system later. For now, he decided to rest and sleep. The following day, Chen Bei awoke from his dreams, having envisioned a journey alongside Bulma, culminating in the collection of Dragon Balls and a wish for an abundance of senzu beans. The dream felt incredibly vivid, though the details had begun to blur. Pushing open the door and stepping outside, he stretched and yawned, observing Son Wukong engaged in his morning exercises. Chen Bei couldn't help but marvel. Truly, a martial artist is commendably diligent. However, just the thought of rising so early made him reluctant. Bei, one must not be complacent in the pursuit of martial arts. It is essential to recognize that as a martial artist, perseverance in training is paramount. Son Wukong gazed earnestly at Chen Bei, who had just emerged from slumber, offering sage counsel. Do not squander such remarkable talent. Remember, innate ability alone is insufficient. Relentless effort is required for growth. Listening to Son Wukong's admonition, Chen Bei's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. In his mind's eye, he envisioned the figure of Son Wukong's son, Son Wukong, who possessed talents far surpassing those of his father, yet neglected his training, leading to a future marred by destruction and his own demise. Chen Bei was determined not to tread the same path. It seemed imperative for him to engage diligently in his training. Very well, old man. I shall rely on your guidance, he declared, adopting a combat stance before Son Wukong. Observing this readiness, Son Wukong adopted a defensive posture, signaling Chen Bei to initiate the attack. Without hesitation, Chen Bei charged towards Son Wukong, his attire billowing in the gusts of air, stirring up clouds of dust around him. With a resounding thud, Chen Bei's fist met Son Wukong's steady guard. In a swift motion, Son Wukong crouched low, executing a sweeping kick aimed at Chen Bei's lower body. Reacting quickly, Chen Bei leapt back, widening the distance between them, his gaze sharp as he scrutinized Son Wukong for vulnerabilities. However, Son Wukong remained unperturbed, standing resolutely, blending seamlessly with his surroundings, rendering him elusive to attack. Realizing the futility of his offensive, Chen Bei ceased his exertions and began to contemplate. Despite the advantages of his skills, he found himself unable to surpass Son Wukong. Not only due to Son Wukong's superior strength, but also because of his mastery over martial arts and control over power. Although Chen Bei's strikes appeared formidable, they lacked sustained force and were difficult to retract, making them susceptible to counterattacks. Continuing this aggressive approach, while potentially inflicting damage on Son Wukong, would deplete his stamina unnecessarily. After all, Chen Bei had no desire to be toyed with. Ah, quite impressive. You've swiftly discerned your shortcomings. Such martial talent is indeed commendable. Son Wukong regarded the pensive Chen Bei with silent admiration, careful not to disrupt his contemplation. Eureka! A sudden clarity enveloped Chen Bei's thoughts. I exert all my strength with every punch, holding nothing back. While this may appear powerful, it leaves me lacking in follow-through and vulnerable to interruption. The energy I channel dissipates in all directions rather than concentrating, a consequence of my tension, causing the energy within me to become erratic and difficult to control. Chen Bei articulated the challenges he faced, then continued, if I were to temper my strength during an offensive, subsequently adjusting my state to allow my body to move more naturally, my actions would indeed become more agile, and my command over energy would be far more adept. Excellent. Your swift realization speaks volumes of your innate talent. Moreover, you have already begun to master the art of aerial movement, which indicates your understanding of energy manipulation. However, I have yet to witness your application of energy blasts, so allow me to elucidate on this matter. Son Wukong then began his explanation. Energy blasts, relative to other forms of energy, are considerably more challenging to master, as they involve the gathering and compressing of energy before its release. Such energy is notoriously volatile, and a moment's carelessness may result in self-harm. Thus, when utilizing energy blasts, one must exercise utmost caution regarding the magnitude of energy, ensuring that one operates within the bounds of their control. Chapter 6. Realms and Attainment of Techniques. After a day of training, Chen Bei exhibited remarkable progress. With his extraordinary insight and innate perception, his understanding of energy ascended in a linear fashion. It is undeniable that these two talents are of paramount importance on Chen Bei's martial journey, sparing him much unnecessary trouble and guiding him away from many detours. In the realm of eternal life, the definition of the physical realm is rather nebulous. Feats such as lifting immense weights, withstanding the might of 5 steeds, or utilizing flying swords to vanquish foes are not particularly daunting in the early stages of Dragon Ball, and could even be deemed childish play. However, upon reaching the realm of eternal life, everything changes radically, marking a significant leap from martial arts to the path of immortality. Within the Eternal Life series, the cultivation realms can be categorized as follows: physical, divine powers, eternal life, and celestial level. The cultivation of the physical realm is akin to martial arts, focusing on methods to strengthen the body, aspiring towards health, harmony, resilience, and vigor. Upon attaining the realm of divine powers, one begins to resemble an immortal, endowed with various miraculous abilities, such as soaring through the skies, commanding spirits, cultivating magical powers, and communing with the dualities of yin and yang, ultimately achieving an immortal golden pill and rebirth. Next is the realm of eternal life, which is akin to the legendary realms inhabited by deities. Immortality and rebirth through blood are merely rudimentary techniques, with cultivation encompassing formidable principles of time and space, wielding the power to create worlds and universes, and embracing the purest of yang energies. Upon reaching the celestial realm, one transcends the confines of rules entirely, in a single thought. Countless universes may collapse and give rise to new existences, and one becomes a creator presiding over chaos, existing beyond the constraints of established laws. The pure yang energy mentioned here is not merely a simple essence of pure yang. It is a refined celestial energy derived from the realm of eternal life, amalgamated from 9 varieties of supreme yang energy. These concepts require no further elaboration. In this narrative, the protagonist is described using the framework of the eternal life realms. Yet in the earlier stages, energy magnitude is represented through combat prowess, which will later be abandoned. For the power levels in the later stages of Dragon Ball become excessively exaggerated, considering Chen Bei's current state. He seems to exist in a delicate balance between rigidity and fluidity, though the precise nature of his realm remains elusive. A particularly fascinating aspect of immortality is the concept of the secret realm of divine abilities, which allows one to elevate oneself. Upon first encountering this notion, it nearly brought Chen Bei to laughter. In Chapter 7, entitled The Saiyan Bloodline. The process described is excruciating, akin to the torment of forcibly bursting one's own eyes and subsequently attempting to stuff eggs into the empty sockets. Chen Bei lowered his hands, sensing the transformation in his eyes. After merging with the golden eye, he discerned a remarkable enhancement in his power. Once the pain subsided, he focused his gaze upon the wall ahead, and a gentle warmth enveloped his eyes. To his astonishment, his sight penetrated the wall, revealing the verdant woods and towering mountains beyond. Upon closer inspection, Chen Bei was even able to detect the buried dinosaur bones and various mineral treasures hidden beneath the earth. Gradually, he withdrew his gaze, blinking wearily, perhaps due to the mental fatigue that the golden eye demanded, suggesting it might be prudent to reserve its use for times of greater strength. Regrettably, he mused, if only there were a method to cultivate mental power or access the myriad paths of enlightenment. Summoning the system, he proceeded to examine his attribute panel. The notification chimed, confirming the successful opening of the panel. Host, Chen Bei. Race, human. Combat power, 146. Skills, spiritual eye, X-ray vision, mental detonation, psychic piercing, memory retrieval, mental pressure. Techniques, shards of the Great Fate Technique, X1. Great Aperture Technique, Great Blood Soul Technique, Secret Classic of Immortality, Basic Control of Chi. Talents, God-level comprehension, photographic memory, illusion immunity. His power had indeed surged significantly. The golden eye proved to be remarkable, augmenting his skills and bestowing the additional talent of illusion immunity. Yet, he lamented his insufficient strength to fully harness the golden eye's capabilities, and many techniques remained beyond his grasp. Chen Bei felt a sense of frustration. Although he had garnered numerous rewards, he was momentarily unable to wield their true potential. What he desperately required was the time to accumulate experience and the resources to cultivate those profound paths. Alas, the thought alone stirred sorrow. It seemed he was destined for a life of toil, needing to seek resources while dedicating time to his cultivation, leaving no room for idleness. The path of immortality is no trifling matter. The legendary devouring stream relies solely on the mouth to consume for experience. The most disheartening aspect was that Chen Bei possessed an array of techniques, yet lacked the necessary resources for cultivation. The road to Shu is fraught with difficulty, more challenging than ascending to the heavens, he exclaimed in exasperation. Additionally, he contemplated utilizing the Saiyan bloodline gene, eager to experience the transformation into a Super Saiyan. With that thought, he uncorked the vial and downed the Saiyan bloodline gene in one swift motion. The taste was indescribable, an unpleasant blend of fishiness, spiciness, and sweetness. Altogether rather strange. Following this, Chen Bei felt a surge of warmth coursing from his abdomen throughout his entire body. Immediately, a wave of intense pain and a tearing sensation coursed through his entire body, as if his bones were on the verge of shattering. Chen Bei collapsed to the ground, his body trembling violently. In agony, he reached out to the floor, his fingers gouging deep claw marks into the hard surface, causing the room to descend into chaos. In the adjacent room, Son Wukong, who was resting, detected the commotion and swiftly appeared at Chen Bei's door, moving so quickly that he left behind fleeting afterimages. Upon opening the door, the first sight to greet him was Chen Bei, unconscious on the floor. Sweat dripped from Chen Bei's brow, his teeth clenched tightly. In his hand were grasping a handful of dirt, his body covered in grime. Son Wukong was baffled by the scene before him, unaware of any visitors, and could only speculate that some affliction had befallen Chen Bei, resulting in his current state. Reacting swiftly, he approached to assess Chen Bei's condition, feeling for his pulse, which gradually stabilized. He then lifted Chen Bei's body and laid him upon the bed, taking the liberty to tidy up the room. Time slipped away, and eventually, Chen Bei emerged from his unconsciousness, his eyes fluttering open as dawn began to break outside. Son Wukong was, as always, early to practice his martial arts. Pushing open the door and leaning against the frame, Chen Bei steadied himself, only to feel an itch at the base of his spine. Reaching back, he grasped something and, upon squeezing it gently, his body suddenly felt weak, nearly collapsing again. A realization struck him. Could this be the distinctive tail of a Saiyan? Restraining himself, he released his grip and turned his gaze to Son Wukong, who, sensing a shift, turned around. His expression turned serious as he regarded Chen Bei, feeling an overwhelming aura emanating from him. It was astonishing how, overnight, Chen Bei seemed to have transformed entirely. His strength magnified to such an extent that it placed immense pressure on Son Wukong, an intensity he had never experienced even in the presence of Master Roshi. This prompted Son Wukong to recall a terrifying legend his master had once mentioned. In the era of his master's master, the young and weak Master Roshi faced an unimaginable dark overlord of extraordinary power. According to his master, even the legendary Master Matedo could not defeat this demon. It was only after learning a miraculous technique, the Mafuba, that he sacrificed his own life to seal away the Dark Lord. The transformation of Chen Bei brought great surprise to Son Wukong. Although he sensed the same aura emanating from Chen Bei, its intensity had undergone a seismic shift, rendering him momentarily stunned. "Bye," he called out tentatively, his body tense with apprehension, fearing an abrupt attack from Chen Bei. "Good morning, old man. I must thank you for yesterday. Without your assistance, I might still be sprawled on the ground," Chen Bei jested, sheepishly rubbing the back of his head as he addressed Son Wukong. With a subtle sigh of relief, Son Wukong's rigid form gradually relaxed, pondering internally when he had become so timid and anxious. Perhaps Chen Bei had discerned his state, noticing something amiss. He scanned the surroundings before turning his attention back to himself, finally realizing his own presence and hastily suppressing his aura to a minimal level. At this moment, Son Wukong finally spoke. "Bei, are you all right? I saw you collapse yesterday, and no one seemed to visit your room. Is your health in jeopardy? Should we conduct an examination?" "Oh, it's nothing," Chen Bei replied, not wishing to reveal his newfound Saiyan lineage. As for his golden eyes, they typically remained dormant, only manifesting when he activated his vision. He was not concerned about any potential exposure. Chapter 8. Adjustment. After such an incident, Chen Bei had learned a valuable lesson. In the future, when utilizing certain objects or undergoing bodily enhancements, he must thoroughly consult the system to avoid any unforeseen circumstances. Having addressed Son Wukong's inquiries, Chen Bei refrained from further sparring and returned to his room alone, continuing to refine his abilities and skills, familiarizing himself with the recently augmented strength. System. Open the attribute panel. Ding. Attribute panel opened successfully. Host, Chen Bei. Race, human. Combat power, 1164. Skills, spiritual eye, X-ray vision, mental explosion, mental piercing, memory reading, mental pressure. Monkey fist. Techniques, fragment of Great Destiny Technique, X1, Great Aperture Technique, Great Blood Spirit Technique, Eternal Secret Classic, Basic Chi Manipulation. Talents, Godlike Comprehension, Photographic Memory, Illusion Immunity. Great Ape Transformation. The Saiyan bloodline significantly enhanced his strength, yet it did not bestow multiple skills as the Golden Eye did. It merely granted him the Saiyan transformation ability. Great Ape Form. Chen Bei surmised that this discrepancy stemmed from the differing focuses of these two abilities. The Golden Eye primarily enhanced mental faculties, favoring skill augmentation, while the Saiyan bloodline emphasized physical strength and constitution. It was evident that individuals of the Saiyan race are inherently endowed with basic combat prowess from birth, earning them the title of a warrior race. Among the Saiyans, there exists a hierarchy of warriors classified into lower, middle, and upper ranks, determined by their innate combat power at birth, which also dictates the privileges they may enjoy. Son Goku, upon his arrival into this world, possessed a mere 2 points of combat power, categorizing him as one of the weaker Saiyans, even falling below the combat power of non-combatants. In stark contrast, Vegeta was born with approximately 1,000 points of combat power, showcasing remarkable talent among his kin. Even more extraordinary is Broly, the legendary Super Saiyan, a prodigy who appears once in a millennium, possessing an astounding 10,000 points of combat power at birth, and whose strength grows exponentially without training, nearly doubling each year. During the fierce battles in Dragon Ball alongside Vegeta, Goku's combat power surged astonishingly, a testament to his terrifying potential. Had it not been for narrative contrivances and Broly's inability to control his legendary form, which often led him to lose his reason in combat, it is conceivable that Goku and Vegeta might have faced dire consequences. Nevertheless, even as a lowly warrior, Goku transcended his limitations through relentless training and perseverance, eventually becoming a rival that Vegeta aspired to surpass. In the tournament of power, he nearly vanquished Jiren, a being surpassing the gods of destruction, utilizing the Ultra Instinct technique, only to ultimately falter due to his body succumbing to the strain of prolonged battle. Undeniably, Goku's ability to consistently surpass his limits marks him as a true martial artist, illustrating the boundless potential of the Saiyan race. Notably, Goku's son, The first half-Saiyan, Gohan, exhibits even greater talent than his father and is the first character in the original series to transcend Super Saiyan 2. Regrettably, he was somewhat stifled by Chi-Chi's upbringing, aspiring instead to become a scholar. Had he not married Videl, their family's circumstances might have been far less favorable. The character of Gohan has long been a point of contention among Dragon Ball enthusiasts. Despite the recent film introducing White God Gohan and Golden Piccolo, overall, his performance has been lackluster, leaving many disappointed. Chen Bei harbors a desire to witness a revitalized Gohan, fulfilling a cherished childhood dream. Returning to the main point, Chen Bei has yet to fully master his sudden surge in power and recognizes that combat is the most effective means of acclimatization. However, the pressing issue he faces is the lack of formidable opponents, a predicament that leaves him feeling disheartened. With a sigh, he laments the absence of suitable challenges, gazing upward only to find the ceiling above him. After a considerable period, Chen Bei finally gained clarity regarding his current situation. On Earth, he could confidently assert that he was virtually invincible. In order to fully master his powers, apart from his relentless training, there was another avenue he could pursue, the Temple of the Gods. Beyond the deities themselves, this sacred place also housed a servant of the gods, an entity of astonishingly high caliber, who had existed for an unfathomable number of years. This being was known as Bobo. If Chen Bei's mastery of Qi could be deemed rudimentary, merely at the threshold of understanding, then Son Wukong represented an intermediate level, having firmly entered the realm of proficiency. Master Rashi epitomized an advanced level, akin to wielding power with effortless grace, while the Cat Sage reached the pinnacle of this advancement, a level that Chen Bei felt could be described as meticulous. Bobo, as the servant of the gods, had attained a mastery of Qi that could be considered at the Grandmaster level, evoking a sense of returning to simplicity. It is essential to clarify that this discussion pertains to their realms of understanding, rather than the sheer strength of their abilities. It reflects their control over Qi and their comprehension of their own power, as well as their grasp of the natural laws of the universe. All things, though varied in their paths, ultimately converge towards a common destination. Upon reaching a certain level of understanding, one can glean insights into the forces of nature, thereby enhancing their ability to harness Qi, which in turn strengthens their control over their own bodies. In the original tale, due to Son Wukong's inability to manage his own strength, he inadvertently sent Chi-Chi flying with a mere slap. Fortunately, Chi-Chi possessed a foundational martial arts background. Otherwise, the outcome could have been disastrous. Now, it was time for Chen Bei to make a decision. Should he continue his arduous training on Baozi Mountain, or seek out the Karinta and ascend to the Temple of the Gods? With the presence of a system at his disposal, Chen Bei aimed to maximize his benefits. Undoubtedly, the second option stood out as the most advantageous, for by venturing to the Temple of the Gods, he could not only solidify his own strength, but also acquire further martial knowledge, activate system rewards, and engage with notable characters from the narrative. Faced with such a multifaceted opportunity, Chen Bei felt a surge of excitement. However, he had only recently arrived at Baozi Mountain, having interacted with Son Wukong for merely 2 days. Initially, he had expressed that he had nowhere to stay and had contemplated settling on Baozi Mountain to focus on his training. Yet, plans often fall prey to unforeseen changes. Now, he found himself compelled to bid farewell to Son Wukong, driven by an urgent desire to enhance his abilities. He was acutely aware that within the Dragon Ball universe, there existed not only formidable adversaries, but also entities such as the God of Destruction and angels, along with even more powerful beings like the Dragon God Salam and the Omni King. Refusing to remain a mere pawn of fate, Chen Bei was determined not to entrust his destiny to others. He recognized that he possessed the capability and opportunity to alter his own fate. Thus, on the following day, Chen Bei articulated his intention to journey to Karinta. What? You intend to visit the sacred land of Karinta? Son Wukong gazed at Chen Bei in astonishment, posing the question earnestly. Yes, my esteemed elder. You must have sensed it too. My strength has undergone significant transformation. However, I am still unable to fully control my power, and my realm of understanding remains lacking. Therefore, I aspire to go there to acquire more knowledge regarding Qi. With a sincere tone, Chen Bei spoke from the depths of his heart. Listening to his heartfelt confessions, Son Wukong fell silent for a moment before lifting his gaze to meet Chen Bei's. Ah, young man, one must venture out into the world. Alas, this old fellow cannot accompany you, though I too yearn for the sacred land of Karin, he remarked. As he spoke, he was swept away by memories of stories recounted by Master Roshi. He recalled his own arduous journey to a formidable place where he sought the legendary super holy water, enduring countless trials. His master had not elaborated on the specifics, merely urging them to focus on their training and avoid lofty ambitions. This lesson had remained etched in his mind, driving him to diligently hone his skills without faltering. Observing the young man before him, Son Wukong sighed. A new generation replaces the old. It is your time now. He continued, go forth, but tread carefully. And remember, do not use your strength to oppress the weak or engage in malevolent acts. Always stay true to your convictions. Son Wukong could not help but reiterate his advice. Rest assured, old man, you know my character well. My journey to the sacred land of Karin is solely to better master my abilities, not to engage in wrongdoing. Chen Bei earnestly replied, meeting Son Wukong's gaze. So, farewell for now. Please take good care of yourself. I shall return soon. With that, Chen Bei turned to depart, waving goodbye to Son Wukong. As he watched Chen Bei's retreating figure, Son Wukong responded, go on, Bei. I hope that when we meet again, you will have transformed into a true martial artist. I shall be here waiting. I look forward to being your neighbor. Ultimately, as Chen Bei soared into the distance, Son Wukong smiled at the sight of him. Chapter 9. Lost after bidding farewell to Son Wukong, Chen Bei flew for approximately half an hour before coming to a halt. He tilted his head upward at a 45-degree angle, then lowered it, falling into a brief silence. He realized he seemed to have lost his way. Having just arrived in the Dragon Ball world, he was unfamiliar with the path to the Karin Tower. Rushing out from Baozi Mountain, he now had no idea where he had flown. He felt like a lost lamb, vulnerable, pitiful, and helpless. System, why do I always feel so troubled? Is it because I am too handsome? He pondered aloud. The system remained silent. Chen Bei followed suit, and an awkward atmosphere enveloped the vast sky. Ahem, system. What should I do since I've lost my way? Can you help me? He broke the silence, seeking a solution to his predicament. Ding! The system detected the host's thoughts and activated the map function, automatically searching the Dragon Ball world map. The navigation feature is now enabled. Other functions await the host's exploration. The system truly plays both father and mother, tidying up after this unreliable host, feeding him only when the nourishment is brought to his lips. Alas, poor system, how reliable you are, possessing such a plethora of functions. Were you human, I would be compelled to bestow upon you a grand embrace. The unfortunate system, even in its current state, is still deemed less than human, having resolved the most daunting of challenges. Chen Bei is finally free to roam without the fear of losing his way. Were it not for his lack of space survival capabilities and teleportation, he would have been tempted to dash to Yardrat, well aware of the planet's uniqueness and the extraordinary mystical abilities possessed by its intelligent life forms, which he finds utterly enticing. It appears he must await another opportunity to explore that realm. Presently, he is not in a rush to visit Karin Tower, as he wishes first to explore West City. At this juncture, he hesitates, uncertain how to confront a child like Bulma, who is likely only a few years old now. Well, never mind. It is imperative to enhance his strength first, and matters concerning West City can be addressed later. Chen Bei opens the system map, locates Karin Tower, and, without further contemplation, employs the navigation feature to head directly to his destination. After a little over half a day, Chen Bei continues on his journey without pause. At last, around noon, he catches a glimpse of a towering pillar reaching towards the heavens. It seems he has found it, yet he is now famished. It would be wise to seek sustenance first. He wonders whether the cat sage enjoys fish. If possible, he would love to barter fish for some senza beans. Chen Bei knows that the cat sage possesses a wondrous item from the Dragon Balls, the senza bean, which can heal any injury and restore vitality. Though it may lack flavor and is often consumed as a meal by the cat sage, Chen Bei despises the thought of such precious resources being squandered. Furthermore, he is aware that the jars atop the cat sage's tower can reveal scenes from the lower realm and establish a connection with it. However, in the original narrative, the cat sage seldom utilized this ability, let alone leveraged it to send items or fish. This suggests certain limitations, implying he cannot intervene in the affairs of a lower realm at will. In light of this, the notion of trading fish for senzu beans appears feasible. With that in mind, he decides to take action, knowing there is a river not far beneath Karin Tower. Following the riverbank, he encounters an indigenous tribe. Surely this is the guardian tribe of Karin Tower, which has safeguarded the sanctity of the Karin Holy Land for generations. It seems the original story featured a father and son who once aided Son Wukong, though the father met his demise at the hands of Tao Pai Pai, only to be resurrected by Son Wukong through the gathering of the Dragon Balls. However, Chen Bei currently has no interest in engaging with this unique tribe. His sole desire is to catch some fish and then ascend to Karin Tower. However, he wished to avoid trouble, yet trouble found him nonetheless. While fishing by the riverbank, he was discovered by tribal hunters in the vicinity. A warning ensued, urging him to steer clear of their territory. With no other choice, he explained his presence, stating that he was a martial artist aiming to ascend the Karin Tower, and that his hunger prompted him to catch a few fish for a meal. Observing his demeanor, the hunters deemed him harmless and refrained from further questioning, merely advising him to keep his distance from the tribe before departing. A wave of relief washed over him. He had braced himself for a potential altercation. Fortunately, their inquiries were brief, and upon seeing no threat in him, they left him be. Nonetheless, he had already caught a considerable number of fish, and had the villagers seen the haul in his pack, they might not have been so lenient. Upon returning to the shore, he set about kindling a fire to prepare his meal. He casually gathered a few sticks, cleaned them, and began to skewer the fish. Next, he retrieved some seasonings he had received from Son Wukong, and proceeded to grill the fish. The meat sizzled and glistened, releasing an enticing aroma into the air. Perhaps it was the alluring scent that drew attention. He noticed a young tribesman, Bra, hiding in a nearby thicket, surreptitiously gazing at his grilled fish. Unable to resist the temptation, Bra stepped closer, drawn out by the delicious fragrance. Renowned as one of the tribe's finest warriors, he had triumphed over countless opponents and was soon to wed the chief's daughter, embarking on a blissful life. Though he had tasted grilled fish before in their tribe, it was typically prepared without seasonings, resulting in a rather fishy flavor. Initially palatable, the lack of variety led to diminishing interest, as meals were consumed merely to stave off hunger. As Bra approached, curiosity welled up within him. "Who are you? What brings you here?" He hesitated, contemplating whether to voice his thoughts, a flush of embarrassment coloring his face as he struggled to articulate his words. "Haha, are you craving this?" North chuckled at Bra's bashful demeanor, waving the piece of fish in his hand. The tempting aroma wafted toward Bra, eliciting a swallow from him. "Is it permissible?" Bra finally spoke, though his manner was somewhat awkward and reserved. "Of course, I would never refuse you, especially since you don't seem like a bad person. Let us become friends," North suggested, hoping to foster a bond with the hesitant Bra, believing that establishing rapport with the tribe would ease his own caution. "Thank you so much," Bra exclaimed joyfully, moving closer to North. "Greetings, my name is Bra, and I hope you do not mind my earlier intrusion." Bra spoke with a hint of embarrassment, bowing slightly to Chen Bei. They resided in this primitive forest, teeming with peril, where ferocious beasts lurked, often hidden in the underbrush, either hunters or prey. Thus, Bra perceived his recent actions as rather presumptuous. "Not at all. I am Chen Bei. It is a pleasure to meet you. Please, join me for a meal. I find myself unable to finish it alone, and it would be delightful to engage in conversation." Consequently, the two settled beside the campfire, patiently awaiting the fish to cook thoroughly. "Bra, judging by your appearance, you must be a resident of a nearby tribe. What brings you out here alone? Do your people not typically hunt in groups?" "Indeed, I belong to a tribe," Bra replied candidly. "And to address your question, most of my tribe hunts together, as many prey are formidable and not easily managed alone. However, I possess considerable strength, thus the elders permit me to hunt independently." Bra did not shy away from revealing the truth behind his solitary hunting. "You are quite impressive. By the way, are you familiar with Karin Tower?" Chen Bei continued, aware that Bra likely recognized the name, but eager to foster their conversation. "Karin Tower?" Bra pondered briefly. "I do not possess extensive knowledge, but I am aware that many aspire to ascend Karin Tower each year. It is said that those who reach the summit may receive guidance from the legendary Karin Immortal. This place is also referred to as the Holy Land of Karin." After a moment's pause, Bra elaborated. "Our tribe has existed for generations to protect the Holy Land of Karin. Legend has it that our ancestors were saved by the fabled Karin Immortal just as they were on the brink of death. Thus, they vowed to safeguard the dwelling of the Karin Immortal, ensuring no one disrupts its tranquility. This commitment has been passed down through the ages." He continued, "Every so often, our tribe selects a warrior to guard the base of Karin Tower, both to caution challengers against recklessness and to ensure that if a challenger fails, we are responsible for the respectful handling of their remains." "Oh, I see. Your tribe is indeed benevolent and steadfast in keeping its promises, dedicating generations to protect this sacred place." Chapter 10. An unexpected reward in the tower, as mentioned earlier, while Chen Bei was grilling the fish. The tribal youth Bra made an unexpected visit, engaging in conversation that illuminated aspects of the tribe's life and forged a budding friendship between them. After they finished their meal, Chen Bei's thoughts began to stir, leading him to recall the system's check-in feature, which had previously offered substantial rewards. Although the requirements mandated check-ins at specific locations or with narrative characters, the potential benefits were undeniably enticing. Thus, Chen Bei silently recited the act of signing in and checking in, eagerly anticipating the emergence of unforeseen surprises. Indeed, the formidable system never failed to disappoint him. As he completed his silent incantation, the familiar prompt from the system resonated. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in at the Karin Holy Land. You have received the rewards: Dong Dong Wave, Celestial Soil X1, Super Divine Water X1, and Dragon God S Power X1. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully checking in with the storyline character bra. You have received the rewards: Talent, Indomitable Will, Revitalization Technique, and Breath of Nature X1. The Dong Dong Wave, a unique technique of the Crane School, unleashes a formidable energy wave from the fingertips, characterized by a brief charging time, strong penetration, and minimal energy consumption, making it a commendable skill. Celestial Soil, a special divine earth from the legendary Celestial Realm, possesses an array of incredible abilities. It can endlessly generate new celestial soil. A single fragment can fill an entire world. Its marvel lies in its capacity to nurture any plant without concern for its viability. And if ordinary plants are grown in celestial soil, they may undergo various miraculous transformations. Super Divine Water, a distinctive liquid from the Dragon Ball universe, is said to grant astonishing strength to those who consume it. However, it is inherently toxic and serves as vital nourishment for the cultivation of celestial beings, significantly impacting their growth. Dragon God S Power, a remarkable existence akin to a glitch within the Dragon Ball universe, is birthed from the creation of the Super Dragon Balls by the Dragon God Zalama. The ordinary Dragon Balls are derived from fragments of the Super Dragon Balls that merged into the bloodline of the Namekian ancestors for unknown reasons, endowing them with the ability to create Dragon Balls. Regardless of whether they are Super or ordinary Dragon Balls, their glitch-like capability to grant wishes is indisputable. The potency of this wish-granting ability is contingent upon the strength of the creator, should the creator be sufficiently powerful. Erasing the Omni King or the Grand Minister might not pose a challenge. With this ability, Chen Bei need no longer fret over resource shortages. He could simply rely on wishes to procure what he desired, albeit limited to ordinary resources. With his current capabilities, he was yet unable to summon the extraordinary version of the dragon. Indeed, in the grand scheme of things, survival is paramount. Without sufficient strength, all else amounts to naught. A genius who has not risen to power cannot become a formidable force. Next came the rewards obtained from checking in with the storyline character, which genuinely surprised Chen Bei. Initially, he approached it with a sense of experimentation, merely to see if he might have the chance to earn rewards. To his astonishment, he succeeded. He recalled that Bra was the father in the duo encountered by Son Wukong in the original tale, specifically, UPA's father. Although he did not receive much screen time in the original narrative, he played a pivotal role, thus leading the system to affirm Chen Bei's successful check-in. The rewards garnered from checking in with Bra were indeed commendable, beginning with the granting of a talent. The indomitable will and spiritual strength determined the potential of the body. In the presence of idealistic beliefs, the power of the mind is boundlessly potent. This unyielding resolve is a remarkable gift, enabling those under oppression to rapidly enhance their strength. Indeed, the more one is suppressed, the quicker their power grows. Naturally, this suppression has its limits, as exceeding the human body's endurance would lead to dire consequences. Next, we encounter a rather extraordinary skill, the art of resurrection. This powerful spell, derived from the realm of sorcery, can revive the deceased within a specific time frame, mending their injuries and ailments and rejuvenating aged bodies. However, as this is a dark art, its practice demands a significant price, such as sacrificing another individual while resurrecting one, or trading one's own lifespan for another's. The effectiveness of this resurrection spell is contingent upon the caster's strength. The more formidable the practitioner, the more powerful the resurrected individual, and the longer the duration within which resurrection can occur. Ultimately, this ability can indeed be deemed extraordinary. Lastly, we have the breath of nature, a miraculous essence that allows individuals to become more attuned to the natural world upon fusion. This can be regarded as a unique treasure, as its post-fusion capabilities resemble those of the innate Tao body, enhancing one's comprehension of natural laws and enabling the absorption of energy from the cosmos. Additionally, it possesses a function that renders one's presence more concealed, allowing for the concealment of one's strength and the alteration of one's aura, making it exceptionally practical. Having understood the functions of these abilities, the next step is their fusion, and Chen Bei can hardly contain his anticipation. System, initiate comprehensive learning. Any skills that cannot be learned shall be stored in the system space for now. Ding! The host has successfully learned the dimensional wave and the art of resurrection, acquiring the talent of indomitable will, and successfully fused with the dragon god's power and the breath of nature. System, please display the attributes panel. Ding! Attributes panel successfully opened. Host, Chen Bei race, human combat power, 1169 skills, spiritual eye, x-ray vision, mental detonation, mental piercing, memory reading, mental pressure, monkey fist, dimensional wave. Art of resurrection, Dragon Ball creation, divine speech techniques, fragment of great fate art x1, great aperture technique, great blood soul technique, secret of immortality talents, divine level perception, photographic memory, illusion immunity, indomitable will, nature affinity special abilities, dragon god's power, breath of nature, while there has not been a significant increase in overall strength. Several new skills have emerged, including Dragon Ball creation and divine speech, likely stemming from the unique abilities derived from the dragon god's power. Additionally, a new talent has manifested, presumably acquired from the fusion with the breath of nature, which Chen Bei eagerly examines. Naturally harmonious. One can resonate more profoundly with the energies of the heavens and earth, enhancing one's mastery over such energies while effectively dispelling the clutter of the mind, soothing the spirit, and elevating one's insights. This ability possesses a certain allure, not only towards humans but also towards animals, fostering a favorable impression upon its host. With commendable prowess, Chen Bei finds himself quite satisfied. This newfound capability indirectly alleviates his current predicaments, as his control over power has significantly improved, liberating him from concerns about the uncontrollable surge of his burgeoning strength. Nevertheless, he still intends to ascend the tower, for there are celestial beings awaiting him atop, and the system's rewards beckon enticingly. He cannot afford to overlook such a splendid opportunity. Chapter 11. The Encounter with the Cat Sage. After bidding farewell to Bola, Chen Bei officially commences his ascent. He soars to the base of the Kylin Tower and ascends straight upwards. He understands that climbing the tower constitutes a form of cultivation. However, having mastered the art of aerial movement, he finds that, given his current prowess, the act of climbing holds little significance. With but a thought, he could reach the summit in less than an hour, perhaps even in a fraction of that time. In the original tale of Dragon Ball, Tao Pai Pai ascended the Kylin Tower solely on foot, and now, with his abilities far surpassing those of Tao Pai Pai, Chen Bei would naturally reach the pinnacle with greater swiftness. Before long, he spots a petite tower nestled amongst the clouds, characterized by a pagoda-like structure supported by columns encircling its apex. Below this tower, at the point where the climbing pillars connect, several small openings remain, presumably for challengers to traverse in order to reach the summit. In the distance, Chen Bei observed a large, plump cat standing within the tower, its fur a mottled gray and white, eyes half closed, leaning upon a cane. Undoubtedly, this familiar silhouette must belong to the cat sage, he muses inwardly. As Chen Bei examines the cat sage, the sage, in turn, notices him, yet perceives no aura emanating from him, as if he has seamlessly merged with the surrounding environment. This sensation is reminiscent of the divine beings and their attendant, Bobo, that he has encountered before. As Chen Bei approaches, the cat sage remains uncertain whether the newcomer bears good or ill intentions. However, it refrains from any hasty actions, recognizing that an entity it cannot fathom may either possess some extraordinary quality or wield formidable strength, perhaps even surpassing its own. Until Chen Bei stands directly before the cat sage, it remains motionless, silently observing. Meow, greetings. May I inquire as to your purpose here? I cannot discern your essence, and am curious about your intentions. The cat sage inquires, genuinely perplexed. It is indeed unable to grasp Chen Bei's motives. Logically, someone with such remarkable power would not seek counsel from itself. Moreover, the cat sage senses that Chen Bei's aura is remarkably stable, devoid of any signs of being overwhelmed by his own strength. Thus, it wonders why he has come to seek its company, prompting the sage to take the initiative in conversation. Greetings, feline sage. I'm a practitioner of martial arts. Chen Bei first introduced himself, then articulated his purpose. I have come here primarily to witness the legendary immortal and, while I am at it, to ascend the tower and behold the wondrous sights it offers. Before arriving, I struggled to control my own power. I intended to seek your guidance, esteemed cat sage. However, I unexpectedly encountered a fortuitous event that has enhanced my mastery over my abilities. Ah, I see. How impressive indeed, the cat sage exclaimed, unable to contain its admiration. It had never encountered a young individual as exceptional as Chen Bei, whose depths of strength at such a tender age surpassed even those of the renowned Wu Tian in his prime. Observing the young man's character, the cat sage deemed him a worthy companion. In a mere moment, the cat sage contemplated the appropriate course of action. Since you have ascended the Karin Tower, you have naturally earned my acknowledgement. In my time, I recognized Wu Tian's remarkable talent, and you bestowed upon him the Rui scepter to meet the celestial deities. I have only a token left here, and I fear I may have little to teach you. The cat sage reflected briefly before continuing. You too are a martial artist, and among those I have encountered, your talent ranks among the finest. Moreover, you possess the ability to fly. Even without the Rui scepter, you could reach the celestial hall. However, the hall is protected by a barrier and lacks a fixed location, making it elusive to most. Yet, I could present you with this token, enabling you to meet the deities. Extending a paw, the cat sage rummaged through its fur and produced a small bell. It stepped forward, offering the bell to Chen Bei. As Chen Bei gazed at the bell, understanding dawned upon him. Indeed, his strength would see little enhancement here. It would be prudent to proceed directly to the celestial hall, where he hoped not to be disappointed. However, before embarking on that journey, he had to secure the rewards from his sign-in and check-in system. Sign-in and check-in. Chen Bei silently intoned, patiently awaiting the system's response. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in at the Karin Tower. You have received the following rewards: 100 celestial beans, 1 super divine water, 1 nimbus cloud, 1 black nimbus cloud, and the ability of mind reading. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully checking in with the character cat sage. You have received the following rewards: telepathy, methods for cultivating celestial beings, and the great faith technique. The rewards were plentiful, and the system remained as reliable as ever. First, the celestial beings, a miraculous remedy capable of healing all injuries and restoring stamina, akin to a bug within the Dragon Ball universe. Were it not for the need to balance such an anomaly, Uncle Bird would not have allowed the likes of Yakalob to reside in the Karin Tower, consuming celestial beings as if they were mere sustenance, resulting in their rarity in later narratives. Chen Bei had acquired 100 beans, though this may seem modest. He also possessed the system's method for cultivating them. Should he succeed in planting them, he would no longer have to fear injuries. Although the original text mentions that celestial beings must be cultivated in special soil, found only in Kailinta and the Temple of the Celestial Gods, and must be watered with divine water, which makes the cultivation conditions quite stringent, it is unfortunate that Chen Bei can completely circumvent such limitations. He possesses another item granted by the system, celestial soil, which alleviates any concerns regarding the failure of celestial being cultivation. Moreover, he already has 2 jars of divine water. The divine water rewarded by the system is not merely limited to these 2 small jars. They are spatial items with vast internal space, the exact capacity of which Chen Bei is unaware, but certainly sufficient for his current needs. Additionally, as he learned from the system, the divine water is in a state of continuous growth, with these jars autonomously absorbing the primordial energy dispersed in the universe and converting it into divine water. Therefore, Chen Bei is no longer anxious about the divine water situation. The reward of 2 nimbus clouds seems rather trivial, perhaps better than nothing, but of little use to Chen Bei at this stage. Before he mastered the art of flight, such a reward might have brought him joy for a time. However, now, his flying speed likely surpasses that of the nimbus clouds, rendering this reward somewhat superfluous, though it may serve well as a gift for others. Next is the mind-reading skill, which is indeed a formidable ability, allowing one to access the memories and thoughts of others. Of course, the effectiveness of this skill depends on the disparity in strength between the users. Should he attempt to use it against someone like Beerus, the backlash alone could cost him his life. Although he now possesses the ability to read memories, this skill requires physical contact with the target, and the target must be open-minded, devoid of any resistance. Otherwise, failure could ensue, or the subject could be rendered foolish. With the acquisition of this mind-reading ability, many of the previous shortcomings of the skill have been addressed. Chapter 12. Journey to the Temple of the Celestial Gods. The heart communication technique resembles a form of telepathy, allowing two individuals to establish a psychic connection, enabling them to convey messages and share perceptions or thoughts. This is a remarkable ability, and the control of this skill lies entirely with the practitioner, alleviating concerns about others eavesdropping on one's thoughts. It is a controllable mode of transmission, making it exceptionally useful. The method for cultivating celestial beings is relatively straightforward, encompassing suitable temperature, environmental conditions, and various other factors. Additionally, there are instructions on how to enhance the yield of celestial beings. Finally, there's the Great Faith Technique, a profound art dedicated to harnessing the power of belief. The strength of faith is incredibly useful in the realm of immortality, serving as a versatile tool for alchemy, artifact crafting, cultivation, and numerous other endeavors, effectively providing assistance across a myriad of activities. In fact, not only within the Immortality series, but also in Western mythological narratives, the concepts of divinity through faith, the creation of divine realms, and the utilization of belief are prevalent. Eastern mythological tales similarly reference these themes. For instance, deities in Buddhism and Taoism require offerings, and various saints must share the fortune and merits. Such actions are intricately linked to the power of faith. The path of belief encompasses formidable principles, asserting that as long as one is remembered, they shall never truly perish, ultimately returning from the boundless chaos, or being invoked by their true name, thus escaping the cycle of reincarnation. Furthermore, with the enhancement of faith, Chen Bei finds it considerably easier to cultivate the myriad paths and skills, with proficiency rising effortlessly, free from concerns of adverse effects. In contrast to other mythological tales that speak of toxic offerings hindering one's strength, such concerns do not plague Chen Bei. Within the realm of immortality, a perfect path of belief has been forged, overcoming issues of impure faith with ease. Upon receiving the bell from the cat sage, Chen Bei completed his check-in and perused the system rewards. Now, he was poised to embark towards the Temple of the Gods. Cat sage, I appreciate your guidance. I have some fish I've caught that I cannot consume alone. I'd like to share some with you. Naturally, Chen Bei did not decline the cat sage's overture of goodwill and reciprocated by offering some fish in return. Meow, thank you so much. You're always welcome here, the cat sage exclaimed, clearly delighted by Chen Bei's gift. Due to certain constraints, the cat sage could not leave the Karin Tower freely or use its celestial powers to interfere with the mortal realm. And it had been quite some time since it had savored fresh fish. The tantalizing prospect of such an experience was a torment for the cat, but today, thanks to Chen Bei, it could indulge. With a casual wave of his hand, an array of various fish appeared before the cat sage, all remarkably fresh. Prompting a mouth-watering reaction, the cat sage, unable to contain itself, eagerly pounced upon the pile of fish, momentarily forgetting Chen Bei's presence. Observing this delightful scene, Chen Bei chose not to interrupt, but instead turned and soared out of the Karin Tower, ascending towards the skies above. After flying for a short while, Chen Bei noticed a dark, cloud-laden barrier above him. Such a barrier posed no challenge for him. His golden eyes could effortlessly penetrate its veil. However, he opted for simplicity. Armed with the token from the cat sage, he ascended directly through the barrier. Upon breaching the clouded boundary, he beheld a floating island above, curiously suspended in mid-air without any visible means of support. Naturally, having anticipated such a sight, Chen Bei remained unfazed. Even without knowledge of the Dragon Ball universe, he had encountered countless tales of extraordinary martial prowess. His worldview had long transcended the ordinary, rendering the notion of a floating island merely child's play. In an instant, he accelerated, his figure darting towards the sky island. Only the sound of the wind rushing past his ears could be heard. Upon landing, Chen Bei beheld two figures before him, one tall, the other short, creating a stark contrast between them, both bearing serious expressions that swiftly extinguished any inclination Chen Bei had for jest. Perhaps it would be wise to show some respect to the deity. After all, he was indeed a god. Chen Bei thought to himself, refraining from voicing his thoughts. Greetings. May I inquire which of you is the deity? Maturity lies in feigning ignorance. Chen Bei chose not to reveal his knowledge of their identities, wishing to avoid unnecessary explanations. Time was of the essence, and he certainly did not wish to complicate matters further. The figure with green skin spoke first, addressing Chen Bei with a cordial tone. Hello, young man. After a brief pause, he pondered how best to engage with Chen Bei. He had received information about him from the cat sage, aware of his intention to visit the divine hall. However, He feared that his own abilities might not suffice to guide Chen Bei. I am the deity, he announced, gesturing to his companion. This is my servant, Bobo. It is a pleasure to meet you. Would you kindly share your purpose for visiting? Hello, deity. I am equally pleased to meet you both. I believe you may already be aware of my needs. I'm a martial artist. Here, Chen Bei spoke candidly, continuing, I wish to learn more about the essence of qi to strengthen myself. His intent was straightforward and unambiguous, devoid of any unnecessary circumlocution. There was no need for concealment. They were already aware of what mattered, and expressing it directly conveyed sincerity, which fostered goodwill. Indeed, the deity, perceiving Chen Bei's forthrightness, harbored no suspicions. He shared his own thoughts. Young man, while I cannot fully fathom your essence as a god, I can sense a formidable power within you that evokes a sense of trepidation in me. However, I fear I am ill-equipped to instruct you. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to his servant Bobo and addressed Chen Bei again. Nonetheless, my servant Bobo should be able to impart some valuable knowledge to you. Concerned that Chen Bei might think he was underestimating him, and thus refrain from teaching, the deity elaborated, do not underestimate Bobo. He has been here long before I ascended to divinity, and I do not even know how long he has existed. With his vast understanding, he likely possesses insights beyond my own. I hope you will not take offense at this arrangement. Not at all. I appreciate your assistance, Mr. Bobo. To allay the deity's concerns, Chen Bei responded warmly. The deity observed the smiling countenance of Chen Bei and sensed an aura of natural harmony emanating from him, which greatly eased his own demeanor. Then, as if struck by a thought, he held back a serious expression, replacing it with a smile directed at Chen Bei. And the atmosphere shifted to one of camaraderie. Chapter 13. Refinement and Clarification. Thus, Chen Bei remained in the Celestial Temple. Under the arrangement of Bobo, he followed him to a relatively tranquil location. It seems that within the Celestial Temple, no place is truly devoid of noise. Bobo did not directly instruct Chen Bei. Instead, he observed him with an expressionless demeanor and calmly stated, Mr. Chen Bei, please unleash your full power. I wish to comprehend your strength and your current mastery over qi. It would be best if you could demonstrate it in various forms, if possible. Upon hearing Bobo's request, Chen Bei hesitated not and immediately released his entire qi. A surge of energy erupted from the spot where he stood, radiating outward in relentless waves. The surrounding trees swayed precariously under the onslaught, nearly toppling over. Not only the trees, but fragments of rock, soil, and dust were also swept away by the turbulent energy. Yet, Bobo remained impassive, his gaze fixed ahead, exhibiting no sign of reaction. That will suffice, Mr. Chen Bei. Bobo finally broke his silence, prompting Chen Bei to cease. Oh, is that enough? Then I shall stop. Chen Bei replied, retracting his aura. Had he not noticed the disarray around him, he might have believed nothing had transpired. Perhaps the trees would remember, disregarding the chaotic surroundings. Bobo spoke once more, Mr. Chen Bei, your aura is formidable, yet its quality remains unchanged. Now, please attempt to unleash your technique, but do refrain from directing it toward the Celestial Temple. Listening to Bobo's words, Chen Bei inwardly scoffed. Did he truly appear so reckless? Surely, he would not impulsively engage in actions akin to Son Wukong, indiscriminately confirming identities, nor would he unleash his technique toward the Celestial Temple, for this was someone else's domain. Taking the matter more seriously, Chen Bei focused intently, his eyes fixated on the lofty sky. He extended his hands to his waist and began to gather qi. Turtle School Qigong. With his exclamation, a beam of radiant white energy surged forth into the sky, illuminating the surroundings momentarily. The momentum is impressive, but the power remains to be seen. This was Chen Bei's first attempt at releasing Qigong. He sensed its strength, but had yet to ascertain its true potency. This time, he merely released a fraction of it, for his intent was not destruction. There was no need for a full display of energy. Although he had expended little, he was mindful of the high consumption associated with Qigong techniques. Bobo observed the entire process, his expression still inscrutable, resembling someone who felt owed a debt. Mr. Chen Bei, I have come to understand. Bobo spoke in a tone devoid of emotion. Your mastery over breath is commendable, demonstrating a remarkable ability to control its ebb and flow with finesse. However, I believe you are aware that while your breath carries the essence of nature, it is not entirely natural. To enhance your command over this vital energy, you must learn to wield it with greater flexibility, achieving maximum effect with minimal exertion. After delivering this extensive discourse, he continued, perhaps you could aspire to embody the tranquility of the sky, the lightness of a feather, and the steadiness of water. With that, Bobo fell silent, resuming his tranquil stance beside Chen Bei. Upon absorbing Bobo's words, Chen Bei nodded thoughtfully, though he had integrated the breath of nature. The natural aura he emanated was passive, a reflection of his insufficient comprehension of the natural world. This was also tied to time. The duration since he received his rewards had been too brief for meaningful cultivation, rendering his current state somewhat ephemeral. Nature, he murmured, is like grass and trees, bending in the wind and yielding to rain, like flowing water that accommodates all. It seemed he had grasped something profound, and his state of mind began to shift, as if his realm of understanding was gradually ascending. He settled into a cross-legged position, closed his eyes, and commenced his communion with nature, his essence beginning to meld with the surrounding environment. The wind caressed his flawless visage, and with it, his consciousness began to drift. The breeze traversed from the heavens to the woods, fields, rivers, and valleys, leaving traces of its passage, while Chen Bei's awareness followed suit, perceiving mountains, waters, and every blade of grass from a new perspective. As the wind subsided, rain arrived, and Chen Bei's consciousness danced alongside the raindrops, cascading from the sky. Each droplet pattered against leaves and tumbled into rivers, finding its way into crevices. He envisioned the grass pushing through the earth, and the colossal waves crashing against the rocks. Time became irrelevant. He remained in silent meditation on that open ground, his breathing gradually calming and eventually fading, until it seemed he drew no breath at all, as if he were lifeless, save for his dark hair, which fluttered gently in the breeze. After an indeterminate period, Chen Bei's consciousness began to return. Yet he kept his eyes closed, summoning the system. System, open the attribute panel. Ding. The attribute panel opened successfully. Host, Chen Bei race, human, Saiyan hybrid, combat power, 1199 realm. Spiritual awakening skills. I have spirit, X-ray vision, mental explosion, mental piercing, memory retrieval, mental pressure, monkey fist Kamehameha. Resurrection technique, Dragon Ball creation, divine language, telepathy, heart-to-heart communication, Kamehameha. Technique, fragment of great destiny art X1. Great acupoint technique, great blood soul technique, secret tome of immortality. Great faith technique, method of planting celestial beings. Talent, God-level comprehension, photographic memory, immunity to illusions, indomitable will. Special abilities, power of the dragon god, breath of nature. Items, storage ring X1, celestial soil X1, super divine water X2, celestial beans X100, nimbus cloud X2. It is time to commence the cultivation of the secret tome of immortality. Presently, I am not even at the level of the divine realm. My strength remains woefully inadequate. Chen Bei pondered. However, I must first organize my thoughts. Where should I begin? There is much to learn. Before the 3,000 great paths lie 4 doors. Excluding the incomplete Great Destiny art, 3 remain. The Great Acupoint Technique, the Great Blood Soul Technique, and the Great Faith Technique. Both the Great Acupoint Technique and the Great Blood Soul Technique are superb paths for cultivating the physical body and can be practiced concurrently. However, the Great Faith Technique requires the cultivation of followers, which complicates matters, so I shall set it aside for now. Moreover, I can also begin planting the celestial beans, but I must first release the celestial soil. But where should it be placed? I shall store it in the storage ring. There should be ample space. I will plant the celestial beans within the confines of the storage ring. System, utilize the celestial soil and place it within the storage ring. Ding. Successful use of celestial soil. As soon as the celestial soil emerged in Chen Bei's storage ring, it radiated brilliant rays of light, illuminating the entire ring's realm. The celestial soil then randomly chose a direction and dove downwards, merging into the ground. Suddenly, the ground within the ring trembled, and the surrounding space seemed on the verge of collapse, fissures appearing, chaotic currents surging, and terrifying thunderbolts striking, while the ground erupted with streams of lava. For a moment, Chen Bei felt as though he were witnessing the end of the world. Goodness, could there be a problem? My storage ring and my celestial soil. Please do not be destroyed. I am counting on you for prosperity. Chen Bei was filled with anxiety, utterly perplexed by the sudden changes. The moment the celestial soil was released, such a drastic transformation occurred, catching him off guard. Had he known, he would have consulted the system beforehand. Indeed, Chen Bei remained as unreliable as ever. Ding! There is no need for concern, host. This is the celestial soil merging with the ring's space. Due to its unique properties, The celestial soil will continue to grow and may even transform into a chaotic universe. It is merely adjusting to the space for now, allowing the ring's realm to accommodate it. The ring space will expand alongside the celestial soil. With the system's explanation, Chen Bei felt reassured. He now simply awaited the results. According to the system's description, this signifies an upgrade of the ring space. Perhaps it is more appropriate to refer to it as the ring world. Henceforth, Chen Bei shall be the lord of a world, and this world will continue to grow. At this moment, within the confines of the ring space, countless spatial rifts continued to permeate the area. Farther afield, the very fabric of space appeared to be fracturing, revealing only an expanse of utter darkness, amidst which surged a chaotic flow of hues resembling black and gray. These streams were incessantly devoured by the ring space, transforming into mountains, rivers, valleys, and flourishing flora. Within this realm, various streams of pure white, crimson, and obsidian emerged, embodying the essence of diverse attributes of celestial energy. In the central area, where the celestial energy was most concentrated, there existed substances akin to a mixture of crystalline and liquid forms, yet their true nature remained indistinct, obscured by the myriad celestial energies that hindered any probing gaze. Chapter 14. Refinement and organization. The ring space was evolving into a world complete with mountains and waters, trees and grasses, and perhaps in the future, even sentient beings. Observing this, Chen Bei could not help but marvel at the prowess of the celestial soil and the magnificence of the system. His consciousness gradually returned to himself, and he distinctly sensed that his mental prowess had significantly intensified, rendering his perception of the surrounding environment far more acute. He could clearly hear the soft rustle of a leaf falling, and he could manipulate various external objects with his mental energy, akin to telekinesis. Should he unleash the full extent of his mental strength, he felt capable of moving an entire mountain. Moreover, his control over energy had also strengthened. Initially, he could condense energy into a single mass, but now he could focus it into a pinpoint. As his mental power escalated, Chen Bei was now able to meld his mental energy with the elemental currents, directing their flow. More impressively, he could compress and fuse these energies, allowing for various transformations. For instance, akin to Master Roshi's ability to convert energy into lightning, Chen Bei could transform it into water, fire, wind, and so forth. However, he was still unable to conjure matter from thin air. He could merely transmute energy into another form of energy. This indicated that Chen Bei was steadily progressing toward the realm of divine abilities. Attaining this level would mean mastering the essence of vitality and magical power, a form of energy that was of a higher quality than mere elemental essence. The moment he perfected his divine abilities would mark a qualitative leap in his strength. Chen Bei had reached the realm of spiritual awakening, wherein his mental energy was sufficiently potent to extend outward, allowing him to control other objects or assault the souls of adversaries. He had achieved this during the integration of his golden eyes, and with further guidance from Bobo and his own meticulous refinement, the application of his mental energy had become significantly more adept and fluid. Furthermore, the other dimension of spiritual awakening referred to his internal strength or life force beginning to transform into magical energy, imbued with a certain sentience. It could be governed by consciousness, mental energy, and other forms of control. This signified a fusion of spiritual power into magical energy, no longer merely stored within the body as internal energy, which could only manifest during attacks on others. In the realm of Dragon Ball, Qi is an energy stored within the body, whereas Yuan Qi is a form of energy intrinsically linked to the essence of all things in the universe. Embedded with a pure nature, Qi possesses distinct characteristics such as ferocity, terror, and malevolence, as referenced in the series. For instance, characters like Son Goku can sense the sinister aura emanating from others. Conversely, Yuan Qi is a natural essence, inherent to all beings, embodying the primal qualities of existence. In the narrative, Son Goku employs the Spirit Bomb, a manifestation of Yuan Qi, to confront those harboring malevolent intentions. This is fundamentally attributed to the spiritual force contained within Yuan Qi, which is notably pure, allowing it to repel beings with chaotic thoughts or those intent on wreaking havoc upon the world. Since Yuan Qi is derived from nature, any destruction of a natural order inevitably breeds enmity with it. Furthermore, due to the spiritual energy embedded within Yuan Qi, individuals with complex thoughts find it exceedingly difficult to harness its power. Only a pure-hearted soul like Goku, with an uncomplicated appetite, can manage to wield it. However, While Chen Bei also cultivates qi, he has no intention of practicing yuan qi, for although it is of superior quality, it is challenging to control due to the foreign spiritual energy it harbors. Lacking a pure heart, Chen Bei finds himself unable to effectively utilize yuan qi in the Dragon Ball universe, unless he discovers a method to mitigate its adverse effects in the future. Unlike other cultivation worlds, where spiritual energy naturally manifests throughout the cosmos, the energy in Dragon Ball is a straightforward form of qi that is easier to manipulate, primarily due to its abundance. Yuan qi, despite its elevated quality, appears to be wielded solely by Son Goku through the Spirit Bomb. Qi is indeed a form of energy, a manifestation of one's own yuan qi that can awaken latent potential and expand the body, thereby strengthening this intrinsic energy. However, it lacks the essence of immortality. Characters like Son Goku and Krillin inevitably age with the passage of time, likely tied to the rules governing the Dragon Ball universe, many of which remain obscure. Thus concludes the speculation regarding qi. Let us now explore the future cultivation path for Chen Bei. Firstly, he may continue his studies in the Dragon Ball techniques, progressing from qi to the divine qi, thereby augmenting his essence or continually awakening his bloodline powers, potentially following the path of the Super Saiyan. Secondly, he could pursue the art of immortality, mastering the rules and elevating his spiritual realm and power tier, an approach that holds considerable allure, particularly the prospect of eternal life. Nevertheless, residing within the Dragon Ball universe compels Chen Bei to practice the so-called qi, or primal energy, which, despite its devastating capabilities, lacks the substance for longevity. Hence, he must eventually seek to transition towards the path of immortality. Currently, the key to resolving this issue lies within that celestial land. Once the ring world successfully undergoes its transformation, Chen Bei need not worry about lacking high-quality energy absorption or the inability to elevate his realm. At that time, with his arms full of golden mountains and the continuous infusion of celestial energy from the ring world, his realm shall ascend with remarkable rapidity. At this moment, a smile began to break free at the corners of Chen Bei's mouth. Yet in an effort to maintain his composure, he stifled any sound, his face flushing a deep crimson, contorting in a manner that might lead the unknowing to believe he was encountering some affliction. For example, not far away, Bobo was under the impression that Chen Bei had experienced a setback in his cultivation, bewildered that a moment ago he appeared perfectly fine, only to suddenly transform in such a manner. Fortunately, this state did not persist for long, and Chen Bei soon returned to normalcy. Bobo released his concerns and stood quietly, awaiting Chen Bei's awakening. This shall suffice for now. I shall find another moment to meticulously organize my thoughts, as it is rather inconvenient with onlookers present. Chen Bei had resolved to conclude his meditation and reflection, feeling that he had sufficiently progressed and that it was time to pause for sustenance. Slowly, he opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of stale air before rising from the ground. Observing Chen Bei's cessation of cultivation, Bobo approached him. Mr. Chen Bei, you must have gained some insights. What are your plans moving forward? Thank you very much, Bobo. My realm has indeed improved significantly. Next, I wish to remain in the Divine Hall for further cultivation, and I hope you do not mind. Chapter 15, Signing in at the Divine Hall. After receiving permission from the celestial deity, Chen Bei was granted the opportunity to stay in the Divine Hall for continued training. As the celestial deity expressed a desire to observe this formidable young man for a while longer, let's hope he does not stray from the righteous path. The celestial deity murmured softly, gazing at Chen Bei's retreating figure. He himself had once been extraordinarily gifted, becoming a powerful martial artist who had passed numerous trials and received guidance from the previous generation's celestial deity of Earth. However, in his relentless pursuit of power, he had succumbed to the darker aspects of his psyche. Instead of overcoming his inner darkness, he chose to exploit a primal talent buried within his memories, separating his malevolent side from himself. Consequently, his dark persona, freed from its constraints, grew ever stronger, birthing ambitions of dominion over Earth and an insatiable desire for conquest. The celestial deity had contemplated intervening but hesitated, for they were intrinsically linked. Though separated, their lives remained intertwined. This connection led the celestial deity to falter and refrain from taking direct action. He diligently surveyed humanity on Earth, ultimately selecting a martial artist with a heart of justice. The master of the Turtle Sage, Wu Tai Do. After testing Wu Tai Do, the celestial deity imparted a sealing technique to him, along with a warning regarding its potential side effects. The final martial sage did not disappoint him, successfully sealing away his malevolent side. However, due to his hesitation, countless lives were lost on Earth, and indirectly, a powerful martial artist met his demise because of him, leaving a lingering guilt in his heart. Chen Bei followed Bobo into a relatively secluded and tranquil room. The decor was not lavish, yet possessed all the essentials necessary for rest. As for cultivation, the temple provided specialized training grounds, and being a servant of the divine, Bobo had the capability to modify some simple areas based on the temple's infrastructure. In an instant, Chen Bei's expression began to darken. He decided to cast aside his troubling thoughts and proceeded to examine the forthcoming rewards. The talent of vacuum survival was indeed a commendable boon. Unlike ordinary Earthlings and Saiyans, who are heavily reliant on oxygen for their bodily functions due to their inability to breathe autonomously, often referred to as internal respiration, being akin to Frieza's race. They do not depend on external oxygen, as their bodies can generate the energy required for their operations independently. With this talent, Chen Bei need not fear enemies obliterating planets. And more importantly, he could venture into the vastness of space in search of additional cultivation resources, a crucial aspect of his journey. Chen Bei's advancement in realms was not solely contingent upon the augmentation of his strength. He also needed to seek out the resources requisite for each level, such as the essence of laws and attributes. Chapter 16, Abundant Rewards. The ability of limb regeneration likely belonged to the Namekians. He recalled an instance when Piccolo's arm was severed, only to regrow it through this very ability, albeit the process appeared rather uncomfortable. Unlike the likes of Majin Buu, who could regenerate even when obliterated to fragments, this limb regeneration ability was confined to limbs and less significant body parts. Should vital organs like the heart or brain sustain damage, they cannot be restored. Thus, one could say this skill merely endowed Chen Bei with improved recovery capabilities without granting him immortality. Furthermore, owing to the nature of the skill, it could also be bestowed upon others, effectively rendering Chen Bei a kind of indirect healer. Previously, Chen Bei had acquired a spell with healing capabilities, the resurrection technique. However, its execution came at a considerable cost, which led him to seldom contemplate its use. It was not that Chen Bei could not afford such costs, but rather, he believed there was no merit in paying when one could receive without expense. With the availability of divine beings and the limb regeneration skill, alongside the life-saving resurrection technique, Chen Bei could now indulge himself with a sense of security, provided he did not encounter destructive gods or angels, those exceptional beings. The art of duplication, though seemingly simple and rudimentary at first glance, is a sophisticated technique produced by the system, with an almost flawless track record. This method of duplication has evolved by integrating the strengths of various world-renowned duplication techniques, transcending the mere act of creating copies. Among the myriad forms of duplication we are familiar with are the shadow clones from Naruto, the hair-based duplication technique employed by the Monkey King, Son Wukong, in Journey to the West, and the reproductive splitting ability of the Namekians in the Dragon Ball universe, which bears resemblance to duplication as they can also merge once more. The duplication technique rewarded by this system encapsulates the advantages of all these diverse methods. For instance, as the user's strength increases, so too can the number of duplicates, allowing for the sharing of cultivation experiences and the ability to train independently, akin to the principles of one chi transforming into three purities and the corpse-slaying technique. This duplication technique can be broadly categorized into several types. The first is the temporary clone, which allows for the unrestricted creation of duplicates at the expense of some energy. These clones can assist with menial tasks or training. The second type is the combat clone, which matches the original strength and possesses identical abilities. The third, more unique type involves sacrificing certain abilities of the original to be cultivated independently by the clone. The clone's strength is limitless, and its thoughts are autonomous, yet it remains subordinate to the original, alleviating any concerns of betrayal. Next, we encounter the Great Wish Technique, one of the 3,000 Great Paths, also known as the Great Loan Technique, Great Exploitation Technique, or Great Cheating Technique. The most conspicuous effect of this path is its capacity to turn falsehood into truth, drawing resources from other realms and even allowing for loans from one's future self, thereby augmenting future powers. In essence, this is a profoundly potent manifestation of the 3,000 Great Paths. The execution of the Great Wish Technique requires a significant cost. It is not merely an act of idle talk to gain its benefits. Firstly, one must gather the wishes of sentient beings. often referred to in Buddhist and Taoist teachings as wish power. The notoriety of Buddhist practices stems from their understanding of the needs of the common people, employing various means to manifest divine presence. A key reason for their fame lies in their audacious nature. Secondly, one may use their own wish power to incur debts, thus gaining the favor of the heavens and the earth. A notable example of this is found in the duo from the West, who boldly express grand aspirations to attain sainthood. Thirdly, the consumption of one's own fortune is necessary. The more abundant the fortune, the greater the feats that can be achieved through the great wish technique. Fortune, an enigmatic and elusive concept, cannot be overlooked by anyone. It represents an individual's connection to the universe, their future self, or even prominent figures. With the augmentation of fortune, one can encounter auspicious circumstances, transforming misfortune into blessings. In more extraordinary cases, one might find themselves struck by a treasure while venturing out, stumbling upon ancient tomes while scavenging, or even arriving in the world with an inherent advantage. The Great Wish technique can be activated through the channeling of fortune, rendering its capabilities undeniably formidable. The wondrous nature of the Great Wish technique requires no elaboration. It rightfully stands as the third great path, existing beneath the realms of fate and causality, representing a transcendent avenue that surpasses both time and space. Next comes the reward bestowed by the celestial beings, the first of which is the renowned skill, the magic sealing wave. While it may not appear extraordinary, being merely a simple sealing technique, it poses a risk to those of insufficient strength or those attempting to seal a being stronger than themselves, often leading to dire consequences. Following this is the magic flash, a signature technique of Piccolo, which is predominantly utilized by his disciple, Bulma, who rarely resorts to her father's iconic Kamehameha. The advantages of this skill lie in its brief charging time, high explosive power, and swift execution, after which there is little else to say. Then comes instant transmission. Chen Bei was captivated by this ability. Having watched Dragon Ball, he had always yearned for the capability to teleport like Goku, to traverse anywhere his heart desired. However, he was uncertain about which version of instant transmission he would acquire. If it were similar to the previous clone technique, amalgamating various strengths, it would be most desirable. Thus, Chen Bei promptly perused the skill description. Instant transmission, an upgraded version integrated by the system, amalgamates the strengths of various forms of teleportation from numerous worlds, resulting in a unique skill. Its fundamental ability is to teleport, allowing for rapid movement through space at close distances, accompanied by the capacity to sense auras or to teleport randomly. For precise targeting, one must possess spatial coordinates or mental prowess to cover the specific location. This instant transmission grows stronger in tandem with the user's abilities, evolving from initially traversing spatial crevices to ultimately crossing dimensions and worlds, thus proving to be immensely powerful. Upon reading the description of instant transmission, Chen Bei felt a surge of satisfaction, believing he had taken a significant step closer to invincibility. Regrettably, this skill is contingent upon one's prowess, and currently, his strength does not permit interstellar travel. However, within the confines of Earth, it would suffice. Next is the Super Namekian bloodline gene. Having previously obtained a Saiyan bloodline, this was not unfamiliar territory for Chen Bei. Nevertheless, with his possession of dragon god power and the ability to regenerate severed limbs, he held the Super Namekian bloodline gene in less regard. Primarily, he feared that merging with the Super Namekian bloodline might transform him into a diminutive green being, while appearing healthy and capable of photosynthesis, thus negating the need for sustenance. Chen Bei was unwilling to accept such a fate. He was neither a stoic man of steel nor eunuch, and he did not wish to forfeit his options in choosing a partner. Thus, he decided to set aside this perilous item for the time being. Chapter 17. An abundance of rewards too. This series of rewards varied from the mundane to the extraordinary, each certainly enviable by the average individual. Chen Bei's heart brimmed with joy. The sheer volume of rewards was exhilarating. It was akin to a lottery. Once commenced, one could hardly cease, for the thrill was akin to a stimulant, invigorating the spirit. Continuing onward, I encountered yet another of the 3,000 great avenues, the grand sealing technique. This path possesses formidable powers, capable of sealing and controlling everything imaginable. Essentially, all conceivable sealing techniques are encompassed within its domain. When mastered to perfection, one could seal the boundless fabric of time and space with but a thought, rendering it an exceptionally potent avenue. The previous magical sealing wave pales in comparison. akin to a mere newborn in the presence of the grand sealing technique. Splendid. Yet another of the 3,000 great avenues has come into my possession. I ponder what scene will unfold when I have truly gathered all 3,000 avenues. As my thoughts soared, I envisioned myself as the eternal immortal king. However, I must return to the matter at hand. The next reward is to be acquired from Bobo, a truly enigmatic entity. Even Earth is peculiar in this respect. For while other celestial bodies lack any semblance of divine beings, Earth possesses such mysteries. I shall not dwell on this further. Instead, I turn my attention to the next item description. Once again, I encounter a talent. I have already acquired numerous talents, including divine-level perception, photographic memory, and immunity to illusions, all of which are immensely powerful. This new talent is equally impressive, the ability to survive in a vacuum. Moreover, I have now received a creative talent, which is exceedingly gratifying. Though I have amassed such a plethora of abilities, I regret that I have yet to utilize them effectively. I resolve that upon claiming this reward, I shall earnestly experiment with these capabilities, for one must engage with them to truly understand their potential. Presently, I harbor another ambition, to create a world, a realm that belongs solely to me. My aspiration has already reached its halfway point. Once the evolution of the ring world is complete and its spatial stability secured, I shall establish my residence within it and cultivate my skills therein. It surpasses even the Dragon Ball universe, being composed of celestial soil which continuously generates ethereal energy. Prolonged residence in such an environment will enhance one's constitution through the transformative power of this energy, purifying one's foundation and cleansing the soul. I find myself wandering once more into fanciful thoughts. Let us examine the talent description. The talent of creation is a favored aspect of the cosmic laws of creation, often referred to as the law of Genesis. It represents a rudimentary manifestation of chaotic principles existing beneath the great avenues. Its primary ability lies in creation, with formidable strength, a rich imagination, and profound comprehension of these laws. One can create freely. Anything, whether human or object, that lies beneath the great avenues can be conjured forth. However, certain special creations entail the burden of their consequences, and lacking adequate strength may lead to one's downfall. For instance, should one wish to conjure an angel, the Dragon Ball universe would instinctively respond, imposing limitations upon such an act. This is due to the fact that such beings do not originate from the fabric of the world itself. While their absence may be inconspicuous, their presence could invoke the universe's regulatory forces, resulting in rejection or eradication for disrupting the order of time and space. Few possess the extraordinary ability to transcend the constraints of fate, as does Chen Bei. Endowed with fragments of grand destiny, is inherently unbound by causality. Should he harness the power of creation, he could effortlessly dismantle the repercussions of fate. Yet, his current lack of strength renders such aspirations futile, for he lacks the capability to manifest angels. Nonetheless, this ability is indeed commendable, as it allows Chen Bei to flourish within the realm of his own ring. The affinity for vital energy appears to be another distinctive power, akin to the breath of nature and the might of the dragon god, likely regarded as yet another unique ability within the Dragon Ball universe. Just as angels deftly wield the ultimate technique, deities of destruction command annihilative energy, and Supreme Kais effortlessly create. This affinity embodies a special capability birthed from the rules of the Dragon Ball realm. As the name suggests, this affinity indicates that Chen Bei, upon acquiring this ability, experiences a significant enhancement in his connection to vital energy. Specifically, he can either shield himself from or absorb the spiritual forces embedded within the vital energy, effortlessly utilizing it to bolster his strength or gather it without concern of losing control. Furthermore, this ability can enhance the initial impressions others have of Chen Bei, fostering an unconscious fondness towards him. Chapter 18. Commencement of Cultivation. With a deep sigh, Chen Bei finally calmed the turbulence within his heart. After reviewing all the rewards, he learned everything he could, and an overwhelming torrent of information surged into his mind. Fortunately, his mental acuity had been greatly enhanced. Otherwise, such a feat would have proven arduous. System, display the attributes panel. As per his usual practice, Chen Bei first examined his attributes. Ding! The attributes panel has been successfully opened. Host, Chen Bei. Race, human. Combat power, 1200. Skills, Eye of Spirituality, X-ray vision, mental detonation, mental piercing, memory retrieval, mental pressure, Monkey Fist, Whole Wave, Rebirth Technique, Dragon Ball Creation, Divine Language, Telepathy, Heart Communication, Limb Regeneration, Clone Technique, Magic Sealing Wave, Magic Flash, Instantaneous Movement. Cultivation Techniques, Fragment of Grand Destiny X1, Great Acupoint Technique, Great Blood Soul Technique, Eternal Secret Tome, Great Faith Technique, Great Wish Technique, Great Sealing Technique, Great Salvation Technique. Innate Talents, Divine Level Comprehension, Photographic Memory, Illusion Immunity, Indomitable Will, Vacuum Survival, Creation. Special Abilities, Might of the Dragon God, Breath of Nature, Affinity for Vital Energy. Items, Storage Ring, Infusion, Super Divine Water X2, Senza Beans X100, Nimbus Clouds X2, Universal Key, Senza Bean Cultivation Method, Super Namekian Bloodline Gene X1. Though his strength has seen some enhancement, it remains insufficient. With a combat power of 1200, he cannot even contend with the minions of Frieza. While he possesses numerous hidden cards, he has yet to master their utilization. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Bei realized he could no longer remain passive. Having only arrived in the Dragon Ball universe for a mere 3 to 5 days, he had already garnered such rewards and the potential to obliterate Earth. However, apart from a brief period of cultivation when he first acquired the profound techniques, he had not engaged in any formal practice since then. While this was somewhat due to the constraints of time, it was ultimately a choice made by Chen Bei, who felt he had not yet reached a sufficient level of inner stillness. One must not be overly indulgent. Prudence is the true path. Chen Bei murmured to himself, "Let us commence our cultivation, but this place feels somewhat restrictive. I shall inquire with Bobo." Meanwhile, having bid farewell to Chen Bei, Bobo returned to the side of the Divine Being, ever ready to heed his commands. The Divine Being was not surprised by Bobo's actions and resumed his own tasks. He initially utilized his powers to observe the Earth, gradually focusing his gaze on a particular location. However, from his vantage point in the Divine Hall, the average person would be entirely unaware of what the Divine Being was observing. Following his gaze would only reveal a thick layer of clouds. After a moment of contemplation, the Divine Being turned to Bobo and inquired, "What do you think of that young man?" Bobo regarded the young man as exceptionally talented, noting that his actions were commendable. He responded to the Divine Being without excessive flattery, sharing only his observations. "Indeed, he is a promising young man, although I cannot impart to him any formidable martial knowledge. I wish to test his character, hoping he remains untempted by power." The Divine Being mused, falling into deep thought once more. At that moment, a voice echoed from a distance. "Greetings, Divine Being and Bobo. I find myself in need of your assistance once more," Chen Bei said, a look of apology crossing his face. He felt somewhat embarrassed about continuously imposing on others' territory without being able to offer any assistance in return. His arrival disrupted the Divine Being's reverie, redirecting both of their attentions toward him until he approached closer. "I apologize, Divine Being and Bobo. I wish to find a place for cultivation, but I am not well acquainted with the Divine Hall. I must trouble you to guide me." Chen Bei stated his intentions, awaiting the Divine Being's response. Observing Chen Bei, the Divine Being did not decline, a gentle smile gracing his features. "No problem at all. I shall have Bobo escort you. As long as you refrain from causing any destruction within the Divine Hall or entering any forbidden areas, everything else is permissible." The Divine Being glanced at Chen Bei before continuing. "If you require anything while in the Divine Hall, simply communicate with Bobo. There is no need to seek my approval repeatedly. It would also be wise for you to familiarize yourself with the environment of the Divine Hall to avoid inadvertently wandering into restricted zones." The Divine Being offered this kind reminder, for it is indeed true that while the Divine Hall is not extensive, it connects to numerous dimensional spaces and the resting places of past Divine Beings, which are not to be entered lightly. The Celestial Being is concerned that Chen Bei might inadvertently wander into certain places. Although Chen Bei possesses considerable strength, these locations are unique, and mere power is insufficient. "Thank you very much, Celestial Being, and Bobo. I shall rely on you more in the future." Chen Bei understood that the Celestial Being was offering well-meaning advice and refrained from arguing or retorting. Bobo, who was listening nearby, nodded in agreement and prepared to lead Chen Bei to the training grounds. "Very well, follow me. The Celestial Palace has many rooms, and it is best not to enter them recklessly. If you have any questions or uncertainties, do not hesitate to seek me out." With a glance at the Celestial Being, and upon receiving a nod in return, Bobo guided Chen Bei into the palace, traversing the corridor until they reached the entrance of a room. "This is a room designated for training. You may enter now." I will wait outside, so feel free to call for me if you need anything. Bobo did not accompany Chen Bei inside, but stood at the doorway. All right, I shall go in. Chen Bei did not dwell on the minor details. Bobo's absence was actually a relief, allowing him to focus more intently on his training. He pushed open the door, revealing a space filled with floating stones and an expansive platform, ample for his needs. Once Chen Bei stepped into the room, the door closed behind him, and he paid it no mind, striding directly to the center of the platform to commence his formal training. His first focus was the great aperture technique, the one he was most familiar with. However, before proceeding, Chen Bei had another task at hand, the creation of a clone. He had acquired the clone technique, a remarkably advanced version, and intended to utilize it to train alongside himself, thereby enabling him to practice multiple techniques simultaneously and accelerate his learning experience without the need for solitary exploration. Clone. Chen Bei invoked the technique, and in an instant, several identical figures materialized beside him. Chapter 19. The marvelous utility of the clone technique in the azure sky. An island floated serenely. Within the confines of a sealed chamber on the sky island, Chen Bei sat at the center of a vast platform, surveying his creation. Before him were 5 clones, all conjured through the clone technique, each possessing abilities equal to his own and sharing a mental connection. This synergy would enhance their coordination in combat, and these clones represented the combat variants of the clone technique. The Saiyans are a unique race. Their strength surges most dramatically during battles, particularly following severe injuries, when their power can escalate exponentially. However, this phenomenon is conditional. In the original narrative, characters such as Son Goku and other Saiyans, despite numerous injuries and brushes with death, did not experience significant enhancements upon recovery, likely due to the nature of accumulation. In the Dragon Ball universe, power generally increases through training, with Saiyans being the notable exception, capable of enhancing their strength through recovery from grave wounds. Training typically encompasses 2 stages. The first involves augmenting one's foundation through relentless practice, allowing the body to store greater amounts of energy. Secondly, it is essential to unleash potential and gain complete mastery over the energy within one's body, enabling its effortless utilization and release. Prior to engaging in battle, Son Wukong and his companions often undergo extensive training. This may well be a phase of deepening their foundation, during which their strength sees minimal enhancement. However, when faced with greater challenges and pressures during combat, the accumulated latent potential is naturally released at a swifter pace. As for innate racial talents, they indeed vary from individual to individual. Not every Saiyan possesses the capacity to transform into a Super Saiyan, let alone the legendary bloodlines that manifest only once in a millennium. In the realm of Dragon Ball, the potential of Earthlings pales in comparison to that of Saiyans. Yet other worlds may differ. This discrepancy might be attributed to the influences of cosmic laws, whereby some individuals are favored by the universe, allowing them to thrive effortlessly and experience rapid growth in strength. These are merely conjectures from Chen Bei, as the intricacies of the Dragon Ball universe are fraught with inconsistencies. He is now prepared to test his hypotheses to ascertain if they align with his expectations. On a nearby open space, his clones stand in a row, silent and awaiting Chen Bei's directives. Rising abruptly, he dusts off his trousers and strides over to face his clones, observing the identical faces of his followers. Ah, how handsome! Truly, I am as striking as I perceive. Chen Bei unabashedly praises himself, playfully pinching the faces of his clones, shifting from side to side and patting their shoulders, moving about with unrestrained enthusiasm. Oh, I am simply too charming. I might just fall in love with myself. Those chiseled features, those eyes as profound as black holes. Engaging in another round of self-adulation, Chen Bei shows no signs of embarrassment and even inspects the clones' private parts, eliciting exasperation. His clones, thoroughly vexed by his antics, clench their fists, yearning to deliver a well-deserved beating to this shameless original. Had it not been for the constraints placed upon them, they would have eagerly ganged up on him. Though their thoughts are interconnected, they remain independent beings, capable of severing the mental link with their creator should he choose to do so, thus endowing them with distinct personalities. These clones exhibit a strong sense of individuality. Aside from their inability to betray, they are fundamentally akin to their original selves. Cough, cough, enough of that. Now, let us proceed to assign tasks. Chen Bei seems to have sensed his clone's desire to reprimand him and thus adopts a more restrained demeanor. Through their telepathic connection, he is acutely aware of their current sentiments. Well, I see you all understand my intentions. I shall now designate numbers for you, from left to right, 1 through 5, which will facilitate memorization. The clones nod in acknowledgement, prepared to await Chen Bei's subsequent instructions. Now, I shall engage in combat with number 1 to assess our strengths. I will sever the telepathic link between number 1 and myself, ensuring that we do not have to worry about revealing our moves during battle. The doppelganger, standing farthest to the left, steps forward, wearing a serious expression, refraining from any unnecessary movements. This is number 1, whose demeanor is somewhat aloof and approach to tasks is rather meticulous. Understood, came number 1's cold response. Suddenly, as if sensing something, he glanced at the other 4 doppelgangers, who nodded affirmatively at him. In an instant, number 1 comprehended their intent. The other 4 doppelgangers conveyed a message urging number 1 to deliver a thorough beating to this shameless original, ideally capturing him and giving a light-hearted flick to his lower regions, allowing the original to experience the embarrassment the doppelgangers had just endured. Number 1 was fully aware of the doppelganger's thoughts, yet he understood that this predicament was of his own making, and he must endure it with a heavy heart. Moreover, when it came to battling his doppelgangers, the outcome was uncertain. He did not believe he would be defeated. The two moved to a relatively open area, facing each other in a tense standoff. Both Chen Bei and number 1 stood calmly, searching for any weaknesses in one another's stances. After several tense seconds, number 1 made his move, teleporting directly behind Chen Bei and delivering a swift kick aimed at his neck. He initiated the attack upon noticing the original's lapse in vigilance. As Chen Bei stood before him with his arms crossed, number 1 aimed to teach the original a lesson. Unbeknownst to him, however, this was a deliberate feint by Chen Bei, who intended to provoke an attack from his doppelganger. Though this would place him at a slight disadvantage, it would also allow him to more readily identify number 1's vulnerabilities. As the doppelganger teleported beside him, Chen Bei had already sensed the impending strike. He deftly dodged the kick by bending forward, swiftly countering with a small energy blast. The energy blast surged forth at great speed, seemingly destined to strike number 1's abdomen. Yet, just then, number 1 executed another teleportation, narrowly evading the blast, which continued onward, eventually colliding with a floating rock. Boom! A resounding explosion erupted, shattering the rock into myriad fragments that scattered in all directions. Number 1's figure emerged, hovering in the air, gazing down at the original with a grave expression. He had narrowly avoided a direct hit. Without his teleportation, he might have already lost. Chapter 20. What a tragic situation it is. Once again, the two faced off in a tense standoff, each probing the other's abilities. The original Chen Bei was cunning and strategic, while doppelganger number 1 favored swift resolutions, demonstrating remarkable proficiency with his teleportation skills. Though they are the same individual, their personalities differ, and their habitual methods of combat vary as well. This is the hallmark of the technique of duplication. It does not merely replicate a person in entirety, but rather enhances strengths while compensating for weaknesses, allowing each clone to possess its own unique character. The advantage of this lies in the ability to recognize one's virtues while simultaneously uncovering one's shortcomings. Human character is ever-evolving. It is not immutable throughout one's life. As our personalities shift, so too do our behavioral patterns, creating a chain reaction. However, what we can strive for is to uphold our principles, ensuring that we are not swayed by emotions. That alone suffices. Chen Bei and Clone No. One have engaged in a round of combat, yet neither has landed a blow on the other. In this standoff, both are lost in thought, remaining stationary as they await the other's move. Observing the demeanor of his clone, Chen Bei realizes that it has grown wary, likely due to the shadow cast by his previous tactics, fearing a repeat of his cunning approach. If you are frightened, then surrender. It is not a disgrace, as only we are witness to this encounter, and we are all of one essence. A loss is inconsequential. One may simply reclaim victory in the future. Chen Bei begins to employ his taunting skills, urging clone number 1 to concede, yet he understands that no matter how outrageous his personality may be, outright surrender is far from its nature. His words serve merely to disrupt clone number 1's train of thought and provoke it further. In contrast, clone number 1 remains composed, not succumbing to irrationality prompted by the original's remarks, but instead contemplating rapid strategies for triumph. Suddenly, clone number 1 vanishes, executing a swift teleportation that brings it directly before Chen Bei. Great sealing technique. Clone number 1 promptly unleashes its sealing art, yet Chen Bei, still on high alert, does not falter upon witnessing the maneuver. In a flash, he too employs teleportation, evading his position. With a swift motion, Chen Bei reappears, now behind clone number 1. However, he refrains from launching an attack, fully aware that clone number 1 would be prepared for such a move. Indeed, clone number 1 reacts instantly, disappearing from Chen Bei's sight. This lack of engagement proves somewhat tedious. Teleportation feels akin to cheating, barring a spatial lockdown. Such a skill grants near invincibility. Observing clone number 1's reappearance, Chen Bei chooses dialogue over aggression. Indeed, this back and forth offers little excitement, nor does it significantly enhance our prowess. True growth stems from tangible, physical combat. Clone number 1 responds, yet raises a concern. However, our energy is limited. Utilizing such skills exhausts our stamina and reserves too quickly. In a one-on-one scenario, it would be more effective to train in a gravity chamber instead. Number 1 gazed at Chen Bei, briefly glancing at the other avatars lingering nearby, observing their overt movements. Chen Bei's lips involuntarily twitched. Yet, he comprehended that these avatars, as number 1 had stated, possessed limited energy. They were merely temporary combat avatars, derived from Chen Bei himself, and thus their energy reserves could not be overly abundant. Otherwise, Chen Bei would risk exhausting himself completely. Furthermore, he realized that with the Saiyan blood coursing through his veins, he had the ability to enhance his strength through recovery from severe injuries. Consequently, engaging in a brutal, hand-to-hand combat would indeed expedite his power enhancement. With these thoughts in mind, Chen Bei acquiesced to number 1's proposal. Very well, let us proceed together. The greater the pressure, the greater the enhancement. It is also an opportune moment to test that talent. Indeed, through a recent bout of signing in, Chen Bei had acquired a noteworthy talent, indomitable will, which would assist him in rapidly augmenting his strength under pressure. Thus, he resolved to put it to the test. Upon hearing Chen Bei's agreement, a subtle, mischievous smile crept across number 1's face, and he exchanged furtive glances with the nearby avatars. For the sake of a more effective battle, Chen Bei had already blocked the telepathic connection with his avatars, rendering him oblivious to their intentions. However, even if he had been aware, he would not have relinquished the challenge, for he understood that greater pressure would yield swifter advancement. The avatars, realizing they had tasks at hand, eagerly rubbed their fists together, approaching Chen Bei with beaming smiles. Seeing the grinning faces of his avatars, Chen Bei couldn't help but shudder, as if foreseeing impending misfortune. The avatars began to collaborate, for it was Chen Bei against 5. And while he had blocked their thoughts, they could still faintly sense each other's intentions. Number 1 stood resolutely before Chen Bei, while number 2 and number 3 flanked him on the left and right, respectively. Number 4 encircled him from behind, ensuring he could not escape their grasp. As for number 5, this cunning one had positioned himself directly above Chen Bei, sealing off his final avenue of retreat. It was evident that 5 against 1 left no room for defeat, barring any underhanded tactics from the main body. The avatars silently resolved to treat the main body well, aiding him in his ascension. A powerful wave of energy began to surge outward as the avatars unleashed their full potential without restraint. Standing in the center, Chen Bei did not falter. Although he recognized that the strength of his avatars matched his own, he refused to flee, for such an action would be futile. He yearned for a fervent battle. The sounds of fists and feet colliding reverberated through the air, and Chen Bei found himself momentarily overwhelmed. Number 1 gathered strength for a punch aimed squarely at Chen Bei's face, holding nothing back. Having resolved to forego any extraordinary abilities, Chen Bei had no means to evade the strike in time. He could only brace himself for the impact. With a swift punch, he blocked the attack from the first assailant. However, behind him, the 4th attacker launched an assault on Chen Bei. The 4th assailant leapt into the air and delivered a powerful kick, the force of which was formidable. If this blow connected, it was likely that Chen Bei would be incapacitated for a while. He attempted to sidestep the attack, but the 2nd and 3rd assailants gave him no opportunity, rushing towards him from either side. At that moment, Chen Bei could only try to leap away, but just as he managed to elevate his head, he was struck squarely in the face by the 5th assailant, who had been prepared and was sent crashing back. His stance faltered momentarily, and he was quickly surrounded by several clones. Damn it, seeing that punchable face of yours makes it impossible to hold back. Brothers, teach him a lesson. The 1st assailant instructed the clones. Hee, I won't hold back. Just leave the backside to me. The 5th assailant chimed in. Ha ha ha. This is going to be enjoyable, you shameless scoundrel, the 2nd assailant added without hesitation, diving into the fray. Hey, grab me a rubber band and give this shameless guy's brother a taste of our strength, the 3rd assailant exclaimed, exhilarated eager to deliver a few solid kicks. Had it not been for the fact that Chen Bei was already encircled by the other clones, he might have been pleading for mercy by now, shielding his younger brothers. The fifth assailant remained silent, vigilant from above, ensuring that Chen Bei could not escape the encirclement. Time passed, and soon Chen Bei was left lying on the ground, disheveled, with scarcely a whole part of his body intact. Bruises marred his skin, his eyes swollen like a frog's, and even his once handsome face was now unrecognizable, with several distinct footprints visible on his backside. Chapter 21. The rise in strength. The figure sprawled on the ground, twitched occasionally, blood and mucus flowing from his nose into his mouth. Chen Bei could not suppress his pain groans, feeling as though every bone in his body was shattered. He lay there, utterly exhausted, unable even to lift a hand, tears of regret streaming down his face. He lamented deeply, questioning why he had chosen to take on 5 opponents alone, why he had restricted himself from using teleportation, why he had insisted on a head-on confrontation, and why he hadn't protected his brothers, allowing them to endure such humiliation. Damn it. Just as he attempted to voice his grievances, a sharp pain shot through the corner of his mouth, causing him to gasp sharply and emit a hissing sound. In his frustration, he cursed the clones in his mind. Damn these clones for not knowing to go easy. They specifically target the vulnerable spots. Don't they realize this is also their body? This group is infuriating. They have tarnished my once handsome visage. Chen Bei felt a deep sorrow. Being ganged up on is an experience one cannot easily relish. It would be one thing if they had merely targeted different areas. But the most despicable act was their underhanded tactics. I am not usually this treacherous. These clones bear no resemblance to me at all. With a resigned sigh, Chen Bei continued to lie motionless, in dire need of time to recuperate, lacking any healing spells and finding the resurrection technique too extravagant. He felt both his body and spirit were thoroughly battered, rendering his situation exceedingly challenging. But he had the celestial beans. He nearly forgot. Hastily retrieving the beans from his system space, he placed one directly into his mouth. Although the process was excruciating, Chen Bei mustered the strength to swallow the bean whole. At the moment the celestial bean entered his abdomen, a surge of vibrant life energy rushed into Chen Bei's body, mending his injuries with astonishing rapidity. In the blink of an eye, most of his wounds had healed, and his mental state improved significantly. Rising to his feet, he assessed his physique. His skin remained as fair as jade, his visage strikingly handsome, and he was gratified to find his robust form intact. Apart from his tattered clothing, he noticed little change. Naturally, he chose to overlook his disheveled yet flowing hair. System, open the attribute panel, he commanded. Chen Bei distinctly sensed an enhancement in his strength, though the exact extent of his improvement eluded him. The panel successfully opened with a chime. Host, Chen Bei race, human combat power, 3,200 skills, spiritual eye, x-ray vision, mental explosion, mental piercing, memory reading, mental pressure, monkey fist, whole wave, resurrection technique, Dragon Ball creation, divine speech, telepathy, heart connection, limb regeneration, clone technique, demon seal wave, demon flash, instant transmission, techniques, fragment of great destiny technique, X1, great acupuncture technique, great blood soul technique, secret tome of immortality, great faith technique, great wish technique, great sealing technique, great universal salvation technique, talents, divine level comprehension, photographic memory, illusion immunity, indomitable will, vacuum survival, creation. Special abilities, dragon god power, breath of nature, vitality affinity. Items, ring world, super divine water, X2, celestial beans, X99, nimbus clouds, X2, celestial bean cultivation method, super Namekian bloodline gene. His power had nearly doubled, indeed confirming the Saiyan's legendary prowess. However, he surmised that even if he were to replicate his previous actions, the enhancement might be minimal. It seemed his potential had been somewhat awakened, suggesting that serious cultivation and potential accumulation would be essential for further advancement. Unlike ordinary beings, Saiyan's possessed greater physical potential, capable of storing more energy, thereby facilitating swifter and easier growth in strength, a manifestation of their racial endowment. Some intricacies, such as the Oozru transformation and Super Saiyan transformation, transcended the laws of conservation of mass and energy. Truly, as the old adage states, in the realm of the strong, science holds little relevance. Time has passed significantly, and Chen Bei feels that today's cultivation has sufficed. He is currently focusing on the Dragon Ball technique, concentrating solely on enhancing his strength while leaving his realm of existence to fate. Once the evolution of the ring world is complete, Chen Bei will be able to embark on a rapid pursuit of the path to immortality, alleviating his concerns about lifespan and allowing him to extend his years. Now at the age of 23, his body has been remarkably transformed through the system and techniques, rendering him even more appealing and youthful, prompting others to overlook his age. However, Chen Bei is aware that there is still over a decade before the onset of the Dragon Ball narrative, at which point he will be in his 30s. A phase he is reluctant to embrace, as the lifespan of ordinary individuals is limited and aging is inevitable. Saiyans, while experiencing a prolonged youth, are not exempt from aging either. Chen Bei harbors a desire to avoid being labeled as an old uncle, striving instead to attain the realm of eternal life to sidestep the sudden transformation into an elderly figure. As for why Chen Bei has not employed his creative talent to obtain cultivation resources, it is because he later learned that such abilities require study. Creating items necessitates an understanding of their fundamental composition. Much like humans who can speak but must learn what to articulate, Chen Bei realizes that to create the items he desires, he must first comprehend their nature. Otherwise, he is left with nothing. In the world of Dragon Ball, even the Kaishin are not merely given their titles. They must also undergo study and assessments, enduring a lengthy journey to truly become Kaishin. In fact, Kaishin Shin is somewhat of a novice, lacking in knowledge due to the previous generation being consumed by Majin Buu, thus granting him the opportunity to ascend as the new Kaishin. It is crucial to remember that becoming a Kaishin is not a trivial matter. Even the gods of Earth must pass evaluations, let alone those of a higher caliber. One must not forget that among the Galactic Patrol, there exists a trainee angel mingling within. Currently, Chen Bei possesses the ability to create ordinary substances, such as water and sand, and has no significant issues with food. However, he struggles with more advanced items, requiring further research into their characteristics to grasp the means of creation. Lacking ability renders one powerless. A lesson Chen Bei has come to understand profoundly. He has resolved to transform himself into an exemplary student, dedicating himself to diligent study and self-improvement. Well, it's time to venture out for a meal. Chen Bei muses, and he makes his way toward the entrance. Chapter 22. A leisurely life thus. Chen Bei settled within the God Temple, spending his days either sparring with his avatars or indulging in meals and rest. As for the cultivation of other abilities, he has temporarily set them aside, preferring to experiment with those unique powers once he enters the ring world. His current abilities are extraordinarily distinct. While they do not attract excessive attention at present, it is prudent to remain vigilant. The god remains as he always was, either lost in thought or on the verge of daydreaming, his contemplations a mystery to Chen Bei. Occasionally, he engages in brief conversations with Chen Bei, but his words are few and far between. As for Bobo, he resembles a tireless automaton, bustling about daily. After attending to the divine, he must also prepare meals for Chen Bei, whose Saiyan lineage demands an astonishingly prodigious appetite. One cannot fathom how Bobo manages to keep pace with Chen Bei's voracious consumption. Beyond his cultivation of chi, Chen Bei diligently hones his combat experience. He does not succumb to fear despite the relentless beatings from his clones. Instead, he employs a group combat mode to train himself. This method, though arduous, significantly enhances his strength, as each training session leaves him utterly exhausted, requiring a period of recuperation. During battles, he must maintain acute focus. Otherwise, the perilous consequences could be dire. Overall, this combat approach markedly accelerates his growth. Initially, Chen Bei was akin to a recluse, exercising only sporadically and spending the majority of his time cooped up indoors, with scant social interactions. He did have a few close friends, yet after graduation, they each embarked on their own paths, leaving him hesitant to intrude upon their lives. Consequently, he was once a mere novice in combat, ill-equipped to wield any newfound power. However, after acquiring divine-level insight and an exceptional memory, his experience has rapidly improved. Nonetheless, due to his limited combat exposure, he still faced deficiencies, which he has finally begun to rectify. After approximately half a month of relentless training and battles, alongside his clones in exploring various techniques of Qi, Chen Bei has mastered its application with remarkable finesse. He can effortlessly wield techniques such as Qi Yuan Slash and Qi Gong Cannon. During this period, he also developed an impressive martial art while enduring beatings, allowing him to engage in combat with greater fluidity and autonomy, no longer relegated to a passive role. He aptly named this newfound technique Hunyuan Wuji Shentao, signifying a state of being amidst boundless chaos, calm and composed, formless and elusive, yet omnipresent. Chapter 23. A transformation of mental power in the depths of slumber. Chen Bei found himself enveloped in a dream, traversing the celestial river of the cosmos. Breaking free from the primordial void, amidst a haze of chaotic energy, he drifted into the distance, where a vast river emerged on the horizon, shimmering in a myriad of vibrant colors, starkly contrasting the surrounding darkness. Those who beheld this river were irresistibly drawn to its unexpected brilliance, as if entranced by its allure. The origin and destination of this river remained a mystery, its contents obscured from view. Yet, one could discern fragments floating within its depths, some large, some small, some radiating dazzling light, while others lay muted and dim. Chen Bei, in a hazy state, felt as though he grasped something ephemeral. A warm light suddenly illuminated his face. Startling him awake, he gasped for breath, gradually calming his racing heart, and pondered, was that merely a dream? Yet it felt so vividly real. What was that river? At last, it seems I've grasped something elusive. With such temptation lingering, Chen Bei could not help but ponder the nature of the dream he had just experienced. His confusion stemmed from the sensation that upon awakening, his mental prowess had surged dramatically, enabling him to think more swiftly and perceive further and with greater precision. System, are you aware of what I just dreamt? Chen Bei began to inquire, hoping the system could illuminate his uncertainties. Ding! The host's primordial spirit has just departed from the body, and due to the connection between your true spirit and the fragments of fate, you have been drawn by some extraordinary entity into the realm of time and space. The realm of time and space? What is that? I am familiar with the rivers of fate, the river of time, and the river of the underworld, and I distinctly saw a river. Why then is it referred to as the realm of time and space? Ding! To clarify your doubts, the river of fate is the boundless river encompassing all life and spirit, teeming with infinite opportunities and terrors. The rivers of fate from various cosmic realms are but tributaries of this vast expanse, while the true essence remains elusive and unfathomable, transcending the causality of time and space. The river of time flows through the past, present, and future. It is the river of beginnings and endings, containing the power of endless time. Only those of great eternal essence can transcend time, and like the river of fate, it diverges into countless tributaries, with its true traces nowhere to be found. The river of the underworld represents the river of all sins and their consequences, where one who enters becomes forever tainted by endless transgressions. With its tributaries scattered across various universes, the locations of which remain unknown. The so-called realm of time and space is the convergence of time and space, a derivation of infinite dimensions, where each world births countless similar realms. These worlds are embraced by the river of time and space, a river unique to the grand cosmos, containing fragments that represent various derivative worlds. Upon hearing the system's elucidation, Chen Bei finally comprehended that he had entered the realm of time and space within the Dragon Ball universe. However, it was not his physical form that had traversed there. Rather, it was his ephemeral spirit that had been drawn, allowing him to stumble upon this wondrous place. Ding! Detection indicates that the host has fused with the fragmented will of the world, resulting in an enhancement of mental capacity. After delivering this statement, the system fell silent. Chen Bei refrained from pressing further inquiries and instead engaged in deep contemplation of the words spoken by the system. The rivers of time and space, as well as the river of fate, are indeed realms governed by special rules. Until one transcends these realms, all beings remain subject to their constraints. Chen Bei had once believed he had glimpsed the river of fate. Indeed, a novice remains a novice. I am unworthy. It turned out to be merely a derivative river of the Dragon Ball universe, representing its very essence, though it should not be underestimated. According to the system, it seemed that what he had ultimately grasped was a fragment of the world's will, though he remained unaware of which world it belonged to. The Dragon Ball universe is comprised of numerous realms, including Dragon Ball Z, Dragon Ball Kai, Dragon Ball GT, Dragon Ball AF, and Dragon Ball Super, among others. Beyond these, there exists a plethora of cinematic narratives, such as the Broly Saga, the Android Saga, the Cooler Saga, and the God of Destruction arc, each contributing to a vast tapestry of interconnected tales. It can be said that every timeline gives rise to countless worlds that, while similar, possess their own distinct identities. Perhaps this is the enchanting nature of rules. Time and space, though fundamentally different constructs, intertwine, resulting in the emergence of myriad dimensions. When these dimensions attain a certain level of power, they spontaneously generate a world consciousness, which then undergoes continuous evolution, ultimately becoming an independent and complete universe. Furthermore, such a universe can assimilate others, broadening and perfecting itself through fusion or consumption. However, when a universe is invaded, obliterated by a formidable force, or collapses upon itself, remnants of its essence and consciousness remain. These fragments of the universe exist in a material form, while the shards of consciousness manifest in a fragmented mental state, devoid of autonomous awareness. In the realm of fantasy literature, we often encounter the notion of consuming the core of a world to gain dominion over it. This core is, in essence, the material embodiment of the world consciousness. In a certain sense, it is the will of the universe that births the material world, rather than the other way around, suggesting that this will is malleable. Let us now consider the implications of these fragmented shards of world consciousness. Firstly, they facilitate a deeper comprehension of the material aspects of the universe, albeit one that is already shattered. Secondly, they bestow a measure of mental fortitude. Thirdly, they enable the perception of other world consciousnesses. There are also other complex effects, which I shall not elaborate on here. However, the shard of world consciousness that Chen Bei acquired is fragmented, merely enhancing his mental capacity without any remarkable sensations. Perhaps the shard he obtained is too minuscule, yet it has indeed provided some enhancement, resulting in a net positive gain in spiritual power. Upon reflection, Chen Bei's mental prowess has increased by more than fivefold. Previously, he could only vaguely sense the confines of Earth with his mind. Now, he can extend his perception to nearby celestial bodies. This enhancement is not reliant on energy, but is purely a manifestation of mental strength, marking a significant advancement in his spiritual realm. It was unexpected that such benefits could arise from moments of relaxation. It seems that future indulgences and leisure are warranted. Chen Bei has found an excuse for future laziness, aware that such serendipitous events are rare, and he is merely jesting. After all, life encompasses not just the immediate struggles, but also the myriad challenges that lie ahead. Chapter 24. The Hyperbolic Time Chamber. After a period of languid repose, Chen Bei feels it is time to contemplate the path that lies ahead. At this moment, Son Wukong, or perhaps more fittingly, Kakarot, has yet to be born. In contrast, the legendary Super or Saiyan Broly, who is of a similar age to Wukong, did not enjoy a favorable beginning upon his arrival into the world. It is indeed unfortunate to witness such extraordinary talent squandered. Broly is a character meticulously crafted within the Dragon Ball universe, yet he succumbs to the plot's constraints and the overwhelming nature of his potential, as well as his unfriendliness towards the protagonist group. Had he not perished, it is conceivable that the outcome would have spelled doom for the heroes. In truth, Broly's disposition is not malevolent. He is among the more amiable of Saiyans. However, his exile from a young age, coupled with the lack of genuine guidance from his father, Paragus, who even cruelly harmed Broly's friends, has deeply scarred him, betrayed by those closest to him and regarded by his father as a mere tool for vengeance. These elements have twisted Broly's character significantly. The reasons behind Broly's ferocity are manifold. A deficiency in spiritual cultivation, an absence of control over his immense power, and the overwhelming nature of his Saiyan bloodline, which burgeons too swiftly, leading to bouts of uncontrollable rage. Without mastery over this force, he risks being obliterated by it. The relationship between power and its wielder is reciprocal. To augment one's strength without the ability to govern it results in becoming a slave to that power, ultimately leading to self-destruction. Chen Bei harbors a sense of pity for Broly, recalling how, in the film, Broly succumbed to rage and ultimately killed his own father. Yet, he also contemplates a puzzling narrative inconsistency. If Broly's strength vastly surpasses that of Vegeta and Son Wukong, why does he not simply annihilate them? Instead, he engages in a prolonged struggle. If truly unrestrained, would Broly exhibit mercy? Surely, he would likely eliminate them without hesitation. Perhaps we ought not to perceive Dragon Ball merely as a sequential narrative. If Broly is aware of his propensity for losing control, could it be that he intentionally holds back during his battles with Son Wukong and the others? This, too, is a possibility. Moreover, another factor lies in the Saiyans' penchant for arrogance. Even the rampaging Broly is not exempt, relishing the opportunity to toy with his adversaries. The world of Dragon Ball is replete with enigmas. Yet, enigmas aside, living within this realm allows Chen Bei to witness with his own eyes, listen with his ears, feel with his heart, and traverse the boundless expanse of time and space, bearing witness to countless wonders. Lying in his room, Chen Bei muses over various possibilities, uncertain whether such scenarios might manifest in the future. The temporal continuity of many plots within Dragon Ball seems misaligned, perhaps even representative of parallel universes. The true nature of his own timeline remains elusive, only to be elucidated following his victories over Frieza and Cell, ultimately revealing which world he has emerged from in the saga of Majin Buu. For in the narrative of GT, the legacy of Goku's wish persists, enabling the reincarnation of Majin Buu. Absent this wish, Chen Bei's uncertainty would only deepen, as it could be a world of super or another distinct timeline altogether. It is in moments of leisure that one's mind tends to wander, for it is during such times that the spirit is most at ease, allowing a myriad of thoughts to suddenly surface. Chen Bei felt that he could no longer remain idle, otherwise his mind would surely explode. Of course, this was merely an exaggerated expression. In truth, Chen Bei was not simply resting. He was keenly observing the evolution of the ring world. For he had heard the system's prompt indicating that the ring world would soon stabilize, at which point he could enter. During this period of idleness, he was not only recuperating, but also enhancing his strength through diligent practice. However, the monotony of repetitive training could be tiresome, prompting Chen Bei to take a brief respite to refresh his mind, while simultaneously preparing to transition to the eternal life technique. Thanks to the ring world, he was not lacking in training resources. Yet, mastering the eternal life technique was incredibly time-consuming and demanded a certain aptitude. Chen Bei was not concerned about his talent. Rather, he needed time, and fortunately, the plot had yet to unfold, with formidable adversaries still absent. Although he aimed to shift his focus to the eternal life technique, Chen Bei did not intend to abandon the Dragon Ball technique and the evolution of the Saiyan bloodline. He contemplated ways to cultivate these disciplines concurrently, believing that training should complement each other. If one possesses advantageous traits, they should be retained. Chen Bei was not one to cling to conservative ideologies. Moreover, he found the Saiyan transformations quite impressive, while they might not compare to the eternal life technique. Looking cool was a lifelong endeavor. Even if he could not surpass it, he still wanted to master the transformation. Such a skill should not be forsaken. The Dragon Ball technique offered rapid strength enhancement, which is why Chen Bei had no plans to relinquish it. He envisioned creating several training avatars, each with independent thoughts capable of self-directed cultivation, thus eliminating the fear of wasting time. He would send an avatar practicing the eternal life technique into the ring world, while his main self focused on the Dragon Ball technique and the Saiyan bloodline. Having devised this plan, Chen Bei felt prepared. However, he sought a new location for training. Disappearing suddenly within the heavenly temple would undoubtedly attract the attention of the deity, who would sense his absence. To avoid drawing excessive scrutiny, Chen Bei believed it was prudent to change his training environment. What? You wish to enter the hyperbolic time chamber? The deity exclaimed in astonishment, intrigued by how Chen Bei had learned of its existence, as he had never mentioned it to him. Could it be Bobo? Unlikely, for Bobo would not allow others to enter such places freely. How, then, did Chen Bei come to know of it? The deity pondered. Do you understand the purpose of the hyperbolic time chamber? It is not a benign place. He refrained from inquiring how Chen Bei had acquired this knowledge, and instead continued. Your training speed is commendable, and you are still young. There is no need to excessively pursue power. The deity was not keen on Chen Bei's approach, believing him to be setting overly ambitious expectations for himself. He had observed Chen Bei's progress over the past few days. From their first encounter, he had recognized that he was no match for Chen Bei, and now, after further rigorous training, Chen Bei had gained considerable experience in combat and energy manipulation. It could be said that no one on Earth could pose a threat to Chen Bei any longer. The celestial deity pondered why Chen Bei, despite his formidable strength, still sought the time chamber. Although the chamber indeed hones one's willpower, the enhancement of strength fundamentally relies on innate talent and relentless training. Even without entering the time chamber, Chen Bei could undoubtedly continue to progress. Upon hearing the celestial's musings, Chen Bei fell into a brief silence before articulating. Perhaps our adversaries in the future will not be limited to those on Earth. What do you mean? Could you elucidate further? The celestial deity suddenly felt a twinge of anxiety. He contemplated more than Chen Bei had anticipated, aware that other forms of life existed within the cosmos. As the guardian of Earth, he possessed the authority to venture into the underworld, where he had encountered beings of immense power, far surpassing his own. Although they were long deceased, Their presence had left an indelible impression on him. Concern washed over him. If extraterrestrial life were to invade Earth, could he truly withstand such an onslaught with his current abilities? The celestial deity was cognizant of the existence of the Dragon Balls, which had once been singular and created to benefit humanity. Regrettably, the overuse of the Dragon Balls had led to numerous crises, forcing the deity to split them into 7 to mitigate the risk of misuse and unnecessary destruction. What would happen if their extraordinary powers fell into the hands of extraterrestrial beings? He contemplated this for a long while before falling silent. "Understand. Follow me," he instructed, refraining from further inquiries. The time chamber was not a forbidden place. Though curious about how Chen Bei had learned of it, he recognized that everyone harbors their own secrets. He had long since outgrown the naivety of youth. In the world of adults, understanding sufficed without excessive dialogue. He merely hoped that this young man would not bring harm to Earth. With these thoughts, the Celestial maintained a composed demeanor as he led the way. They arrived at the threshold of a room, where the Celestial gestured for Chen Bei to enter. The time chamber has its limitations. Each individual may only remain inside for 2 years. Exceeding this duration will result in eternal entrapment. Please be mindful of this. He then added a caution. The air inside is thin, and the temperature varies greatly. If you find it intolerable, exit promptly. Your sustenance will be prepared by Bobo. If all is well, you may proceed. Chen Bei nodded and opened the door, stepping inside with determination. Chapter 25. The Transformation of the Ring World. Having said all that needed to be conveyed, the celestial deity refrained from probing further. His mind was as clear as glass. He was no longer a match for Chen Bei. What alternatives did he have but to acquiesce to Chen Bei's request? It would be wiser to comply. Fostering a favorable impression, observing Chen Bei, he noted that the young man bore no ill will towards Earth. As long as he posed no threat, the Celestial would not interfere in his endeavors. His role as the guardian of Earth was to maintain peace, with his powers inherently limited. As the figure of Chen Bei vanished beyond the threshold, the Celestial being turned and departed, for there were other matters demanding his attention. Chen Bei traversed directly through the Spirit Time House, entering a small chamber designated for rest. He bypassed it and emerged into the open air. Is this truly the Spirit Time House? It appears boundless, yet so desolate. The atmosphere is indeed thin, and the temperature fluctuates significantly. However, with my innate ability to survive in a vacuum, these challenges are trivial. Chen Bei murmured to himself before soaring away from the small abode. At present, he lacked the ability to traverse dimensional spaces. Should he inadvertently damage the exit, it would spell disaster. Unless his strength reached the level of a Super Saiyan 3, he risked being eternally trapped. Without further ado, Chen Bei settled cross-legged, quietly attuning himself to the transformations within the ring space. His sole concern lay within the ring world, as it pertained to his cultivation of the immortal life technique. The celestial soil is remarkable. It does not refer to the primordial earth of the Honghuang world, but rather fragments birthed from the supreme rules of power that fell from celestial domains. By absorbing chaotic energy, it can extend indefinitely and ceaselessly generate resources, a treasure that even immortals covet, yearning to possess it entirely. Upon the celestial soil, the principles of the great Tao are also nurtured, should one comprehend these laws. Achieving immortality would pose no great challenge. However, this is beyond the capability of most. Even the absorption of celestial energy eludes them, as they can only assimilate the spiritual energy transformed from diluted celestial energy. Lacking sufficient strength, recklessly consuming potent energy could lead only to an explosive demise. And attempting to comprehend the laws might result in one being assimilated by them. One should not assume that mere proximity to such treasures grants one the ability to wield them. Akin to having a nuclear bomb before you, could you truly detonate it against a fortress? Alas, my current prowess is insufficient. Even a nuclear bomb would be beyond my grasp, though I would dearly love the opportunity to experiment. Chen Bei would undoubtedly encounter similar predicaments. The dense celestial energy might overwhelm him in an instant. For now, he could only wait patiently, hoping to discover an energy nexus. Although the celestial soil can extend infinitely, it requires time, and without a supply of chaotic energy, such efforts would be futile. Chen Bei sought the energy nexus, a place where chaotic energy transformed into celestial energy, which in turn became spiritual energy. Only there could he safely absorb the energy emanating from the celestial soil. Presently, Chen Bei had begun this quest, his consciousness wandering within the world ring. Though he was its master, he did not possess the requisite strength to imprint his soul's mark upon such a vast realm. Fortunately, the celestial soil, being a reward from the system, bore his mark from the outset. Thus, while exerting some effort to maintain control, he had not yet lost his dominion. Through relentless searching, Chen Bei finally discovered a small world. How vast is the world of rings now? The realm of rings has transformed from its original storage capacity of 10,000 by 10,000 by 10,000 into an immeasurable expanse. This world has evolved to encompass celestial bodies, mountains, and rivers, with its landmass approximating that of several hundred Earths. Within this terrain, rivers, mountains, lakes, and oceans have also emerged, rendering it strikingly similar to a conventional world. Save for the unique sizes and forms of the trees, the occasional appearance of marvelous creatures, and the ethereal lights that punctuate the landscape. If one were to overlook these fantastical elements, one might perceive this realm as a second Earth, albeit on a vastly grander scale. The overall size of this world is now comparable to that of a solar system, although its usable area remains limited. Currently, Chen Bei cannot directly absorb the celestial energy, as he finds himself within a diminutive world formed at a spatial convergence point. This small world represents a locale where the chaotic energy has not fully transformed during the extension of the celestial soil, leading to an unstable space that could be absorbed by the celestial realm at any moment. Yet, it still belongs to Chen Bei's world of rings, allowing him access. This realm has also developed land, mountains, and vegetation, albeit on a much smaller scale. Chen Bei estimates it to be roughly 1/10 the size of Earth, which is sufficient for his needs. As for storage, Chen Bei discovers that the original storage space remains intact. This area, unbound by the constraints of time and space, likely serves as a barrier established by the system to prevent the celestial soil from consuming it. Remarkably, this space has even begun to absorb the governing forces of the celestial realm, expanding to nearly the size of an Earth, which is truly astonishing. Nevertheless, all developments are progressing favorably, though it is somewhat disconcerting that Chen Bei currently cannot enter the celestial realm, as its energy is overwhelmingly potent. Should the opportunity arise, once his strength has sufficiently increased, at least to the level of a Super Saiyan, he intends to create a world where he can reside. For his realm shall be eternal and divine. He yearns to escape the confines of this miniature world, which is ever at risk of being consumed and destroyed. He envisions constructing this new world within the dimensional space of the ring realm, or possibly within his own body, though he is uncertain of the feasibility of such an endeavor. Having contemplated these matters, Chen Bei prepared himself fully and summoned an avatar. Unlike a mere clone, which is not independent, an avatar can exist autonomously. This particular avatar is a manifestation of a portion of his own laws, soul, and blood essence, synthesized from supreme techniques such as the Grand Blood Essence technique and the Grand Soul technique, modified by the system. In severing this part of himself, he forfeits the ability to wield these powers, which will only be regained once the avatar completes its cultivation and returns to his essence, allowing for a significant augmentation of his strength. This incarnation is truly a complete being, capable of normal reproduction. Moreover, upon the demise of Chen Bei's original body, it will be resurrected on the incarnation due to the great causality technique, making the incarnation essentially another Chen Bei. Most importantly, aside from the lack of shared memories, talents remain identical, and there is no occurrence of talent diminishing. As long as Chen Bei can recollect and cultivate the severed fragments of his soul and memories, he can wield these abilities just as before. Once the incarnation has completed its cultivation, the two will merge, and the power derived from the incarnation will augment Chen Bei's original strength. At that moment, the possibilities are unfathomable, and Chen Bei dares not imagine the magnitude of his future power enhancement. In Chapter 26, titled Signing In at the Mental Time House, as he gazes upon the incarnation, it dons attire akin to Chen Bei's, albeit in different hues. Chen Bei is clad in a white martial arts uniform, while the incarnation is garbed in black, leaving Chen Bei perplexed about the underlying reasons. His understanding of the technique of splitting oneself is still nascent. He has only recently acquired it. The current incarnations are products of special methods derived from various splitting techniques, yet many intricate details elude him due to the sheer power of the technique. Although Chen Bei possesses an extraordinary innate comprehension, he has never engaged with such cultivation methods before and is navigating through them on his own. Possessing a commendable talent without a capable mentor, he can only progress gradually, albeit with a relative advantage over others. Furthermore, while the system's reward for the splitting technique sounds deceptively simple, it is a product of the infinite cosmic space-s integration, encapsulating an overwhelming amount of information. Although Chen Bei has absorbed this knowledge, he cannot grasp it all at once. Invincibility is not mere rhetoric, and the realization of any ambition necessitates diligent effort. Nevertheless, for Chen Bei, at present, being able to utilize the splitting technique at a basic level suffices, as it serves merely as a skill to expedite his cultivation and rectify deficiencies. Unlike his previous incarnations, this one does not remain silent upon emergence. Instead, it regards Chen Bei with a knowing smile. Ha ha ha, my original body, you truly are lacking. To separate me and endow me with such limited power is quite disappointing. The black-clad incarnation remarks with a hint of mockery before moving behind Chen Bei to inspect his tail, reaching out to touch it. By the way, your tail is quite impressive. What a pity that as a fragment, I lack this capability. Though my talents remain, I am devoid of a tail. With a sigh of lamentation, the incarnation continues. It's all your fault for being so weak. You couldn't even achieve a complete split. I too wish to experience the transformation into a Super Saiyan. Chen Bei, rendered speechless by the black-clad incarnation's words, swats away the hand that was exploring his tail and turns to face the incarnation directly. You certainly do not hold back. If my abilities were sufficient, I would have ventured out to explore the world on my own. Chen Bei did not bother to mask his disdain towards his doppelganger and retorted bluntly. After all, they were one entity, and Chen Bei was not concerned about what the doppelganger might do. He understood his own character well. Although there were some differences between him and his alter ego, their fundamental personalities were quite similar. I am merely encouraging you, so do not be so agitated. At present, my capabilities are rather meager, and you, being so miserly, have only distributed a mere fraction of your energy without imparting any techniques or skills. Aside from my innate talent, I possess nothing. Furthermore, my current strength is that of an insignificant fighter, which is truly vexing. Could you not have allocated a bit more energy when you divided it? I'm unable even to fly. The doppelganger felt somewhat disgruntled. As he had stated, Chen Bei, in a bid for efficiency, had carelessly created a doppelganger that resembled a novice. Aside from sharing Chen Bei's memories, the doppelganger had to relearn all techniques and skills from scratch, without any direct guidance from a system. Learning would require considerable effort, but thankfully, innate talent would not vanish. Otherwise, lacking comprehension would lead to an endless struggle. Strength must be earned through one's own efforts. Do not dwell on such trivial details. Moreover, I do not intend to have you cultivate the powers of the Dragon Ball universe. It will be far more prudent for you to diligently practice the methods of immortality, as they are immensely superior to those of Dragon Ball. Were it not for my lack of time, I would not even bother to enlist your assistance. Chen Bei paid little heed to the doppelganger's words. After all, the doppelganger could not defeat him, and even if he wished to retaliate, he lacked the strength to do so. By the way, since you have been separated from me, allow me to bestow upon you a name. From now on, you shall be called Chen Nan. A fine name, indeed. In due time, we may even utilize alternate identities. Chen Bei cheerfully shared his thoughts with the doppelganger. Even assigning him a name, could I possibly refuse? The doppelganger rolled his eyes, exasperated, yet silently accepted the name. If only we could solidify the space here. The environment is rather pleasant, with mountains, water, and forests, yet alas, my power is inadequate. The doppelganger, or rather Chen Nan, had resolved to settle here. Although this miniature world was still unstable, it appeared capable of sustaining itself for some time. Practicing here should not present any issues. In the future, I can seek a more suitable location or find ways to reinforce this space. Chen Bei shared this sentiment. He and his doppelganger were in complete accord, albeit with slightly differing temperaments. The doppelganger had directly inherited Chen Bei's playful nature, exhibiting a somewhat capricious and carefree demeanor. Thus, the two engaged in a dialogue, exchanging thoughts and learning experiences. Ultimately, the doppelganger successfully grasped the basics of the immortal secret, officially embarking on the path of cultivation. As long as he continued to practice diligently, with ample spiritual energy supporting him in this small world, reaching the realm of immortality should be within reach. After imparting a few final words and exchanging some resources from the system to Chen Nan, Chen Bei departed from the small world. Both individuals had come to understand the situation. Remaining there served no purpose. It was far more beneficial for the avatar to remain in solitude, diligently cultivating. The primary function of the avatar is to engage in independent training, enhancing its strength without restrictions, while also allowing for unique insights into cultivation, and even the potential to create extraordinary abilities or skills. Aside from being primarily Chen Bei, the avatar essentially functions as an independent entity. Once the avatar reaches a certain level of power, it can return to Chen Bei's body, enabling their strengths to combine, effectively doubling the time devoted to cultivation. This does not account for the insights and experiences gained during the process. Considering these factors, Chen Bei's subsequent advancements will be formidable. Thus, Chen Bei embarked on the journey of cultivating the eternal life method, though it was the avatar that bore the burden. Upon leaving the small world, Chen Bei reappeared in the Spirit Time House. Suddenly, he recalled that the Spirit Time House seemed to be a unique location. Could he perhaps attempt to sign in here? Without hesitation, he mentally recited the word sign in. At that moment, the system's notification chimed in. Chapter 27, Stabilized. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in at the Spirit Time House. You have received rewards: Time-Space Law Fragment X1, Time-Space Ring X1, Time-Space Technique, and Great World Technique. The Time-Space Law Fragment is a derivative of the Time-Space Law, indicating that the law has not been broken. It possesses wondrous powers related to time and space. Comprehending this fragment enhances one's mastery over the Time-Space Law. The Time-Space Ring, forged from the essence of time-space power, enables one to penetrate temporal barriers or merge worlds. This ring can further evolve through the time-space energy, theoretically allowing for infinite growth, making it an essential tool for any aspiring thief. The Time-Space Technique represents a method for cultivating the time-space law. Although the time-space law is omnipresent, most individuals cannot perceive or assimilate it. Only through specific esoteric methods can one condense the power of time and space, and the Time-Space Technique is one such unique approach. The Great World Technique, one of the 3,000 grand paths, is a method of creation that, when perfected, can spawn countless worlds with a mere thought. In battle, it allows one to wield the power of the world to suppress foes, bolstered by unparalleled might. While the rewards may not be abundant, they are all intricately linked to time and space, with one being among the 3,000 grand paths. Though few in number, their quality is paramount. Most importantly, these rewards can significantly fortify the world. The time-space ring can be placed within the avatar's small world, alleviating concerns about the world suddenly collapsing mid-cultivation. Chen Bei contemplated sharing this with the avatar and passing along the time-space law fragment for further exploration, as he lacked the energy for such endeavors himself. With these thoughts, he claimed his rewards and returned to the world ring. On the other side, the incarnation of Chun Nan was contemplating his training. He believed it essential to establish a solid foundation first. Just moments ago, he had attempted to operate the Eternal Life Secret Tome. With the advantage of his innate talent and the abundant spiritual energy of the small world, he was on the verge of breaking through the physical realm, needing only a few insights to complete the process. While Chen Nan was deep in thought, Chen Bei appeared suddenly. In an instant, he was standing behind the incarnation. Sensing something unusual, Chen Nan turned around and was nearly startled out of his wits, leaping to his feet in excitement. You returned without so much as a greeting? You nearly scared me to death. Chen Nan gazed reproachfully at his original self, having been so engrossed in thought that he had failed to notice the arrival, initially mistaking it for an ambush, as who stands behind another without cause. I told you not to sweat the small stuff, Chen Bei chuckled, attempting to divert the topic. Besides, who else could enter here aside from me? You needn't worry. Moreover, I have brought you something remarkable. You wish to reside in this small world, did you not? Now you can do so with peace of mind, for I have discovered a method to stabilize the space. Upon hearing Chen Bei's words, the incarnation was somewhat taken aback. How could the original return so soon, bringing with him a solution for stabilizing the space? It left him perplexed. After a moment of contemplation, he recalled that the original had a system. You didn't sign in at the time chamber, did you? Your luck is indeed commendable. Now, quickly produce the item. I can hardly wait. Ah, no problem. This is a trivial matter, I won't delay, Chen Bei replied, producing the time-space ring. A black-gray ring materialized in his hand. Its color dark yet translucent, with mist swirling within, occasionally emitting a soft glow, creating an enchanting sight. This is it, the time-space ring. I won't elaborate on its specific functions. Simply observe how I utilize it, and later I shall impart the method directly to you. Without further ado, Chen Bei began to infuse the ring with a substantial amount of energy. As the ring absorbed the energy, it rapidly expanded, becoming as large as a small mountain. However, once it reached a certain size, it ceased to grow, indicating that the energy was insufficient to support further expansion. Thus, the time-space ring hovered above Chen Bei and the incarnation, radiating a brilliant light. At that moment, Chen Bei halted the energy infusion and began to control the time-space ring with his mental power. Due to its acceptance of him as its master, it was relatively simple for him to manipulate. He guided the ring to merge with the surrounding space, and once the time-space ring absorbed the small world, it would transform into a stable space. Thanks to the ring's unique properties, it would not disrupt the world itself. Instead, it would directly integrate with the space housing the small world, a fact Chen Bei had learned through the system. The space-time ring serves as a vital link, connecting various realms, including this diminutive world. Upon successfully establishing a connection between the small world and the realm of the ring, the link can be stabilized, thereby averting any potential spatial collapse. The space-time ring functions akin to a portal. While it separates the two worlds, it simultaneously creates a passageway for traversal. Thus, this small world exists akin to a hidden sanctuary. With the dilemma of the small world resolved, Chen Bei felt no urgency to pursue other matters. He summoned his avatars and commenced his cultivation on the spot, imparting various skills and techniques to them as well. After several days, he finally transferred all his knowledge to the avatars. Although they retained Chen Bei's memories, they had yet to engage in any of the techniques he had mastered. Moreover, the newly acquired space-time and grand world techniques could not be directly learned by the avatars. They required gradual exploration, which demanded time. Chen Bei was not anxious. He focused on teaching them foundational concepts. Once he had strengthened his own abilities and perfected the technique of creating avatars, he would be able to retain all their powers even if he were to sever that part later, thus eliminating the current complexities. Summoning the system once more, Chen Bei began to examine his current attributes. With a chime, the attribute panel successfully opened. Host, Chen Bei race. Human. Any being that has cultivated a congenital Dao body may be termed human. The human race refers to the humanoid congenital Dao body race, which is too diverse to categorize further. Bloodline. Saiyan combat power. 5688 realm. Divine transformation skills. I have spiritual insight. I have X-ray vision, mental explosion, mental piercing, memory reading. Mental pressure, monkey fist, whole wave, resurrection technique, Dragon Ball creation, divine language, telepathy, empathy, limb regeneration, avatar technique, demon sealing wave, demon flash, instantaneous movement. Divine techniques, fragment of great destiny technique, X1, great acupuncture technique, great blood soul technique, secret tome of immortality, method of planting mystic beans, great faith technique, great wish technique, great sealing technique, great universal salvation technique, great world technique, space-time technique. Talents, divine level comprehension, photographic memory, illusion immunity, indomitable will, vacuum survival, creation. Special abilities, Dragon God-S power, breath of nature, chi affinity. Items, ring world, super divine water X2, mystic beans X99, nimbus X2, space-time ring, universal key. Chapter 28. Transformation into a giant ape. Emerging from the small world, Chen Bei suddenly recollected his innate talent for creation. The food and housing he had previously exchanged with the system now seemed like a squandered opportunity. A moment of silence enveloped him as he lowered his head. Lost in thought, how foolish I am, truly. Had I known, he sighed, well, a wise man does not dwell on past bravado. What is done is done. He resolved to remain open-minded, reassured by the system's requirement for equivalent exchanges, which ensured no waste. After all, it had merely cost him a bit more time. Otherwise, he might have faced an explosive predicament. Recently, in the small world, Chen Bei expended some of his stored fish and took the time to gather wood, stones, and other relatively insignificant items, exchanging them for materials for his avatar from the system. As for cultivation resources, Chen Bei deemed them unnecessary. He lacked neither skills nor techniques, and the energy in the small world was abundant. As long as his avatar did not starve, that sufficed. The avatar lamented, "What the hell?" If the avatar were aware of the primary body's thoughts, it would likely desire to deliver a thorough beating to Chen Bei, much like the combat avatars did previously. Upon emerging, Chen Bei chose not to dwell on the matters concerning his avatar, but instead began to contemplate his own cultivation. He decided to leave the eternal life technique to the avatar and focus on mastering the Dragon Ball technique, prioritizing the enhancement of his strength. As he felt a lingering sense of insecurity, Chen Bei mused, I now possess over 5,000 combat power, coupled with my formidable mental prowess and some unique techniques. I could likely triumph over foes with combat power ranging from 10,000 to 20,000, or at the very least, escape. However, he acknowledged his relative weakness, recalling that Vegeta had a combat power of 1,000 or 2,000 at birth. When Vegeta arrived on Earth, his combat power was 18,000, while Goku, having just returned from training, only had around 5,000 or 6,000, and Nappa boasted approximately 8,000. Thus, Chen Bei's current combat power merely matched that of Goku upon his return from King Kai's realm. Nonetheless, Chen Bei believed that he could contend with Goku from that era, as he possessed not only ki but also formidable mental strength and the extraordinary capability of the 3,000 Great Avenues. Even Nappa and Vegeta would likely prove no match for him. With instant transmission, he was virtually invincible. Moreover, with the unique abilities of his golden eyes, which could directly attack the soul, he might even overcome Frieza. Unless someone possessed mental prowess far exceeding his own, they would be susceptible to the effects of his golden eyes. Although he had endured numerous battles and increased his combat power, the notion of suddenly augmenting it by several tens of thousands seemed fanciful. Chen Bei reflected on how characters like Goku in the original narrative consistently experienced explosive growth at critical junctures. He did not overlook the fact that they had relentlessly honed their skills. Since Goku's initiation into martial arts, he had never ceased his training, particularly from the moment he became a Super Saiyan, continually striving to unlock higher realms and advancing along that path. Even a proud and exceptionally gifted Saiyan prince found himself humbled by Goku, tirelessly pursuing him. However, having arrived in this world, Chen Bei understood that he could not remain a timid turtle. He must seize control of his own destiny. He was acutely aware that without transcending the laws of the universe, he could be effortlessly erased by the Omni King with a mere wave of his hand. Certainly, on the condition that this realm possesses a king and angels, or that the king and angels are aware of the outsider, Chen Bei. However, with the endowment of great destiny techniques, although not complete, it certainly will not be easily deduced. This is something that Chen Bei can rest assured about. As long as he does not engage in reckless behavior, there should be no significant issues. Clenching his fist, Chen Bei vigorously swung it forward, producing a powerful wave of energy. After a considerable amount of time spent throwing punches and kicks to warm up, Chen Bei was prepared to commence his training for the day. Exhaling deeply, he began to gather energy and subsequently manifested a clone. At this point, Chen Bei no longer needed to contemplate the method of collective combat. What he required was more refined control and elevation of his mental state. Additionally, he sought elements that could enhance his explosive power, such as transformation. Being a combat clone, its strength and abilities mirrored those of Chen Bei, although certain exclusive items, such as the World Ring and Time-Space Ring, remained non-transferable. Now, Chen Bei was ready to experiment with the Saiyan Full Moon transformation. He wondered if it truly resulted in a tenfold increase in power, as described in the original narrative. However, according to Chen Bei's conjecture, a tenfold enhancement was indeed plausible. Otherwise, Son Wukong would not have been able to crush his grandfather after transforming into a giant ape, especially considering that Son Wukong's initial power level was merely 2. Another point that could validate Chen Bei's hypothesis was the prideful nature of a character like Vegeta, who would likely not resort to deceit. Thus, Vegeta's claim of a tenfold increase in battle power seemed credible. Nonetheless, pondering is one thing, but testing is essential. Much like in relationships, one cannot truly know until experienced. Chen Bei believed he could control the transformation into a giant ape. When he first acquired the Saiyan bloodline, his battle power surged nearly 1,000 points, which should suffice for reaching the level of a high-ranking warrior. Moreover, Chen Bei's mental strength was formidable enough to alleviate any concerns. To exercise caution, he also created a clone to undergo the transformation first, allowing him to observe. Recalling Vegeta's words upon arriving on Earth, he remembered that Saiyan eyes react to the absorption of 17 million hertz of Bull's light waves, and only a rare few Saiyans could generate an artificial full moon at that frequency. Vegeta had also mentioned that mixing Earth's oxygen and energy could produce a full moon. Chen Bei needed to conduct an experiment to ascertain its viability. With that thought in mind, he began to concentrate energy in his palm. For Chen Bei, creating such an energy sphere was a simple task. Even the mixing of oxygen, aided by his robust mental prowess, was effortless. However, due to the thin oxygen levels in the hyperbolic time chamber, gathering it required some effort. After a while, Chen Bei successfully condensed a dazzling energy sphere pulsating with brilliant white light in his palm. This operation astonishingly consumed almost half of his energy, an alarming expenditure indeed. Fortunately, Chen Bei still possessed the celestial beings and hastily consumed one, restoring his energy almost immediately. He extended his hand and cast a luminous orb into the sky, which emitted powerful light waves, known as the Burt's light waves. Chen Bei instructed his clone to fixate on the orb, while he himself maintained his gaze on the clone, striving not to look upwards. The clone understood Chen Bei's intentions, raising its eyes towards the artificial moon above. Shortly thereafter, the clone's heart began to race violently, and its gaze shifted, the pupils gradually vanishing. Moments later, dense fur began to sprout from its body, which also started to swell. With a thunderous roar, the clone transformed into a colossal ape, its massive paws thundering against the ground. The giant ape, in its newly formed state, pounded its chest fiercely, showcasing its might, and released several furious howls into the heavens. Chapter 29. The terrifying power of the giant ape transformation. The giant ape roared with all its might, and after a while, it finally acclimated to the sudden surge in power, gradually calming down. Chen Bei unleashed a ki blast towards the clone, although the ki blast was casually formed. It could effortlessly obliterate entities with combat power in a range of 2 to 3,000. The ki blast zipped through the air, poised to strike the giant ape. Yet the transformed giant ape displayed no intention of evading, allowing the ki blast to collide directly with its form. A resounding explosion echoed as the ki blast struck the clone, enveloping the area in smoke. After being hit, the clone remained utterly still, not even glancing at the spot that had been struck. As the smoke dissipated, it revealed the impact site, right on the clone's shoulder. However, when Chen Bei looked up, he was astonished to find that the clone's shoulder bore no marks, as if the ki blast had struck nothing but air. "Hey, your performance is lacking. Have you forgotten to eat?" The clone taunted without holding back. "Seems like I really haven't," Chen Bei mused, disregarding the clone's remarks as he earnestly analyzed the newfound strength from the transformation into a giant ape. The power had indeed surged significantly. That ki blast. Even I would hesitate to confront directly. Although I wouldn't sustain severe injuries from it, some minor wounds would be unavoidable. The magnitude of power gained from the giant ape transformation was astonishing, albeit the size was overwhelmingly large. Observing the towering figure before him, comparable to a 3- or 4-story building, Chen Bei remarked, "Moreover, the weaknesses are now even more pronounced. Although the strength had markedly increased with the transformation, the Scion's inherent dependence on its tail became evident. If someone were to sever the tail, the Scion would revert to its original form. As the body expanded during the transformation, the tail similarly grew larger, inadvertently exposing a critical vulnerability. Those unfamiliar with the Scion race might not recognize the tail as a weakness, but against those knowledgeable about Scions or other Scions, this vulnerability could be exploited and magnified, becoming the focus of their attacks. Although the transformation into a great ape has its drawbacks, the enhancement in strength is undeniably significant. Unfortunately, there is currently no means to directly ascertain the extent of an opponent's power. As Chen Bei contemplated this, he could not help but summon the system. System, can I directly view another strength? While I am aware of their formidable prowess, lacking specific numerical references is quite inconvenient. The system ultimately became Chen Bei's devoted assistant. Beep. The system has officially activated its detection function, capable of identifying the opponent's identity and precise strength, with the results aligned to the host's capabilities. After delivering this statement, the system fell silent, no longer engaging with Chen Bei. Splendid. Truly a remarkable system. It operates smoothly and efficiently, Chen Bei remarked with a beaming smile. System, initiate detection. Beep. Detection successful. Identity, avatar, original, Chen Bei. Combat power, 56,880, currently diminishing. Race, human. Bloodline, Saiyan. The detection results were simple and concise, merely outlining identity, combat power, race, and bloodline. Certain detailed exploration notes were concealed, yet Chen Bei could still access them, if desired. Indeed, the power had increased tenfold. Combat power had escalated from 5,688 to 56,880, neither more nor less. Turning to his avatar, Chen Bei proposed, "Let us engage in a duel. Previously, you were merely a reflection of my own strength. But now that you can transform into a great ape, you should be able to exert sufficient pressure on me." With that, Chen Bei prepared for battle. remaining vigilant against the Avatar's assault, well aware of its propensity for sneak attacks. During this time, Chen Bei had suffered greatly at the hands of those Avatars. However, one could not entirely blame them. Their personalities were fundamentally influenced by Chen Bei, having inherited his cunning nature as well. The Avatar, fully aware of Chen Bei's intentions, refrained from further conversation and swiftly appeared before him, attempting to trap Chen Bei between its hands. In a flash, Chen Bei deftly evaded the Avatar's assault, positioning himself above it, and delivered a powerful kick aimed at its neck. Yet, the Avatar showed no mercy, immediately retaliating with a swift slap. Smack! Chen Bei was forcefully sent flying, landing in a distant clearing. Struggling to regain his footing, he finally stood up. Goodness, is the strength truly this outrageous? One slap, and I was dispatched like this. Chen Bei could not help but lament. Despite being his own avatar, it certainly did not hold back. The tenfold increase in combat power was no jest. A single energy blast from the Avatar could likely obliterate Chen Bei into fragments. Unperturbed, the Avatar rapidly repositioned itself, raising its palm to strike down upon Chen Bei's head. Bang! The hand of his doppelganger was firmly pressed against him, and Chen Bei struggled to hold back one of its colossal palms, the ground beneath him fracturing inch by inch. In a fleeting moment, the doppelganger's force intensified slightly, and Chen Bei instantly felt overwhelmed. With a powerful push of his legs, he leaped backward, escaping the reach of the massive hand's assault. Boom! The gigantic palm struck the ground, instantly shattering bricks and leaving a profound imprint on the earth. Feeling the immense pressure, Chen Bei took several deep breaths to alleviate the soreness coursing through his body. At that moment, propelled by his indomitable spirit, his strength gradually began to surge. His combat power surged from 5688 to 5788, and it continued to rise. It was an ordeal that few could withstand. He felt as if his body might shatter under the strain. This is truly unbearable, Chen Bei labored to say. Nonetheless, he refused to squander such a valuable opportunity for enhancement and promptly consumed a celestial being, instantly restoring his condition. Observing his primary self's actions, the doppelganger couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed his original self had developed a penchant for masochism. Clearly, he needed to fulfill that desire by delivering a thorough beating. At this juncture, the doppelganger's strength had diminished somewhat, as it was formed from Chen Bei's mental energy and concentration, without an established link for energy transfer. Its reserves were dwindling, unable to self-replenish, unlike an avatar that could actively absorb energy. The doppelganger's combat power had decreased from 56,880 to 56,800, a reduction of 80 points. Though minimal, it marked a tangible weakening. Should the doppelganger employ those high-output skills, the energy consumption would escalate even more rapidly, revealing the inherent flaw of a combat doppelganger. Unless Chen Bei established an energy link with his doppelganger, it would directly deplete his own energy. If multiple doppelgangers were created, they could drain him dry in an instant. Should that occur, the enemy would remain unvanquished while he himself would be rendered powerless, unless he possessed formidable recovery skills or continuously consumed celestial beings. Thus, such a high-consumption approach was decidedly not one Chen Bei would choose. Chapter 30. The Ongoing Battle and Breakthrough. Despite the continuous decline of the doppelganger's strength, Chen Bei still found himself at a disadvantage. After several rounds of confrontation, he struggled increasingly to hold his ground. Each time he parried the doppelganger's attacks, it required a staggering amount of stamina and energy, and that was merely a casual strike from the doppelganger. Had it not been for the concern of inflicting too much damage, Chen Bei would have long since succumbed. Were he to transform into a giant ape, he could effortlessly withstand the onslaught and perhaps even turn the tide. However, he believed that against a significantly more powerful adversary, such a transformation would be futile, as the weaknesses would be too glaring. Currently, he lacked the capability to become a Super Saiyan, and facing an opponent vastly superior to him would pose a grave challenge. One misstep could lead to his demise. Cultivating, Chen Bei, if he wishes to strike at the tail of his doppelganger, could effortlessly achieve this by utilizing his instantaneous movement to position himself behind it. However, Chen Bei is reluctant to take such action, for the doppelganger is not his adversary. His current aim is to enhance his prowess, rather than to secure victory. If he cannot endure even this modest pressure from his doppelganger, what right does he possess to stand before the divine? By what merit can he claim the aspiration of transcendence? Without sufficient pressure, there can be no substantial motivation. In just a brief moment, Chen Bei's combat strength has surged nearly by 1,000 points, elevating his prowess from an initial 688 points to 800 points. The rapid enhancement of his abilities is attributed to the overwhelming strength of the doppelganger. Each time Chen Bei defends against its assaults, he must exert every ounce of his energy. Once depleted, he replenishes his vitality with the mystical beans, resulting in a swift augmentation of his capabilities. His innate talent of unwavering willpower grows stronger in the face of formidable pressure. Although Chen Bei previously faced an onslaught from 5 doppelgangers, he found initial disarray manageable, as their strength closely mirrored his own, allowing him to fend off their attacks with relative ease. Thus, the confrontation did not impose excessive strain upon him. His progress in strength is, on one hand, dependent on the Saiyan bloodline's ability to grow stronger after sustaining injuries, and on the other, on his indomitable spirit. Yet the increase was not particularly significant. Of course, this is relative. In less than a month, Chen Bei has transformed from an ordinary individual into a martial artist with combat prowess in the range of 5 to 6,000, a remarkable amplification of thousands of times. Consider Goku and Krillin, who have diligently trained for several years and only managed to enhance their strength by a few hundred points. They too have encountered numerous dangers and tremendous pressures, yet their advancements pale in comparison to Chen Bei's progress over the past fortnight. This exemplifies the disparity in innate talent. Chen Bei's comparisons are merely with the later stages of Dragon Ball warriors, whose strength escalates by the millions. In contrast, his few thousand points appear rather insignificant. With labored breaths, Chen Bei gasps heavily, having just withstood another attack from the doppelganger, feeling as though he is on the brink of collapse. Thwack! Caught off guard, Chen Bei is once again sent flying by a resounding slap, crashing heavily onto the distant ground. A sharp pain radiates through his body as he trembles, struggling to rise. The entire ordeal consumes an extensive amount of time, yet the doppelganger refrains from further attacks, its intent solely to exert pressure on the original, rather than to simply assault Chen Bei. Cough, cough, sputter. A muffled groan escapes him as excruciating pain engulfs his being, and a mouthful of stagnant blood surges toward his throat. Unable to suppress it, he coughs violently, expelling the crimson liquid. Cough, cough, cough. Truly, the power is overwhelming, utterly insurmountable. With no recourse to those extraordinary abilities, is it inevitable that I must transform into the great ape? Chen Bei stands rooted in place, his figure hunched, arms weakly hanging by his sides, as if his very body were on the verge of disintegration. Indeed, Chen Bei found himself lacking those powerful explosive skills. At present, aside from the transformation into the giant ape, there were no other means to enhance his strength. If only he possessed a technique akin to the Kaioken, it would alleviate the torment of being perpetually on the defensive, he lamented. After consuming another magical bean, Chen Bei finally regained his composure. His body swiftly restored to its former state, strength returning within him. He stood firm, gazing at the doppelganger before him, readying himself for battle, awaiting the doppelganger's advance. Receiving the signal, the doppelganger responded with alacrity, swiftly appearing before Chen Bei. With hands clasped, it swung downwards as if wielding a colossal hammer. Witnessing such a ferocious assault, Chen Bei dared not meet it head-on and quickly sidestepped to the right. With a resounding crash, the ground shattered once more, creating a sizable crater. Faced with such formidable power, Chen Bei had no intention of confronting it directly. He could only rely on his agility to evade. The doppelganger attacked repeatedly, yet each time Chen Bei managed to elude its strikes. Indeed, lacking explosive techniques, he was also incapable of utilizing mental skills to strike at his doppelganger. Thus, Chen Bei focused on enhancing his agility, employing the primordial infinite movement technique. In that instant, he resembled a fish gliding through water, deftly avoiding the doppelganger's assaults just before they could land. His agility finally reached a breakthrough during this exchange. As the relentless barrage continued, Chen Bei's movements became increasingly fluid. Their duel persisted for several hours, until the doppelganger's energy was nearly depleted, prompting them to finally cease their engagement. Truly, the original body exhibited a remarkable surge in strength. However, my energy is waning. I cannot continue this training any longer, the doppelganger remarked before dissolving into particles before Chen Bei could respond. Watching the dissipating form of his doppelganger, Chen Bei silently expressed his gratitude, perhaps not solely aimed at the doppelganger itself. The transformation he experienced was inextricably linked to the system's assistance. He remained uncertain of the nature of the system, but its potency was indisputable. He harbored no doubts. What could he possibly scheme with his former self? Concluding today's training, Chen Bei turned, confirming his direction before soaring back to the time chamber, intent on resting. Chapter 31. The Art of Immortality. Within the confines of the small world, the Avatar engaged in the techniques prescribed by the immortal secret canon, drawing in the ethereal energy that permeated the air. As Chun Nan continually practiced the method, a swirling vortex of energy gradually formed around him, the spiritual essence converging towards him, absorbed into his being. In the external world, such a spectacle might be difficult to observe, as the spiritual energy there was far less concentrated than within the small world. While cultivating the immortal secret canon, Chun Nan guided the incoming energy, allowing it to autonomously accumulate within his dantian. Within Chun Nan's dantian, a swiftly rotating vortex emerged, composed of gathered spiritual energy. By activating the appropriate techniques to absorb this energy, the vortex would commence its rotation, drawing in spiritual essence while simultaneously eliminating certain impurities. Indeed, one might be surprised, but spiritual energy does contain impurities. Once formed, it naturally accumulates them upon contact with the air. However, the higher the quality of the spiritual energy, the fewer the impurities. Conversely, lower quality energy harbors more contaminants, and this holds true in reverse as well. A higher quality of spiritual energy signifies a greater capacity for absorption and refinement, allowing for more efficient assimilation and less time spent on impurity removal. This is precisely why many cultivators seek out areas rich in spiritual energy, as such locales boast superior quality energy with fewer impurities. In a world of later generations, even the air has become polluted, let alone a substance as refined as spiritual energy. In such an age of decline, achieving successful cultivation is nearly impossible. Chun Nan, practicing in an area abundant with spiritual energy, experienced an unprecedented acceleration in his advancement. He has now transcended the realm of divine transformation, mastering his magical power, largely owing to the eternal life secret tome and the plentiful spiritual energy. While the tome may lack other special attributes, it possesses unique advantages in absorbing and refining energy, allowing for the highest efficiency in energy utilization. Consequently, his cultivation speed remains remarkably swift. Chun Nan has transitioned directly from the martial realm into the realm of divine abilities. A substantial leap indeed. It is noteworthy that prior to his differentiation from his original form, he was but a feeble warrior. Now, in less than a day's time, he has attained such heights. Presently, Chun Nan can soar through the skies using his magical power, concoct elixirs, and forge magical artifacts. In time, his rate of advancement will only increase. With his body now infused with magical energy, he mused that it is time to practice the art of great acupoint techniques. Following his breakthrough into the realm of divine abilities, the inner energy within his body has transformed into magical power, which he can manipulate with ease, allowing him to commence the practice of various spells. This is the essence of divine abilities, enabling one to perform extraordinary feats akin to those of celestial beings, calling the winds, summoning rain, igniting flames without a source, transmuting stone into gold, and a myriad of other remarkable spells, all of which require the possession of magical power for their execution. Techniques such as remote assassination or swordplay from afar rely heavily on this power. Thus, one could assert that the realm of divine abilities is akin to a divine existence for those in the physical realm, capable of determining life and death with a mere word, facing no resistance whatsoever. When one employs protective energy, others can effortlessly breach that defense using magical power. While you struggle to pursue your adversary, a practitioner of divine abilities can easily traverse the heavens and the earth with their evasion techniques, rendering any comparison utterly futile. One is firmly grounded while the other soars. Upon acquiring magical power, one can also refine magical artifacts and elixirs. The treasures of immortality can be broadly categorized into magical artifacts, precious devices, Tao instruments, celestial tools, and the most formidable of all, the creation artifacts. Among these, the first three are classified into three grades: upper, middle, and lower. However, starting from celestial tools, there are additional classifications: absolute, royal, and sacred. Ultimately, the creation artifacts are the sovereign instruments of countless epics, such as the Gate of Eternal Life, which is inherently inscribed with the essence of the 3,000 great avenues, marking it as an unparalleled creation artifact. The protagonist of Immortality, Fong Han, is the spirit of the Gate of Eternal Life. The axe of creation is similarly a powerful creation artifact, capable of severing the world tree. which itself is not a mere tree within a small world, but rather a colossal entity that nurtures countless universes, governs a realm of time and space, and exists eternally, harboring boundless pathways. Each leaf signifies a universe, and each branch embodies a chaos, immense to the extent that no ordinary being could ever reach its boundaries. Yet, the acts of creation cleave the world tree, astonishing countless ancient beings. Each of these artifacts is etched with innumerable pathways. Mastering them equates to possessing a direct path to ascendancy as a celestial king, a coveted treasure long sought after by countless beings of immortality. However, these aspirations are far beyond Chen Nan's current reach. He has yet to attain such a realm. Even if given an ordinary lower-grade celestial tool, he would likely be relegated to mere observation, unable to approach it, a distant spectator forbidden to meddle. Should he foolishly attempt to test the power of a celestial tool, he would likely be reduced to a mist of blood long before he could draw near, crushed by the artifact's overwhelming pressure. Chen Nan chose not to dwell on such lofty aspirations. It was not the time for grand ambitions, but rather for diligent cultivation. He contemplated that when he found the opportunity, he would gather materials to forge a unique artifact of his own. Returning to the matter at hand, Chen Nan commenced his training in the Great Aperture Technique, activating the method. The initial step in cultivating this technique is to connect the meridians, allowing the apertures to link, followed by the condensation of energy to impact the apertures, thereby empowering them and giving rise to various supernatural abilities. The energy utilized can be magical power, spiritual energy, or even the power of the stars. All forms of energy may be harnessed. Due to the unique properties of the eternal secret tome, it can absorb any form of energy. Even energy from the Dragon Balls or primordial energy can be used to connect the meridians and impact the apertures. Initially, Chen Bei refrained from using energy or primordial energy for this technique due to his lack of experience and concerns about potential adverse reactions. Moreover, his environment was not suitable for generating excessive commotion, leading him to temporarily suspend his efforts. Currently, Chen Nan also opted not to use energy for impacting the apertures. Instead, he intended to utilize spiritual energy, as the abundant and rich spiritual energy in the small world was more practical than pursuing less effective methods. Another notable aspect of the Great Aperture Technique is that the more violent the energy employed, the greater the pain endured during the impact on the apertures. The energy from the Dragon Balls is less manageable than spiritual energy, which is yet another reason for Chen Nan's preference for spiritual energy in his cultivation of the Great Aperture Technique. As the method of operation commenced, with spiritual energy continuously flowing into his body, Chen Nan began to channel the energy towards various acupoints. Chapter 32. Success. As energy continuously flowed into each acupoint, the previously blocked points gradually began to be unblocked, establishing a connection with the meridians in his body, thereby forming a unique cycle. Upon reaching adulthood, many acupoints tend to close. What Chen Bei aimed to achieve was the reactivation of these previously sealed points. Each of these acupoints could be likened to a dantian, albeit more challenging to develop and less convenient to utilize, with their activation often hindered by various obstructions in the acupoints and meridians, making energy usage cumbersome. It is typically beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals to accomplish such feats. However, with the mastery of the Great Acupoint Technique, one can effectively develop and utilize these acupoints, linking them sequentially. Once all the acupoints in the body are opened, a transformation occurs, accelerating the cultivation process while achieving purity and the ability to reverse innate limitations. The acupoints that are most readily accessible for development include the eyes, nose, mouth, and ears, as these are the most frequently utilized points and are less prone to blockage, making cultivation easier. Previously, Chen Bei focused on cultivating the acupoints of his eyes, benefiting from the enhancement of the golden eye, which indeed expedited his practice. However, Chen Nan intended to take a different approach. Unlike his original self, he primarily sought to enhance his strength, rather than engage in combat. While the eye acupoints were significantly beneficial for fighting and learning, they were somewhat inadequate for cultivation. What Chen Nan required were acupoints that could facilitate rapid growth in strength, accelerating his cultivation and allowing for swifter development. For instance, by expanding the dantian, one could naturally store more energy, resulting in quicker enhancement and greater endurance in battle. However, the human body possesses multiple dantians, categorized into upper, middle, and lower. The upper dantian is located at the center of the forehead, serving as the primary dantian and the command center of the body. the core of the soul, and the source of mental strength. The middle dantian resides beneath the heart and above the kidneys, positioned at the zhongcheng acupoint, representing the core of qi in the body. The lower dantian is situated approximately 3 inches below the navel, regarded as the sea of qi, the repository of life, the intersection of yin and yang, and the root of the 12 meridians. The upper dantian is also known as the root of nature, while the lower dantian is referred to as the root of life. The fusion of nature and life enables the cultivation of true power, refining the spirit and returning to emptiness. The upper and lower dantians can form a unique microcosmic orbit, allowing for the perpetual flow of energy. Currently, Chen Nan aimed to develop the lower dantian, and due to its uniqueness, the optimal method for its development involves the convergence of yin and yang, commonly known as dual cultivation. Naturally, if one lacks a partner, there exist alternative methods to develop the lower dantian, such as inhaling the purple haze of the dawn and exhaling the moon's ethereal essence at night. This is referred to as the absorption and release of the energies of the sun and moon, achieving the goal of yin-yang integration. The essence of the sun and moon merely represents a facet of the duality of yin and yang. It does not imply that only the energies of these celestial bodies can cultivate the lower dantian. In truth, any spiritual energy that aligns with the attributes of yin and yang may achieve the harmonious fusion of these forces. The energy of the Dragon Balls, by contrast, is a mere form of pure energy, devoid of the qualities of yin and yang, thus rendering it unsuitable for the cultivation of these specialized acupoints. Within the microcosm, however, there exists an array of spiritual energies with various attributes, such as the ordinary 5 elemental energies, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, as well as unique forces like wind, thunder, and ice. With access to these energies, Chen Nan encounters no difficulty in cultivating his dantian acupoints. Furthermore, the quality of these energies is commendable. They possess the capacity to cleanse the physical body, purify the soul, and alleviate the suffering Chen Nan experiences during his practice of the profound acupoint techniques. Thus, Chen Nan consciously guided the fire and water energies into his lower dantian. In this process, the fire and water energies did not entwine harmoniously as friends, but instead repelled one another with fervor. This discord arose from Chen Nan's inability to locate a balance between the two energies after absorbing them. Achieving the fusion of water and fire is no easy feat, fortunately. With the aid of the Eternal Secret Tome, coupled with the innate talents inherited from his original form, Chen Nan gradually adapted to the tumultuous energies of fire and water within his body. Under the influence of his mental prowess, Chen Bei separated the fire and water energies, forming 2 distinct spheres of energy, each radiating a different hue. One sphere glowed with a crimson light, representing the fire energy, while the other emitted a cerulean glow, symbolizing the water energy. These 2 spheres, now isolated from one another, ceased their previous collisions. However, merging them would still require considerable effort. Chen Nan carefully extracted a trace from each sphere, encouraging their mutual fusion in search of a balance between fire and water energies. Throughout this endeavor, failures inevitably occurred. Yet Chen Nan had anticipated such setbacks, managing to minimize their impact. After numerous experiments, he ultimately discovered the equilibrium necessary for the 2 energies to intertwine. With a calm heart, Chen Nan began the process of merging the 2 energies. Within his dantian, the disparate energies began to interact, gradually forming a soft violet energy. This new energy possessed unique properties, neither wholly fire nor entirely water. As the refinement continued, the violet energy proliferated and intensified, gradually filling the entirety of the dantian. Now, the next step was to activate the acupoints, allowing the energy to steadily fill them. Chen Nan commenced controlling the violet energy, directing it towards the walls of the dantian. The energy relentlessly surged against the dantian's walls, eliciting a sensation of pain within Chen Nan, albeit not excruciating, remaining within tolerable limits. As the energy washed over him, the interior walls of the dantian began to shimmer with a faint purple hue, exuding an air of mystery. At last, under the relentless influx of energy, the inner walls of the dantian began to expand, albeit accompanied by an intensification of pain. Chen Nan felt that the mild sting had transformed into a pain akin to being struck in the face with a hammer. His entire being became numb. His body began to twitch uncontrollably, his face contorted, and his breathing grew increasingly rapid as sweat poured from his skin. On the verge of surrender, he recalled Chen Bei's admonition. He could not allow his original self to look down upon him, for he was no coward. Resolutely, Chun Nin persevered. Time became an indistinct blur, and ultimately, he collapsed to the ground. Within the confines of the hyperbolic time chamber, Chen Bei indulged in a lavish feast, relishing the sumptuous array of dishes laid before him. Fish, shrimp, rice, dumplings, and noodles. He savored his meal with delight, finishing a bowl of noodles in mere moments, and devoured the fish with a single slurp, leaving only the bones and head behind. Chapter 33. The journey to Planet Vegeta. After spending half a year in the hyperbolic time chamber, Chen Bei could no longer endure the solitude and monotony. The vast emptiness offered no life and no unique vistas. Everything was monotonously identical, leading even the most patient individual to feel weary. Chen Bei lost the desire to continue his training. During this 6-month period of rigorous cultivation, his power had surged from over 6,000 to an astounding 180,000 battle points, a nearly 30-fold increase. If he were to transform into a great ape now, his battle power would soar to over 1.8 million, marking a significant enhancement. In the early stages of Dragon Ball, as long as he did not encounter the likes of Frieza, a being of grotesquely exaggerated power, he would face little trouble. Moreover, Chen Bei could conceal his true strength. Unless he chose to reveal it, no one would perceive his capability, not even the gods of destruction, who might only sense a hint of his exceptional nature. To them, Chen Bei was merely an inconsequential entity, barely deserving of notice, certainly not someone they would seek out. At this juncture, Chen Bei could traverse his surroundings with confidence, occasionally showcasing his might for effect. Nonetheless, he understood that survival was paramount. With his newfound strength, he would not recklessly engage in battles he could not win. If overmatched, he would retreat without hesitation, utilizing his ability to teleport. Even when faced with formidable opponents, escape would pose no challenge for him. Furthermore, one must remember that Chen Bei possessed the capability to survive in a vacuum of space, a skill many races lacked. Even those who could endure in space would struggle to navigate the vast cosmos. But for Chen Bei, such feats were trivial. His current power rendered him unmatched on Earth, and what he truly craved was authentic combat. Although his duplicates could spar with him, they would not fight to the death. Battles with predetermined outcomes did not ignite Chen Bei's fervor for true conflict. The Saiyan blood coursing through his veins was gradually awakening, and that inherent warrior instinct subtly influenced Chen Bei. This was not merely a matter of mental fortitude. It was an instinct etched into his very bones. Unlike Son Goku and Vegeta, Chen Bei possessed the wisdom not to recklessly engage in battles without cause. His priority was to ensure his own safety while challenging adversaries, with the aim of self-improvement rather than courting death. Warrior spirit is not a vice. It instills within a person the drive to pursue and the tenacity to resist yielding. Currently, Chen Bei yearned to test his strength against genuine foes. Yet on Earth, such opponents were elusive. It was not that they did not exist. Rather, he would have to wait many years, as even Son Goku had yet to emerge from his incubation chamber. Perhaps he should venture beyond Earth? Chen Bei pondered the feasibility of this plan. With his abilities, he was confident that mere mortals posed no threat to him, ensuring his safety beyond Earth. However, determining his destination proved to be a conundrum. There were planets like Namek, Yardrat, and the realm of the Kais, worlds with which Chen Bei was relatively familiar from the original narrative. Namek was a haven of peace, its inhabitants averse to attacking outsiders. Yet this option did not align with Chen Bei's goals, thus it was dismissed. Yardrat, another peaceful world, was home to many extraordinary techniques. A visit there was undoubtedly on his agenda, though not immediately. As for the realm of the Kais, it was currently out of reach for Chen Bei. Despite its current inhabitants, the East Kai and his servant, both formidable in their own right. Especially during the Buu saga, when they easily bested Gohan in his Super Saiyan form, their power estimated around Super Saiyan 2. If Chen Bei were to appear there, he would undoubtedly attract their attention, leading him to quickly abandon that notion. What other destinations remained? The Dragon Ball saga provides scant adventures on extraterrestrial worlds. Barring the GT timeline, which involves seeking the Dragon Balls across the cosmos many years later, Chen Bei was uncertain of the current state of those planets, and thus refrained from reckless exploration. Perhaps he could visit Planet Vegeta? The thought intrigued him, as he was eager to witness the second home of the Saiyans and experience their essence firsthand. In the Dragon Ball narrative, Planet Vegeta was obliterated by Frieza's destruction, resulting in the demise of its Saiyan inhabitants, leaving scant plot details regarding the planet. Nonetheless, Chen Bei resolved to visit, seizing the opportunity to mark his presence. He had made up his mind. He would journey to Planet Vegeta and log his visit. Now, preparations were in order. He would soon exit the hyperbolic time chamber and bid farewell to the Guardian. With approximately 12 years remaining before the Dragon Ball story commenced on Earth, Chen Bei intended to return once Son Goku was sent to Earth. If this is to be considered, then it is likely that Chen Bei will spend approximately 2 years cultivating within the cosmos. While this duration may seem considerable, it affords Chen Bei the opportunity to gather an abundance of stellar energy, a unique force requisite for the mastery of the profound acupoint techniques. Should he discover a stellar core, it would be even more advantageous. However, it remains uncertain whether such entities exist within the Dragon Ball universe. The stellar core is an extraordinary entity, serving as the nucleus of a planet, consolidating a significant portion of its energy and possessing immense stellar power. If Chen Bei were to acquire a stellar core, he would likely advance a major acupoint technique to its perfected state. In that event, the acupoint would nourish the physical form, enabling it to ascend to an indomitable state, impervious to destruction, capable of piercing even the most resilient treasures with sheer physical prowess, rendering typical magical assaults utterly ineffective. In contrast, within the realm of Dragon Ball, warriors primarily enhance certain muscle groups through ki, which, while endowing them with formidable destructive capabilities, does not grant them immunity to attacks. Most perplexing is the incident in the Super storyline where Son Goku was incapacitated by a laser gun, a scenario that leaves one at a loss for words. One possibility is that Goku was caught unawares. Another is that the laser gun possessed extraordinary power. However, it is evident that despite the martial prowess of Dragon Ball's fighters, they remain vulnerable to potent weaponry when taken by surprise, suggesting that ki does not facilitate direct physical advancement. In contrast, in other realms of cultivation, the physical form can indeed undergo progression, achieving states such as invulnerability to water and fire, indestructibility, and the ability to resurrect from blood. These capabilities arise from the cultivation of the physical body, constituting what may be termed as the advancement of the corporeal form. A formidable physique can withstand various forms of assault, beginning with ordinary weapons, then progressing to artifacts imbued with spiritual energy, and ultimately to weapons of the Tao, which possess myriad enigmatic abilities. Moreover, one can cultivate to attain celestial bodies, divine forms, and various other exceptional physiques, ultimately achieving a state where the corporeal form alone can shatter the fabric of the universe or even forge new realms within itself, exhibiting unparalleled strength. Chapter 34, Departure. Upon exiting the hyperbolic time chamber, Chen Bei reappeared in the heavenly palace. The Supreme Kai had long anticipated Chen Bei's emergence. Having received word from Bubbles, who had delivered meals to Chen Bei during his time within the chamber, due to the temporal disparity between the two realms, the Supreme Kai had only been without sight of Chen Bei for half a day, whereas Chen Bei had not seen the Supreme Kai for 6 months. Nevertheless, the Supreme Kai was aware of this situation, sensing that Chen Bei's return would herald monumental changes. Yet, when Chen Bei stood before him, the Supreme Kai was still taken aback, primarily due to the stark disparity in their respective powers. In the eyes of the Supreme Kai, Chen Bei's strength remained unfathomable. Yet he could feel an overwhelming mental pressure emanating from Chen Bei, as though he stood before an immovable mountain, not merely in combat prowess. But Chen Bei's mental strength has also experienced a significant elevation, having transcended the limits of mere mortals, reaching a terrifying realm. Observing the inadvertent emanation of his soul's essence, which affected the perception of the celestial deity, Chen Bei once again restrained his outward mental energy. With a sigh of relief, the deity chose not to ponder further. Chen Bei, do you have any new intentions? Yes, I may need to depart for a while, Chen Bei replied, turning his gaze towards the heavens. Peering into the depths of the cosmos, there are no formidable opponents left on Earth. I yearn to continue my advancement and witness more splendid vistas. Vetching Chen Bei silhouette. The celestial deity parted his lips, then fell silent, lost in thought. After a moment's hesitation, he articulated his musings. What are your thoughts on Earth? Earth? What opinion could I possibly have? I find Earth quite agreeable, Chen Bei responded with a puzzled look directed at the deity. Then, if circumstances permit, I hope you might lend a hand when Earth faces peril in the future. The deity sensed that the tranquility of Earth might soon be disrupted, prompting him to make preparations. Rest assured, I am a resident of Earth as well, Naturally, I shall protect it. Chen Bei understood the deity's implications, but chose not to address them directly, opting instead to feign ignorance. I comprehend, the deity said. Go forth, Chen Bei. He refrained from offering further admonitions. You have your own journey. May it be a pleasant one. Thank you for your care during this time. I shall not forget it. And I hope you both find joy in your lives. Chen Bei replied, adding, so, farewell, deity, and Bobo. With that, Chen Bei waved goodbye to the two and turned to soar towards the lower realms. At Baozi Mountain, Son Wukong was engrossed in foraging for herbs when a figure suddenly appeared, blocking his light. Looking up, he was greeted by the sight of Chen Bei. Bei, you've returned. Son Wukong exclaimed joyfully, abandoning his herb gathering to approach Chen Bei, giving his shoulder a friendly pat. It's been so long. You've changed remarkably. I can hardly discern you now. Son Wukong marveled, for during Chen Bei's absence, he had diligently continued his training, yet his progress had been modest. He couldn't help but lament the extraordinary talent of Chen Bei, whose strength had grown to an unfathomable level in just a month and a half. You haven't eaten yet, have you? I'm nearly done gathering herbs. Let us return and enjoy a hearty meal. Without waiting for Chen Bei's response, Son Wukong seized his hand, leading him back home. After a flurry of activity, they finally concluded their tasks. On the grill, 2 large fish sizzled, accompanied by a variety of fruits, along with the monkey wine that Son Wukong had specially procured from the mountain. The two reveled in laughter and feasting. Bei, do you intend to stay in this time, rather than venture out? Son Gohan inquired of Chen Bei, who had previously departed to harness his strength and pursue superior training. However, from Son Gohan's perspective, Chen Bei's power had already reached an impressive level, diminishing the urgency for further enhancement. It seems there is no other way. I must continue my journey, Chen Bei replied with a smile. Not long ago, I visited the sacred land of Karin and subsequently ascended to the Temple of the Gods, where I engaged in rigorous cultivation for a considerable period. In truth, my training extends beyond this past half-month, in a unique location within the Temple of the Gods. I have been cultivating for over half a year. Pausing momentarily, he continued, in the universe, life is not confined solely to Earth. Numerous other planets harbor living beings, and these unique species possess extraordinary abilities. Some of these races can command immense energy from birth, their power unfathomable. Chen Bei shared his understanding of the universe with Son Gohan, noting that his knowledge of the Dragon Ball universe was primarily derived from television. Yet, the true essence remained elusive until he could witness and experience it firsthand. Thus, the two friends conversed and dined until the depths of night. Upon returning to his modest abode, Chen Bei observed the unchanged furniture, dust-free due to Son Gohan's frequent tidying. Turning around, he sank onto his bed, reclining to relax both body and mind. The following day, before dawn broke, Chen Bei opened his eyes. Without bidding farewell to Son Gohan, he employed instant transmission to depart from the Capsule Corporation. Unbeknownst to Chen Bei, Son Gohan had already awakened. Son Gohan approached Chen Bei's door, opened it, and stepped inside. Indeed, Chen Bei had already left, perhaps fearing that a farewell would evoke sorrow in Son Gohan, especially since he had only recently returned. Meanwhile, Chen Bei, having departed from Capsule Corporation, entered his ring's pocket dimension. At that moment, his doppelganger emerged, halting its training upon seeing Chen Bei, remaining silent. After more than 6 months of secluded cultivation, the doppelganger had shed its previous impulsive demeanor. Cultivating the Immortality technique differed from the Dragon Ball method, which primarily focused on power enhancement. Even deities of destruction retained a childlike disposition, while the Immortality technique resembled a form of spiritual cultivation, emphasizing the nurturing of one's character and the avoidance of arrogance and impatience to prevent the emergence of inner demons during training. What brings you here? Were you not planning to venture to Planet Vegeta? The doppelganger queried. Over the past 6 months, Chen Bei had often entered the pocket dimension to train alongside his doppelganger, as solitude proved rather dull. Prior to departing the hyperbolic time chamber, Chen Bei had visited the pocket dimension once, sharing his thoughts with his doppelganger. Why? I can come and go as I please. Does it concern you? Chen Bei retorted, leaving the doppelganger momentarily speechless. Even with a good-natured temperament, the doppelganger struggled to respond to the capricious nature of its original self. Very well, I merely wish to enter and observe. While also engaging in a friendly exchange to assess your progress during this period, Chen Bei remarked, stifling a yawn as he waved his hand dismissively. In that case, let us proceed, though I may find it challenging to match your prowess for the time being. The current avatar, known as Chun Nan, had attained the realm of celestial beings, specifically the fifth level of the mystical realm, achieving the harmonious union of yin and yang and the ability to project his consciousness outward. The mystical realm is divided into 10 levels: the realm of magical power, the true essence realm, the Yuan Gang realm, the Yin Yang realm, the celestial being realm, the unity of all laws, the golden core realm, the trials of wind and fire, the manifestation of heaven and earth, and the reversal of fate. Being in the celestial being realm signifies the transformation of magical power into true essence, forming the Yuan Gang. Additionally, due to the mastery of the great aperture technique, he had completed the union of yin and yang ahead of time, and his soul's power had reached the level of a celestial being, thus facilitating a smooth breakthrough into this realm. However, in comparison to the elevation of his true self, the Avatar still lagged slightly behind. Presently, the Avatar's strength, when likened to the battle power in Dragon Ball, hovers around 100,000 points. This estimate does not account for the power of the soul, which holds little effect on the true self. If one were to include the soul strength, the Avatar's combat capability would exceed 1,000,000 points. The Eternal Life system does not prioritize sheer destructive force, but rather emphasizes the manner in which power is wielded, such as through extraordinary spells and mystical abilities. If these spells and powers were employed against cultivators from Dragon Ball, many would yield impressive results. Particularly, spells concerning the soul would be overwhelmingly effective against the natives of Dragon Ball. Chen Bei, possessing formidable mental strength, would similarly overpower those in Dragon Ball who do not cultivate spiritual realms. However, it becomes a different matter with deities. The gods within Dragon Ball wield a certain force dictated by rules, being favored by the laws of the universe, and cannot be easily vanquished by mere mental prowess. Although they may appear relatively weak, this is merely a relative perception. Take the god of destruction, for example. While they may not cultivate spiritual realms, they command the power of destruction, possessing unique divine abilities. Their mental strength is also significantly enhanced by the Dragon Ball universe, rendering them a formidable class of beings. Especially the angels. These entities embody the very essence of rules, each one exceedingly powerful, were it not for their special limitations preventing indiscriminate interference with the universe. Few would escape their grasp. True strength encompasses not only physical might, but also the resilience of the soul. A robust physique cannot adequately support a weak soul, nor can a potent soul effectively command a frail body. The unity of soul and body is paramount. Chen Bei understood this deeply. He aspired not to be a mere slave to power, but rather its sovereign ruler. Rest assured, we are merely here to validate one another's abilities and discern the differences between Dragon Ball and Eternal Life. I shall refrain from employing mental power, Chen Bei articulated, revealing his intentions. Indeed, that is reassuring, the Avatar replied. After exchanging a few words, the two individuals stepped back to create a space where they could fully unleash their respective abilities. The embodiment of Chun Nan began to channel the great aperture technique, connecting his body's meridians and acupoints, thereby augmenting his physical prowess and enhancing his agility in combat. Gradually, a faint golden luminescence emerged from his body, emanating from his acupoints. This golden glow signified that his dantian had accumulated a sufficient reservoir of true essence and vital energy, which was transitioning from formlessness to a golden state. With continued compression and consolidation, this essence might undergo a qualitative transformation, leading to a breakthrough into the golden core realm. Upon activating his acupoints, Chun Nan instantly felt a surge of physical strength, potent enough to shatter a mountain with a single punch. Observing that his embodiment was prepared, Chen Bei wasted no time and unleashed his own energy. As the latent energy within him was released, it stirred the surroundings, creating a formidable vortex. Waves of energy rippled from his body, enveloping him in a shroud of white flames. Let us commence. Both Chen Bei and his embodiment ceased to wait, charging toward each other simultaneously. Bang! Their fists collided, generating a powerful shockwave that radiated outward. Boom! 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 The relentless exchange of blows compressed the air around them, producing sonic booms. Suddenly, the embodiment was swept aside by a sweeping kick from Chen Bei, sending him crashing into the nearby mountains, penetrating through their rocky formations. The sound of crumbling stones echoed as debris tumbled down, enveloping the area in a thick veil of smoke. Witnessing this scene, Chen Bei remained vigilant, aware that his embodiment would not be so easily defeated. Indeed, as a wave of energy surged forth, a golden beam of light shot toward Chen Bei in an instant. He dared not withstand it with his body alone. Instead, he gathered energy in his hands and unleashed a wave of energy blasts. The two beams of energy collided midair, resulting in a violent explosion that once again shrouded the surroundings in smoke. Neither of them was hindered by the obscuring mist. Both possessed the same innate talents, including the golden eye's penetrating vision. Over the past 6 months, Chen Bei had refined his application of the clone technique, successfully transferring his bloodline to his embodiment without sacrificing his own abilities. Through the smoke, they locked eyes, refraining from making any rash movements. After a moment of composed gazes, Chen Bei took the initiative, choosing to strike first. With a swift motion, Chen Bei's fist was intercepted by the embodiment's palm. Yet, he quickly followed up with another punch to the embodiment's face. The embodiment, not to be outdone, retaliated by lifting a leg and delivering a kick to Chen Bei's abdomen. They parted in an instant, one brushing his face while the other cradled his stomach. The crackling sounds of explosions reverberated once more as the two engaged in a fierce exchange of blows, each strike leaving marks upon the ground or the cliffside. In no time, the earth was pockmarked with numerous craters, the grass uprooted, creating a desolate scene. After battling for over half an hour, the two finally paused, with Chen Bei slightly prevailing. His avatar, after all, had not undergone extensive training. The technique of eternal life was characterized by a gradual enhancement of combat prowess in its early stages, particularly when compared to the Dragon Ball technique. However, as one progressed into the later stages and began to comprehend the laws, it proved to be far superior to the mere Dragon Ball method. Both warriors consumed a mystical being, their stamina and energy revitalized by the life force it provided. "This is where I must take my leave," Chen Bei declared, not waiting for his avatar's response before swiftly returning to the external world. He soared into the sky, gazing at the natural beauty of Earth for a moment, before murmuring, "Until we meet again in 2 years, Earth." With that, he executed a technique of instantaneous movement, departing to an unknown destination. Chapter 36. Cosmic Expanse? Is this truly the universe? Standing on a barren planet, Chen Bei surveyed the scene before him. This planet, lacking an atmosphere akin to Earth, allowed for a direct view of the myriad fragments of meteors drifting through space. On such a world, he felt no discomfort. His innate ability to survive in a vacuum afforded him the freedom to traverse the cosmos. While the beauty was undeniable, it lacked vitality. As far as the eye could see, twinkling stars dotted the sky, interspersed with various meteor belts that formed celestial chains, a truly magnificent sight. Regrettably, amidst this vastness, few planets exhibited signs of life. It was no wonder that the god of destruction sought to cleanse these lifeless worlds. Should they be struck and shattered, the resulting debris could directly impact other planets harboring life. However, Chen Bei pondered whether the god of destruction existed in this universe. He secretly wished for such beings to be absent. Their existence was far beyond the norm, and he despised the feeling of being overshadowed. The god of destruction? I shall surpass him in due time, he mused as he transformed into a streak of light, hurtling through the cosmic void. Surrounding scenery blurred past him. Fragments of meteors scattered everywhere. After a prolonged flight, boredom began to set in, prompting him to halt. This space was relatively safe, devoid of planets and meteors. Yet it felt achingly vast and desolate. It appeared that encounters with other cosmic beings were unlikely. After all, even races capable of surviving in the vastness of space could not roam freely as he did. The cosmos was far too expansive, and one could only wonder how long it would take to reach another planet. Chen Bei initially harbored hopes of encountering other cosmic life forms. Yet after flying for quite some time, he found himself surrounded by desolate planets and scattered meteorite fragments, devoid of even a single plant, let alone intelligent life. Thus, he resolved to head directly to Planet Vegeta, for the vastness of space offered little of interest. Making this decision, he opted against aimlessly wandering through the cosmos and deemed it more prudent to travel directly to Planet Vegeta, where he could also witness the Saiyans. After consulting the system map and pinpointing the location of Planet Vegeta, Chen Bei commenced his instantaneous movement. In a flash, his figure vanished from the unknown expanse of space, and upon reappearing, he found himself in the vicinity of a unique planet. The universe was indeed vast, and even with the aid of the system's navigation, it had taken considerable effort to arrive at his destination. Choosing not to linger in the surrounding space of Planet Vegeta, especially given that the Saiyans were currently under Frieza's command, which meant the area was likely rife with surveillance equipment, Chen Bei decided it wise to enter the planet itself. The potential for concealment within the planet was far superior to the emptiness of outer space. Upon entering the planet's interior, Chen Bei felt little difference. The gravity here was 10 times that of Earth, reminiscent of the hyperbolic time chamber. Originally named Planet Plant, this world was once the domain of the Zenkans. The Saiyans, whose true homeland was Planet Salad, were forced into exile due to internal strife that devastated their planet, leading them to drift to Planet Plant. The Zenkans, who cherished peace and technological advancement, were reminiscent of Earthlings and graciously took in the Saiyans. Unfortunately, the Saiyans, lacking proper guidance, reverted to their primal instincts and engaged in incessant brawls. Dissatisfied with Zenkai's rule, the Saiyans, on a fateful full moon night, transformed into giant apes and exterminated the Zenkans, ultimately claiming Planet Plant as their own, which was thereafter renamed Planet Vegeta. Under the reign of their king, King Vegeta, the Saiyans became subservient to Frieza, embodying brutality and selfishness, evolving into a formidable army of invaders. In a primordial forest, Chen Bei refrained from wandering the planet freely. The entire world was under the vigilant eyes of the Saiyans and Frieza as forces. Unless one was a legitimate visitor to the planet, those like Chen Bei, without proper identification, would undoubtedly face expulsion or annihilation upon discovery. After careful consideration, Chen Bei resolved to sign in directly at this location, intending to later utilize his soul perception to ascertain the positions of the Saiyan Royal Palace and the infant incubation chambers. He also hoped to check if he could register alongside King Vegeta and Bardock, although their appearances in the original narrative were somewhat limited. One is Vegeta's father, and the other is the father of Son Goku, Kakarot. They are undoubtedly pivotal figures in storyline. System, sign in, Chen Bei silently commanded, and then began to await the results. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have successfully signed in at Planet Vegeta. You have received the following rewards: a luxury starry strategic battleship, 10 units of Saiyan bloodline genes, the talent of a scientific genius, and the great domination technique. The luxury starry strategic battleship, hailing from the technological universe's Super Divine Academy, measures 500 meters in length, 1,000 meters in width, and 200 meters in height. It is equipped with 5 super heavy God-slaying cannons, 300 medium-sized starry missile launchers, and 500 small laser cannons. Internally, it boasts a strategic warehouse, a material warehouse, a specialized divine body research laboratory, and comprehensive entertainment facilities capable of accommodating over 1,000 individuals. The Saiyan bloodline genes, when utilized, can merge with one's own genetic makeup, bestowing upon the user the unique talents of the Saiyan lineage. The scientific genius talent, inherited from the Zavarians, allows for accelerated learning of technological knowledge and fosters innovative ideas during research, significantly enhancing scientific capabilities. The Great Domination Technique, one of the 3,000 Great Avenues, is a unique ability of the immortal world's divine race, enabling individuals to unwittingly submit to the user, achieving victory without conflict. It ranks among the higher echelons of the 3,000 Great Avenues, manifesting various divine seal scenes upon activation, with unpredictable might. Once again, the rewards are remarkably abundant. The starry strategic battleship indeed possesses an impressive name. However, against the formidable destructive power of Dragon Ball warriors, it may not suffice. Nonetheless, the God-slaying cannons should prove somewhat useful, specifically designed to deal with divine bodies, wielding immense power and preventing their restoration upon destruction. The various entertainment facilities aboard are quite appealing, and Chen Bei plans to retain them within his small world, providing a comfortable retreat compared to the wilderness. Furthermore, the battleship's considerable size would pose a challenge without the small world. Attempting to take it out into the universe would likely lead to complications, as there is no designated parking space among the stars. Chapter 37. The Great Wish Technique. The talent of a scientific genius feels somewhat superfluous for Chen Bei at present. However, possessing it is certainly better than lacking it. Regardless, he is aware that he must not solely focus on research while neglecting the enhancement of his own strength. He understands that true power stems from one's own capabilities, and reliance on external forces is ultimately unsustainable, exceptions made for cheats and enhancements. While this ability may lack immediate utility, it is merely a matter of time. The technological creations of the Dragon Ball universe are indeed intricate, encompassing technologies such as universal capsules, android technology, super android technology, floating cars, spaceship manufacturing, and Dragon Ball radar, each of which is quite sophisticated. Chen Bei believed that if time permitted, he could delve into some studies. For preparedness is always prudent, and technology indeed offers remarkable convenience. As for the Saiyan bloodline genes, they could be preserved for future use. Should the person Chen Bei harbors affection for lack innate talent, these genes could be of assistance. Of course, methods to enhance talent are not limited to this. There are also the Essence Cleansing Pill, the I Ching Pill, and the 9 Orifices Golden Pill, all of which can augment one's aptitude, facilitating a more efficient cultivation process. Nevertheless, having rewards is undeniably advantageous, sparing one from the complexities of concocting elixirs, which is no simple endeavor. Without a mentor's guidance, one might fail hundreds of times before achieving success, not to mention the arduous task of gathering medicinal herbs, with uncertainty regarding their availability in the Dragon Ball world. However, Chen Bei need not be overly concerned. His small world is replete with spiritual energy and an abundance of various herbs, though some aged ones pose a challenge. It is likely that only after mastering the laws of time and space can he resolve this issue. After claiming his sign-in rewards, Chen Bei prepared to further explore the planet, albeit with some preliminary preparations. He intended to employ a special secret technique, which necessitates a certain cost. On Planet Vegeta, to move about freely, it is advisable to adopt some form of disguise. Possessing a transformation ability would be even more beneficial. Thus, Chen Bei resolved to utilize the Great Wish technique, sacrificing a portion of his own fortune to exchange for a sliver of serendipity. Do not let me down. Great Wish technique, he murmured softly, pondering the potential of invoking this technique. The Great Wish technique harnesses one's willpower or the collective will of beings to enhance fortune and procure opportunities. Luck is not static. It may fluctuate at various moments. For instance, during a treasure hunt, the acquisition of a coveted item is often due to abundant fortune. Yet if that treasure is subsequently seized by another, that fortune diminishes. Or perhaps a more fortunate individual suppresses one's luck. Chen Bei's willpower is not particularly formidable, as his current realm is rather low. However, his luck is sufficiently rich that even a slight loss could be swiftly replenished. Thus, in this light, utilizing a portion of his fortune to gain opportunity seems quite advantageous. After contemplating for a moment, Chen Bei refrained from immediately invoking the Great Wish technique and instead swiftly entered his small world. Fearing that invoking the technique might create a significant commotion, he deemed it wiser to retreat to his own domain. Upon entering the small world, his avatar swiftly followed. The avatar, aware that Chen Bei must have some pressing matter at hand, noted that he seldom ventured into the small world without cause. Given the short time since his last entry, it was clear that it was not mere idleness that prompted this visit, but rather some urgent situation. Could it be that he had encountered a form of danger? The avatar pondered quietly, yet he felt no urgency, for his fate was intertwined with that of Chen Bei. Unless someone could obliterate both Chen Bei and him together, his essence could still be revived through his body, allowing their souls to merge once more, thereby enhancing their strength. However, the power lost would remain irretrievable. Upon the arrival of the avatar, Chen Bei chose not to conceal his thoughts and directly shared his intentions. I see. In that case, let us endeavor together, the avatar, Chen Nan, declared, intending to unite with his essence to employ the Great Wish technique, thus increasing their chances of success. Most of the avatar's cultivation stemmed from the eternal life method, making its execution considerably more manageable. Chen Bei comprehended the avatar's intent. The avatar yearned to reintegrate with him. Remaining in this small realm could induce tedium, and this opportunity to merge once again would not only enhance their power and mental acuity, but also facilitate a simpler practice of these techniques, while allowing them some respite from their confinement. Though they would emerge as a singular entity, their memories would entwine, and the avatar, once reformed, would possess the recollections of Chen Bei's experiences during this time, thus savoring a semblance of a new life. Similarly, Chen Bei would absorb the memories of the avatar, leading to an exponential increase in his understanding of the eternal life method, further amplifying his strength. Exchanging a glance, they clasped hands, and soon after, the avatar transformed into specks of starlight, gradually merging into Chen Bei's form. Eyes closed, Chen Bei quietly absorbed the avatar's insights from their recent training, feeling his aura surge as the avatar integrated into his being, creating a vortex of energy around him. His mental prowess intensified, allowing him to perceive the entirety of the small realm, with no subtle movement escaping his awareness. After a considerable time, Chen Bei fully assimilated the avatar's memories and power. eradicating any sense of unfamiliarity. The dispersing energy gradually coalesced, and his mental strength was drawn into his sea of consciousness. The surrounding environment began to settle as Chen Bei concluded his meditation. It is time to commence. He formed a complex hand seal and began to chant silently within, invoking the unseen opportunities and channeling the Great Wish technique. As he executed this intricate process, a surge of energy was released from within him, coalescing in mid-air. This energy slowly transformed into a unique rune generated by the Great Wish technique, materializing into an extraordinary altar. Subsequently, Chen Bei utilized his mental energy to communicate with the altar, gathering his auspicious fortune. A radiant golden light emanated from the back of his head, representing the color of fortune. Fortune can manifest in various hues: white, yellow, gold, purple, gray, and black. It is not constant. This enigmatic essence is easily influenced by external factors. The progression of fortune from white to purple signifies an upward trajectory. However, gray and black fall outside this spectrum. The hues of gray and black predominantly symbolize misfortune, foretelling that an individual may soon encounter dire straits or even calamities involving bloodshed. Naturally, when the darkness intensifies, it can give rise to unique destinies, such as the presence of the Broom Star or the solitary celestial being. The white fortune is essentially what ordinary individuals possess. Sometimes, a richer hue with hints of pale yellow indicates that the person is poised to experience great fortune and wealth. Yellow is often associated with the affluent and powerful, representing a flourishing and prosperous fate. Golden fortune is a rare occurrence. When it does manifest, it typically signifies the central figure of the heavens or an emperor. Purple, in contrast, is exceedingly rare, denoting an individual with profound opportunities, with purple chi reaching the heavens, enabling them to achieve remarkable results in their endeavors and cultivation. This particular strand of fortune, divided and offered by Chen Bei, is golden, symbolizing the luck of a central figure in the celestial realm. This golden fortune is something he has labored to harness, for such energies are not easily controlled. A moment's negligence might cause them to dissipate entirely, resulting in backlash upon oneself. With the aid of mental strength, he guided this fortune until it was successfully delivered to the altar, at which point Chen Bei ceased the flow of energy. Now, he must patiently await the outcome, which is contingent upon the quality of the offerings made. Given the elevated nature of fortune, one can surmise that this opportunity should be promising. Chapter 38. Again. As the fortune surged into the altar, it began to emanate a dazzling golden light, prompting most individuals to shield their eyes. Fortunately, Chen Bei possessed golden pupils. In such circumstances, as long as the light was not specifically aimed at attacking his eyes, he could perceive through it without issue. However, he could only glimpse the surface of the golden radiance. When he attempted to delve deeper for a more thorough observation, he found himself unable to discern the inner workings, likely due to his insufficient power. During the waiting period, Chen Bei took a moment to review his attribute panel. Ding! Successfully opened attribute panel. Host, Chen Bei. Race, humanity. Bloodline, Saiyan. Combat power, 335888. Realm, celestial being. Skills, spiritual eye, X-ray vision, mental detonation, mental piercing, memory retrieval, mental pressure, monkey fist, Kamehameha, whole wave, resurrection technique. Dragon Ball creation, divine language, mind reading, telepathy, limb regeneration, clone technique, demon sealing wave, demon flash, instant teleportation. Techniques, fragment of great destiny art, X1, great acupoint technique, great blood essence technique, eternal life, secret canon, celestial being cultivation method, great faith technique, great wish technique, great sealing technique, great universal salvation technique, great world technique, time-space technique, great domination technique. Talents, God-level comprehension, photographic memory, illusion immunity, indomitable will, vacuum survival, creation, golden pupils, technological prodigy. Special abilities, dragon god power, breath of nature, vitality affinity. Item, Ring of the World, super divine water, X2. Immortal beings, X65. Nimbus clouds, X2. Temporal ring, universal key, deluxe starry strategic ship, Scion bloodline, gene X10. Super Namekian bloodline, gene X1. The transformation has resulted in a significant enhancement of strength. Due to the absorption of the Avatar's power, Chen Bei's combat prowess has surged tremendously, now exceeding 300,000. Furthermore, his realm has ascended from divine transformation to celestial being. The the pinnacle of the Avatar's realm. It is essential to distinguish between realm and combat power. The latter embodies an individual's comprehensive capabilities. With over 300,000 in combat power, Chen Bei can effortlessly overpower practitioners at the celestial being level, especially considering his arsenal of secret techniques. The realm reflects advancements in both energy quality and physical constitution, transitioning from internal force to genuine essence, and from genuine essence to astral energy. These represent the elevation of energy quality, the progression from mortal body to spiritual body, and from spiritual body to immortal body, signifies the enhancement of physical quality. Such elevation in realm not only extends longevity, but also facilitates transcendence from the mundane to the sacred, enhancing the essence of life itself. Turning attention back to the altar, it has begun to condense the dissipating golden light, gradually compressing it into a singular focal point. This point is where fortune resides. Once the golden light fades and the energy altar vanishes, the items within will reveal themselves. After a brief wait, at last, under Chen Bei's eager gaze, the altar began to dissolve, unveiling the items within. It was a book, seemingly ordinary, yet imbued with an aura of vastness, as if it held no end and concealed its true form. When all items had vanished, leaving only the book suspended in midair, Chen Bei sprang into action. With a leap, he approached the book, extending his right hand to grasp it, and returned to the ground. Upon opening it, Chen Bei discovered it was a book without words. Could it be that I opened it incorrectly? Confused, he stared at the book in his hands. It was inconceivable. After all, this was a fortune exchanged for with golden luck. How could it merely be a book devoid of text? Determined to uncover the truth, Chen Bei activated his golden eyes, intent on revealing its secrets. As the golden eyes came to life, a miraculous scene unfolded before him. The seemingly blank pages began to faintly reveal enigmatic runes. To his astonishment, he found that he could comprehend these characters. Although he was certain he had never studied or seen these words before, he could distinctly recognize them, leaving him utterly astounded. The first page of the book boldly proclaimed 6 large characters. Heavenly Gang 36 Transformations. This was the title, hinting that the contents would relate closely to it. Chen Bei inhaled deeply, striving to calm his exhilarated heart. If this truly was Heavenly Gang 36 Transformations, then he had indeed struck a remarkable fortune. To comprehend the 36 transformations of Heaven's ruler is to recognize that it is not merely a simplistic technique of transformation, but rather a compendium of 36 extraordinary supernatural abilities. Each mastery of these techniques bestows upon the practitioner an unfathomable power, far surpassing that of a mere shape-shifting art. The 36 transformations is categorized into 36 distinct supernatural powers, including but not limited to the manipulation of creation, inversion of yin and yang, shifting stars and constellations, restoration of the sun's course, summoning winds and rains, shaking mountains and trembling the earth, riding clouds and mist, altering rivers into land, manifesting golden light from the earth, churning rivers and stirring seas, solidifying the ground into steel. The great evasion of the 5 elements, the miraculous doors of the 6 generals, foreknowledge of the future, moving mountains and displacing stones, resurrection from death, flying with traces concealed, subduing the 9 breaths, extracting the primordial yang, taming dragons and suppressing tigers, mending the heavens and bathing in sunlight, pushing mountains and filling seas, transforming stones into gold, standing upright without a shadow, gestating forms into change, manifesting size at will, blooming flowers in an instant, commanding spirits and controlling chi, seeing through walls, returning winds and reviving flames, mastering the 5 thunders, submerging into the abyss and shrinking the earth, flying sands and shifting stones, carrying mountains across seas, turning beings into soldiers, and the infamous 7 arrows of the nailhead. Among these, certain abilities such as manipulation of creation, summoning winds and rains, inversion of yin and yang, and shifting stars and constellations are notably exemplified within the journey to the west. The manipulation of creation is a formidable supernatural power, akin to the embryonic form of the laws of creation, enabling existence from non-existence and life from death. In the primordial realm, Niwa utilized this power to create humanity. Techniques like inversion of yin and yang and summoning winds and rains were famously wielded by Son Wukong, who transformed day into night and summoned storms. Another renowned technique is the 7 arrows of the nailhead, a malevolent power targeting the soul, capable of killing from a distance. Even a grand Luo Golden Immortal is not exempt from its lethal reach. In the investiture of the gods, Luya advised Jiangxia to employ the 7 arrows of the nailhead to slay Zhao Gongming. Remarkably, Jiangxia heeded Lu Ya's deceptive counsel and, after prostrating himself 21 times before the talisman, unleashed 3 arrows that struck Zhao Gongming's 3 souls, thus cementing an irreconcilable enmity between the two sections. However, the execution of such a sinister technique is not without its prerequisites. One must possess the appearance, name, and birth details of the target, inscribing them upon effigy. A high altar must then be erected for 21 days of worship, culminating in the use of a mulberry bough and peach arrows to slay the effigy, thereby affecting the individual directly. Furthermore, this technique carries a significant drawback. It depletes one's fortune. In the investiture of the gods, Luya refrained from employing it himself, fully aware of the risks to his own destiny, and advocated its use solely by Jiangxia in desperate circumstances. Chapter 39. Transformation of the Embryo. After perusing the entirety of these mystical arts and committing them to memory, Chen Bei placed the tome into the system space. He deemed it unwise to keep it in his own realm, fearing that it might fall into the hands of those with malicious intent. Should someone utilize the 7 arrows of the nailhead against him, the consequences would be dire. Thus, for the sake of safety, he resolved to secure within the confines of the system space. At present, the arcane spells and abilities seem rather esoteric to Chen Bei. The methods of the primordial world are not easily comprehensible. Consider the case of Zhu Beiji. Despite having lived for countless years and possessing the capability to master the 36 transformations, has yet to fully grasp them. Mastery of such techniques heavily relies on personal aptitude and comprehension, not to mention the time required for refinement. It is not something that can be achieved in a single leap. What Chen Bei urgently needs is a transformative ability, and among the 36 transformations, there exists a particular spell that corresponds perfectly, the art of transformation through gestation. This art can be understood in 2 distinct parts. First is gestation, which refers to a process of returning to the primordial state, allowing one's physical form to revert to that of a newborn, thereby reclaiming a thread of innate energy. It is an unparalleled method for foundational cultivation. The second aspect is transformation, which pertains to altering one's shape and appearance, enabling one to adjust their form or even assume that of other objects. The art of transformation through gestation is not merely a simple technique of change. It is a profound path of reconstructing one's foundation. However, the complexity of human anatomy makes it exceedingly rare for anyone to master this ability to its fullest extent. Furthermore, many individuals of substantial foundation are unlikely to abandon the arcane powers they have cultivated over many years, as they themselves are inherently divine and require no such foundational reconstruction. For Chen Bei, entering the realm of this art should not prove too difficult, and there is no immediate need for profound mastery, especially since few in the Dragon Ball world have encountered such spells. Assuming another's appearance would likely go unnoticed. In fact, during the transformation, one's aura can also shift. Although achieving this requires a certain level of mastery, mere initiation will not suffice. Many spells and abilities in the primordial realm have reached an extraordinary level of perfection, making the creation of new methods a formidable challenge. Currently, Chen Bei harbors no such aspirations. He intends to diligently practice the art of transformation through gestation. With his divine-level comprehension and formidable mental prowess, along with an eidetic memory, Chen Bei's learning process is remarkably swift. After approximately half a month, he has become well acquainted with the art of transformation. Presently, he can transform into nearly anything, even minute creatures such as flies and grains of sand. However, his aura remains somewhat unstable and could easily be detected by those well-versed in the art. Nevertheless, Chen Bei possesses sufficient abilities to remain concealed in the Dragon Ball realm. This situation would not expose him, as long as he suppresses his aura, although it took Chen Bei half a month just to reach the threshold of this art. Such spells are not easily mastered. Recall that in Journey to the West, Son Wukong spent an extensive period acquiring the 72 transformations. The original text mentions that the peach blossoms bloomed 7 times during his initial learning phase, despite the fact that Patriarch Bodhi did not teach him directly. Son Wukong still managed to clandestinely learn from his fellow disciples, a foundational stage in his journey. Once Son Wukong attained a semblance of understanding, the venerable Bodhi ancestor commenced his formal instruction in the art of cultivation. Initially, he inquired whether the monkey wished to learn the 36 transformations or the 72 transformations. Regrettably, the simian, lacking in foresight, opted for the latter. After 3 arduous years of study, he was ultimately dismissed from the mountain by his teacher. In total, 10 years elapsed before he grasped the rudimentary principles of the 72 transformations, which, while a level below the celestial 36 transformations, still bore the inherent flaw of leaving a trace during transformation. This weakness was exposed during his confrontation with Erlang Shun, excluding the prior 7 years. Even considering the subsequent 3 years, it is evident how challenging the mastery of such divine arts can be. Son Wukong, a clever stone monkey with innate adaptability, still struggled to fully command this skill. This highlights that Chen Bei, possessing commendable talent, was able to achieve a foundational understanding of the higher-level transformation technique, the embryonic transformation of the 36 transformations, in merely half a month. Having finally mastered the art of transformation, Chen Bei felt prepared to venture forth. He rose, stretched, and limbered up before departing from the miniature realm. In the outside world, amidst the primordial forest, a figure suddenly emerged. It was none other than Chen Bei himself. Having returned to the ancient woodlands of Planet Vegeta, transform. With the utterance of this command, Chen Bei successfully morphed into a grain of sand. In comparison to living creatures, such an inanimate object proved far more advantageous for concealment. Hence, he opted against transforming into insects like flies or mosquitoes, choosing instead the guise of sand. With a mere thought, his mental energy enveloped the entire planet. Chen Bei, cautious not to draw attention, gradually released his spiritual force in a gentle manner to survey the world around him. After approximately a minute, he had discerned the layout of various structures on Planet Vegeta. In a swift movement, the grain of sand he had transformed into vanished within the depths of the primordial forest. In a brightly lit chamber, numerous nutrient pods were arranged, housing Saiyan infants, each isolated from the outside world by transparent glass domes. The grain of sand that was Chen Bei concealed itself atop a nearby instrument, a choice made for optimal observation of the state of these Saiyan children, curious to witness the appearance of this extraordinary race at birth. This room housed not only Saiyan infants, but also various bizarre extraterrestrials, whose grotesque appearances, such as toad-like skin and sausage-like mouths, could only be described as an understatement of their unattractiveness. They wielded various instruments to assess the combat prowess of the newly born infants, transmitting the data to a computer before relaying a copy to the Frieza Force headquarters. Chen Bei observed all of this without interfering with the actions of these aliens, as his current objective lay elsewhere. He was in search of a Saiyan infant with a spiky head. Indeed, Chen Bei was on the hunt for Son Wukong, the protagonist of this Dragon Ball universe. The mental energy quietly unfurled, sensing the surroundings within a nutrient chamber. Chen Bei finally discerned the slumbering figure of Son Wukong. At this moment, he was still known as Kakarot, a Saiyan, until he sustained a head injury. Chen Bei did not perceive him as the cheerful boy from the original narrative. Chapter 40, clocking in as Kakarot. Upon seeing this familiar silhouette from the original story, Chen Bei couldn't help but ponder whether Son Wukong's fate would remain unchanged. It seemed unlikely, with Chen Bei's existence in this world. The trajectory of events would inevitably shift. Much like a leaf falling into water, ripples would be created on the surface in response to his influence. The familiar spiky hair reminiscent of a hedgehog adorned a physique that had yet to fully develop, with the young brother peeking out, exuding an adorably naive charm. Chen Bei chose not to linger any longer, preparing to depart. However, before his exit, he needed to claim his rewards. System, commenced the clocking in, he declared, awaiting the system's response. He mused that as the protagonist of the Dragon Ball universe, the rewards for Son Wukong, Kakarot, should be commendable. He hoped his efforts had not been in vain. Yet, based on the system's previous tendencies, he expected nothing less than generosity. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully clocking in the storyline character Son Wukong, Kakarot. You have earned 1 lottery chance, Dragon Fist, Talent, Divine Chef, and the Seed of Crimson Lotus Flame. The rewards this time were particularly special, as they included an additional chance at the lottery. Chen Bei recalled that his last lottery experience had been shortly after he entered the Dragon Ball world, where the beginner's gift package had granted him a lottery chance, from which he had drawn the Great Aperture technique. He wondered how his luck would fare this time, and whether he could draw something extraordinary. He remembered that the system's lottery could potentially yield rewards from other systems, which was nothing short of invincible, a fact that had left the former Chen Bei envious. However, he chose not to indulge in the lottery immediately, opting to review the remaining rewards first. Dragon Fist, a powerful technique created by Son Wukong, unleashed a scene akin to the appearance of a divine dragon, characterized by immense explosive force and penetrating power. It allowed the user to consolidate their entire strength and unleash it in a single, formidable strike. The Dragon Fist first made its debut in the Dragon Ball Z film, where it was utilized by Son Wukong in his Super Saiyan 3 form. In Dragon Ball GT, Son Wukong in his Super Saiyan 4 transformation also employed this technique. Yet it had not been used by Son Wukong in Dragon Ball Super, indicating the existence of two distinct timelines. Chen Bei had acquired another potent skill. Although it was birthed by another, he did not mind. His current strength was insufficient, so utilizing another's technique sufficed for now. He believed that once he grew stronger, creating even more formidable abilities would not be a daunting task. Talent, the Divine Chef, is indeed an intriguing skill. This talent does not directly enhance physical strength, much like the genius of technology as it pertains to non-combat abilities. Its primary function is to facilitate Chen Bei's culinary endeavors, rendering the preparation of food more effortless and the flavors more exquisite. Beyond these fundamental attributes, the Divine Chef talent possesses unique capabilities, allowing the dishes crafted with it to bestow various miraculous effects. Such effects include beauty enhancement, longevity, physical fortification, and blood replenishment. These are merely the basics. More formidable effects can augment one's strength, elevate one's lineage, reconstruct one's foundation, purify the spirit, and comprehend the principles of the universe. Upon witnessing the extraordinary potential of this talent, Chen Bei was exhilarated. With this ability, he could not only satiate his own appetite, but also enhance his strength while dining, making it an indispensable skill for any gourmand. However, glancing at Son Wukong, he couldn't help but ponder whether he would end up as a full-time caretaker. Much like the gluttonous Monkey King, Chen Bei had settled in steamed Bun Mountain, albeit having barely spent a few nights there. Setting aside his whimsical thoughts, Chen Bei focused on his exploration. As it turns out, this talent is not entirely invincible and comes with certain limitations. Firstly, the quality of ingredients plays a crucial role. The better the ingredients, the more potent the resultant dishes, akin to alchemical processes. Secondly, the user's strength influences the effectiveness of the dishes. The stronger the individual, the more pronounced the effects. When preparing meals, one can infuse their spiritual energy, vitality, and insights from the laws of the universe, thereby enhancing the consumer's innate talents and understanding. This skill resonates deeply with Chen Bei. To truly capture someone's heart, one must first win their stomach, ensuring that his future romantic pursuits need not be fraught with concern. The final reward is particularly exceptional, a spark of fire. The Red Lotus Karma Fire Seed is the nascent form of the Red Lotus Karma Fire, possessing a faint intelligence and the ability to merge with the human body, assisting the user in dispelling karmic burdens and extricating distracting thoughts. The Red Lotus Karma Fire itself is a hellish flame, specifically designed to punish those who commit heinous acts. Anyone tainted by this fire will have their karma and spirit incinerated until nothing remains, making it a formidable adversary to malevolent entities. The Red Lotus Karma Fire is immensely powerful, capable of consuming matter and refining souls, aiding the user in spiritual cultivation while eliminating karmic residues, as well as serving as a weapon against foes, extinguishing their souls. Truly, Kakarot, as the protagonist, has bestowed upon him an abundance of remarkable gifts, each with its own merits, and Chen Bei is thoroughly pleased. Once Son Wukong arrives on Earth, Chen Bei feels inclined to take good care of this younger brother by treating him to delightful meals. Having reviewed all the rewards, only one opportunity for a lottery remains. Chen Bei resolves to proceed with the draw. Entering the small world, he reverted to his original form. Exhaling softly, he felt more at ease in his familiar appearance. He had no desire to remain as mere sand. Summoning the system, he prepared to initiate the lottery, encountering the same formula and lottery interface once more. A grand wheel accompanied by a substantial button, a rather rudimentary combination, yet the rewards are extraordinary. This contraption is entirely reliant on luck, with favorable fortune. A single stroke of divine prowess would suffice to bring immense joy to Chen Bei. As he clicked to commence the lottery, the wheel began to spin rapidly. Instead of halting immediately, it continued to whirl for a while before concluding the draw. Stop! Upon the utterance of Chen Bei's command, the wheel came to an abrupt halt, reminiscent of the initial draw, and words began to materialize upon its surface. Chen Bei fixated intently on the final reward, filled with anticipation for what wondrous item might emerge. At last, the text was clearly inscribed on the wheel. However, it vanished just as swiftly, leaving Chen Bei unable to discern its meaning. He had no choice but to inquire of the system regarding the reward he had obtained. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have received the human Tao list of deification. What is this? Is there truly a distinction between the heavenly Tao and the human Tao in the list of deification? Chen Bei pondered, for he was familiar with the list of deification, which is a golden roster that enshrines the righteous deities of the celestial court. Once a true spirit ascends the list, even the most exalted immortals cannot escape its dominion. Chapter 41. The Heavenly Tao and Human Tao. In the world, there exist three paths. The death of living beings does not signify an end, as the Earth Tao encompasses the realm of spirits and ghosts. The Great Tao encompasses 50, the heavenly cycle comprises 49, and all things possess a thread of life. Heaven and earth are divided into three paths: heaven, earth, and humanity. The heavenly Tao signifies order, or perhaps macro-regulation. It governs the rules of a world-S order, where everything is preordained. As long as living beings cannot transcend the heavenly Tao, they shall forever be unable to seize control of their own destinies, perpetually constrained by the cosmos. The Earth Tao symbolizes feng shui, similarly representing the cycle of life and death. It is the path of reincarnation, granting all beings a sliver of hope, allowing them to start anew. The human Tao embodies change. It is infinite. To cultivate the human Tao, one must first embrace the concept of reversal. The human Tao also reflects an individual's fortune. Only by altering one's luck can one seize command over one's fate. To change one's fortune, one must embrace the notion of reversal, not in defiance of natural laws, but with the resolve to transform oneself and the unwavering will to persevere. As the saying goes, life, luck, and feng shui. Fate is decreed by heaven. Luck is shaped by one's efforts, and feng shui relies on arrangements. Returning to the main topic, it was previously mentioned that Chen Bei had obtained the human Tao list of deification. In truth, there should exist three lists: the heavenly Tao list of deification, the human Tao list of deification, and the earth Tao list of deification. Only when all three lists converge can the Tao of heaven and earth be perfected. Heaven and earth also possess their own paths of evolution. Only through continuous self-improvement can they grow stronger and avert the fate of collapse. The cosmos faces great calamities, which simultaneously present grand opportunities. If one fails to grasp them, the universe may shatter, but if managed correctly, order will be restored, and the cosmos shall ascend. In the world of primordial chaos, various significant calamities unfold in sequential order. Firstly, the cataclysm of creation occurred when Pangu endeavored to forge the primordial world, only to be thwarted by the 3,000 chaotic demons. This interference led to Pangu's immense exhaustion, ultimately resulting in his corporeal form transforming into the world itself, leading to his demise and the dissolution of his path. Secondly, the calamity of ferocious beasts ensued, following Pangu's creation of the universe. The true spirits of the chaotic demons reincarnated within the primordial realm, seeking to claim dominion over it and annihilate its inhabitants as retribution for their prior defeat at Pangu's hands. Thirdly, during the Dragon Han calamity, a new breed of beings emerged in the primordial realm after the ferocious beast catastrophe, among which the most formidable were the Dragon, Phoenix, and Shilin clans. These clans fell victim to the machinations of the heavenly Tao and the scheming of Luo Ho, resulting in the accumulation of boundless karma and their eventual decline. Fourthly, the conflict between Tao and demons persisted, as the principle of Tao waned while demonic forces flourished. Following the Dragon and Phoenix calamity, both Hong Jun and Luo Ho were ensnared by the heavenly Tao, igniting a fierce struggle for a fleeting opportunity to attain enlightenment. This conflict ravaged the spiritual veins of the Western continent, yielding a Pyrrhic victory for Hong Jun, as the damage to the Western lands rendered the cosmos incomplete, compelling him to merge with the Tao in an imperfect resolution. Subsequent calamities, such as the War of Witches and Demons, the Conferred Gods calamity, and the Journey to the West calamity, plunged the primordial world into chaos, leading to its fragmentation and the onset of the Age of No Law. Thus, the primordial realm fell from grace, its name becoming a misnomer. The three conferred god lists, in truth, hold equal significance, each birthed from the three Taos to maintain the equilibrium of the cosmos. Each list has the capacity to confer titles upon 365 deities. totaling 1,095 divine beings, representing the utmost limit of the primordial realm. The human Tao conferred god list obtained by Chen Bei is one such list, capable of bestowing 365 righteous gods. However, it does not imply that Chen Bei's conferred god list is restricted to only 365 deities. Theoretically, it should be infinite, yet the number of righteous gods is finite due to their ability to share fortune, prompting the three Daos to impose limitations. Being inscribed on the conferred god list brings more advantages than disadvantages. Primarily, one need not fear death, as long as a fragment of true spirit remains on the list. Resurrection is assured. Many during the conferred god calamity hesitated to be inscribed, as they had grown accustomed to a leisurely existence and shunned constraints, ultimately provoking calamities that led to their physical annihilation and their true spirits being inscribed, which, devoid of a corporeal form, limited their power and forced them to rely on fortune and incense for cultivation. For ordinary mortals, the conferred god list represents an aspirational existence. Li Jing, for instance, relentlessly sought to be inscribed, while those of lesser power could ascend to lofty divine positions upon being inscribed, such as Bo Yikao, who was directly elevated to the rank of the Emperor of the Purple Tenuity, an almost indescribable honor. Regrettably, the earnest Jiang Ziya toiled tirelessly, yet ultimately received no divine appointment. Now, with the conferred god list in his possession, Chen Bei, by placing it within the system's space or the ring world, harbors little concern regarding his mortality, as he can resurrect indefinitely, reveling in this boon. Furthermore, should he wish to safeguard friends or cherished individuals, he can allow them to deposit a fragment of their true spirit on the conferred god list, ensuring their safety, which brings Chen Bei immense satisfaction. In the realm of the miniature world, Chen Bei spent half a day studying the human path to the divine list and astonishingly discovered that within the list existed an entire space, harboring immense fortune, nearly manifesting into the form of a true dragon. These artifacts were indeed not to be underestimated. Chen Bei couldn't help but feel a surge of gratitude for acquiring such a grand opportunity. The fortune he had previously lost was now entirely restored, to the extent that he felt it was more than he could ever utilize. After claiming and absorbing all the rewards, Chen Bei examined his attribute panel. Ding! The attribute panel opened successfully. Host, Chen Bei. Race, human. Bloodline, Saiyan. Combat power, 338,000, modified. Realm, celestial being. Skills, Eye of spiritual insight, Eye of X-ray vision. Mental detonation, mental piercing, memory retrieval, mental pressure, monkey fist, Kamehameha, spirit bomb. Resurrection technique, Dragon Ball creation, divine tongue, telepathy, empathy, limb regeneration, cloning technique, demon sealing wave. Demon flash, instant transmission, dragon fist eruption. Cultivation techniques, fragments of the Great Destiny technique, X1, Great Aperture technique, Great Blood Soul technique, Eternal Secret Tome, Great Faith technique, Great Wish technique, Great Sealing technique, Great Universal technique, Time and Space technique, Great Domination technique, 36 transformations of the Celestial Gang. Talents, God-level comprehension, photographic memory, illusion immunity, indomitable will, vacuum survival, creation, golden eyes, technological prodigy, divine chef. Special abilities, Dragon God S power, breath of nature, vital energy affinity. Items, Ring of Worlds, Super Divine Water X2, Immortal Beans X65, Flying Nimbus X2, Time Space Ring, Universal Key, Luxury Starry Strategic Ship, Scion Bloodline, Genes X10, Super Namekian Bloodline, Gene X1. Human Path to Divine List, Red Lotus Karma Fire Seed, Method of Planting Immortal Beans. With such an overwhelming abundance of rewards, Chen Bei was uncertain whether he should continue to check in, for the sheer volume of items was staggering, and he had scarcely delved into their intricacies. Indeed, possessing too many treasures could be a vexation of its own. Chapter 42, The Creation of Dragon Balls. Without departing the miniature world again, Chen Bei found himself reluctant to rush into the next check-in. He needed to consolidate the knowledge and assets he had accumulated during this period. Since his arrival in the Dragon Ball universe, he had acquired 8 complete paths of the 3,000 Great Avenues, 9 talents, and 3 special abilities, namely, Dragon God S power, Breath of Nature, and Vital Energy Affinity. With these alone, as long as Chen Bei did not meet his demise, his ascent to becoming a formidable figure was inevitable. Even in the absence of any additional rewards, he could thrive in any realm. Strictly speaking, Chen Bei had transcended the limitations of ordinary mortals, achieving a state between the celestial and the mundane. However, this merely indicated that he was on the path to immortality. The distance to true transcendence was still leagues away. Chen Bei did not wish to dwell too long on such matters. He needed to meticulously refine his abilities. Although he had previously organized his skills, he had not conducted any thorough research, merely experimenting with the art of duplication before dedicating himself to relentless training without further exploration. Thus, he resolved to attempt the creation of a Dragon Ball, recalling that in the original narrative, the process was not overly complicated. The first requirement was a suitable vessel. Dragon Balls comprise two components, the dragon and the orb. While the dragon remains intact, the orb can be divided. Chen Bei remembered that the Dragon Ball created by the celestial god was singular, though he was uncertain of its temporal origin, and it was referred to as a wish ball rather than a Dragon Ball. This meant that Chen Bei could either create just one Dragon Ball, or as before, produce 7. The material for the Dragon Balls were not difficult to procure. Even ordinary stones would suffice, as would the essence of the dragon. However, Chen Bei opted against using clay and stones. With a wave of his hand, he summoned a collection of spirit stones, drawing them before him with his mental energy. These spirit stones were naturally generated within his small world, where the abundance of spiritual energy continually produced various stones, far exceeding his needs. As he surveyed the pile of spirit stones, Chen Bei selected several high-quality, attribute-free stones and began to refine them using his creative talent, shaping them to resemble glass orbs. The polished spirit stones appeared more rounded, their colors transparent and pure, allowing one to see straight through them. Disliking the garish golden hues reminiscent of nouveau riche, he preferred this clear aesthetic, which exuded cleanliness. Once the Dragon Balls were crafted, Chen Bei faced another dilemma. He needed to inscribe serial numbers on them. After a moment's contemplation, he dismissed the idea as too cumbersome. Instead, he decided to merge all the Dragon Balls together, employing his creative talent once more to fuse the spirit stones into a single, basketball-sized orb. Task accomplished. The thought of numbering each one was indeed tedious. Satisfied with his handiwork, Chen Bei clapped his hands and nodded in approval before selecting more spirit stones to create the dragon's body. What kind of divine dragon should he conjure? A 5-clawed golden dragon? He found himself troubled once more by the complexity of this task. While he could forego the gold, he pondered the aesthetics of blue and green, questioning which color would be most appealing. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Why not create a black dragon? A dark dragon could possess an imposing presence. With this thought, he began to gather dark attribute spirit stones, uniting them and using his mental energy to carve his envisioned dragon form. Midway through this endeavor, he paused, smacking his forehead in realization. How foolish of him! Was there not also the option of a white dragon? Creating a white dragon would be far more harmonious. Abandoning the notion of a black dragon, he proceeded to sculpt a magnificent white dragon, utilizing light attribute spirit stones. The divine dragon, resplendent in a pearlescent hue, possesses eyes imbued with the essence of golden fire attribute spirit stones, a choice made by Chen Bei, who finds crimson eyes too fierce in appearance. Thus, the golden hue, though still derived from gold, is more palatable to him. After all, he is not one to fuss over trifles. In his view, these eyes are certainly preferable to those afflicted with cataracts. Furthermore, opting for black eyes would detract from the sacred aura of his dragon. Once all preparations were meticulously arranged, Chen Bei commenced etching a soul imprint upon the dragon pearl and the dragon's body. Although the pearl was of his own creation, an extra layer of security was prudent. With the soul imprint in place, he could communicate with the divine dragon telepathically and ascertain the location of the dragon pearl at any moment. A veritable boon. As the soul imprint was completed, Chen Bei began to channel the power of the dragon god, invoking a mysterious golden light that surged into both the dragon pearl and its corporeal form. The dragon's body began to writhe, its eyes radiating brilliance, and its entire form gradually expanded. With a resonant roar, the divine dragon underwent a metamorphosis, soaring into the heavens. Its tail entwined with the dragon pearl as it circled nearby. Within the dragon pearl, the wondrous energy remained undiminished, absorbing the ambient spiritual essence, along with an indescribable, enigmatic aura, likely the manifestation of willpower. The divine dragon lowered its head, gazing at Chen Bei with reverence, for it was he who had brought it into existence. Master, do you have any wishes you wish to fulfill? I can grant 3 wishes within the scope of my abilities, the dragon spoke, its powers intrinsically linked to Chen Bei's own strength. The mightier Chen Bei grew, the more formidable the wishes it could fulfill. Chen Bei pondered for a moment, realizing he lacked for nothing, save for a girlfriend. Yet, he thought it rather absurd to request the dragon conjure one for him. A shiver ran down his spine at the mere notion. Never mind. I find myself devoid of wishes at present, with no intention of making a wish. He resolved to further explore his myriad abilities, deferring any desires for the future. The divine dragon, respecting his silence, transformed into a scattering of luminous particles, retreating back into the dragon pearl. The pearl then levitated gracefully in midair, not fleeing, but returning directly to Chen Bei. To his surprise, the dragon pearl exhibited a certain intelligence. He had anticipated it might escape, yet this outcome was fortuitous, saving him the trouble of a search. Who would have thought this dragon pearl possesses such wit? I expected it to fly away, Chen Bei remarked, and subsequently retrieved the pearl into the system space, along with the unfinished black dragon. The black dragon, unfortunate in its fate, had perished before it could even take its first breath. Great world technique? Chen Bei mused, his gaze fixed upon the profound technique he had previously overlooked, contemplating its implications. Chapter 43. Cultivating the Great World Technique. The Great World Technique stands as a unique existence among the myriad paths, a confluence of rules, order, time, space, and the essence of creation itself. It is said that upon reaching the pinnacle of cultivation, one can forge a vast world of their own. Although Chen Bei remains uncertain about the true magnitude of this grand world, the fact that the art of world creation is classified among the 3,000 great avenues undoubtedly attests to its extraordinary nature. Chen Bei has perused numerous theories regarding the establishment of worlds within the body, such as the Sea of Consciousness and various acupoints, all of which have been mentioned in many novels he has encountered. Given the existence of transcendence, Chen Bei has no doubt regarding the authenticity of these concepts. His current ambition is to manifest a world within his own body. However, relying solely on the art of world creation would be futile, for it is impossible to determine how long it would take him to cultivate to the point of creating a world within himself. This time, Chen Bei intends to employ the great acupoint technique to assist the art of world creation, aiming to establish a small world within his lower dantian. Thanks to the enhancement achieved through the cultivation of his avatar, the lower dantian has been significantly strengthened, making the establishment of a small world considerably easier than in other areas. Chen Bei's choice of the lower dantian is thus a calculated one. The cultivation of the art of world creation necessitates the support of temporal and spatial forces, as well as the principles of yin and yang and the 5 elements. Fortunately, not long ago, he acquired fragments of the laws of time and space, along with the art of temporal manipulation. Coupled with his innate creative talent and the 5 elements' spiritual energy contained within the small world, he believes he has a sufficient foundation. As he activates the great acupoint technique, Chen Bei refrains from allowing the energy to circulate throughout his entire body, instead directing it to converge at the dantian. A formidable surge of energy floods into his being, presenting a greater challenge than the previous fusion of water and fire energies. The 5 types of spiritual energy repel one another, causing turmoil within his body. Chen Bei hastily halts the influx of energy, focusing on suppressing the chaotic forces within. Should he continue absorbing, he estimates that he would risk catastrophic bodily harm. Although all of it constitutes spiritual energy, they are incompatible with each other. While he possesses the ability to absorb them all and transform them into attribute-less spiritual energy, his intention is not merely cultivation, but rather to harmonize them, enabling a cyclical and everlasting existence. Only in this manner can he lay the foundational groundwork for world creation. The cultivation of the art of world creation is no trifling endeavor. Chen Bei encounters obstacles almost immediately. He strives to regulate the energies within his body, employing his mental power to isolate them, allowing each to form an independent space, thereby subduing their violent tendencies. Wood generates fire, fire produces earth, earth yields metal. Metal gives rise to water, and water nourishes wood. This is the cycle of the 5 elements. Conversely, metal overcomes wood, wood conquers earth, earth subdues water, water extinguishes fire, and fire melts metal. This is the conflict of the 5 elements. Only by comprehending the principles of mutual generation and overcoming within the 5 elements can he properly arrange them, fostering harmonious coexistence rather than antagonism. The practice of the art of world creation necessitates a stable foundation of 5 element energies. Without it, the material essence of the world cannot manifest. Gradually, Chen Bei adjusts the positioning of the 5 elements' spiritual energies, ordering them in the sequence of water, wood, fire, earth, and metal. Once this issue is resolved, he proceeds to the next step, the integration of temporal and spatial forces. As he has yet to master the laws of time and space, he must rely on external assistance, which comes in the form of the fragments of the laws of time and space. Chen Bei ingested the fragments of the temporal and spatial laws into his body, guiding them to converge at the center of the 5 elements' spiritual energy. Thus, the energy finally reached a state of equilibrium, and Chen Bei's Dantian space gradually stabilized. However, this was not the outcome he desired. He activated the Great Aperture technique once more, exerting himself to gather the 5 elements' energy and directing it towards the Dantian. Concurrently, he employed the Great World technique, drawing upon the temporal power contained within the fragments of the temporal and spatial laws. Such a dual focus would have caused a mishap for an ordinary individual, but fortunately, Chen Bei possessed immense mental strength, complemented by an innate talent for extraordinary comprehension, making these endeavors relatively effortless for him. Under the influence of the temporal power, Chen Bei's Dantian space began to collapse, and at the original location of the fragments, a black dot the size of a thumb emerged, spinning and forming a phenomenon akin to a black hole. The 5 elements' spiritual energy seemed to be drawn in, forcibly absorbed by this black hole, which also siphoned off a significant amount of Chen Bei's energy. A wave of weakness washed over him, nearly causing him to faint. But he quickly consumed a celestial being and regained his strength. Yet, the black hole showed no signs of halting its rotation, continuing to absorb energy from within Chen Bei, devouring most of the energy he had just replenished. In this manner, Chen Bei struggled to maintain the stability of his Dantian space through the Great Aperture technique while simultaneously employing the Eternal Life secret cannon to absorb external energy, all the while activating the Great World technique to voraciously consume his internal energy. This sensation was beyond description. What began as a dual task had escalated to a triple effort, and he found himself occasionally shoving celestial beings into his mouth to prevent being drained in an instant. With his mind intensely focused, Chen Bei dared not pause for a moment, remaining in a meditative posture as external energy continuously converged towards him, nearly overwhelming him. The energy coalescing around Chen Bei transformed from invisible strands into gusts of force, and at the very center, it even manifested as a mist, with faint droplets of liquid appearing, an indication of energy reaching an extreme concentration. Time passed, though the duration was unclear to him, until Chen Bei gradually awakened from his meditative state. The surrounding energy, having lost its anchor, scattered instantly, restoring tranquility to the area. It had indeed been a perilous endeavor. He had nearly perished while merely attempting to create a small world within himself. Yet he had persevered. Chen Bei opened his eyes, feeling the stability of the space within him, and sighed. He was uncertain how long he had been cultivating. Perhaps he should consult the system, for otherwise, he would truly be at a loss. It seemed prudent to carry a timekeeping device in the future. Chen Bei worried that he might have cultivated for too long and missed critical plot developments. If, during his practice, Planet Vegeta had been destroyed, it would be disastrous, as he still had some tasks related to attendance to complete. System, can you tell me the time? How long have I been cultivating? Chen Bei summoned the system and inquired. Ding! The current time is the year 737 of the AEI era, May. The host has been cultivating for 2 months. 2 months? Has it really been that long? I felt nothing at all. It was astonishing how long it took to cultivate a small world within my body. Chen Bei was taken aback, as this marked the longest period he had ever spent in cultivation. Previously, his longest sessions lasted merely 10 days to half a month. Yet this time he had spent nearly 2 months, leaving him utterly astonished. During his practice, his mind was entirely focused, with no consideration for the external world. His consciousness had transformed into the subconscious, akin to a dream in which he seemed to experience much, while in reality, it was merely a fleeting moment. Chapter 44. New aspirations with the cultivation finally concluded. Chen Bei no longer fussed over the duration, as it was still quite early. Even if Planet Vegeta were to face destruction, he could restore it using the Dragon Balls he had created, albeit with some inconvenience. Having finally established a small world within himself, Chen Bei was exhilarated. This realm belonged solely to him. With a mere thought, he could alter anything within it. As his divine awareness entered the small world, he found himself enveloped in darkness. Due to the scarcity of elements, the material composition was rather simple, consisting solely of what appeared to be barren land. Chen Bei was unconcerned, At this stage, he did not require this small world for sustenance. His only need was to create a better place for energy storage. Now that the lower Dantian connected with the small world, he would no longer fear being overwhelmed by energy. This internal small world spanned approximately the size of the Pacific Ocean. Its surroundings remained indistinct, leaving its true form unknown. The small world expanded continuously with Chen Bei's growing strength, evolving into a dynamic realm. At present, Chen Bei had genuinely stepped into the realm of the Great World Technique. Once his power increased and he refined this small world, it would eventually allow the world's energy to nourish him, accelerating his growth. The small world was theoretically a realm of its own. However, the laws governing these realms were not sufficiently developed and relied solely on overwhelming strength for stability. Only when the wielder's power reached a certain threshold could various laws emerge, leading to the spontaneous generation of life and vegetation within this world. Currently, the primary function of the small world was to serve as a reservoir for energy. Yet, it could also harness the world's power to launch attacks. Presently, Chen Bei strike was approximately 350,000 points. With the enhancement of the small world, it could reach around 10 million points of attack power. A truly terrifying figure that significantly amplified his combat prowess. However, invoking the world's power was exceedingly taxing on both mental and energetic resources, making replenishment a cumbersome task. Some cultivators, particularly those practicing within divine realms, relied on the world's power for combat. Without sufficient world energy, they struggled to manifest their true capabilities. This dilemma did not daunt Chen Bei. He promptly began to fill his Dantian world with various spirit stones, a process that continued for several days until he had completely filled it to capacity. At this moment, Chen Bei no longer feared a shortage of energy. For him, this abundance was sufficient for countless indulgences, such as the joy of those with spiritual affinities, as the average individual might spend a lifetime striving to complete a miniature world. The concept of opportunity is paramount for cultivators. Having resolved this matter, Chen Bei turned his attention to other pursuits, namely the cultivation of celestial beings. Previously, he had been unable to focus on this due to time constraints and the excessively high level of spiritual soil within the ring's realm, which he had yet to access. However, with the stabilization of his miniature world thanks to the time-space ring, he could now engage in various activities without the fear of sudden collapse. He retrieved the celestial bean seeds, preparing to commence cultivation, though he needed to select an appropriate site. Chen Bei also summoned forth the luxury version of the starry strategic ship, designating it as his new resting place. Gazing upon the colossal vessel before him, he felt a surge of pride. He considered himself quite wealthy now, possessing his very own spaceship, a luxurious one at that. Near the ship, he sought a location with favorable feng shui to plant the celestial beans. The method of cultivating celestial beans has always been a subject of debate within the original text. However, the technique acquired by Chen Bei, through his sign-in rewards, encompassed a broader spectrum, and given the differing rules across worlds, he felt confident in planting the beans here. The presence of spiritual energy emanating from the spiritual soil would undoubtedly aid in their growth. There are three critical aspects to consider in the cultivation of celestial beings. First, the soil must be rich in primordial energy or high-quality energy. The miniature world is replete with various forms of high-quality spiritual energy, naturally enhancing the soil, alleviating any concerns on this front. Second, the water source is equally important. In this miniature realm, much of the spiritual energy has manifested as liquid, and using this spiritual liquid to irrigate the celestial beings should suffice. Even if it proves inadequate, Chen Bei has the super divine water as a backup. The third aspect is sunlight, which is essential for the beans' growth. Fortunately, the miniature world is illuminated by a sun, ensuring ample light. Using his mental energy, Chen Bei created several soil pits and directly buried the celestial beings within. He planted a total of 40 seeds, reserving some for future use. Before covering the pits and using his mental energy to extract some rich, spiritual water from a nearby stream, watering the buried seeds. Celestial beings are invaluable. In the Dragon Ball universe, as long as one draws breath, they can bring one back to life. Naturally, Chen Bei would not shy away from having more. Once the planting was complete, Chen Bei marked the site with his mental energy for future reference. With everything in order, he soared into the luxury starry strategic ship, eager to explore this vessel he had yet to experience. Upon entering, he was immediately greeted by a technologically advanced entrance, crafted from black alloy, exuding an air of mystery. Upon entry, one is greeted by a corridor, its surroundings imbued with the essence of alloy. While luminescent fixtures embedded in the ceiling and walls ensure the path is well illuminated. Advancing further, he encounters a crossroads, one path leading to the control console, the other directing towards the lounge and storage areas. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Bei resolves to first explore the control room. It would be prudent to familiarize himself with it, should the need arise in the future. As he progresses towards the control room, Chen Bei catches a glimpse of the lounge area. However, it is tailored for each individual room rather than a grand hall. Instead, it comprises various small sections, complete with a barn sound system, evoking the ambience of a splendid party. Intrigued, he steps inside, for he has always had an affinity for music, and the sound equipment here is commendable. A venture into a musical gathering seems promising for the future. Not far from this area, 2 additional corridors branch off, leading to the food storage and weapons storage respectively. Given the colossal size of the spacecraft, the storage compartments are not confined to a single location. They are distributed throughout the front, middle, and rear, as well as across upper, middle, and lower sections, totaling 6 warehouses alongside a central storeroom. Similarly, the lounge areas are equipped with small resting spots in each operational room, while the spacecraft's various sections are complemented by a large lounge area, notably the one previously mentioned. Upon reaching the food storage, Chen Bei observes an array of provisions: rice, flour, frozen meats, and a commendable variety of foodstuffs. In contrast, the weapons storage houses an assortment of firearms, combat suits, and biological radars. After some time, he finally arrives at the control room, which is filled with an array of electronic devices, featuring control panels, buttons, and levers. Piloting such a large vessel alone would be a formidable challenge, unless equipped with artificial intelligence or a cognitive core. This prompts Chen Bei to reflect on the likes of the Red Queen and Jarvis, marveling at the imaginative prowess of foreign inventors who often fantasize about extraterrestrial invasions or viral outbreaks. However, regarding the latter, he finds himself at a loss for words, merely acknowledging the playful ingenuity of those abroad. Shaking off his musings, Chen Bei refrains from activating the spacecraft for the moment. Upon entering the control room, he has already scanned the surroundings with his mental prowess. For an ordinary individual, maneuvering such a vessel would indeed be daunting. Yet with his substantial mental capacity, he has gleaned a fundamental understanding of the ship's structure and has inscribed a soul mark upon it, establishing ownership and safeguarding against potential loss. Having surveyed the control room, Chen Bei decides to seek a resting place, favoring a location in the central part of the spacecraft. Thus, he turns back, making his way towards the vessel's core. This is the innermost layer, the strongest in terms of defense. Such a spacecraft, constructed from a special alloy, should withstand attacks of combat power below 100 million. This alloy possesses self-repairing properties, meaning that regardless of deformation, it will ultimately revert to its original form, as long as the core remains intact and energy is not depleted, allowing for limitless regeneration. It can undoubtedly be considered a formidable strategic weapon. Upon entering the central hall, Chen Bei discovered that it was rather sparse, with little beyond a bar and a supermarket and few streets. Due to the absence of people, many shops that ought to be operational remained closed. Inside, he found the essentials present, including snacks and treats neatly arranged on shelves, although fresh produce was conspicuously absent. He mused that, should the opportunity arise, he might recruit a few subordinates, as the vastness of the space felt somewhat desolate. Opting for a room with a favorable location, Chen Bei stepped inside, finding a spacious area of approximately 400 square meters, divided into 2 levels. It was quite satisfactory for daily living, equipped with 4 restrooms, 3 bathrooms, and 2 reception areas, alongside a private screening room. The various electrical appliances were all smart, contributing to a distinctly modern living environment that Chen Bei found quite appealing. Planning to reside there henceforth, with his mental energy scanning every corner, Chen Bei gained a comprehensive understanding of the spacecraft structure. In an unknown expanse of the cosmos, a colossal spacecraft emerged abruptly, shimmering with a lustrous black metallic sheen. Chen Bei was testing the spacecraft's capabilities when he focused on a massive asteroid in the distance and pressed the attack button. Before the ship, a large energy cannon was primed, rapidly gathering energy. Whoosh! A powerful energy beam erupted from the cannon's maw, striking the asteroid and obliterating it entirely, leaving no trace behind. Chen Bei continued to test other weapons, discovering their impressive potency. Any adversary with a combat power of several tens of thousands would likely meet instant demise upon impact. Afterward, Chen Bei proceeded to assess the spacecraft's speed. What is wrong, Prince Vegeta? Nappa inquired softly, observing Vegeta exiting the training room. In the presence of this prodigious Saiyan prince, Nappa dared not speak loudly. Vegeta, still quite young, even juvenile, cast a fleeting glance at Nappa and slowly replied, "Too weak." With that, he turned and walked away, likely off to eat, for Saiyans find it essential to consume food post-battle, as it is the most direct means of replenishing their energy. Upon witnessing the situation, Nappa hastily followed suit. As Vegeta's subordinate, he was acutely aware of his inconsequential standing in the prince's eyes. He certainly did not hold any significant importance. This royal prince was excessively proud, to the extent of looking down upon those of lesser power. His speed was adequate, yet in the vast expanse of the cosmos, it was still rather sluggish. Although the spaceship's cruising speed was not slow, it paled in comparison to the swiftness of instantaneous teleportation. Moreover, for interstellar voyages spanning considerable distances, one must rely on spatial wormholes. In summary, this vessel was more suited for ostentation than for travel or combat, yet was quite enjoyable for interstellar tourism. Having ceased his examination of the spacecraft, Chen Bei turned his attention to another matter. He intended to take a well-deserved rest. Report: the Saiyans have been operating normally, with no unusual occurrences. This voice emanated from an enigmatic chamber. Saiyans, it would truly be a pity to obliterate them. The voice was soft. Yet the two individuals standing nearby, Zebon and Dodoria, could hear it distinctly. The speaker was none other than Frieza. Saiyans are remarkably resilient. Many of them, despite enduring substantial injuries from prolonged battles, seem to have gained some enhancement in strength, Dodoria remarked. They are merely wild monkeys, a group of mindless beings. To Lord Frieza, they are nothing more than tools, Zebon chimed in, expressing his disdain for the Saiyans. Ho, Mr. Zebon, how can you say such a thing? The Saiyans are quite commendable. At least they do not defy orders, Frieza replied with a smile, yet his eyes betrayed a profound contempt for the Saiyans. Chen Bei was oblivious to these matters, as he remained aboard his spacecraft. Chapter 45. Becoming a gourmet reclining in his chamber, Chen Bei suddenly felt a pang of hunger. At his level of cultivation, eating was no longer a necessity. Absorbing spiritual energy sufficed. This was the marvel of cultivation techniques. Reaching a certain realm allowed one to forego sustenance. Unlike the mere Dragon Ball warriors, who, despite their formidable strength, still relied on food for energy replenishment. I should venture out to procure some food. It has been quite some time since I last savored a meal. Since departing from Earth, Chen Bei had not indulged in proper cuisine. He had neither prepared meals for himself nor sought out food, as he had always relied on others' hospitality. Now, reflecting on this, he found himself longing for something to eat, driven purely by a whimsical craving. Upon entering the expansive hall, one is greeted by a grand kitchen, designed to cater to the culinary needs of the entire spacecraft's inhabitants. The vastness of this space is complemented by a tiered garden situated at the rear, where each level is dedicated to cultivating various vegetables. The intervals between the tiers approximate 1.15 meters, with some layers having a slightly smaller distance of about 0.5 meters, yet all are systematically organized. A specialized system is in place to provide water, adeptly extracting moisture from the air and converting it into a usable water source, ensuring that the spacecraft never faces a shortage. In the absence of water molecules, energy can also be transformed into both power and water. However, it is regrettable that despite the presence of small-scale farm aboard the vessel, it lacks livestock, resulting in an absence of meat. Fortunately, the storage holds some frozen meats, which Chen Bei retrieves, for he finds great displeasure in a diet solely comprised of vegetables. After all, men have a penchant for indulging in hearty meals. Grasping vegetables in his left hand and meat in his right, he strides into the kitchen, placing the vegetables upon the cutting board with a resounding thud. With the faucet running, he rinses the produce, preparing to cook. Neatly arranging the vegetables and meat, Chen Bei channels his mental energy, firmly grasping the knife. At that moment, his gaze sharpens. His mental prowess levitates the vegetables into the air, while his hands move in a blur, creating ethereal afterimages. The swift sounds of slicing resonate as the vegetables are expertly chopped. Diverting his attention momentarily, he retrieves an array of plates from the cupboard, skillfully guiding the chopped ingredients onto them. With a decisive clap, all the dishes are impeccably arranged, awaiting the cooking process to commence. He ignites the stove, pouring oil into the pan before adding the meat, executing each movement with flawless precision and unwavering confidence, adeptly adjusting the heat. Chen Bei has awakened his innate culinary talent, ensuring every detail of the dish is meticulously attended to. The artistry of cooking demands a harmonious blend of color, aroma, and flavor. The visual appeal is paramount. The colors must be aesthetically pleasing and thoughtfully coordinated to stimulate the appetite. The fragrance of the dish is equally significant. Assessing a dish's quality extends beyond its appearance to its scent. The aroma must be contained, for allowing it to dissipate not only diminishes the flavor, but also draws away the heat, preventing the dish from retaining its peak freshness. Lastly, and perhaps most crucially, is the taste. A dish may lack color or aroma, yet it cannot forfeit the experience of delightful texture and flavor. The essence of a dish lies in its taste, with each ingredient possessing its unique character. Take, for example, the onion. When consumed raw, it presents a sharpness accompanied by a hint of sweetness, whereas cooking it transforms that pungency into pure sweetness. Fish and meat possess an inherent scent, and the preparation of fish is particularly laborious. First, one must remove the gills and internal organs and scrape away the dark portion within the fish to mitigate its pungency. Finally, an array of seasonings such as scallions, ginger, and garlic, known for their ability to neutralize fishy aromas, must be judiciously paired with the fish to preserve its freshness while eliminating its odorous qualities. Endowed with the innate talent of a culinary master, Chen Bei finds it effortless to cook these seemingly simple dishes. He is well aware of the necessary heat, cooking duration, salt quantity, and the selection of seasonings and accompaniments. As he observes the meat in the pot nearing completion, Chen Bei adds the pre-prepared vegetables. Just before serving, he drizzles in some soy sauce, and an enticing aroma fills the air. After preparing several dishes, Chen Bei deems it sufficient and arranges all the beautifully presented plates on the dining table, feeling quite satisfied with his work. Equipped with his utensils, he begins to savor each dish. The first is scallion stir-fried pork belly. The meat is rich yet not greasy, crispy yet tender, and the fragrance of scallions has successfully eradicated any fishiness, blending with a hint of sweetness and spiciness, resulting in an exquisite flavor. Next, he indulges in the yellow braised chicken, which emphasizes both color and ingredients. A poorly executed dish can easily carry a muddy taste, so controlling the heat is crucial to prevent the chicken from becoming tough and unpalatable. Chen Bei's rendition of yellow braised chicken perfectly retains its vibrant hue, with the meat glistening in golden tones and the broth rich and delectable, truly delightful. The following dish is beer duck, which, while not overly complicated to prepare, is time-consuming and requires precise heat. This dish has demanded considerable effort from Chen Bei. Additionally, he has crafted a winter melon and pork rib soup, known for its ability to cool and detoxify. The trio of dishes paired with the soup forms a standard yet appetizing combination, and Chen Bei is eager to taste his creations, even though he has yet to sample them himself. He wonders what makes the dishes crafted with his culinary prowess so remarkable. Grasping his chopsticks, he begins to taste, first taking a piece of pork belly. Instantly, a powerful aroma envelopes his palate, a delightful amalgamation of savory oil and meat that compels him to take another bite. He quickly suppresses this urge, redirecting his chopsticks toward the steaming yellow braised chicken, lifting a piece of meat to his lips. Chen Bei savors it carefully. The chicken skin is neither mushy nor bland, possessing a perfect texture, while the meat is not dry but exhibits a unique elasticity, free from stickiness. Enhanced by the fragrant broth, this dish opens his appetite further. Once more, his chopsticks reach for the beer duck, where the resilient duck meat carries a distinct aroma from the beer, equally tantalizing his taste buds. In the end, Chen Bei took a delicate sip of the soup, which was sweet and refreshing, capable of cleansing the soul. The fleeting greasy sensation vanished instantly, and he felt a significant uplift in his spirit. The flavors were delightful, prompting Chen Bei to indulge heartily, and within a short span, the dishes were consumed entirely, leaving not a trace of the soup behind. After relishing such a splendid meal, Chen Bei felt a pang of reluctance. The experience was truly exquisite, leaving a lingering aftertaste that was hard to forget. Resisting the urge to indulge once more, he turned towards the swimming pool, seeking a moment of tranquility. At this point, his body had reached a state of purity, rendering bathing merely an experience of life. By the poolside, Chen Bei shed his garments, revealing his bare form. Admiring the aesthetic appeal of his muscles, he felt a sense of satisfaction, realizing that his prolonged cultivation had not been in vain. His impressive physique seemed to be drooping, likely due to a lack of nourishment. He took out some spiritual stones, tossing them into the water. Such extravagance was characteristic of him. Ordinary water no longer sufficed, and he resolved that his future baths would be infused with spiritual energy. One by one, the spiritual stones sank to the bottom of the pool, transforming the once mundane water into a spectacle of ethereal brilliance. Perhaps this was what happiness entailed, while others fretted over a scarcity of spiritual energy. Chen Bei possessed an inexhaustible supply of spiritual stones. While others lamented their lack of celestial essence, he held dominion over a celestial realm, generating a continuous flow of divine energy. As he reclined in the pool, a soft groan escaped him. Under the influence of the spiritual stones, the water brimmed with energy capable not only of refining the body, but also nurturing the soul. In such a favorable environment, cultivation became remarkably efficient. Yet, Chen Bei was there to savor the experience. After half a year of diligent practice, did he not deserve a moment of pure enjoyment? Lying in the pool, both body and spirit began to relax. At that moment, he pondered how wonderful it would be if someone could massage him. If he were to conjure a doppelganger for that purpose, he mused that before he could request a massage, the doppelganger would likely tease him in return, as he well understood its mischievous nature. As for the ordinary clones lacking consciousness, he was disinclined. There was something unsettling about having someone who resembled him scrubbing his body. Chen Bei considered himself a straightforward man, captivated solely by the allure of beautiful women. As for men, he preferred to keep his distance. With his eyes closed, he dismissed such trivial thoughts and began to wholeheartedly embrace this rare moment of leisure. The spiritual energy infused the water, altering its hue. Unconsciously, Chen Bei's body began to absorb this energy. With each breath, his pores opened and closed, allowing the spiritual energy to flow into him, initiating a passive form of cultivation. Unbeknownst to him, he had emptied his mind, surrendering to the blissful experience enveloping him. Chen Bei had a dream in which he found himself transported to another realm. In this enchanting world, he assumed the role of the eldest son of a prominent family, endowed with boundless wealth. Each day unfolded with luxuries beyond measure. He was attended by maidservants who warmed his bed, accompanied by guards wherever he ventured, and enjoyed the privilege of having a trusted childhood sweetheart as his fiancée, with their wedding day fast approaching. On the night of their nuptials, the illustrious Chen Bei, embodying the persona of a wealthy heir, approached the bride, whose face was veiled beneath a crimson canopy, his heart brimming with anticipation. Upon lifting the veil, he beheld an exquisitely beautiful visage, flawless to the extent that he could discern no imperfections. Her features were delicately refined, her skin smooth like cream, with a graceful neck and enchanting smile that captivated his gaze. At a loss for words, Chen Bei stood entranced, yearning to draw nearer, when suddenly a cry erupted, shouting of fire. Instantly, chaos ensued. Roosters crowed, dogs barked, and children wept as the crowd surged in panic. Chen Bei hastily exited the room, only to be met with a splash of cold water. With a start, he awoke, submerged in a pool, the water he felt moments ago now a stark reality. Flushing with embarrassment, he realized that his first experience had transpired in a dream, and yet he had not completed the final act. Mortified, he sighed, grateful that no one had witnessed his predicament. Blushing, he quickly employed his innate talent to conjure a clean outfit, dried himself off, adorned his attire, and departed. In truth, Chen Bei was still a virgin. Although he had engaged in a few romantic encounters, they were mere exchanges of affectionate phrases and morning greetings, akin to befriending a sister. The more passionate experiences remained uncharted territory for him. An elderly observer, witnessing Chen Bei's awkward situation, might exclaim, "Ah, the youth certainly possess an abundance of fervor." Returning to his chamber, Chen Bei took a moment to compose himself, relieved that he was alone in this small world. Otherwise, he felt he might have succumbed to embarrassment. Once calm, he began to devise new plans. System, open the attributes panel, he commanded. With a chime, the attributes panel unfurled before him. Host, Chen Bei. Race, human. Bloodline, Saiyan. Combat power, 386,000. Realm, celestial being. Skills, I have spiritual insight, I have X-ray vision, mental explosion, mental piercing, memory retrieval, mental pressure, monkey fist Kamehameha, spirit bomb, Dragon Ball creation, divine language, telepathy, empathy, limb regeneration, demon sealing wave, demon flash, dragon fist eruption. Divine powers, fragments of great destiny X1, great acupuncture technique, great blood soul technique, secret tome of immortality, great faith technique, great wish technique, great sealing technique, great universal technique, time-space technique, great domination technique, 36 transformations of Tian Gang. Cloning technique, résurrection technique, instant transmission. Talent, exceptional comprehension, photographic memory, immunity to illusions, indomitable will, survival in a vacuum, creation, golden eyes, technological prodigy, divine culinary skills. Special abilities, Dragon God's power, breath of nature, affinity for vital energy. Items, Ring of Worlds, Super Divine Water X2, Immortal Beans X100, Nimbus Clouds X2, Time-Space Ring, Universal Key. Luxury Starry Strategic Ship, Saiyan Bloodline Genes X10, Super Namekian Bloodline Gene X1, Human Path to Deification List, Crimson Lotus Karma Flame Seed, Method for Cultivating Immortal Beings. His strength has surged by tens of thousands, attributed to his mastery of the Great Aperture Technique and the Great World Technique, which have significantly expanded his Dantian, allowing him to store more energy and thereby enhancing his overall power. In truth, many of his abilities remain only partially developed. For instance, his mastery of time and space techniques and cloning techniques still hold vast potential for growth. Most individuals would find a single one of these abilities sufficient for a lifetime. Yet Chen Bei has acquired such a wealth of secret arts. Unfortunately, mastery of these techniques cannot be achieved in a short span. Many people spend their entire lives grasping only a fraction of their intricacies. Although Chen Bei can perform some basic applications, this is largely due to the assistance of the system. Otherwise, his proficiency would not be as remarkable. Despite his high innate comprehension, it does not imply instantaneous mastery of all things, especially such profound techniques, which require the accumulation of time. His divine-level comprehension merely accelerates his entry and understanding of these techniques. It does not exempt him from the necessity of learning. To attain these extraordinary powers, both comprehension and accumulation are vital. Chapter 47, Breakthrough After Breakthrough. Chen Bei now requires a breakthrough in his realm. His power is formidable, yet his realm remains insufficient. And without achieving the true longevity secret realm, he cannot extend his lifespan. Thus, elevating his realm is of paramount importance to him. The celestial human realm necessitates the unification of yin and yang, while the myriad laws beyond the celestial human realm require a clear structuring of one's own laws, condensing them onto a talisman. The more potent one's laws, the more powerful their attainment of the myriad laws realm. Presently, Chen Bei has merely grasped the basics of the Great Wish Technique, Great Aperture Technique, Great World Technique, and Cloning Technique, with only simple applications of others. Particularly, he has just begun to comprehend the transformation within the 36 divine transformations of the Celestial Gang. Fortunately, with the support of the system, Chen Bei does not need to learn step by step. He can command these divine techniques, making a breakthrough to the myriad laws realm seemingly attainable. Chen Bei channels his consciousness to evoke spiritual energy, using mental strength to construct intricate lines of spiritual energy, weaving them together to form a unique rune. This rune serves as a vessel for his divine techniques, led by the Great Destiny Technique, inscribed upon the spiritual talisman. Even in its incomplete form, the power of the Great Destiny Technique is unparalleled. While constructing this divine technique with mental energy, the spiritual talisman nearly faltered under the pressure, but thankfully, Chen Bei noticed in time and increased the flow of spiritual energy. Otherwise, he would have faced a catastrophic failure in his breakthrough. The remainder of the task proved considerably easier. The Great Wish Technique, previously employed by Chen Bei, was relatively simple to inscribe. Next came the Great Blood Soul Technique, the Great Acupoint Technique, and the Great World Technique. One by one, he etched these onto the talismans, culminating in a total of 12 mystical paths inscribed by Chen Bei. As these 12 paths were engraved upon the talismans, an instantaneous brilliance erupted, radiating golden light that transformed from ethereal to corporeal, rendering the runes upon them even more extraordinary and profound. By communicating with the spiritual talismans and nurturing them within his Dantian, he deemed his cultivation a success. The realm of myriad laws had been attained. Chen Bei's cultivation level ascended to a new echelon. The subsequent challenge was to transcend into the Golden Core realm, where the paramount task was to amass sufficient spiritual power and condense it into a core. This stage was an aspiration unattainable for many throughout their lives, as the required spiritual energy was immense. Without serendipitous encounters, one could scarcely sustain such a drain. Numerous demon clans expended their lifetimes, gathering spiritual essence over millennia just to successfully form a golden core. Ordinary mortals, with their fleeting lifespans, could hardly manage to accumulate the requisite spiritual energy within their brief existence. Even the immortal protagonist, Feng Han, achieved this feat only through a series of fortunate encounters and by acquiring a golden core painstakingly cultivated by others over a millennium. In matters of fortune, those who invest money can never compete with those who possess innate advantages. Chen Bei, blessed with an inexhaustible supply of spiritual energy, found the path to forming a golden core to be merely a slight exertion. Moreover, he boasted certain advantageous skills, notably the modest accomplishments in the Great Acupoint Technique and the Great World Technique, which amplified his spiritual capacity. With his formidable mental prowess, he could absorb spiritual energy without the trepidation that plagued others, and his control over the energy made the process of condensation markedly simpler. Having cultivated the Eternal Life secret tome, its true utility became apparent, allowing him to absorb energy of any attribute. This feature paved a smooth path for Chen Bei's advancement to the Golden Core stage. He could focus solely on absorbing and condensing spiritual energy without concern for whether it aligned with his attributes, entering a frenzied state of cultivation. As he activated the Eternal Life secret tome, torrents of vast spiritual energy surged towards him, with many already in a liquefied state. With such high-quality spiritual energy at his disposal, the formation of a golden core became a trivial endeavor. As Chen Bei continued to absorb, the black vortex within his dantian spun rapidly, voraciously devouring the incoming spiritual energy. The energy, continually swirling and condensing, underwent this process for an entire month. Having amassed a monumental quantity of spiritual energy, coupled with the spiritual stones accumulated within his inner world, Chen Bei felt utterly confident about his impending breakthrough into the Golden Core realm. With such an abundance of spiritual energy, he could only wonder what magnitude of Golden Core he would be able to form, igniting a sense of anticipation within him. The average individual requires the absorption of a substantial quantity of high-quality spiritual energy akin to that contained within a pool to attain the Golden Core stage. Those endowed with exceptional talent may need to absorb an amount equivalent to that of a lake. While some prodigious geniuses might necessitate nearly the energy found within an inland sea, the more abundant the energy absorbed, the more formidable the resulting golden core, thereby widening the chasm between extraordinary talents and ordinary practitioners. Some of these unparalleled geniuses can confront 100 or even 1,000 foes with ease, primarily because their golden cores are robust, enabling them to store vast amounts of spiritual energy, far surpassing those who exhaust themselves with merely a few powerful moves. In the case of Chen Bei, he not only absorbed energy equivalent to that of a sea of qi, but also filled his small world with an array of high-quality spirit stones. The golden core formed from such a wealth of superior energy is bound to be immensely powerful. To cultivate the Eternal Life technique and break through to the golden core, one must undertake an additional step, re-etching the mystical abilities inscribed on the talismans onto the golden core itself. This process is fraught with peril. A slight misstep can lead to complete failure, resulting in the shattering of the golden core and the obliteration of all accumulated efforts, or, in the worst-case scenario, the explosion of the dantian and instant demise. At such a critical juncture, Chen Bei was understandably cautious. While diligently channeling his technique, he also communicated with the spiritual talismans within him. As his mana continued to refine, the colossal energy vortex within him gradually contracted into an irregular sphere. Chen Bei audaciously thrust the talismans directly into the still-forming golden core, a daring move indeed. While others meticulously separated the mystical abilities inscribed on the talismans before re-etching them onto the golden core, he boldly introduced the runes embodying 12 supreme abilities directly into it, seemingly unafraid of potential destruction. As the golden core continued to coalesce, the runes he had introduced were shattered by the forces generated during its rotation, becoming fully integrated within. Time passed for over half a month, and finally, upon hearing a resounding hum, the golden core took shape, marking Chen Bei's official entry into the golden core realm. With this singular golden core now residing within him, he mused humorously that his fate was now in his own hands, not dictated by heaven. However, Chen Bei did not succumb to excitement. After countless moments of anticipation over the past month and a half, he had grown weary. Each time he felt success was imminent, he found himself just short of the mark, oscillating between elation and disappointment, only to rekindle hope repeatedly. After enduring this cycle numerous times, he had become somewhat numb, and even upon achieving success, he felt little joy. Chapter 48. Signing in at the Saiyan Royal Palace. The golden core that Chen Bei possessed was quite substantial, a crystallization of all his energy. To illustrate its size, typically, a standard practitioner's initial golden core is irregular, only becoming rounded upon reaching perfection in their cultivation. The size of their initial golden core generally falls within the range of a grain of rice to that of a peanut. Some ordinary prodigies, lacking extraordinary encounters, diligently cultivate their abilities, resulting in golden elixirs that are marginally superior to those of average individuals, exhibiting fewer imperfections. In terms of size, they typically range between that of a grape and an egg. Conversely, certain exceptional talents produce golden elixirs that can be likened to the dimensions of a basketball, often possessing remarkable fortuity. Their initial elixirs may be flawless, frequently referred to as perfect golden elixirs, thereby saving countless hours that would otherwise be devoted to refining them. The golden elixir of Chen Bei is not only round and plump in appearance, but also boasts an astonishing size, comparable to that of a water tank. Furthermore, an array of runes is faintly visible, shimmering with an otherworldly light. Unexpectedly, Chen Bei's audacious maneuver succeeded in infusing divine abilities into the interior of the golden elixir. Unlike the conventional method of inscribing divine abilities upon the surface, Chen Bei's technique involves imprinting from within. Within the golden elixir, there exists more than mere emptiness. Each individual's elixir harbors a fragment of their soul, which continually nourishes and strengthens it. The divine abilities inscribed upon the elixir are likewise sustained by this fragment of the soul, facilitating a deeper comprehension of these powers. The advantage of Chen Bei's approach lies in the ease of enhancing his understanding of these innate talents, as both his soul and divine abilities reside within his body. In contrast, others typically form their golden elixirs first, then inscribe their divine abilities, followed by a protracted process of refining those powers until they are fully integrated into the elixir, ultimately achieving a perfect golden elixir. Chen Bei effectively bypasses this cumbersome step, achieving it in one fell swoop. Such extraordinary prowess is indeed formidable. Chen Bei reflects on his life and contemplates his next course of action. After a moment's hesitation, he decides against further elevating his realm. He yearns to venture outside, having spent considerable time in this small world, unaware of how the outside realm is transformed. Thus, Chen Bei reverts to a grain of sand, his figure flickering before vanishing entirely. In the external world, on the planet Vegeta, within the Saiyan Royal Palace, King Vegeta sits upon his throne. "My king, report to Saiyan. It has come to our attention that Lord Frieza has once again reduced our material supplies, citing our tendency to destroy valuable planets. What course of action do you propose?" The Saiyan continues. This predicament is somewhat inevitable. The Saiyan race tends to become uncontrollable in battle, especially in their grade 8 form. Aside from a few elite warriors, most lose their reason and wreak havoc. This unfortunate trait has been addressed by Frieza on multiple occasions. His objective is to conquer valuable planets, not merely to destroy them, which makes the Saiyan behavior quite troublesome for him. Moreover, in private circles, some individuals surrounding Frieza often refer to the Saiyans as wild monkeys. This characterization stemmed from the Saiyan race's singular focus on combat, a trait that rendered them somewhat simplistic in intellect, yet formidable in physical prowess. While they could effectively carry out tasks involving planetary destruction, their attempts to seize valuable planets frequently resulted in calamity, much to the chagrin of certain members of Frieza's legion. "I understand. I shall convey this to Lord Frieza," King Vegeta replied coolly, then turned his gaze toward another figure below. "By the way, how is my son, Vegeta, faring?" Upon hearing King Vegeta's inquiry, the Saiyan being scrutinized instantly stood at attention. "Report to King Vegeta. His Highness is doing well under Lord Frieza's command, rapidly enhancing his power. He truly embodies the pinnacle of our Saiyan warriors." Acknowledging this response with a nod, King Vegeta appeared somewhat satisfied. Chen Bei observed this exchange, fully aware that the relationship between the Saiyan race and Frieza's faction was far from the harmonious facade it presented. It was likely that the impending doom for these Saiyans loomed near. "System, check-in," Chen Bei declared, his interest waning in their conversation, which he deemed devoid of substance and fraught with sensitive topics unlikely to be openly discussed. "Beep. Congratulations, host, for successfully checking in at the Saiyan Royal Palace. Rewards: Infinite Throne X1, Great Thunder Technique, Moonlight Treasure Box, Six-Eared Macaque Bloodline, Gene X1, Dark Celestial Gold." "Beep. Congratulations, host, for successfully checking in with the character King Vegeta. Rewards: Great Law of Command, Saiyan Bloodline Gene X10, Grand Yin-Yang Technique, Carefree Abode. The Infinite Throne, while not part of the Immortality series of treasures, boasts rather extraordinary capabilities. Infinite signifies boundlessness, representing a realm beyond even the Tai Chi. The Infinite Throne symbolizes the ultimate seat of infinite time and space, possessing the might to suppress temporal realms and alter the heavens, thus deemed a supreme treasure capable of governing the fate of an entire world. The Great Thunder Technique ranks first among the 3,000 Grand Divine Arts, specifically within the category of 72 striking techniques. Overall, it stands as the 11th most powerful art, a testament to its formidable prowess. The Moonlight Treasure Box, originating from the Journey to the West, possesses the ability to reverse time and return to the past, wielding an unfathomable might that should only be handled by those with profound karmic ties. Otherwise, one risks being devoured by the forces of time and lost within the vast continuum. The six-eared macaque bloodline gene is not classified among the 5 celestial beings, heaven, earth, humanity, deity, and ghost, nor among the 5 insects, worm, scale, fur, feather, and insect. It shares its notoriety as one of the 4 mischief monkeys alongside the spiritual stone monkey, the crimson buttock monkey, and the long-armed gibbon. The six-eared macaque, a product of the chaos from which it descended, possesses unique talents, allowing it to perceive events from 1,000 miles away, discerning the speech of mortals and possessing an acute sense of hearing, enabling it to comprehend the principles of reality and the essence of all things. In Journey to the West, it is remarkable that one has successfully appropriated the innate skills of Son Wukong through sheer talent, demonstrating extraordinary aptitude. The bloodline gene of the six-eared macaque, when harnessed, bestows the exceptional abilities of this mythical creature, making it a most valuable asset. Next, we encounter the Dark Celestial Gold, a unique metal originating from the realm of Zetian. It serves as an exquisite material for forging treasures, renowned for its formidable resilience and hardness, ranking among the finest of celestial metals. Chapter 49, The Search for Bardock. The Great Law of Command, one of the 3,000 divine arts, operates similarly to the principle of utterance, manifesting as law, capable of commanding all under heaven. In the realm of immortality, this is a skill exclusive to the human emperor's pen, albeit with certain limitations. The application of the Great Law necessitates either overwhelming strength or the utilization of treasures imbued with immense fortune. Generally, the backlash of such fortune is beyond the capacity of ordinary individuals to withstand, rendering this divine technique accessible only to those like the human emperor or the Jade Emperor, who possess great fortune, or to those of considerable magical prowess, such as saints. The Saiyan bloodline gene is a reward that Chen Bei has received on multiple occasions, making it somewhat redundant, yet it is acquired without cost, thus of some value. Next, the Great Yin-Yang Secret. This particular item instantly captured Chen Bei's attention. Indeed, upon reviewing its description, it aligned perfectly with his expectations. The Great Yin-Yang Secret is an unparalleled dual cultivation secret, its capabilities extending beyond mere dual cultivation. It is divided into the Yin and Yang techniques, which can be practiced individually or in tandem. To solely practice the Yin technique, one must continuously absorb the moonlight and the earth's negative energy, ultimately achieving the transformation from Yin to Yang, embodying both the lunar and solar essences and transcending chaos. Conversely, practicing the Yang technique involves absorbing the energies of the 9 suns and the earth's fire, leading to a similar transformation wherein Yang generates Yin, achieving harmony between the two. For dual cultivation, it can be undertaken alone or with a partner. If pursued solo, one must simultaneously absorb both moonlight and solar energy. Failure to do so may result in an excess of either Yin or Yang, leading to potential madness. This path is reserved for those with extraordinary opportunities, as moonlight and solar energy are rarely, if ever, present simultaneously in a harmonious manner. However, when practiced by 2 individuals, one cultivating the solar aspect and the other the lunar, they can progress together, accelerating their cultivation speed and achieving a symbiotic existence. Ultimately, both can revert to their primordial state, becoming entities of chaos. This aspect is quite appealing to Chen Bei, as a smile of contentment graces his face. The system truly understands his desires. As for the Xianyao residence, Chen Bei was somewhat perplexed. To receive a dwelling as a reward was unexpected. Upon examining the description, he quickly comprehended its significance. The Xianyao residence is indeed a house, but not an ordinary one. It serves as a mobile sanctuary for cultivation. imbued with numerous laws of power that greatly enhance the practice. It is inscribed with a specialized gathering formation, capable of concentrating spiritual energy, which is crucial for those lacking superior cultivation techniques. The carefree residence not only possesses the gathering spirit array, but also harbors various formations, such as the illusion array, the bewitching array, and the blood fiend array. Furthermore, within its confines lies a dedicated heart refinement array and a time acceleration array, showcasing an array of formations that leave one utterly dazzled. Most astonishingly, this marvel allows one to navigate through chaos while simultaneously shielding against causal calculations, making it an extraordinary entity. The rewards this time are quite commendable. After completing his task, Chen Bei prepared to depart. At Planet Vegeta, in the logistics support department, within the meat distribution room, Chen Bei, disguised as gravel, made his entrance unnoticed. His presence here was not merely for idle amusement. He sought a specific individual, a woman from the original narrative. Indeed, Chen Bei was in search of Bardock's wife, Jine, who is also the mother of Son Goku, Kakarot. In Chen Bei's estimation, individuals closely tied to certain pivotal plots in Dragon Ball should be eligible for his task, hence his arrival here. Without expending much effort, Chen Bei soon spotted the familiar figure clad in a pink combat suit, her long hair spiky and resembling a hedgehog. She appeared gentle, and the original narrative described her as a Saiyan not adept in combat. Without hesitation, Chen Bei commenced his task, silently reciting the necessary incantation while awaiting the system's response. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully checking in with the narrative character Jine. Rewards granted include the Alchemy Manual, the Purple Gold Bagua Furnace, the Tranquility Spell, and Healing Technique. With the check-in complete, Chen Bei refrained from perusing the details of the rewards and, with another swift movement, found himself within a small world. Yet, one crucial figure remained unchecked: Bardock, the father of Son Goku. Chen Bei speculated that the rewards for successfully checking in with Bardock would also be substantial. His thoughts extended beyond mere check-ins. He pondered whether he should intervene to rescue Jine and Bardock should Planet Vegeta meet its demise. Previously, Chen Bei had utilized his mental prowess to scan the planet, yet he had not detected Bardock's presence. He surmised that Bardock must be out on a mission. The timing of Bardock's return would coincide with the impending destruction of Planet Vegeta and the moment Son Goku was sent to Earth, which was still several months away. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Bei resolved to wait here for Bardock's return. Just as this thought materialized, a spark of insight illuminated his mind. He could actively seek out Bardock. Though he was unaware of Bardock's energy signature and could not teleport directly, he remembered the original narrative. By identifying the planet where Bardock was executing his mission, he could ascertain his approximate location, making the search significantly easier. In the Dragon Ball universe, it is rare for individuals to conceal their energy signatures, so locating Bardock would not prove difficult. Thus, it was decided. Chen Bei recalled that Bardock was on a planet named Kanasa, where he was attacked by the inhabitants using a special ability, leading to his injury and unconsciousness, ultimately granting him the power of foresight. He was later rescued by his comrades and placed within a healing chamber. Then, his companions were deceived by Frieza to the planet MIT. Bardock narrowly escaped the calamity due to his injuries, but when he ventured out again in search of his comrades, he was severely wounded by Frieza's army. Ultimately, it was his indomitable spirit and physical resilience that enabled him to return to Planet Vegeta. Chen Bei intended to take a brief glance at Planet Kanasa first. Traveling between planets required considerable time, yet Chen Bei was unperturbed by the prospect of a fruitless journey. His instantaneous movement was no trifling matter, and he possessed the system's navigational map. During this period, Planet Kanasa was not clearly indicated, prompting Chen Bei to estimate that they must have arrived at Kanasa prior to the conclusion of the invasion, as the birth of Kakarot was mentioned at that time. Thus, it was likely they had reached Kanasa quite some time ago and were now en route back. Damn, am I really going to make a fruitless trip? Chen Bei could not help but lament, realizing that plans often succumb to unforeseen changes. What should I do now? Chen Bei was at a loss, pondering the multitude of occurrences. He decided to investigate further. After all, Planet Kanasa had appeared in the narrative before, even if he did not encounter Bardock and the others. Merely checking in there would not be a wasted endeavor. Moreover, with his instantaneous movement, the round trip would not consume much time. Rapidly contemplating how to proceed, he resolved to sign in at Planet Kanasa before returning, believing he could manage it in time. Chapter 50, Planet Kanasa. With his decision made, Chen Bei wasted no further time, for he was not one to dawdle. Summoning the system's navigation, He located the coordinates of Planet Canesa and promptly vanished. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of Frieza's army, Frieza was assigning tasks to some individuals. Dodoria, how is the task I entrusted to you progressing? The figure, seated in a floating chair resembling a baby carriage, addressed a pink-skinned being below him. Report, Lord Frieza. Everything has been arranged. All Scions dispatched for missions are being gradually summoned back to their planets. Additionally, for some particularly troublesome individuals, I have arranged for them to be sent to hazardous planets. Furthermore, I have stationed some personnel on the planets where they are about to carry out their missions, awaiting the Scions to walk into the trap, responded the pink-skinned alien, Dodoria, a favored subordinate of Frieza. Another loyal follower of Frieza, Zarbin, stood behind him at that moment. The plan to eradicate the Scions had actually commenced long ago. However, Frieza had refrained from taking action as he wished to observe the peculiarities of the Scion race. To facilitate this, Frieza had requested King Vegeta to send his exceptionally gifted son, Vegeta, to this location, thereby enhancing his ability to study the characteristics of the Scions. Regrettably, despite the passage of time, Frieza has yet to encounter the legendary Scion, described by his ancestors as possessing a golden aura and golden hair. Even Scion Prince, hailed as the most gifted of his kind, has proven to be a disappointment in Frieza's eyes. To him, the Scions, a race he deems as inferior as wild monkeys, cannot possibly possess the strength to vanquish his forebears. It must be that his ancestors were mistaken. After observing for an extended period, Frieza has grown weary and resolved to eradicate the Scion race, reducing them to cosmic dust. At that point, no legend would matter, for the Scions would be no more. Beiduna, Duduria. However, just to be safe, I shall take matters into my own hands. It has been far too long since I last engaged in some activity, and I am eager to witness the fireworks that will accompany the destruction of Planet Vegeta. Frieza has made preparations to annihilate the Scions, ready to take the field himself. On Planet Canesa, the figure of Chen Bei emerged amidst the ruins. Observing the devastation around him, Chen Bei's suspicions were confirmed. Bardock and his companions had completed their invasion and departed from the planet. They would likely return to Planet Vegeta shortly. After a brief exploration and using his psychic energy to scan the area, he found no trace of the Scions. The planet was devoid of life, the smoke from the ruins having long since dissipated, leaving only ashes from the remnants of burned objects. Since Bardock and his companions had vacated the premises, Chen Bei decided against lingering any longer. He began to mentally recite the sign-in mantra, awaiting the system's notification. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in at Planet Canesa. Rewards received. Great Prophecy Technique, Space Cube, Golden Human Race Bloodline Gene, World Tree Seedling. Having received his rewards, Chen Bei did not linger to examine them. He resolved to return to Planet Vegeta first, uncertain of Bardock's timeline for their return. Missing them would only lead to further complications. Almost forgetting, he recalled his ability to create clones. A look of annoyance crossed his face as he slapped his forehead, chiding himself for overlooking such a crucial detail. With the cloning technique, even if he could not sense Bardock's whereabouts, having a clone stationed on Planet Vegeta would prevent him from missing their return. Yet, Chen Bei's forgetfulness was a recurring flaw. Perhaps it was not entirely his fault. The multitude of abilities he now possessed left him uncertain of how to utilize them effectively, and his relatively brief time in the Dragon Ball world, primarily spent in training, had not afforded him the opportunity to familiarize himself with these powers, leading to frequent lapses in memory. Should I return myself, or have a clone remain there? Chen Bei pondered, caught in a dilemma. After a considerable time, he finally clarified his thoughts. It seemed more prudent to return himself. If a clone were to go back, he would still need to be notified, resulting in unnecessary hassle. It was better to go directly, avoiding the back and forth. Thus, Chen Bei embarked on a journey home, swiftly departing from the planet Canasha. On the planet Vegeta, everything remained as usual. The inhabitants were blissfully unaware of the imminent crisis. Upon returning to Vegeta, Chen Bei began to seclude himself in a small world, leaving behind a mere avatar to remind him of Bardock and the others' return. This avatar shared a telepathic connection with Chen Bei, allowing him to perceive the happenings in the outside world with a single thought. Within the confines of the small world, Chen Bei commenced examining the rewards he had acquired from his previous endeavors. The first reward, obtained from the encounter with Jine, comprised 4 items. The Alchemical Compendium, a tome that encompasses various alchemical systems from different realms, is divided into 4 chapters. The first chapter serves as an introduction, elucidating the fundamentals of alchemy, covering not only elixirs but also various potions and concoctions, thereby addressing all matters pertaining to medicinal substances. The second chapter is of intermediate level, where one, upon mastering various formulas, may innovate new ones, thus achieving the standards of this level. The advanced chapter allows one to effortlessly incorporate various mystical principles into elixirs, enabling the consumption of a golden elixir for unparalleled freedom. The ultimate chapter permits the practitioner to effortlessly refine the essence of a grand world or a fragment of chaotic power, crystallizing it into an elixir that liberates one from the constraints of fate. Upon reviewing the descriptions, Chen Bei could not help but exclaim in admiration. The second reward. The purple gold Bagua furnace is a rare innate spiritual treasure containing the 6 divine fire and the true fire of Samadhi, among other flames, capable of incinerating all. It embodies the cosmos and the Bagua, making it an exceptional aid for alchemical endeavors. The purple gold Bagua furnace is bound by 48 prohibitions, ranking just below innate treasures. The process of refining these prohibitions is time-consuming. As a saying in the primordial era goes, time is unrecorded in the wasteland. Beings born in this era are innately sacred. With prolonged lifespans, and in the absence of the heavenly path and reincarnation, they face no tribulations unless confronted by dire foes, often living until the end of the primordial age. Generally, for an ordinary primordial being, refining a single prohibition may take several hundred to several thousand years for the gifted, while those of average talent might require tens of thousands to over 100,000 years, and those lacking aptitude may find themselves powerless despite possessing a treasure. Chen Bei was uncertain how long it would take him to refine the purple gold Bagua furnace, suspecting it would be akin to possessing a mountain of gold, yet being unable to access it. In Chapter 51, the fusion of bloodlines occurs once more. The next reward was relatively more straightforward. The heart-cleansing spell, a simple yet practical incantation that can dispel distractions and sever inner demons. It is applicable to oneself and others alike, capable of purifying the hearts of malevolent individuals, thus guiding them towards righteousness. A highly useful skill that alleviates the fear of succumbing to inner turmoil. The healing spell, a wondrous magic from the realm of sorcery, possesses the ability to mend all wounds, with its efficacy dependent on the user's capability, lacking any upper limit. When perfected, it can even reverse life and death. Once again, an extraordinary skill emerges. From this moment forth, Chen Bei becomes an immortal machine, an unparalleled healer, capable of vexing foes even in defeat. Below are the rewards from the sign-in on the planet Carneza. Given the previous reward's remarkable nature, Chen Bei speculates that the forthcoming ones will also be impressive. The system has never been stingy. He feels somewhat overwhelmed by the system's alluring offerings, teetering on the brink of succumbing to its majestic influence. The first reward unveiled is the Great Prophecy Technique. According to its description, the Great Prophecy Technique, one of the 3,000 divine abilities, allows foresight of the future, disrupts causality, and possesses the efficacy of spoken words manifesting into reality. It is collectively referred to alongside the Great Resurrection Technique and the Great Judgment Technique as the 3 supreme divine arts. Next is the Spatial Cube, which encapsulates boundless spatial power, enabling time and space traversal and the breaking of worldly barriers. While Chen Bei does not particularly lack such treasures, having attained the ability to traverse the cosmos through his own mastery of teleportation, he finds this reward rather ordinary. However, the spatial power contained within is indeed valuable for his cultivation. Then there is the golden human bloodline gene, the most noble lineage among humanity, with only one golden human existing in the universe. The golden humans are born as sovereigns of their race, endowed with extraordinary talents and protected by immense fortune, making them not to be trifled with lightly. The world tree seedling, destined to grow into the world tree, is also among the rewards. The world tree, along with the constructing wood and the tree of life, is revered as one of the 3 divine trees. The world tree has the capacity to support worlds and harness chaotic energies, while the constructing wood connects the highest void with the abyss. And the tree of life governs the force of living beings, ensuring their continuous existence. Indeed, few of these rewards are straightforward. Invincible, Chen Bei muses internally. As the system has granted him such formidable rewards, he finds no reason not to be invincible. He contemplates the merits he possesses to be worthy of enduring such overwhelming causality. The consistent excellence of the rewards prompts him to ponder the vastness of his own fortune. After much contemplation, Chen Bei resolves to set aside such thoughts and consider what actions he must take next. Should he merge bloodlines? He has already utilized the Saiyan bloodline gene, leaving him with the six-eared macaque bloodline gene and the golden human bloodline gene, both appearing remarkably powerful. As for the Namekian bloodline gene, he dismisses it from consideration. His hesitation lies in whether these bloodlines would conflict if merged within him, or if they could harmoniously combine, preserving all their abilities flawlessly. With such uncertainties in mind, Chen Bei cannot restrain himself from querying the system. System, could you please come forth? I have a question. Ding. Host, there is no need for concern. The bloodline genes obtained from sign-in rewards can merge perfectly, allowing you to inherit their superior traits. The system's response is as succinct and clear as ever, alleviating Chen Bei's long-standing apprehensions. Then, let us proceed with the merging. With a determined grit, Chen Bei resolutely infused both bloodline genes into his body. Previously, when he merged with the Saiyan bloodline, he endured excruciating torment. This time would likely prove no different. Moreover, he was now directly merging two distinct bloodline genes, and the resultant pain would undoubtedly be more intense. Indeed, the infused bloodline genes began to integrate with his blood and bones, metamorphosing Chen Bei's physique. A powerful sensation of tearing surged through him, causing his heart to ache violently, his eyes to bulge with blood, and his tail to stand upright as if electrified. The veins across his body throbbed ominously, resembling writhing serpents, grotesque and terrifying, as if they might burst at any moment. Unable to contain his anguish, Chen Bei let out a series of pained cries, rolling on the ground as he struck the earth with his fists, creating fissures that radiated outward from the epicenter. On Planet Vegeta, a constant flow of Saiyans returned after completing their missions, with Frieza's army refraining from assigning new tasks. Many Saiyans relished the leisure, spending their days indulging in various forms of entertainment. Despite their simple-mindedness, the Saiyan race engaged in a plethora of recreational activities, from bars and karaoke to violent video games. Some even dyed their hair in vibrant colors, embodying the rebellious spirit within their ranks. Approximately a month passed, during which Chen Bei remained in a small realm, quietly attuning to the capabilities acquired from his bloodline fusion. Throughout this duration, he was only conscious for a fraction of the time, the majority consumed by the merging process, which had extended to an absurd length. Upon awakening, Chen Bei inquired of his doppelganger whether Bardock and his companions had returned to Planet Vegeta, but regrettably, the answer was negative. Chen Bei recalled that in the original narrative, upon their return, Bardock was placed in a healing pod, recovering after only a few days, while his comrades proceeded to execute their next mission, conquering Planet Mitra, where they fell into an ambush by Dodoria and his ilk. By the time Bardock returned, Frieza was poised to obliterate Planet Vegeta and eradicate the Saiyans. With only 6 months remaining until the destruction of Planet Vegeta, it appeared that Chen Bei would have to bide his time. Thus, the monotonous days drifted by as he diligently familiarized himself with his newfound abilities. His thirst for power had diminished, and in the years since arriving in the Dragon Ball world, he had not only remained unchanged but had even grown younger. Chen Bei surmised that his lifespan had transcended mortal limits, likely extending significantly, which alleviated his previous urgency for cultivation. His current focus was to thoroughly comprehend the myriad abilities at his disposal, as this understanding would undoubtedly lead to an unprecedented enhancement in his strength. Soon after, in the exterior realm above Planet Vegeta, several small spacecraft sped across the sky and landed at a designated docking port. Chapter 52, The Arrival of Bardock. The figures emerging were none other than Bardock and his companions returning from Planet Kanasa. Among the five, the one at the far left was a female Saiyan clad in a red jumpsuit and black battle armor, the sole female warrior in Bardock's team, named Serba. Beside her stood a burly figure, whose muscular frame could not disguise his corpulence, sporting a mushroom-shaped hairstyle and a distinct mustache. He was known as Pabujan. The other two Saiyans supported Bardock on either side. The one on the right had a Mediterranean hairstyle reminiscent of a character named Sha Wujing and was called Dodobo. One could only imagine the awkwardness if he were to transform into a Super Saiyan, as it seemed even Saiyans could experience baldness, much like Nappa, who was also completely hairless in the original tale. On the left was Toma, the second strongest in the group, known for his warm personality and amiable relationship with Bardock. He had the most normal physique among the male Saiyans, bearing a resemblance to the character Namu who would later appear. At the center lay Bardock, unconscious, as they made their way to the healing chamber specifically designed for Saiyan recuperation. The duplicate had already informed Chen Bei of Bardock's team's return, and he had since departed from the small world. Transforming into gravel and attaching himself to Cereba, Chen Bei intended to accompany them to the Saiyan healing room, curious whether he could check in there. He also wondered if he could register the characters associated with Bardock that had appeared in Dragon Ball. Thus, Chen Bei began to silently chant for a check-in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully checking in with the storyline character Bardock, earning rewards including the preceding word secret. Talent: Warrior's Heart, 3 Lives Mirror, and S-Cell Catalyst X1. The system's notification concluded abruptly, leaving Chen Bei momentarily bewildered. Was that all? It seemed that exploiting system loopholes would not be effective. The system defined storyline characters as key figures, while secondary characters were not recognized. Chen Bei contemplated this pattern but remained undeterred, as he still had check-ins left to utilize. Upon reaching the healing chamber, which was located not far from the Saiyan nursery, Chen Bei saw them pause and began his check-in. Unfortunately, this attempt also ended in failure. However, he remained optimistic, knowing he had already accrued ample rewards. And many significant characters had yet to make their appearance, so there was no need for haste. After ensuring that Bardock was not severely injured, several of his comrades escorted him to the healing room before departing to take some well-deserved rest. Chen Bei also took his leave, but not before leaving a mental mark on Cereba, which would allow him to track their whereabouts later. Chen Bei planned to recruit a few Saiyan subordinates, but he believed that such actions should only occur in moments of utter despair, when a sudden glimmer of hope could leave a lasting impression on those on the brink of despair. He was not fond of casually converting others, except for his enemies. However, since he bore no grudge against these Saiyans, the notion of conversion felt somewhat awkward. Though he did not consider himself a paragon of virtue, he still held to certain principles. When Planet Vegeta faced its demise, Chen Bei harbored another intention: to rescue Bardock and his wife. He had long regretted that Goku would never meet his parents. This cheerful and lively boy bore an incomprehensible burden, fighting relentlessly for Earth. He too experienced fatigue, and when he once contemplated passing the torch to Gohan, Chi-Chi vehemently opposed the idea. This was yet another sorrow within the Dragon Ball narrative. Chen Bei yearned for a Dragon Ball world that he envisioned, one devoid of tragic endings. He had always detested stories that ended unsatisfactorily, where lovers were torn apart and malevolence resurfaced. He resolutely rejected such outcomes. Having arrived in this world, he was destined to alter certain events, regardless of others' opinions, as long as he bore no regrets. As for the other Saiyans inhabiting Planet Vegeta, Chen Bei felt no overwhelming compassion. After all, their affairs were not his own. He held little fondness for this race, notorious for their destructive and arrogant demeanor, behaving as if the cosmos revolved around them. Aside from Bardock and his wife, he intended to save Cereba and Toma, finding the other 2 of Bardock's comrades too unattractive to align with his aesthetic. Upon returning to his miniature world, Chen Bei began to examine the rewards he had acquired. The Qinzi secret, one of the 9 secrets from the world of Zetian, grants the ability to foresee the future. A brief introduction reveals that the Zetian world also subscribes to the concept of a river of time, from which the Qinzi secret originates, allowing one to vaguely perceive the trajectory of their future or related matters. However, for Chen Bei, this was a superfluous acquisition, while it could be of some value. He deemed it largely unnecessary. Previously, he had already obtained the Great Prophecy technique, a formidable power that could predict the future with far greater efficacy. Next, he acquired a talent, Warrior's Heart. This ability enhances one's mental fortitude and energy amplification in proportion to the severity of their injuries, with a maximum increase of tenfold. This talent was impressive, but the necessity of sustaining injuries to activate it posed a significant complication. The Mirror of 3 Lives possesses the extraordinary ability to reflect an individual's past, present, and future. It can reverse and alter one's karmic destiny, as well as obliterate a person's history and future, unless one has attained the transcendent realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal, thereby constraining their own timeline to an eternal singularity. Otherwise, all will be revealed through the Mirror of 3 Lives. This formidable artifact is inscribed with countless runes of the Tao, and comprehending its depths is no trivial endeavor. It is also an object that may merely serve as an ornamental curiosity. The S-cell catalyst, upon utilization, can stimulate the production of a substantial quantity of S cells within the body, but it is exclusively for the use of Saiyans. Yet another limitation. Chen Bei was taken aback. It was his first encounter with such an item. However, it seemed of little use to him. Chen Bei understood that transforming into a Super Saiyan necessitated not only a sufficient quantity of S cells, but also the achievement of a foundational combat power, followed by concentrating energy in the back or being propelled by intense emotions. Given his status as a mere slacker in these peaceful times, acquiring S cells appeared to him an effortless task. Thus, this catalyst seemed superfluous. He would retain it for future use should the need arise. After reviewing all the rewards, Chen Bei felt no urgency to engage in other pursuits. He had been preoccupied with matters concerning Bardock during this time, and now that they were finally resolved, it was essential for him to unwind. Chapter 53, Planet Mit. Frieza was preparing to head to Planet Vegeta. Prior to this, he had instructed Dodoria and the others to eliminate some troublesome foes in advance. Although Frieza was not intimidated by the current Saiyans, a flicker of fear toward the legendary Super Saiyan lingered within him. He was wary of the possibility that such a fabled warrior might truly manifest. This caution had been imparted by his ancestors. While he harbored doubts, he remained vigilant nonetheless. Planet MIT was a relatively weak, life-sustaining planet, where a conspiracy against Bardock's team was brewing. Frieza was aware of Bardock's growth, having ascended from mere lowly warrior to a level of strength that even many elite warriors could scarcely achieve, which piqued Frieza's interest. Thus, he dispatched Bardock's team on various missions for observation. However, Frieza was now weary of this game. He sought to eradicate the Saiyans entirely. As for the legends of a Super Saiyan, he intended to shatter them personally, leaving only a Saiyan prince and his attendant behind. It had been nearly a week since Bardock returned to Planet Vegeta, and Tomas and the others, observing the still unconscious Bardock recovering, decided not to wait for him to complete their mission. In the healing chamber, Bardock's comrades stood nearby. Indeed, Bardock was remarkable. It was astonishing how he had healed in just a few days. Yes, despite being a low-level warrior, he always returned from battles on other planets covered in wounds. His combat power should now be nearing 10,000. Truly an extraordinary individual. At that moment, Tomas could not help but approach to inquire about Bardock's condition. How is he faring? The physical aspect is completely fine. The treatment was thorough. However, the computer diagnostics indicate that there is still a slight anomaly in his brainwaves. Is that so? There is no alternative. We must leave Bardock behind this time. Which planet shall we visit next? To Planet Mita, said Toma, turning to Pabu and the others. Planet Mita is not far from Planet Vegeta, so none of them opted for sleep mode, instead awaiting their arrival at Planet Mita. Meanwhile, Chen Bei was already aware of this news. Oh, has it begun? Planet Mita. Shortly after Toma and his group departed, Bardock awakened. As he opened his tightly shut eyes, he found himself surrounded by the medical staff in the healing chamber. He had just been in a deep slumber, plagued by terrifying dreams about Planet Vegeta and his son Kakarot. Uncertain of the reality of his dreams, he felt disoriented, preferring to believe they were mere illusions. Are you all right, Bardock? Bardock replied softly, still somewhat dazed. As he stood up and touched his head, he remarked, just a bit of dizziness. TSK, I had a strange dream, Bardock murmured to himself. A dream? One of the medical staff inquired, intrigued. Yes. Bardock offered no further explanation. His mind filled with confusion. What was the meaning of it all? The dream had felt so vivid, so real, that he was reluctant to accept it. He had witnessed the demise of the Saiyans. Was he truly unharmed? Another medical staff member asked. Upon hearing this, Bardock scoffed. My abilities are on a different level than yours. By the way, where did Toma and the others go? Lord Frieza ordered them to Planet Mita. What? Bardock exclaimed in frustration. Those beasts, they abandoned me. After equipping his scouter, he muttered, Planet Mita. Is it? Quite close. Good. Bardock turned and dashed outside, seemingly eager to reach Planet Mita. The medical staff called after him, Hey Bardock. Unfortunately, Bardock did not pause. He hurried out. Suddenly, he thought he heard something. Through the window, he spotted a familiar figure, the one who had appeared in his dreams, his son, Kakarot. In that moment, visions flooded his mind once more, and he again beheld the destruction of Planet Vegeta. Overwhelmed by anguish, he clutched his head, shaking it vigorously to dispel the thoughts. Bardock gazed at the nameplate inscribed with Kakarot's name, murmuring, Kakarot. Checking his scouter, he was taken aback. TSK, a power level of only 2? Useless. Kakarot cried inconsolably, as if sensing an impending disaster. Bardock had already turned away, his sole desire being to reunite with his comrades. On Planet Mita, Chen Bei had already arrived. He transformed into grains of sand, floating in the air unnoticed by anyone around him. How tragic indeed. Just moments ago, when they battled the Mytarians, it was much the same. Dodobo charged valiantly, yet was effortlessly struck back by the enemy, collapsing and rolling his eyes into oblivion. Chen Bei observed this scene, harboring no intention to intervene, not even to assist the struggling Toma rising before him. Babujan and Celebi had just been slain, and if Chen Bei had wished to save them, he could have acted then. Yet he remained motionless, for he was waiting. Chen Bei awaited Bardock's arrival, eager to witness this historic moment. Moreover, he did not wish to save Babujan and Dodobo. Had he intervened to rescue Celebi, he would have felt compelled to save the other two as well. Thus, he decided it was better to wait until they all perished than resurrect those he truly wished to save, conserving his strength and avoiding exposure. But how infuriating! Toma, gazing at the enemy before him, struggled to grasp the fallen detector, hoping to alert Bardock. Alas, the enemy denied him this opportunity. Crack! The detector was crushed underfoot. Why? Why are you doing this? Hearing such a ludicrous response, the enemy could not help but burst into laughter, provoking a desire in Chen Bei to strike them for their unbearable mockery. At that moment, Dodoria stepped forward, remarking, "The Saiyans are indeed tenacious." However, he leaned down, gripping Toma by the collar. "You still have more playtime with us." Toma, incessantly questioning, asked why. "Why are you doing this?" Dodoria revealed a disdainful smile. "Does it concern you?" After a brief chuckle, he addressed Toma's inquiry, stating, "As a parting gift before your demise, I shall divulge this. It is the command of Lord Frieza." "While what?" Toma gasped, shocked by the revelation. He had never anticipated such an outcome. The Saiyans had always served Frieza loyally, yet now they faced this grim fate. Noticing Toma's expression, Dodoria was unfazed and bluntly asserted, "Lord Frieza considers you Saiyans a thorn in his side. Have you done something to offend him?" A purple, octopus-headed alien behind Dodoria could not contain his curiosity, echoing the question that lingered in the air. They too wondered why Lord Frieza had suddenly turned against the Saiyans. Though the Saiyans sometimes faltered in their duties, it hardly warranted the annihilation of their race. In response to the inquiry, Toma quickly retorted, "Nonsense. We have always acted in accordance with Lord Frieza's orders, never once defying them." Chapter 54, The Law of the Jungle. Even so, his discontent was apparent. Dodoria grasped Tomas's collar with one hand, lifting him effortlessly while responding to his inquiries with an air of indifference. "Once we have been used, this is the fate that befalls us." A wave of despair washed over Tomas. He had not anticipated that in Frieza's eyes, the Saiyans were regarded as lesser than swine, a mere pawn, easily discarded. Emotions of resentment and fury surged within him. Yet in the face of overwhelming power, these feelings proved futile. His gaze became vacant as he stared ahead, at a loss for what to do next. Just like that, with a slight exertion of his right hand, Dodoria hurled Tomas away. "Oh, has he arrived already? How swift!" Chen Bei sensed Bardock's energy. Though he had been attentively watching Dodoria and the others, he simultaneously extended his mental awareness, keenly attuned to every movement on the planet. Moreover, these extraterrestrials did not conceal their energy signatures, making it easy to track their movements. Bardock had already arrived on planet MIT and was surveying the desolate surface with a brazen expression, a wicked smile creeping onto his lips. Chen Bei, perceiving all this through his mental faculties, chose not to reveal himself. In his mind, he mused that Bardock's current arrogance would soon be met with a sobering reality. The thought of Bardock being thoroughly beaten brought a mischievous grin to Chen Bei's face, though no one could discern it, as he remained but a mere grain of sand. Upon arriving on planet MIT, Bardock did not rush to seek out his comrades. Rather, he surveyed his surroundings. "They've certainly been busy," he murmured, positioning himself in a defiant stance with his left leg bent and resting his left hand on his thigh. Observing the scene before him, Bardock felt no sympathy. His character had not shifted, hardened by years of conflict, and he harbored no compassion for these strangers. At that moment, a signal from his scouter indicated a source of energy. "Found it. It seems those fellows are having a grand time." Bardock prepared to seek out his companions, unaware of the surprises that lay ahead. With a mighty leap, he transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from the spot. Upon arrival at the scene, he was met with a sight of utter devastation. However, what astonished Bardock was the sight of all his comrades sprawled amidst the rubble. He stood frozen for a considerable time, unable to believe his eyes. Just moments ago, everything had seemed fine, and now Bardock's mouth fell slightly agape, his gaze dulled, and his pupils constricted, lost in thought. From a corner of the ruins, a voice suddenly emerged. Be Bardock? Hearing the sound, Bardock hurried over, instantly recognizing the voice of his comrade, Tomas. Thomas. Hastening into the ruins, Bardock lifted the fallen Toma from the ground, unable to restrain his inquiry. What on earth has transpired here? The weakened Toma could not help but lament, what a fool, why couldn't you simply have stayed asleep? In truth, he was concerned for Bardock, fearing he might share the same grim fate. Could it be that you were betrayed by the Frieza force? Before Bardock could finish his thought, Toma interjected, we shall soon eliminate those fiends entirely. Then who is responsible for your plight? Bardock croaked, his voice hoarse, yearning for vengeance for his comrades. Upon hearing Bardock's question, Toma replied in a fragile tone, It was Frieza. That scoundrel has betrayed us. How can this be? Bardock was taken aback, his brow furrowed in disbelief. He could scarcely accept the harrowing truth. Frieza has merely used us. Toma, barely able to endure the pain, resolved to bid farewell to Bardock, stating, I am nearing my end, but if this continues, all Saiyans will fall to that monster. In agony, his facial muscles trembled. Yet Toma urged, listen closely, return to Planet Vegeta at once, gather our allies, and bring down Frieza. With a faint smile, he added, let that brood experience the might of the Saiyans. No sooner had he spoken, Toma succumbed, his eyelids slowly descending. Yet a smile remained upon his face in his final moments, for he trusted Bardock, the one he held dearest. Bardock, cradling the lifeless body of Toma, was rendered speechless, unable to fathom the reality that his comrade had departed from this world. Rising to his feet, he clutched the torn white strip of cloth from Toma, his fingers digging into his palm, drawing blood that gradually stained the fabric crimson. Witnessing the gruesome fate of his comrades, rage consumed Bardock. He resolved to avenge them. At that moment, the scouter emitted a signal once more. It turned out that Dodoria and his cohorts had not ventured far and had stealthily approached from behind Bardock. Now it is your turn to die, a horned alien said, arms crossed. Confronted by the very executioners of his friends, Bardock clenched his fists, binding the bloodied cloth around his forehead. With a fierce roar, he charged at the enemy, igniting an intense battle. Meanwhile, the onlooker, Chow, found the spectacle thrilling. Despite viewing the skirmish as child's play, he relished the opportunity to witness it as if it were a grand cinematic experience. Energy blasts erupted incessantly, creating a dense fog around them as several members of the Frieza force soared into the sky, watching the chaos unfold. The octopus-headed monster gazed into the sky, chuckling at the clouds of smoke stirred up by Bardock. With such meager strength, the energy blast he unleashed had failed to inflict any harm upon him, merely raising a thick veil of smoke. For a moment, he couldn't help but underestimate Bardock. However, just then, the detector on the octopus-headed creature suddenly beeped. Bardock had already appeared before him in a flash. It turned out that Bardock's intent was to scatter them and defeat them one by one, revealing his considerable combat experience. With a fierce determination, Bardock clasped his hands together and delivered a powerful blow to the enemy's octopus head, sending the creature crashing into the ground. Alas, at that moment, Bardock did not notice the others. They had formed a triangle, encircling him, and were gathering energy to unleash an energy cannon attack upon him. The energy cannon sped towards Bardock, resulting in a thunderous explosion, followed by a cloud of smoke. Chapter 55, Crisis. The extraterrestrial beings stared intently into the heart of the smoke, yet they failed to discern Bardock's presence. Just as they were filled with doubt, Bardock reappeared. From behind the yellow, turtle-headed monster, Bardock swiftly locked onto his throat, rendering him incapable of struggling. Damn it! The ram-headed creature spat in frustration, desperately seeking Bardock's figure. As he gazed towards the dissipating mist, he vaguely spotted a silhouette and, without hesitation, unleashed an energy wave. To his astonishment, the attack struck his own ally, the turtle-headed monster. Hit by such a blast, the turtle-headed creature rolled his eyes back, plummeting swiftly to the ground. At that moment, the ram-headed creature finally noticed Bardock concealed within the smoke. Witnessing the enemy's audacity, Bardock revealed a scornful smile. Humph! How is this possible? The ram-headed creature exclaimed in disbelief, taken aback by Bardock's strength. Meanwhile, another green-skinned, red-headed creature remarked, that guy should be a lowly warrior. They could hardly believe Bardock possessed such power, capable of toying with them. Consequently, the two of them ceased their underestimation and began to launch a joint assault against Bardock. Just as Bardock was preparing to confront them seriously, a fleeting image of Kakarot flashed in his mind, momentarily distracting him. Unbeknownst to him, in that brief instant, the ram-headed creature surged forward, driving a knee into Bardock's face, sending him hurtling backward. The green-skinned, red-headed creature had already circled behind Bardock. Upon witnessing him fly back, he seized Bardock's arms, immobilizing him with a firm grip on his shoulders, in concert with the ram-headed creature. Observing Bardock's inability to move, the ram-headed creature wasted no time, delivering a powerful punch to Bardock's abdomen, causing him to regurgitate bile. Influenced by the images in his mind, Bardock found himself unable to fight earnestly, rendered defenseless against their assault. As Chen Bei observed the scene before him, he hesitated on whether to intervene. Yet, reason prevailed, urging him to refrain from action. Though he possessed the capability to swiftly conclude the battle, such interference would diverge from his ultimate objective. Moreover, even if Bardock were to meet his demise, he had the means to resurrect him. Thus, he extinguished the notion of intervening and continued to watch. At that moment, Bardock regained his composure, performing a swift maneuver to exchange positions with the green-skinned, red-headed creature that had been clutching him. Simultaneously, the horn-headed monster launched an attack intended for Bardock's abdomen. However, Bardock's sudden movement redirected the assault, causing it to strike the green-skinned, red-headed creature instead, shattering even the fabric of its battle suit. While the horn-headed monster remained momentarily stunned, Bardock seized the opportunity to channel a powerful energy wave directed at his foe. The unexpected attack startled the horn-headed creature, which cried out in desperation, "No, please." Nevertheless, Bardock showed no mercy, unleashing his energy wave with such force that it obliterated the horn-headed monster entirely. With the skirmish concluded, Bardock returned to the ground, panting heavily. The recent confrontation had left him battered and fatigued. Before he could catch his breath, his scouter emitted an alert, prompting him to turn and identify an approaching figure. Indeed, it was Dodoria, a loyal subordinate of Frieza and one of his most capable enforcers. "Hee, Dodoria," Bardock acknowledged, recognizing the familiar visage. Why have you come for us?" Dodoria offered no response to Bardock's inquiry. Instead, he inhaled deeply, gathering energy to unleash a wave from his mouth, which surged rapidly toward Bardock. Taken aback by Dodoria's reaction, Bardock found himself caught off guard, and the energy wave struck him, sending him hurtling backward. The ground was carved into a deep trench that extended for hundreds of meters. "How disappointing," Dodoria cackled. "I had hoped to toy with him a little longer." "Unfortunately, the scouter has just relayed a message. Dodoria, Lord Frieza commands your return." "Understood," Dodoria replied nonchalantly. "We are to regroup and head to Planet Vegeta." "Very well," he confirmed once more, gathering energy and erupting in a violet aura as he transformed into a streak of light, soaring into the distance. At the end of the trench, a figure struggled to emerge. It was Bardock. Clenching his teeth upon his exit, he muttered, "Damn it, Lord Frieza truly intends to take us." Gazing at the lifeless bodies of his fallen comrades, Bardock summoned his courage anew, resolved to return to Planet Vegeta and relay this grim news to the other Saiyans. On the planet Vegeta, within the confines of a launch bay, numerous spacecraft await their fate. A particularly significant vessel is poised for launch, distinguished by the fact that it carries none other than Bardock's son, the protagonist of the Dragon Ball saga, Kakarot. The destination of this launch is Earth, a planet located at the edge of the Milky Way galaxy. In the vastness of space, a colossal disc-shaped ship approaches the planet Vegeta. It is none other than Frieza's vessel. Inside the ship, the summoned Dodoria approaches Frieza, bowing respectfully and announcing, "My subordinate has returned." However, after considerable time, Dodoria receives no response from Frieza, who remains fixated on the view ahead. At this moment, the ever-watchful Zarbon interjects, "Dodoria, your cleanup efforts appear insufficient." "What did you say?" Dodoria replies, taken aback. "You'll let Saiyan from planet Meat escape. Impossible, I clearly." He begins, but his gaze shifts to the direction of Frieza's attention, where a monitor reveals a Saiyan spacecraft, coincidentally headed to the same destination as Frieza's ship. A cold sweat immediately breaks out on Dodoria. He is acutely aware of his master's capricious nature. Should Frieza become enraged, Dodoria fears for his very life. He hastily apologizes. "I am terribly sorry." His nervousness is palpable as he stammers, "I will take care of it immediately." Just as Dodoria attempts to turn away, Frieza calls him back. "Never mind, it's of no consequence." It appears that this Saiyan is also en route to Planet Vegeta. Zarbon chimes in any case, the fate that awaits them is ultimately the same. Frieza lets out his distinctive laughter, relishing the impending end of the Saiyan race. Chapter 56, The Doom of the Saiyans. Meanwhile, Bardock, aboard a small spacecraft, has also spotted Frieza's ship. Despite emerging from the ruins with severe injuries, he dares not pause. He must relay the news of Frieza's intent to annihilate the Saiyans, for failure is not an option. The ship accelerates through space, narrowly avoiding another vessel. But Bardock can only catch a fleeting glimpse of a shadow. Soon, his ship soars over the skies of Planet Vegeta, landing steadily at the docking bay. As he opens the hatch, Bardock stumbles out, leaning weakly against the side of the spacecraft. The planet's doom is imminent, yet the personnel at the launch center remain oblivious, approaching him with inquiries about his condition. Without wasting words, Bardock limps forward. However, at that moment, a staff member suddenly mentions that he has already sent Bardock's son, Kakarot, to Earth. Earth? Bardock came to a halt, as if a memory had resurfaced. He seemed to recall something from his dreams. This planet. Indeed, a cerulean orb within the solar system. One of the staff members remarked, "It matters not, even if you were a lower-tier warrior. A few months would suffice to obliterate that planet. Rest and recover your body before confronting him." Gradually, Bardock could no longer discern their words. He struggled to breathe as a vivid image of Earth flooded his mind. At that moment, he realized the dreams he had just experienced were glimpses of a genuine future. Could it be that? Without pausing to ponder further, Bardock dashed forward. The two staff members remained bewildered. "What is wrong, Bardock?" Suddenly, one of the staff spotted the spacecraft Bardock had boarded, exclaiming, "Hey, look over here." That individual was evidently gravely injured. The surface of Bardock's spacecraft was stained with mottled blood, much of it still fresh, as if it had just been shed. On Planet MIT, Chen Bei was busy tidying up the aftermath. System sign-in. It was then that Chen Bei remembered he had yet to complete his sign-in. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in at Planet MIT. Rewards: 1 Ren Shui Peach Tree, Planet Destruction Bomb, 1 Pure Soul Essence, and 10 Beauty Elixirs. The Ren Shui Peach Tree, a rare innate spiritual root, blooms once every 50,000 years, bears fruit every 50,000 years, and matures every 50,000 years. Consuming a single peach grants one eternal life, boundless fortune, and immunity from calamities. It is one of the 12 most coveted innate spiritual roots sought after by countless beings. The most renowned peaches are those cultivated in the Queen Mother's orchard, reserved for entertaining deities, 1,200 trees at the front, with diminutive fruits that mature every 3,000 years, granting immortality to those who partake. 1,200 trees in the middle, yielding sweet fruits that mature every 6,000 years, allowing ascension to those who consume them, and 1,200 trees at the back, with purple veined fruits that mature every 9,000 years, bestowing longevity equal to that of heaven and earth upon those who partake. The Ren Shui peach tree that Chen Bei received was still an undifferentiated original, its fruits possessing even greater potency, though they required a longer maturation period. Presently, Chen Bei could only dream of the day the peaches would ripen, which seemed an eternity away. Turning to another reward, the Planet Destruction Bomb, a unique technique of Frieza, compresses energy into a singular point. Upon striking a planet's core, it can annihilate the planet outright. Frieza frequently employed this technique to obliterate worlds, hence its name. The Pure Soul Essence is particularly intriguing. It represents the very essence of a being's soul. Without this essence, a body becomes a mere shell, implying that only a being endowed with a soul essence can be considered truly alive. The essence of the soul is a unique attribute of living beings, which can also be absorbed by others, thereby augmenting their own soul essence. However, the soul essence within most beings is often intertwined with various thoughts, and direct absorption may lead to mental chaos or madness. Only those who tread the path of darkness would dare to absorb another's soul essence. The pure essence of the soul, devoid of any distracting thoughts, presents no adverse effects upon absorption. Its most immediate benefit is the enhancement of spiritual strength. This soul essence is a valuable reward for Chen Bei. The youth elixir, a coveted potion among countless female cultivators, is rare due to the scarcity of its ingredients, making it a hard-to-obtain treasure. Its effects include prolonging life and maintaining youthful beauty. Chen Bei, however, found little value in it. He retrieved the elixir from the system space and examined it. Encased in a special jade vial, the elixir was entirely snow white, adorned with unique patterns that exuded an enchanting beauty, tempting one to taste it. Thus, Chen Bei took one elixir and placed it into his mouth. It had a pleasant flavor, sweet with a distinctive fragrance that was quite comforting. Upon reflection, he found it unremarkable, merely agreeable in taste. He conjured a mirror to inspect himself, and noticed no significant changes. he remained as handsome as ever. Gazing at the stacked corpses of several Saiyans, Chen Bei approached, casually lifting Celebi with his left hand and dragging Toma with his right, discarding them aside. As for Dadabor and Babujin, he had no intention of rescuing them, casually launching 2 energy blasts that exploded, creating 2 large craters. With his mental prowess, he levitated their bodies, placing them into the craters before covering them with earth, a task completed. Chen Bei turned to regard the lifeless forms of Toma and Celebi. He stepped closer to Celebi, observing her closely. She bore a resemblance to Bidalai, leaving him pondering whether the older artist had drawn her in a similar likeness. As for Toma, his interest waned. He wished to clarify that he was male and had a penchant for beautiful women. Next, he contemplated resurrecting the 2. After a moment of thought, he decided to transport their bodies into the small world. Meanwhile, on Planet Vegeta, Bardock had delivered the information, but to his disappointment, no one believed him. As he watched Frieza's spaceship approaching, Bardock finally realized that perhaps those who had been invaded felt similarly when their own worlds were threatened. A sense of despair, suffocation, and regret flooded his mind. With a heart full of defiance, Bardock resolved to take a desperate stand. Aside from Bardock, few Saiyans were aware of the impending crisis, remaining lost in a haze of indulgence. Indeed, when the avalanche descends, no snowflake is innocent. The Saiyans were in a state of self-destruction. Chapter 57, Resurrection. Upon returning to the small world, Chen Bei contemplated the methods to revive the 2 individuals. The Dragon Balls posed a complication due to their cooldown period, so he decided to seek alternative solutions. He recalled that he had previously acquired a spell known as the Resurrection Technique. Upon examining his skill panel, he found, indeed, that it was aptly named Resurrection Technique. The essence of this spell was straightforward. It could bring the deceased back to life. However, it demanded a certain price, such as one's own lifespan or that of another. Chen Bei was not foolish enough to barter his life for the lives of these 2. He had other means at his disposal. In this small world, abundant spiritual energy thrived, and a substantial infusion of this energy would suffice to resurrect them, requiring far less than one might expect given their limited power. With this thought, Chen Bei commenced the incantation of the Resurrection Technique. He traced an unusual symbol in the air with his hands while murmuring the spell. Gradually, a luminous halo began to form around Celebi and Thomas, enveloping their lifeless bodies in a wondrous energy. On the ground, a magical array composed of distinctive symbols emerged. As the energy coalesced, the array radiated an intense light, and a powerful vitality surged forth, which was absorbed by the 2 figures lying within the array. When the brilliance dissipated, tranquility returned, yet the 2 remained unawakened. Their consciousness still absent, it seemed they required more time to recuperate. Chen Bei approached, embraced Celebi, and, using his mental prowess, maneuvered Thomas into his luxurious spacecraft. Finding a suitable chamber, he carelessly tossed Thomas inside, then turned to leave while cradling Celebi. Once in his own quarters, he gently laid Celebi down, using his magical abilities to cleanse her body, and covered her with a blanket before departing. Meanwhile, above Planet Vegeta, Frieza's spacecraft had arrived. Gazing at the sun in the sky, which was aligned with Frieza's vessel, Bardock steeled his resolve. He was determined to change the future. Gathering his energy, he leaped into the cosmos, prepared to confront Frieza's armada directly. Inside the ship, Frieza stood with arms crossed, surveying Planet Vegeta, chuckling, "This is the last view of this planet." "Indeed," responded Zarbin at the opportune moment. Suddenly, the hatch opened, and a figure rushed in, saluting Frieza before delivering news. Report. "Lord Frieza, we have arrived at Planet Vegeta." The ship halted, and all surrounding hatches opened, as the members of Frieza's army, well prepared, began their descent towards the planet. Bardock, witnessing the approaching adversaries, surged forward with determination. He sought to confront Frieza directly and demand answers. With a lithe physique, deftly evading the onslaught of adversaries while occasionally launching counterattacks, Bardock's combat experience shines through vividly. A throng of foes converges upon him. Yet with a powerful thrust complemented by a surge of energy, he shatters their encirclement. Enveloped in a radiant white aura, Bardock summons his final reserves of strength and charges forward. As the figure draws closer, Frieza speaks, "Mr. Zabo." "Yes," Zabo promptly replies. "Please open the top hatch." However, Zabo hesitates, unable to contain his thoughts about the subordinates. Frieza remains silent, and Zabo quickly realizes that those outside are of little consequence to Frieza. Should he persist in his obstinacy, he could face dire repercussions. Thus, Zebo decisively complies. As you command, he responds, turning swiftly towards the control panel. Nearby, Dodoria is equally unnerved, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Frieza, witnessing the incompetence of his minions, feels a surge of anger, his face contorted in fury. Yet Bardock is undeterred. He is nearing Frieza's spaceship. At that moment, a fresh wave of enemies ensnares Bardock, employing various tactics to restrain him and prevent his progress. Gazing at the spaceship within reach, Bardock roars in fury. Frieza! Once more, he channels his energy, breaking free from his assailants. Frieza, come out! Bardock successfully ascends to the top of Frieza's spacecraft, where the hatch is now opened. Frieza's figure gradually emerges, causing his subordinates to tremble in fear. And Master Frieza, they exclaim, not daring to exhibit even a hint of disrespect. Frieza remains expressionless, ascending in his pod until he reaches the same altitude as Bardock. A smile graces Bardock's lips as he finally lays eyes on Frieza. Now, everything will change. The fate of Planet Vegeta. Frieza utters no further words, raising his right hand slightly, energy coalescing upon his fingertip. Meanwhile, Bardock, still oblivious to the disparity in their strengths, murmurs, "My destiny, Kakarot's destiny, and yours." As he speaks, Bardock begins to gather his energy, his right hand glowing with a brilliant white light. Yet Frieza remains unfazed, observing him with a stoic expression. Let us conclude this with this move. Bardock fervently hurls the energy sphere towards Frieza, but alas, he is at the end of his tether, and the sphere's power is pathetically feeble. As Bardock's energy sphere draws near, Frieza laughs, an arrogant, mocking laugh. Ha! The energy sphere on Frieza's fingertip swells dramatically, swiftly engulfing the feeble sphere Bardock had thrown. What? Bardock was taken aback. He never anticipated that his final attack would be so effortlessly thwarted. The disparity in strength between the two was indeed overwhelming. His index finger curled slightly forward, and the energy sphere surged forward with Frieza's motion, swiftly striking Bardock and simultaneously engulfing Frieza's minions. At that moment, a shadow darted past, unnoticed by anyone. The energy sphere continued its trajectory downward, heading towards the planet Vegeta. Before long, it struck the planet, gradually descending into its core. It was only at this juncture that the inhabitants of the planet realized someone intended to annihilate Vegeta. Alas, it was too late. As the energy sphere penetrated the planet, the Earth began to fracture rapidly, with lava surging forth, and the planet's core shattered, transforming the celestial body into mere dust. Just before its fragmentation, it emitted a brilliant light, with debris scattering like fireworks exploding in the cosmos, dazzling and magnificent. Come quickly, Mr. Sabo, Mr. Dodoria, behold this exquisite display of fireworks. They exclaimed with delight. The planet Vegeta was obliterated, vanishing entirely from the universe, reduced to cosmic dust. Chapter 58. Reunion. Bardock. In a small world, a woman was calling out to the man who lay on the ground. The man, tattered and battered, bore numerous wounds, some even emanating a charred scent, with blood flowing profusely. This man was Bardock, who had been rescued by Chen Bei, and the woman was his wife, Jine. The timeline rewound to the moment Chen Bei resurrected Celebi and Toma. After reviving the two, he recalled that he still had two more individuals to save. Without hesitation, he executed a technique of instantaneous movement, returning to the planet Vegeta, where he located Jine, who was still at work, not caring for the opinions of others. Chen Bei delivered a powerful punch, knocking Jine unconscious and bringing her back to the small world. Chen Bei then transformed into sand, remaining concealed beside Bardock. At the moment Bardock was on the brink of death, he swiftly pulled him into the small world. Thus, Bardock lay on the ground covered in wounds, while Jine looked on with deep concern. After observing for a while, Chen Bei found himself somewhat bored and interrupted Jine. "Excuse me, please step aside. I need to attend to his injuries. I can also assist with that. May I ask where the tools are?" Jine suggested, feeling it inappropriate to impose on others and offering to tend to her husband's wounds herself. "That method is too cumbersome. Just step aside." Chen Bei yawned, waving his hand to indicate she should move. "Very well, I understand." Jine ceased her hesitation, rising to one side. "Rest assured, I am not a threat to you, otherwise you would have perished alongside the planet Vegeta long ago." With that, Chen Bei wasted no time and immediately cast a healing spell. Before long, a verdant glow manifested in Chen Bei's hands, radiating vitality as it gradually approached Bardock. Upon enveloping Bardock's body, the wounds upon him swiftly mended, vanishing entirely in mere moments. Withdrawing his hands, Chen Bei ceased the flow of energy and resumed his stance. Bardock's injuries had completely healed, and his consciousness began to stir. Lying on the ground, Bardock suddenly fluttered his eyelids, his brow furrowing and then relaxing in a dance of confusion. A breath escaped him, growing increasingly frantic. "Frieza!" he exclaimed, jolting awake and rising swiftly from the ground. "Bardock!" Jine rushed to his side, concern etched on her face. "What has happened to you?" Bardock, bewildered, surveyed his surroundings. His confusion evident. "Where am I? Wasn't I killed by Frieza? How'd I end up here?" "Frieza? Bardock, what do you mean?" Jine seemed to grasp some understanding, yet remained uncertain. Indeed, Planet Vegeta has been annihilated by Frieza. He falsely claimed it was due to a meteor strike, asserting that it was unanticipated and thus led to the planet's destruction. Chen Bei, arms crossed and an expression of ennui on his face, interjected with an explanation. "You too, along with 2 other Saiyans, are among those I saved. They are currently resting aboard my spaceship. Is that so? I am truly grateful." Jine clasped her hands together. Zinsali Tongking Chen Bei. Bardock, however, regarded Chen Bei with a puzzled expression. "Who are you? Why did you rescue us?" Unfazed by Bardock's inquiry, Chen Bei responded. "I am Chen Bei, hailing from Earth, and like you, I am also a Saiyan." He revealed the golden tail behind him, a peculiar sight owing to his mixed heritage with the golden race. Bardock stared at Chen Bei, partially comprehending yet still puzzled. "Why is your tail golden?" Unable to suppress his curiosity, he posed the question. "I am uncertain myself. Perhaps it is due to my mixed blood," Chen Bei admitted, unable to provide a clear explanation. Choosing to sidestep the topic, he urged Bardock and Jine to follow him to his luxurious flagship. Upon witnessing the grandiose vessel before him, Bardock was momentarily taken aback. It was his first encounter with such a craft, its unique design far more imposing than Frieza's ships. Jine, experiencing the same novelty, maintained her composure, for Saiyans typically possessed a robust mental fortitude. "Come with me, and I shall show you to your quarters," Chen Bei beckoned, leading the way as Bardock and Jine followed closely in his footsteps. Upon entering the confines of the spacecraft, Bardock was once again taken aback by the vastness of the interior, which was replete with a plethora of amenities: a swimming pool, a bathhouse, a bar, and a restaurant. Within this microcosm, the absence of the 4 seasons rendered the climate temperate and the atmosphere rich in spiritual energy, making life in such a place a true delight. "Do not hesitate. From now on, you may use whatever you wish, provided you refrain from causing any damage," Chen Bei remarked, leading the 2 individuals to the lounge area. There, he selected a suitable small residence and assigned them to it, saying, "You shall reside here from now on. Do not think of venturing out for the time being. Should you require anything, simply use this to notify me." With that, Chen Bei tossed him a piece of jade inscribed with communication symbols, allowing for instant contact with him. This was a simple artifact he had crafted during a brief respite. Given his current abilities, creating such basic magical items was well within his reach. However, Bardock wished to voice something further, but was abruptly restrained by Janae. "My apologies for the interruption," Janae addressed Chen Bei before ushering Bardock into the room. Chen Bei, dismissing the matter, had other affairs to attend to. The destruction of Planet Vegeta by a planet-destroying missile had resulted in the emergence of a temporal rift at that location, which he had witnessed while rescuing Bardock. He surmised that this rift led to a time portal a millennium into the past. Having altered Bardock's destiny upon arriving in this world, he found himself equally intrigued by the world of 1,000 years ago and resolved to explore it. After bringing Bardock to the microcosm, Chen Bei entrusted Janae with his care and departed the small world, directly plunging into the temporal rift. Upon arriving in another timeline, he soon returned to attend to Bardock's injuries. Once more departing the small world and entering an unknown era, Chen Bei landed on a planet, presumably the very one where Bardock had fallen 1,000 years prior. Chapter 59, returning to 1,000 years ago in the original timeline. At Frieza's headquarters, Vegeta was enjoying a meal when he suddenly heard a voice emanating from the detector. "Lord Vegeta, can you hear me?" it inquired. "What is it?" Vegeta responded, puzzled. "We have just received notification from Lord Frieza that Planet Vegeta has vanished." "Oh, and then?" Vegeta replied nonchalantly, resuming his meal. The reason it was said was due to the impact of a colossal meteor. After a brief pause, the voice continued, "The surviving Saiyans, including us, are now few in number." And then?" Vegeta maintained his indifferent tone, seemingly unconcerned. "No, there is nothing more. That is all. This planet has been nearly cleaned up. I will need to request another planet from Lord Frieza that can withstand a good fight, Vegeta murmured to himself, lost in thought. Beside him lay a gruesome pile of various creatures' corpses. At the edge of the solar system, a cerulean planet witnessed a meteor-like object streaking across the sky, crashing into the bamboo grove near Baozi Mountain, producing a thunderous sound that created a sizable crater. Son Wukong, who was foraging for medicinal herbs, was naturally drawn to the commotion. As he approached the source of the noise, he was astonished to hear the cries of an infant. Upon closer inspection, a look of surprise crossed his face. What a shock! Where could this baby have come from? He picked up the infant from the ground, and at that moment, the baby's tail suddenly emerged. Son Wukong regarded it with curiosity. Oh my, a baby with a tail? I cannot leave you here unattended. Come home with me. He resolved to adopt the child without even considering the whereabouts of the infant as parents. With a sudden kick, the baby, held in his arms, struck Son Wukong's face, causing him pain. Ouch! He exclaimed, gazing at the child with a laugh. What a lively little one. From today onward, you shall be my grandson. Do you understand? Without waiting for a response, he continued. Your name shall be, yes, Son Wukong. Wukong, may you grow up healthy. Having spent too long in solitude, Son Wukong was eager for companionship and hastily adopted the child, seemingly oblivious to the circumstances of the infant's origin. At that moment, surprisingly, the baby Wukong beamed with joy, playing merrily in Son Wukong's embrace. Thus commenced the tale of Dragon Ball. 1,000 years ago, on an unknown planet, Chen Bei stood still, surveying his surroundings, which bore a striking resemblance to Planet Vegeta, especially the hue of the sky. Could this be Planet Vegeta 1,000 years prior? Scanning the planet with his mental prowess, he detected no immediate threats and thus chose not to depart hastily. Let us see if I can sign in, he murmured to himself, pondering his next move. System, initiate sign in. He awaited the system's response with patience. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in at Planet Plant. Rewards, totem record, colorful, lingu garment, pure yang PEX 50,000, alchemy compendium. He was astonished at the success of his sign-in. Was this truly the same location? It seemed that Planet Vegeta was once known as Planet Plant. Or perhaps they existed in different temporal dimensions, hence the discrepancy? Unable to decipher the system's criteria, he dismissed further contemplation and returned to his small world, eager to see if the remaining 2 Saiyans had awakened. Inside the spaceship, Jinai was preparing food for Bardock. Although the kitchen was spacious, it was evidently insufficient for the Saiyans' appetites. Thus, Jinai had no choice but to move the stove outside and rekindle the fire to continue cooking. Bardock leaned against a nearby pillar with his arms crossed, patiently awaiting the next turn of events. He was willing to engage in battle, but when it came to cooking, his skills were rudimentary at best. Flavor mattered little to him, as long as his hunger was satiated. When Chen Bei returned and beheld this scene, he was reminded of the Saiyans' voracious appetites. It was likely that the supplies aboard the ship would be insufficient to satisfy these Saiyans. Fortunately, Chen Bei possessed a talent for creation, and if provisions ran low, he could conjure more. Observing Jine and Bardock tending to a fire and roasting meat, Chen Bei decided to leave them to their endeavors for the moment. As he contemplated seeking out the other 2 Saiyans, a figure emerged from the corridor, leaning against the wall and tapping his head, appearing somewhat disoriented. It was Toma, having caught a whiff of the delicious aroma of roasted meat. He followed the scent and was met with a sight that astonished him. Bardock. He was taken aback to see Bardock standing there unscathed. Hadn't he returned to Planet Vegeta? Confusion washed over Toma, and he vigorously patted his head, questioning whether he had arrived in paradise. No, it must be hell, yet there was the unmistakable scent of barbecue. Bewildered, Toma could not comprehend his situation. He distinctly remembered being slain by Dodoria. So how could he be witnessing Bardock and Jine, let alone their culinary efforts? Bardock, who had been idly waiting against the wall, perked up at the sound of Toma's voice. Toma? Bardock was equally puzzled. He recalled Toma having died in his arms. How could he possibly be here now? Jine, equally perplexed by the unfolding events, gazed at the 2 men with a look of confusion, then turned to Chen Bei, seemingly seeking answers from him. You've awakened. It seems your recovery is quite swift, Chen Bei remarked as he approached Toma and gently patted his shoulder. Your strength is commendable. Recovering so quickly, my efforts to save you were not in vain. You may wonder why Toma, who was presumed dead, had suddenly returned to life. Chen Bei paused momentarily before elucidating. This is due to a price I paid to restore their vitality and heal their wounds, thus granting them a second chance at life. Bardock's expression was one of astonishment. Such a feat was beyond his comprehension. Toma, similarly amazed by Chen Bei's abilities, marveled at the prospect of resurrecting the deceased. At that moment, Jian began to grasp the situation. Toma had indeed died once, and it was Chen Bei who had saved him. Previously, she had witnessed Chen Bei perform healing magic and surmised that he must have employed a similar ability to heal Bardock. Chapter 60, A Display of Skill. Please wait. There is still one person who has yet to awaken. I must go check on them. Chen Bei spoke up, expressing his desire to observe the condition of Celiba. This was his first time employing the resurrection technique, and he was uncertain about any potential repercussions. Therefore, he felt the need to monitor the situation closely. Toma and Bardock, having shared a bond akin to life and death, were eager to converse with Bardock following Toma's revival, particularly regarding Planet Vegeta and their Saiyan brethren. Toma glanced at Bardock, prompting him to make a decision. Understanding Toma's unspoken request, Bardock nodded and refrained from further disturbing Chen Bei. Very well, you shall remain here for the time being. I will return shortly. In the room, Celiba slightly furrowed her brow, opening her closed eyes to survey her surroundings. Where am I? She pondered, rising to her feet. She distinctly remembered having perished. How could she possibly be here, lying upon a soft bed? Moreover, her attire had changed, as if she had been transported to an entirely different realm. At that moment, Chen Bei pushed open the door. Oh, you're awake. It seems there are no lingering effects. Observing the now conscious Celiba and noting nothing amiss, Chen Bei finally felt a sense of relief, realizing the resurrection technique had no adverse side effects. Startled by the sudden appearance of a stranger, Celiba instinctively assumed a defensive posture. Who are you? Where's this place? Chen Bei Zeit. Weary of the constant need to explain. Don't you remember? You have already died once. If I intended to harm you, why would I have rescued you? Celiba considered his words, her tense demeanor easing slightly, though she still fixed her gaze upon Chen Bei. My name is Chen Bei. I was observing you from the shadows during your battle that day. Toma and Bardock were also saved by me. You were all slain by Dodoria and his cohort. But I employed a special method to bring you back. At this revelation, Celiba's tension began to dissipate, and she slowly warmed to Chen Bei's explanation. But why would you want to save us? I don't believe I know you. Chen Bei offered a gentle smile. It's simply out of curiosity. The remaining Saiyans are few. What do you mean? Has Planet Vegeta been destroyed? What about the other Saiyans? Celiba's expression shifted to one of urgency as she looked to Chen Bei, seeking clarity. Indeed, Planet Vegeta has been obliterated by Frieza, and the Saiyan race has been nearly extinguished. You were also meant to be lost, but I intervened. Chen Bei then recounted the details of the events leading to her revival, omitting certain sensitive aspects, but ensuring the narrative was coherent. Thank you. But may I now seek out Bardock and the others? Due to her unfamiliarity, Celiba felt it wise to return to her companions. Thus, she proposed to Chen Bei. Well, that works too. Everyone is awake now, and you must be hungry. Jianei is grilling some meat, but it might not suffice for all of you. I shall prepare a bit more. Chen Bei replied, turning to leave. You can find them yourself. Turn left upon exiting and walk straight ahead. You will reach the balcony, and you can descend from there. Chen Bei stepped outside the room and sought an empty space, where he unleashed his creative talents to conjure an array of cooking utensils, promptly commencing his culinary endeavors. It had been quite a while since he had savored a meal, and this time he resolved to indulge heartily, opting against small dishes, as they would be insufficient. He aimed to prepare something substantial. He first set up a large iron pot, several meters wide, and ignited a fire beneath it. Taking out the fish and meat he had prepared earlier, he gently struck them with his palm, shattering the bones, and filled them with a variety of spices. After adding a suitable amount of oil and base ingredients to the pot, he placed the fish inside, intending to create a stew. With the first dish underway, Chen Bei began to prepare the next, which could also be considered the staple. Again, he utilized the vast iron pot, pouring in oil, but this time, he was to stir-fry rice. Under the influence of his mental prowess, rice and eggs seamlessly fell into the pot, the spatula tossing them together. The plump grains of rice and eggs blended perfectly, and a sprinkle of scallions released an enticing aroma. Moving on to the next creation, he decided to roast a whole lamb. Chen Bei estimated that the 4 Saiyans would have hearty appetites. Unlike him, they had not achieved the art of fasting and did not rely on food to replenish their energy. Given the lambs were relatively small, he prepared abundantly, nearly 100 in total, and opted to control them with his mental energy for ease. Each lamb was coated with a carefully crafted spice blend and roasted over the finest charcoal. Once fully cooked, they would be ready to feast upon. Roasting lamb is not as intricate as other dishes. The key lies in the spices used. As long as the marinade is perfected, the resultant meat is sure to be delectable. Additionally, it is crucial to turn the lamb frequently to ensure even cooking. After reaching medium doneness, the lamb requires a few artistic cuts to enhance its aroma and texture, resulting in a crispy, fragrant delight. None of these tasks posed a challenge for Chen Bei. With his mental control, each spice was harmoniously combined, and the cooking temperature was impeccably managed. When it came time to make those artistic cuts, he lightly directed his mental energy onto the lamb and effortlessly executed the task. As Chen Bei busied himself in the kitchen, Bardock and the others observed from the side, swallowing their saliva in anticipation. Yet, they refrained from approaching, fearing they might miss out on this exquisite feast. They were irresistibly drawn to the enticing aroma of the dishes prepared by Chen Bei. Jine had already grilled some meat, and Bardock and Toma were engaged in animated conversation while eating. However, upon catching a whiff of Chen Bei's culinary delights, they found their grilled meat suddenly unpalatable, not due to Jine's lack of skill, but because Chen Bei's cooking was simply too fragrant, captivating the appetites of the Saiyans. Accompanying them were Jine and Celiba, who had just found Bardock and his companions, discussing the state of Planet Vegeta. Nonetheless, they were acutely aware of their limitations. No matter what, they could not contend with Frieza, leaving them in a state of silence. All set. It looks quite good, Chen Bei exclaimed, clapping his hands. After several hours of effort, he had finally completed all the dishes. The golden fried rice, paired with the aromatic roasted lamb, along with a pot of delectable fish soup, was nothing short of perfection. Please, no need for courtesy. Come and eat. I mean you no harm. Chen Bei invited Bardock and the others to sample his creations. However, his intentions were not purely altruistic. He sought to win over the Saiyans with the allure of exquisite food. The Saiyan race, known for its rebellious nature and penchant for insurrection, would not be easily subdued through brute force alone. Thus, Chen Bei opted for a more traditional approach, employing both kindness and authority to achieve a more stable result. Yet, should these Saiyans fail to recognize their better judgment and oppose him, they would find no mercy. The Grand Feast technique was not to be trifled with. Chen Bei's decision to shelter these Saiyans stemmed from mere curiosity, as well as the desire to find capable subordinates. Bardock and Toma's personalities suited him well. One was bold and unyielding, while the other remained steadfastly loyal to his comrades. As for Celiba, he was included merely out of leisure. Apart from Jine, he was the only female Saiyan Chen Bei could name, so he brought her along as an ornament, requiring little from her. Chen Bei did not need her to fulfill any role, as long as she did not provoke him. Jine was an incidental companion. Having saved Bardock, he also rescued his wife, which earned him goodwill. The display of authority, however, had yet to commence, but such matters were simple, contingent upon Chen Bei's execution. Upon hearing Chen Bei's invitation, Bardock and his companions chose not to be prideful and began to devour the food voraciously. In truth, they had been eagerly anticipating this moment. Had it not been for their uncertainty regarding Chen Bei's strength, as well as the fact that he had saved their lives, they would have rushed to seize the food from anyone else. Such was the violent nature of Saiyans. This behavior was a matter of habit. Living in a world governed by the survival of the fittest, only those with sufficient strength could safeguard themselves. Excessive pity and sympathy were, to them, potentially fatal. Unlike Chen Bei, who was still navigating the beginnings of his social journey, Bardock and his companions had grown up in a mire, well acquainted with the harsh realities of human nature. Overall, however, Saiyans did not tend to favor intellectual pursuits. Chen Bei, for the moment, chose to disregard these matters. At least the Saiyans had not yet engaged in any outrageous behavior, so he decided to let them be. Observing the group devouring their meal with fervor, Chen Bei found it somewhat amusing, recalling his own first experience, which bore a striking resemblance to this one. Bardock and his companions were ravenous, utilizing both hands as they gorged themselves, neglecting even the use of chopsticks and bowls. Including Chen Bei, there were 5 individuals who had spent several hours preparing the meal, yet in less than half an hour, little remained. Mr. Chen Bei, your cooking is simply exquisite, Jine expressed sincerely, declaring it the most delightful meal she had ever tasted. Upon hearing this, Bardock and the others nodded in agreement, affirming that it was indeed the best meal they had ever enjoyed. Even after finishing every morsel, they continued to savor the flavors, longing for another opportunity to indulge. Mr. Chen Bei, will we be able to enjoy such meals in the future? Asked Celiba, her voice tinged with concern at the thought of never tasting such culinary delights again. Chen Bei had completely captivated her with his culinary skills. Mr. Chen Bei, will we be residing here indefinitely? Inquired Toma, who felt lost. Having nothing left after the destruction of Planet Vegeta, it seemed as though he had lost his purpose, with revenge against Frieza being his only remaining goal. Well, you won't be confined here forever. There will be opportunities for you to venture out. And as for the meals, they will be quite similar. So you need not worry about going without, Chen Bei assured them, nodding in response to their queries, while Bardock kept his head down, lost in thought. Thank you so much, Mr. Chen Bei, John exclaimed, her joy evident. She found the environment pleasant and was relieved not to have to worry about basic necessities. Being someone who did not relish combat, she felt content living here. Now, you are free to explore, but please refrain from causing any damage. Chen Bei instructed as he stood and instantly vanished from sight. This sudden departure left Bardock and the others in stunned silence. They had witnessed a person vanish without a sound. Thankfully, they had chosen not to act recklessly. Otherwise, Chen Bei's remarkable speed could have easily dealt with them. Having satisfied their hunger, the group, astonished by Chen Bei's abrupt exit, lost interest in further conversation and retreated to their respective chambers. Bang! The door to Chen Bei's room swung open forcefully as a woman entered. Mr. Chen Bei, what are you doing here? Celiba questioned, perplexed by the situation. Chen Bei, equally bewildered, had just returned to his room for some rest, only to be surprised by Celiba barging in without so much as a greeting. I should be asking you that. This is my room, Chen Bei replied, momentarily a loss for words, realizing that Celiba truly did not regard him as a stranger. I apologized, Mr. Chen Bei. Should I find another place? Celia nervously spoke, fearing that Chen Bei might obliterate or expel her, leaving her truly nowhere to go. No need for trouble. You can simply reside in the room next to mine. Just take a left upon exiting, he remarked, unconcerned that such trivial matters would incite his ire. With a dismissive wave of his hand, he added, by the way, here is the key, and this as well. As he spoke, Chen Bei tossed a jade stone into Celia's outstretched hand. You can use this to contact me. Just hold it and speak, and I shall hear you. All right, understood, Celia replied, turning to exit Chen Bei's room, closing the door behind her. Once Celia departed, Chen Bei found himself devoid of any inclination to sleep. After changing his attire, he swiftly left the room. In a secluded corner of the small world, Chen Bei's figure manifested, and he began to organize the gains he had acquired during this period. System. Open the attribute panel. Ding. Successfully opened the attribute panel. Host, Chen Bei race, human bloodline, Saiyan, six-eared macaque, golden human race combat power. 1-800-000 realm. Golden core skills, spiritual eye, x-ray vision, mental explosion, mental piercing. Memory reading, mental pressure, telepathy, cleansing mantra, healing technique, planetary destruction bomb divine techniques. Great fate technique fragment x1, great acupoint technique, great blood essence technique, eternal secret classic. Great faith technique, great wish technique, great sealing technique, great salvation technique, great world technique, time and space technique, clone technique, great domination technique, 36 transformations of Tiangang. Great thunder technique, resurrection technique, great legal command technique, great yin-yang method, alchemical compendium, great prophecy technique, instant teleportation, precept secret, resurrection technique, alchemical arts compendium innate abilities, divine level comprehension, photographic memory, illusion immunity, indomitable will, vacuum survival, creation, golden divine eyes, technological prodigy, divine chef, giant ape transformation, warrior's heart, six-eared special abilities, dragon god's power, breath of nature, vitality affinity items, ring of worlds, super divine water x2, immortal beings x20, nimbus clouds x2, time space ring, universal key, luxury starry strategic ship, Scion bloodline, genes, x20. Super Namekian bloodline, gene x1. Human path deification list, red lotus karma fire seed. Immortal being cultivation method, infinite throne, dark immortal gold. Leisurely abode, purple gold 8 trigrams furnace. Space cube, world tree seedling, mirror of 3 lives, Ren water peach tree. Youth elixirs x9, pure soul essence x1. Race totem record, pure yang pill x50000. 7-colored Lingyu robe. Chapter 62. Red Lotus Karma Fire Seed. Red Lotus Karma Fire Seed. Since acquiring this reward, Chen Bei has yet to utilize it and remains uncertain of the unique transformations it may entail. During the preceding period, he had been preoccupied with fusing bloodlines, lingering in a state of unconsciousness for an extended duration, leaving little time for cultivation. Upon awakening, his combat power surged dramatically, followed by an investment of considerable time to acclimate to the myriad abilities bestowed by his bloodline. This was merely the initial fusion. Many capabilities within the bloodline had yet to be fully developed. After merging with the bloodline of the six-eared macaque, Chen Bei acquired a remarkable gift known as Six Ears, which grants him the ability to hear across the six realms: heaven, earth, humanity, spirits, demons, and monsters. As long as one remains within these six realms, Chen Bei can eavesdrop on conversations and even discern thoughts. However, should someone deliberately shield their mind from him, he would be powerless to penetrate the barrier. Upon integrating with the bloodline of the golden human race, both his golden eyes and the distinctive tail of the Saiyan underwent a transformation. His golden eyes evolved into divine golden eyes, and his Saiyan tail shimmered in gold. Yet, Chen Bei had yet to uncover their unique attributes, and for the moment, chose to leave them unexplored. With his enhanced strength, Chen Bei's internal microcosm expanded from the size of an ocean to that of a planet, enabling him to store a greater amount of energy. If he were to summon to the power of his world, his combat prowess could potentially surge by over 100-fold, reaching an astounding 180 million. Before him, Frieza appeared merely as a subordinate. Now that Chen Bei found himself with ample time, he resolved to merge with the Red Lotus Karma Fire Seed, but first, he needed to prepare adequately, summoning an avatar to oversee Bardock and the others. Chen Bei retrieved the Red Lotus Karma Fire Seed from the system space. "Is this the Red Lotus Karma Fire Seed?" he murmured, gazing at the lotus seed resting in his palm. It seemed rather unremarkable, merely warm to the touch. Unbeknownst to Chen Bei, the warmth emanating from the seed was a result of its concentrated energy. The Red Lotus Karma Fire, representing eternal and inexhaustible karma, is not something that an ordinary individual could handle casually. Even a seed of such power could incinerate the unworthy. Chen Bei held it securely only due to the support of the system. Otherwise, a mere mortal would have been reduced to ashes. Furthermore, as a sentient treasure, the Red Lotus Karma Fire would not yield to anyone who had not acknowledged its mastery, making it exceedingly difficult for an ordinary person to grasp. Oblivious to these intricacies, Chen Bei shrugged off further contemplation and acted impulsively. With a decisive motion, he opened his mouth and swallowed the Red Lotus Karma Fire Seed, initiating its refinement within his body. Once ingested, the seed settled in his dantian, where, nourished by abundant spiritual energy, it began to radiate an intense heat. Soon, a crimson spark erupted, rapidly expanding in size. Chen Bei hastily summoned his golden Dan to suppress the burgeoning Red Lotus Karma Fire Seed, aiming to integrate it into his golden Dan. Under his guidance, the golden Dan manifested intricate runes that intertwined to form a vast net, swiftly ensnaring the Red Lotus Karma Fire Seed. Undeterred, the encircled seed retaliated by scorching the surrounding space, nearly creating a breach in Chen Bei's dantian. Fortunately, the Red Lotus Karma Fire Seed soon exhausted its strength. Bolstered by the Great Destiny technique, Chen Bei remained untouched by karma, rendering the seed unable to thrive on the very karma it required for growth. Without such karma, it could only submit to capture. The rune net tightly enveloped the Red Lotus Karma Fire Seed and directly pulled it into the golden core of Chen Bei. At that moment, the golden core radiated a brilliant light. Its once solid surface began to soften as if it were liquid. As the rune carried the Red Lotus Karma Fire Seed, it seamlessly integrated it within. Subsequently, the surface of the golden core regained its firmness, while the Red Lotus Karma Fire Seed was securely locked inside. Chen Bei continued to operate his techniques, imprinting his spiritual essence upon the Red Lotus Karma Fire Seed, relentlessly refining it and increasing the energy flow to enhance the golden core support. Thus, under Chen Bei's continual refinement, the Red Lotus Karma Fire Seed became docile, gradually merging with the golden core, while Chen Bei's spiritual imprint successfully settled upon it. With a relieved exhale, Chen Bei withdrew his magical energy and stood up. A vibrant crimson flame flickered in the palm of his right hand, swaying ominously. Curious about its potency, Chen Bei opened his hand and instantly launched a ball of fire. With a whoosh, the ground ignited in a blazing inferno, leaving behind charred pits of varying sizes where the flames had scorched the earth. Observing this scene, Chen Bei retracted the flames, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. The power was commendable. If it were unleashed upon someone burdened with significant karma, its potency would likely escalate even further. After experimenting with the prowess of the Red Lotus Karma Fire, Chen Bei began contemplating his next steps. The Red Lotus Karma Fire Seed had only begun to merge. It needed to continually absorb karma to truly flourish. Clearly, Chen Bei had much to attend to in the future. As for the seven-colored lineage garment, it seemed like a recent acquisition from Signing Reward. Uncertain of its utility, he decided to examine its description. The 7-colored Lingyu garment, crafted from 7 types of spiritual silks combined with Lingyu, was designed to withstand water and fire, remaining untainted by dust. The garment bore defensive and spirit-gathering formations, rendering ordinary energy attacks ineffective, and it possessed self-repairing capabilities alongside the ability to alter its style. Additionally, embedded Lingyu offered immunity to spiritual attacks, though its efficacy diminished against overwhelming power. Not too shabby, he mused, treating it as everyday attire. Chen Bei donned the 7-colored Lingyu garment, finding it neither too light nor too heavy, perfectly comfortable to wear. He experimented with various styles before settling on a relatively casual outfit. At this moment, he did not rush outside, for there was still one matter to address. Retrieving an item from the system space, he realized it was a sapling. Indeed, the World Tree seedling awarded by the system. As soon as the World Tree seedling was out, it began voraciously absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy, its branches and leaves gradually sprouting, albeit at a sluggish pace. Were it not for Chen Bei's formidable mental prowess, he might not have even noticed the growth. The sapling of the World Tree currently measures merely the size of a palm, resembling a delicate blade of grass. Its slender branches bear only 2 leaves, evoking a sense of fragility. Upon absorbing spiritual energy, the leaves shimmer with a lustrous green glow, and from a distance, it appears akin to a radiant emerald. In Chapter 63, Planting the World Tree, Chen Bei finds himself at a loss regarding the utilization of the World Tree. He has observed in various novels that others cultivate it within their bodies to sustain their inner realms. Thus, he resolves to try this method. He draws the World Tree directly into his body, and to his surprise, it offers no resistance whatsoever. Once it reaches the elixir field, the World Tree seems to discover a treasure, swirling around the energy vortex of the small world within with enthusiasm, extending its roots in an attempt to absorb energy. Due to the system, the World Tree bears a natural imprint. However, as Chen Bei has yet to refine it, he can only rely on the system. Observing the World Tree's actions, Chen Bei quickly comprehends its intent. It seeks nourishment. Being in its juvenile stage, the World Tree is exceedingly fragile and, correspondingly, in dire need of energy. Its earlier lack of resistance to Chen Bei stemmed largely from its perception of the immense energy residing within him. In this manner, the World Tree persistently stretches its roots, striving to absorb the energy from the vortex. Alas, without Chen Bei's consent, even 100 attempts would yield no success. Chen Bei does not intend to allow the World Tree to take root in the elixir field. He prefers a more spacious location, the small world of the elixir field, which harbors a greater abundance of energy. Furthermore, he has placed the golden elixir at the confluence of the elixir field and the small world, where it continuously rotates to refine the spiritual energy, thereby enhancing the quality of the energy within the small world. Under Chen Bei's control, the energy vortex swiftly engulfs the World Tree, transporting it directly into the small world of the elixir field. The World Tree, initially perplexed by the sudden change, soon becomes indifferent, for upon entering the small world, it discovers an even richer reservoir of energy. Instantly, its 2 tender leaves tremble with excitement, and its roots surge forth, rapidly embedding themselves at the heart of the small world. Thus, the World Tree instinctively acknowledges Chen Bei as its master, allowing him to imprint his spiritual mark upon it, while transmitting affectionate signals, as though perceiving Chen Bei as its very own mother. The energy of the small world now fervently rushes towards the World Tree, which eagerly accepts the influx, voraciously consuming the energy. Its branches and leaves grow at an alarming pace, transforming from a mere sapling with 2 tender leaves into a towering tree exceeding 10 meters in height, resplendent with vitality. Chen Bei harbors no fear of the World Tree depleting his energy. After all, he possesses an abundance of spiritual essence. He is unreserved in this regard. However, the World Tree's purpose transcends mere energy consumption. Its paramount function lies in stabilizing the realms and possessing the capacity to autonomously generate worlds, evolve laws, and nurture its host. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, the World Tree remains in its nascent stage, unable to fulfill its potential, and the concept of derivative worlds is beyond discussion. As for the laws of evolution and the nurturing of its host, Chen Bei fell into silence, contemplating the burden he had unwittingly taken on. It felt as though he had summoned an ancestral specter upon himself, rendering him utterly dazed, overwhelmed by the weight of his own transgressions. He had no choice but to reassure himself that he must bear this burden, no matter the cost. With a resolute decision, Chen Bei turned his attention away from the world tree and consciously withdrew from a microcosm of his dantian. He surveyed his belongings, seeking anything of utility. At last, he beheld the pure soul essence, an invaluable resource that could enhance the quality of his soul and foster the growth of his mental faculties. Having refrained from utilizing it previously, he resolved to employ it now. Without hesitation, he extracted the soul essence and, without a moment as contemplation, consumed it whole. One could not help but marvel at the impulsiveness of youth. As the essence coursed through his body, it surged toward his sea of consciousness, the very realm where his soul resided and his spirit found refuge. A wave of refreshing coolness enveloped his mind, eliciting an involuntary exclamation of comfort from Chen Bei. With his eyes closed, he surrendered to the sensation, finding the elevation of his mental prowess far more gratifying than a mere boost of energy. Days slipped by as he fully assimilated the soul essence, resulting in a profound augmentation of his spiritual strength. He felt, without a doubt, that even without relying on energy, he could vanquish early-stage bosses with nothing but his enhanced mental capabilities. This elevation brought with it additional benefits. The potency of his mental skills increased, his perceptual range expanded, and his thoughts became sharper and quicker. Having exhausted all available resources, Chen Bei recognized that further endeavors would require more time than he was willing to invest. Therefore, he opted to employ instant teleportation to depart from this location. But what are the peaches of immortality? He slapped his forehead, realizing he had momentarily forgotten about them. However, with the burden of nurturing a single world tree weighing heavily on him, he decided to postpone thoughts of additional peach trees for the future. After a brief contemplation, he dismissed the matter from his mind. He found himself near the spacecraft, where the celestial beings were being cultivated. Observing the sprouting seedlings, he nodded in satisfaction, though he wished for their growth to accelerate. After watering the celestial beings, he made no further delay and returned to his quarters. Feeling a sense of ennui within the confines of his room, Chen Bei resolved to occupy himself. Thus, he initiated telepathic communication with Bardock and the others. Summoning them, "Please assemble. I have matters to discuss." In the spacious hall, Chen Bei stood tall in the open plaza. Although Bardock and the others heard his call, they could not yet see him. Their curiosity piqued as they stepped outside to investigate. Upon seeing Chen Bei standing in the center of the square, they exchanged glances before making their way over. As they approached, Chen Bei finally spoke. "Today, I shall teach you something. I hope you will listen attentively." Indeed, Chen Bei intended to instruct Bardock and the others on the manipulation of ki. As for the art of immortality, he had no plans to broach that subject yet. After all, he himself was only half versed in it and felt unqualified to teach others. Moreover, Bardock and his companions had not yet fully earned Chen Bei's trust, so he was reluctant to divulge his secrets. Thus, he could only impart knowledge in areas where he excelled, such as the mastery of ki. What exactly is it? Toma could not contain his curiosity and inquired about what Chen Bei would teach them. "I believe you're all familiar with how to use energy blasts, and you even understand the concept of flight. But do you know what this energy is called?" Chen Bei posed a question, intending to pique their interest. "Isn't energy just energy? Is there another term for it?" Bardock scoffed, feeling that Chen Bei was being somewhat cryptic. Chen Bei cast a calm glance at Bardock, unperturbed, and explained, "Energy is merely a general term. More specifically, the prevailing force in this world is ki." Ki? Bardock was puzzled and intrigued, wondering what Chen Bei would elaborate on. The others listened intently, eager for Chen Bei to elucidate. Ki is a unique form of energy that resides within the human body. Everyone possesses ki, albeit in varying degrees of strength. Some individuals can perceive and skillfully manipulate it, while others, despite harboring substantial ki, can only release it without any systematic training. Pausing briefly to assess Bardock and the others' reactions, Chen Bei noticed Bardock and Toma appeared contemplative, while Jine looked perplexed, and Celiba seemed to grasp some of it, yet still found it elusive. Under normal circumstances, ki can only be cultivated through persistent training. Cultivation. Bardock and Toma echoed in unison, their curiosity piqued regarding what Chen Bei meant by cultivation. Indeed, it is cultivation, and Saiyans can enhance their abilities more rapidly than the average person, with greater potential. Chen Bei continued, this time not pausing for their responses. "In fact, the energy you utilize is ki. You simply lack the ability to perceive it, which means your application is rather rudimentary. To cultivate and enhance your ki, you must first understand and sense your own ki. Is there a special method to sense ki?" Bardock inquired. Please, Mr. Chen Bei, enlighten us. I shall remember your kindness. Toma chimed in, his tone sincere as he sought Chen Bei's guidance. There is no need to rush. I shall soon teach you how to perceive your energy. First, please separate yourselves a little and sit cross-legged. Chen Bei began to guide the few individuals, instructing them to settle comfortably. To sense one's energy is, in truth, not a daunting task. It merely requires the fulfillment of two essential steps. The first step is to relax the body. Bardock and the others complied, eagerly seeking to enhance their strength and exact revenge upon Frieza. The second step involves perceiving the energy within your body, known as chi, and then attempting to manipulate it, guiding it outward. This step should be quite simple for you, as a vast reservoir of chi resides within each of you, readily accessible for use. Chen Bei reassured them that they were already familiar with these two steps. However, after performing the actions as instructed, they observed no significant changes, leading Bardock and the others to cast skeptical glances at Chen Bei, wondering if he was jesting with them. Noticing their doubtful expressions, Chen Bei remained calm and slowly spoke. This is merely a basic application of chi, mastering your own energy. Yet, you must also learn to sense the energy of others and to suppress your own. Bardock and Toma resumed their earnest demeanor, eager for Chen Bei to elaborate further. Previously, you lacked the understanding of how to perceive chi, relying solely on instinct for its application. I trust you have used a detector. It is capable of sensing the magnitude of energy or chi. However, chi can also be concealed. If you can perceive your own chi and learn to compress it, the detector will fail to uncover your true strength. Additionally, if you learn to sense the chi of others, you will be able to discern the location of your enemies, even with your eyes closed and from a considerable distance. Upon hearing Chen Bei's explanation, Bardock closed his eyes, beginning to attentively feel within himself. Gradually, he sensed the immense energy housed within. Attempting to retract his aura, he compressed the chi, which slowly receded into his body, becoming imperceptible. I see, Bardock murmured, opening his eyes. Excellent. It appears you have grasped the concept, Chen Bei remarked, observing Bardock's now restrained aura. Indeed, Bardock no longer emitted his energy outward, but had successfully contained it, resembling an ordinary person. Next was Toma, who soon opened his eyes as well. I did it! Toma exclaimed, his face alight with joy. Celebi had also mastered the art of restraining her energy, and shortly thereafter, Giant at the back learned to control his chi as well. The Saiyan's aptitude for learning is indeed remarkable. Chen Bei reflected inwardly, though his expression remained composed. After all, no matter how formidable these Saiyans became, they could never surpass him. You are about to attempt to sense the breath of others. Take your time with this endeavor. Bardock and Tom nodded and once again closed their eyes. They carefully attuned themselves to the energies surrounding them, and before long, they discerned an array of energies of varying sizes, clearly aware of their positions nearby. Is this the essence of others? What a wondrous sensation it is, Bardock mused, as he directed his consciousness toward Chen Bei. Nothing? To his astonishment, Bardock could not perceive Chen Bei's aura, as if he were non-existent. Why can't I sense your presence? Bardock inquired of Chen Bei, eager to understand why. Despite having learned to feel the energies of others, he still could not detect Chen Bei's essence. It is simply because my realm surpasses yours. Martial arts are defined by levels, and my mastery over energy is far more refined than yours. Thus you cannot perceive my aura. Chen Bei responded to Bardock's question and then rose to his feet. It is time. Today's task has been accomplished. Continue to hone your skills, and tomorrow I shall teach you how to cultivate further. Without waiting for their response, Chen Bei swiftly departed, returning to his chamber. Mastering the use of energy does not come merely from simple learning. It demands relentless practice. Bardock and his companions possess a solid foundation, and what remains is the need to alter their previous habits, striving to avoid wasting energy. In due time, their realms will naturally ascend. Back in his room, Chen Bei reclined on the soft bed, gradually drifting into slumber. In truth, with his current abilities, preserving his life is remarkably effortless. Few could pose a threat to him now. If necessary, he could always retreat into the small world, where no one could reach him. Thus, Chen Bei no longer felt the urgency he once did. Nevertheless, strength remains paramount. To attain longevity, one must persist in cultivation and endure tribulations. Chapter 65. Methods of Cultivation. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Is there no peace to be had at this late hour? Chen Bei awoke from his slumber upon hearing a knock at the door. And with a glance through his perceptive eye, he was met with an overwhelming sight. His control faltered, revealing an astonishing view, 2 large white buns and Blood gushed from his nose as he realized the youthful exuberance before him was indeed overwhelming. After composing himself, he hastily rose to answer the door. Creaking open, he found Syra standing outside. Ahem, is there something you need at such a late hour? Are you not asleep? Chen Bei coughed to alleviate his embarrassment and inquired about Syra's purpose. At that moment, Syra appeared somewhat bashful, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. Apologies, Mr. Chen Bei. I simply find myself quite hungry, as you have yet to prepare a meal for us today, so. It was only then that Chen Bei remembered, upon his return, that his avatar had re-entered his own body. Previously, he had arranged for the avatar to prepare meals for these Saiyans, but upon his return, he had completely forgotten, resulting in the earlier scene. Would you like some milk? What? Saliba looked at Chen Bei, puzzled, having not clearly heard his previous words. It's nothing. I understand now. Please wait a moment. I will take care of it immediately. Chen Bei chose not to linger, as the earlier incident had caused his heart to race slightly, and he felt somewhat awkward in the presence of Saliba. It would be best to step outside for a moment to regain his composure. Upon arriving at the square, Chen Bei began to kindle a fire. What should he prepare this time? He pondered, contemplating how to introduce some variety. Let us make noodles, and a pot of lamb soup, accompanied by some vegetables. That should be delightful. Once he settled on the menu, Chen Bei set to work. He prepared the lamb, placing it all into the pot, ensuring a blend of spices, and carefully controlling the heat to allow the lamb soup to simmer until tender and flavorful. After kneading the noodles, he made them uniform and elastic, then placed them into boiling water to cook. Chen Bei began to prepare the vegetables, intending to stir-fry some shredded potatoes paired with spicy carrots, finishing with some lettuce to accompany the noodles. After a flurry of activity, he finally had the evening meal ready. Meanwhile, Bardock and the others, who had long been waiting, eagerly grabbed their oversized bowls and chopsticks, diving into the pot and devouring the food with gusto. The following day, Chen Bei awaited in the square. He had already notified the Saiyans, mentioning the day before that he would teach them how to train. Bardock and the others did not keep him waiting long, rushing down after donning their attire, clearly eager to enhance their strength. Mr. Chen Bei, do you have any secrets for improving our power? Bardock, no longer as aloof as before, began to seek Chen Bei's guidance. Indeed, Mr. Chen Bei, if you possess any knowledge on the matter, please share it with us. We would be immensely grateful, echoed Toma. Saliba gazed at Chen Bei with unwavering determination, while Jine, though seemingly indifferent to the pursuit of strength, fully supported Bardock's resolve for vengeance on behalf of their Saiyan brethren. Today, I shall instruct you on the art of cultivation, Chen Bei replied with a calm nod, then looked at the group earnestly. I trust that after yesterday's practice, you have begun to sense your ki, but you may still be uncertain about how to enhance it. Bardock nodded. They indeed lacked clarity on how to elevate their ki. Saiyans typically grew stronger with age, yet he was an exception, a lowly warrior whose combat power had already reached levels unattainable by many elite fighters. In essence, combat prowess, often referred to as chi, can be augmented through diligent cultivation. However, it is not merely the chi that we refine, but rather our physical form itself. As our physique strengthens, it becomes capable of housing a greater reservoir of chi. Chen Bei articulated these thoughts in one breath. They represent fundamental knowledge. Nonetheless, the path to cultivation is subjective, varying from individual to individual. So how might we enhance our physicality? Is it through combat? Bardock pondered this, uncertain, and posed his query to Chen Bei. What you say holds merit. Each time we engage in battle, our bodies sustain a degree of damage. Upon recovery, our physique naturally improves, and subsequently, our strength escalates. After a brief pause, Chen Bei continued, this is particularly true for the Saiyans, a unique race. When a Saiyan recovers from severe injuries, their physical condition experiences a substantial boost, leading to a dramatic increase in combat ability. Understanding dawned on Bardock, confirming his earlier speculation. Indeed, however, one crucial aspect is the accumulation of strength over time. The chi within us is inherently limited and remains dormant unless subjected to continuous pressure, allowing it to grow. Additionally, the elevation of one's realm is equally significant. Advancing one stage of mastery greatly enhances control over both chi and the body, making cultivation exponentially more effective. Chen Bei cautioned Bardock to ensure that they do not become so focused on the pursuit of power that they neglect the importance of elevating their realms. What is the most expedient method of cultivation? Surely there must be some technique? Saliba interjected, voicing her curiosity. Chen Bei smiled, recognizing the relevance of her inquiry. Indeed, the most efficient method, particularly suited for Saiyans, is the use of a gravity chamber. Another approach involves training in harsh environments. Fighting is also beneficial, but the most challenging yet rewarding path is to elevate one's mental realm, subsequently advancing the physical form and ultimately enhancing chi. The group nodded in comprehension, though they wondered where to find harsh environments and gravity chambers. It seemed that mutual combat would be their only option, while the notion of elevating their mental realms felt daunting. Mr. Chen Bei, is there a gravity chamber here? Bardock asked, eager to enhance his strength through the quickest means available. Toma, too, looked at Chen Bei with anticipation. A knowing smile graced Chen Bei's face as he nodded, affirming the presence of a gravity chamber. He then turned and with a grand gesture, utilized his creative talent to manifest 4 gravity chambers. With his current capabilities, creating such devices posed no challenge, especially augmented by his technological genius, which endowed him with a profound understanding of such scientific constructs. Several Saiyans were once again astonished by Chen Bei's recent actions, gazing at him with curiosity, utterly unaware of the source of his extraordinary abilities. Chapter 66, The Arrival. A Millennium of Grievances. Regardless of the astonished expressions on Bardock and the others, Chen Bei extended his hand, and with a flick, several beams of light shot forth, penetrating the minds of the Saiyans before they could comprehend what was happening. This miraculous technique left Bardock and his companions in awe, as the luminous streams entered their consciousness. They suddenly acquired memories regarding the operation of the gravity chamber. This was an experience they had never encountered before, prompting them to regard Chen Bei with renewed respect, no longer daring to treat him with the same casualness as before. All right, you may begin your training now, Chen Bei declared, retrieving a pouch filled with unspent senza beans. Here, take these. If you find yourselves hungry, consume one. There are only 20 left, so use them sparingly. He tossed the pouch to Celebi. When questioned why he bestowed the beans upon Celebi rather than Bardock, he simply remarked, "It's best you mind your own business." Celebi, taken aback, felt that the beans would be better suited in Bardock's possession, considering her power was among the weakest among the group, second only to Jine. There's no need to be so tense. The reason I gave them to you is that I fear Bardock and the others may not be able to control themselves. These are called senzu beans. One will sustain you for 10 days without hunger and also restore injuries and stamina. You will understand after using them. With a wave of his hand, he signaled for them to engage in their activities, then vanished from sight. Even though the group had witnessed Chen Bei's abilities before, they could not help but express their astonishment. It was evident that Chen Bei's strength surpassed theirs significantly, as they were still incapable of disappearing and reappearing as he did. While Bardock and the others immersed themselves in fervent training, a spaceship hurtled swiftly towards Planet Plant in the cosmos. This vessel bore a striking resemblance to the one previously occupied by Frieza. Ah, has it arrived? The ancestors of Frieza, Chen Bei mused, having detected the spaceship. However, he chose not to act immediately. With his current capabilities, obliterating the ship would be but a mere thought. After contemplating for a moment, he wore a knowing smile and turned away from Planet Plant, retreating to his small world. Bardock, it seems your power has significantly increased. I can distinctly sense your energy has grown stronger, Thomas said enthusiastically, relishing the sensation of advancement akin to returning to his childhood with new aspirations. Yes, Toma, you two are progressing rapidly, though you still fall slightly short of my level, Bardock replied with a smile, having not smiled in a long time. Since the destruction of Planet Vegeta, he had harbored deep-seated resentment towards Frieza, and also towards himself, loathing his own inadequacies and the feeling of helplessness to effect change. However, he now possesses the opportunity for transformation. He can continually grow stronger, and when the time comes, he shall exact his vengeance upon Frieza, eradicating the architect of the destruction of Planet Vegeta. Ha ha ha, you speak truly. I've always been somewhat inferior to you. Toma chuckled as well, having not experienced such joy in a long while. Speaking of which, we owe our chance to Mr. Chen Bei, and the meals here are quite delectable. Were it not for the pursuit of revenge, I would consider residing here indefinitely. TCH, is such a trivial temptation enough to bind your warrior spirit? Then you may enjoy it while I undertake the task of avenging Frieza. You can simply relish your twilight years here. Bardock mocked Toma with disdain, though he did not genuinely look down upon him. Being inherently ineloquent, he spoke thus only to dissuade Toma from recklessness. After all, Toma had already perished once, and Bardock wished to prevent a repeat of that fate. He was uncertain if Chen Bei could bring him back to life again should that happen, and he dare not take such a risk. What kind of talk is that? Do you truly think I am that sort of person? We are comrades who fight side by side. Please do not underestimate me. Toma retorted loudly, unwilling to be regarded with contempt by Bardock. Hey, I knew it. Bardock and Toma exchanged determined glances, their eyes reflecting resolve. Ha ha ha. As they shared laughter, a renewed hope for the future blossomed between them. At that moment, Chen Bei's figure abruptly appeared, causing Bardock and the others to cease their laughter, their expressions turning serious. Mr. Chen Bei, is there something amiss? Bardock inquired, gazing at the suddenly arrived Chen Bei. Indeed, your opportunity for revenge has arrived. Meanwhile, Celebi, who had been training, approached, evidently having overheard Chen Bei's words. What? Has Frieza come for us? Toma exclaimed in astonishment, surprised that Frieza remained relentless enough to track them down. Is that so, Mr. Chen Bei? Bardock's expression grew somber as he anxiously regarded Chen Bei. Not quite. I have something to discuss with you. Chen Bei gradually elucidated how he traversed the temporal rift 1,000 years into the past, informing them that Frieza's ancestor was currently en route to Planet Plant, the very planet on which they now stood. On a hillside of Planet Plant, Chen Bei materialized with Bardock and the others. Are we close? Bardock asked, a hint of excitement in his voice. He was uncertain whether he could contend with Frieza's ancestor, but regardless, he felt compelled to give it a try. In the sky, a circular spaceship approached with great speed, soon breaking through the clouds and descending onto the planet. Below lay a village of the planet's indigenous inhabitants, accompanied by a thunderous roar. With a resounding crash, the spacecraft successfully landed, and a diverse array of extraterrestrial beings emerged. 2 aliens, one blue and the other green, were the first to make their appearance, brandishing laser guns as they unleashed a torrent of fire. Numerous buildings succumbed to their destructive onslaught, while the blue-skinned alien proclaimed, "Listen closely. From this day forth, this planet, Prant, is under the dominion of the cosmic pirate, Lord Zeald. Those who dare to defy will face immediate annihilation." In the distance, Bardock clenched his fists at the sight, memories flooding back of the destruction of Planet Vegeta. Now transformed, he harbored a deep-seated loathing for the invaders and resolved to fight for the sake of protection. He glanced at Chen Bei, seeking his counsel on whether to engage. Chen Bei remained silent, but nodded slowly in agreement. With that affirmation, Bardock hesitated no longer. He became a blur of motion, racing toward the vicinity of the spacecraft. Chapter 67. The Fateful Confrontation. Hey, you there? Bardock proclaimed, standing atop a massive rock, his expression icy as he regarded the 2 aliens. Who are you? Do you dare to oppose us? The aliens paused their assault, drawn in by Bardock's words. Fool! Chabala, show him what happens to those who defy us. The blue-skinned alien instructed the green-skinned one. Leave it to me, Chabala replied, striding toward Bardock. Yet, before he could close the distance, Bardock lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch directly to Chabala's abdomen. Bang! Chabala doubled over from the blow, sweat beading on his forehead as he gasped in agony. Unmoved, Bardock seized Chabala by the neck. Damn it! The blue-skinned alien finally reacted, attempting to rush to his comrade's aid. Unfortunately, Bardock would not grant him that opportunity. He soared through the air, executing a spinning kick that connected squarely with the alien's face, sending him hurtling away. The force of Bardock's attack was formidable, swiftly dispatching both adversaries. Is that all? That barely wore me up, Bardock declared. At that moment, Toma arrived, accompanied by Celebi. Jine, however, remained behind, aware of her lack of combat prowess. She preferred to stay close to Chen Bei for safety. The inhabitants of Planet Prant rejoiced, expressing their gratitude to Bardock for vanquishing the invaders. However, Bardock dismissed their thanks, stating, "Do not misunderstand. Your fates, whether life or death, hold no significance for me." The Prantans displayed expressions of astonishment, puzzled by his intentions. In truth, Bardock sought to distance himself from them, wishing to ensure that their impending battle would not adversely affect the innocent. 10 days later, aboard Zeald's spacecraft. Have Dobie and Chabra really not made contact for 10 days? Zeard inquired softly, his emotions inscrutable. My lord Zeard, under such circumstances, it is plausible that they have fallen victim to an assault, the messenger replied, visibly anxious. Is that so? How audacious of those who dare to defy me. Zeard slowly approached the window, gazing at the vast expanse of the starry sky, murmuring to himself, though it poses a bit of a nuisance, I shall personally greet him. He appears to have the potential to become an excellent plaything for me. Ha ha ha. His laughter echoed, seemingly dismissive of any adversaries that lay ahead. The spacecraft sped towards Planet Plant, where Bardock and the others were gathered, savoring the delectable barbecued meat prepared by Chen Bei. Wow, this is absolutely exquisite, Mr. Chen Bei. Your culinary skills are truly remarkable, exclaimed Toma, praising Chen Bei as he indulged in the feast. Indeed, Mr. Chen Bei, your talents far surpass those of us uncouth individuals. Even Bardock conceded, having gradually lowered his guard against Chen Bei over time, engaging in light-hearted banter rather than remaining as reserved as before. Just average, ranking third in the world. My cooking is merely decent. However, when it comes to food, one must indeed treat oneself well. Chen Bei began to boast, not out of arrogance, but because in the Dragon Ball universe, few could rival his culinary prowess. Yes, the dishes prepared by Mr. Chen Bei are truly delightful, perfectly suited to our tastes. Jinai, similarly indulging, had grease smeared across his mouth, while Celebi remained silent, voraciously consuming a leg of lamb, too engrossed to engage with the others. At that moment, a group of cloaked figures arrived at the residence of the Planchins. I find that drug quite intriguing. Zerd concealed his face, leading his subordinates closer to the villagers. Who are you? The Planchins inquired, uncertain of the visitors' intentions. We are the Cosmic Police, protectors of peace throughout the universe. We are in pursuit of two villains who have fled to this planet. Are you aware of their whereabouts? The fish-faced alien addressed the Planchins, though their true aim was to locate Bardock. Two villains? Ah, we are indeed pursuing them. Those two are no longer here. A person named Bardock dealt with them. Bardock? Zerd repeated the name, clearly eager for further information. Yes, he is formidable. He swiftly defeated those two. The villagers extolled Bardock, oblivious to the fact that they were divulging critical information to an enemy. Very well, we must express our gratitude to that individual. Zerd's face bore an odd smile, though obscured by his cloak, rendering his expression unreadable. Suddenly, Child raised his head, revealing the face concealed beneath his cloak, a wicked smile gracing his features as he inquired. Where is he? No need to search. I am right here. Bardock had already sensed Child's presence, and upon seeing that face, reminiscent of Frieza, he was certain this was the individual he had been awaiting. Bardock, do not be so hasty. Wait for us. Toma and Celebi swiftly approached Bardock's side, refusing to let him confront danger alone. Ah, so, it is you lot who have slain my subordinates. If you apologize and kneel in submission, perhaps I shall accept you as my new subordinates under Lord Child, he proposed, observing Bardock and his companions, choosing not to strike immediately, instead hoping they would join his ranks. Humph, your naivety is astounding. We could never be your subordinates. Child's words pierced deeply into their hearts, a painful reminder of their servitude under Frieza, where they had been treated as mere playthings, discarded at will. Even witnessing the annihilation of their race, a grudge Bardock and his comrades would carry for a lifetime. Ha ha! Child erupted into maniacal laughter, taken aback by the Saiyan's audacity to defy him, and his heart grew cold. He gestured dismissively towards Bardock, a contemptuous look adorning his face. How infuriating! Bardock's expression twisted with rage as he clenched his fist tightly, launching a furious punch at Child. Child slowly extended his right hand, effortlessly absorbing the blow. What? Bardock exclaimed in astonishment, mirrored by Toma and Celebi, who were equally shocked by Child's ease in countering Bardock's attack. Child waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to commence their assault. Upon receiving the command, his minions brandished laser guns and began to fire indiscriminately. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Toma and Celebi charged at the invaders. As Bardock withdrew his fist, intending to strike once more, Child swiftly raised his leg and delivered a powerful kick to Bardock's face, sending him crashing to the ground. From a distance, Jin observed with a worried expression, while Chen Bei remained indifferent, having previously informed Bardock and the others of his intention to refrain from intervening. However, this was merely to spur them on, should the situation escalate. Chen Bei would not stand idly by. Chapter 68, The Legend of the Super Saiyan. Bardock lay on the ground, wounded by Child's formidable attack. Such overwhelming power. He struggled to rise. At that moment, Child approached, his expression icy as he gazed down at the prostrate Bardock. With a swift kick, he struck Bardock in the waist, followed by another blow to his abdomen. The force of the attack caused Bardock to involuntarily spit out a mouthful of bile, tinged with traces of blood. Approaching Bardock once more, Zeld placed a foot upon his face, sneering, "A mere nameless wretch dares to defy me? How audacious!" Bardock trembled, unable to rise under the weight of the assault. "Frieza," he muttered repeatedly, an impolite display from such a wretched fellow. Zeld's expression twisted into a grimace, his tone dripping with disdain as he stomped down on Bardock's face once again. In the distance, Jin's face was etched with concern, her hands clasped tightly together. Chen Bei, witnessing Bardock's plight, nearly succumbed to the urge to intervene, yet he restrained himself, eager to see if Bardock could still embody the legendary warrior of the original tale. Do you know who I am? I'm a mightiest cosmic pirate, Lord Zeald. Zeald boasted, his foot still pressing down hard on Bardock. At that moment, Toma and Celebi, having concluded their own battle, arrived to provide support, launching a ki blast directly at Zeald. Bardock seized the opportunity to free himself from his constraints, hastily consuming a senza bean to restore his strength. Ugh, those bothersome little insects, you've truly provoked my ire. Zeald bellowed furiously as he dodged the attack, intent on making them feel his wrath. In an instant, Zeald materialized before Toma, delivering a brutal knee strike that sent blood spewing from Toma's mouth. He then viciously grasped Toma by the throat, using his tail to knock Celebi, who stood nearby, sprawling backward. Is this truly your strength? Pathetically weak indeed. Ha ha ha. Zeald laughed derisively, reveling in his own arrogance. Toma, Bardock cried, eyes fixed on his captured comrade, clenching his fists as he charged at Zeald. Unfazed by Bardock's advance, Zeald carelessly tossed Toma aside and prepared to deliver another kick as Bardock reached him. Bang! Boom! Bardock remained no match for Zeald and was sent crashing against a distant cliff. Coughing up phlegm mixed with blood, Bardock felt a wave of agony coursing through his body. How pitiable! You truly overestimate yourselves, Zeald taunted, a wicked smile spreading across his face. Mr. Chen Bei, Bardock, and the others. Jian could not help but speak out. Just watch. There is no need for concern, Chen Bei replied nonchalantly, showing no intention to intervene. At that moment, Zeald slowly approached the fallen Toma. This must be your companion. Such a feeble creature, no longer worthy of existence. Gathering energy in his hands, Zeald prepared to extinguish Toma's life. Zeald, enduring the excruciating pain, Bardock limped once more before Zeald. What an insufferable nuisance you are. Since you are so concerned about him, I shall send him to hell. Upon uttering these words, Zeald wasted no time and hurled an energy blast directly at Toma. No, Toma. Under Bardock's anguished gaze, Toma was struck by the energy blast emitted by Zeald, vanishing without a trace, his essence seemingly extinguished. In that moment, Bardock stood frozen, before collapsing to his knees, repeatedly murmuring, "Is this truly the way it must be? Is there nothing I can change? Is it still the same as before? I'm still." Bardock's despair transformed into a frenzied assault upon the ground, creating fissures as he vented his frustration into the earth. Ha ha ha, just a pitiful display of impotent rage. You are but a coward. Zeald observed Bardock's helplessness with great delight, reveling in the sight of such feeble beings struggling against their fate. Bardock's bitterness morphed into fury as the sky darkened ominously, accompanied by flashes of lightning crashing down. His reflection flickered between shadows and light, emanating a faint golden glow. I will defeat you, Bardock roared, thunder crackling around him. Ha ha, you think you can defeat me? How utterly absurd. Zeald laughed heartily, hands on his hips, finding amusement in Bardock's pitiable form. The notion that such a weakling could challenge him was a farcical jest. Suddenly, Bardock's hair began to shimmer, alternating between black and gold, while the tempestuous storm above raged violently, transforming Planet Plant into a hellish landscape. As Bardock's roars intensified, his power surged dramatically, warping the surrounding environment with supernatural phenomena. Turning to face the cackling Zeald, Bardock's expression shifted to one of grave seriousness, as if gazing upon a lifeless corpse. "Aya!" he bellowed, unleashing a formidable pressure that caused the ground to buckle beneath him. His hair and brow transformed into a radiant gold, accompanied by a golden aura that erupted around him. What? At that moment, Zeald sensed the shift, involuntarily stepping back. The relentless tide of power emanating from Bardock was palpable. Bardock glanced at himself, bewildered by the sudden change, his memory clouded in a haze of furious wrath. What? Why do you look so different now? Zeald exclaimed in astonishment. But Bardock paid no heed to Zeald's bewilderment. His singular resolve was clear. I shall never, ever forgive you. Bardock began his approach towards Zeald, his aura steadily intensifying, exerting pressure upon Zeald. Was it merely about transforming into gold? How conceited! Zeald, observing the advancing Bardock, soared into the air, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts in an attempt to halt Bardock's advance. From Bardock's position, thick clouds of smoke billowed forth, rendering the scene nearly indistinguishable. No one could ascertain Bardock's status, save for Chen Bei. Witnessing Bardock being struck directly by his own energy blasts, Zeald chuckled once more, albeit this time somewhat feebly. Humph. Even transformed into gold, you remain unchanged. With arms crossed and gazing at the smoke, he declared, "Humph, an inconsequential foe." Chapter 69. The Warrior of Golden Aura. Suddenly, Zild's eyes widened. He beheld a figure slowly emerging from the smoke. Indeed, Bardock had appeared, unscathed and still radiating formidable energy. "What is this? Who are you?" Zild angrily demanded, leaping towards Bardock and launching a rapid series of attacks. Unfortunately, Bardock dismissed these efforts effortlessly, extending his hand to block while his gaze remained fixed on Zild. "Me? I am merely a humble Saiyan." "A Saiyan?" Zild questioned, puzzled. "Are you prepared?" "What?" Bam! 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 Bardock seized Zild, repeatedly slamming him towards the ground, then executed a full 360-degree spin, hurling Zild away with tremendous force. Following this, Bardock swiftly moved to the spot where Zild was about to land, delivering a powerful kick that propelled him back into the sky. After enduring several such assaults, Zild finally managed to regain his composure. "Damn it, I refuse to accept this. I will not concede. You scoundrel." Zild remained unconvinced that he could be bested by a mere Saiyan. "I am a great space pirate, Zild. I shall not allow anyone stronger than me to survive." With that, Zild gathered energy into a sphere, continuously channeling more power into it. "Enough of this nonsense." Bardock, no longer hesitating, raised his right hand, beginning to gather energy as well. "You shall perish along with this filthy planet." Zild's expression twisted in fury as he spoke through gritted teeth. "The one cursed is you." In unison, Zild and Bardock hurled their energy blasts at one another, the two spheres racing towards each other before colliding, unleashing a powerful shockwave. As they stood in confrontation, Bardock maintained a single-handed release while Zild exerted all his strength, desperately trying to resist. With Bardock's declaration, the energy blast he released surged, forcing Zild's own blast back towards him. "How is this possible? I cannot." Accompanied by the anguished cries of Zild, he was forcefully expelled from the planet plant by Bardock's energy blast, vanishing from sight. Indeed, it was a spectacular display. Chen Bei, who had been closely observing Bardock, could not help but exclaim that such a battle was truly exhilarating. Within a spaceship, Zild lay on a treatment table, his body marred with wounds. Gasping for breath, he struggled to speak, notify the entire clan to be wary of the Golden Aura Scions. After uttering these words, his eyes rolled back, and he succumbed. In a small world, Chen Bei and his companions were seated together. "Hey Bardock, are you really a Super Saiyan?" Toma asked in astonishment. Indeed, Toma had not perished. Just as the energy blast was about to strike him, Chen Bei had utilized his telekinetic abilities to transport him into the small world, thus evading the attack. Similarly, Celiba was saved. After she was sent flying and lost consciousness, Chen Bei brought her to his side, healed her, and then returned her to her own room. At this moment, she had also awakened. Furthermore, do not question Chen Bei's reasons for treating them differently. Such matters between men and women are best left undisturbed. I am uncertain, but at that moment, my strength suddenly surged significantly, Bardock pondered, unsure of how to respond to the inquiry. "You are not mistaken. Bardock has indeed transformed into a Super Saiyan," Chen Bei affirmed. "What?" Toma, Jine, and Celiba gazed at Bardock in disbelief, astonished that he had truly become the legendary Super Saiyan. "Mr. Chen Bei, is it true? Bardock is really a Super Saiyan, the warrior of legend." Toma's face was alight with uncontainable astonishment as he excitedly looked at Chen Bei, then turned to Bardock. At that moment, Bardock, through Chen Bei's words, realized that he had genuinely transformed into the fabled Super Saiyan. "Well, in fact, Super Saiyans are not merely a legend. Allow me to elaborate," Chen Bei began. Reflecting for a moment, he continued, "I should have mentioned before that we have traveled back 1,000 years, and the tales of the Scions, the warriors with golden auras, began during this era. You should know who the destined individual is." The group widened their eyes in astonishment, at a loss for words to describe their current emotions. Was Bardock truly destined to become a Super Saiyan? Was fate truly this mysterious? Their minds were a whirlwind, utterly perplexed by the connections at play. "This is something you would not comprehend, even if I explained it. Let me rephrase. Super Saiyans indeed exist, characterized by golden hair and eyebrows, along with emerald green eyes. Once transformed into this state, their combat power escalates 50-fold, Chen Bei elucidated patiently. "However, Mr. Chen Bei, my combat power has not surged by 50-fold. Although I sense a significant enhancement in my energy, it seems to fall short of that magnitude." At this moment, Bardock interjected, "Despite his recent acquisition of formidable strength, It appeared not to reach the 50-fold increase, as described by Chen Bei, but rather an augmentation of around 20 to 30 times. Indeed, your perception is not erroneous. Prior to transforming into a true Super Saiyan, there exists an intermediary form known as the Ascended Super Saiyan. This state arises when one's foundational combat power fails to meet the requisite standards. Although one may possess an intense fury that amplifies their energy, physiological limitations ultimately prevent the attainment of genuine Super Saiyan prowess. The increase in strength can vary, ranging anywhere from 20 to 40 times. Chen Bei addressed Bardock's inquiry, introducing a novel term that left the others in contemplation. Then, Mr. Chen Bei, how can one truly become a Super Saiyan? Bardock could not suppress his curiosity regarding the path to this transformation. The question you pose is precisely what I am about to elucidate. To transform into a Super Saiyan, several conditions must be met. First, one must possess sufficient foundational combat power, approximately 3 million. Second, an adequate supply of S cells is necessary, which flourish more rapidly in relatively peaceful environments. Third, the transformation into a Super Saiyan requires an extreme emotional surge to elevate one's energy or the ability to concentrate energy on the back before unleashing it to effectuate the change. If these conditions are satisfied, becoming a Super Saiyan will no longer pose a challenge. Chapter 70. Return to the original timeline. Upon concluding his explanation, Bardock began to ponder, while Toma and Celiba exchanged excited glances before turning their eager eyes back to Chen Bei. So, does this mean every Saiyan has the potential to become a Super Saiyan? John, voicing their shared thoughts, inquired. In theory, that is indeed the case. However, achieving 3 million in combat power is not a feat attainable by just any Saiyan. Chen Bei paused, seemingly recalling something, and then continued, moreover, there exists among the Saiyans a warrior born with the innate ability to transform into a Super Saiyan. Such individuals materialize once every 1,000 years. Upon birth, they possess extraordinarily high combat power, which continues to grow with age, often doubling annually. In battle, they can escalate their strength rapidly, essentially devoid of any bottlenecks. Celiba and Toma were rendered speechless by astonishment. They had not anticipated that the rumors held truth, nor could they have imagined that the legendary warriors surpassed their expectations in might. After a period of rest, Chen Bei prepared to return to his original timeline, as there was no longer a necessity to remain in this realm. During his earlier observation of the battle, he had already registered on Child, securing a reward from a system. This temporal realm is on the brink of becoming a relic of the past. However, the legend of the Saiyans shall endure. Mr. Chen Bei, are we to return? Standing in the square, several individuals turned their gazes towards Chen Bei. In truth, this news had been conveyed to them several days prior. Yet Chen Bei had been preoccupied with preparations, thus delaying their immediate transit back to their original timeline. Indeed, it is time to return. We do not belong here. Bardock's fate has been fulfilled, and your futures brim with infinite possibilities. By returning to our original timeline, you shall have the chance to exact vengeance upon Frieza. Will you not? Chen Bei calmly addressed their inquiries, gently reminding them that Frieza still roamed freely in their original timeline. Frieza, Bardock clenched his fists, then nodded in affirmation. In that case, I shall embark on my journey. However, you should remain unaffected, for it is but I who shall traverse the realms of time. You may stay within this small world, and I shall release you upon my arrival. Chen Bei offered a few words of caution to Bardock and the others before departing the small world. Reappearing on Planet Plant, Chen Bei felt an intimate familiarity with this celestial body. During his time here, he had diligently studied the planet and its unique healing liquids. Without further contemplation, Chen Bei soared into the cosmos, where he had inscribed a temporal coordinate. He retrieved the time-space ring and infused it with energy. In an instant, the ring radiated brilliance, illuminating the surrounding space. The special coordinate, under the influence of the time-space ring, gradually fissured open. Now is the moment. Chen Bei propelled himself into the temporal tunnel, journeying back to his original timeline. In the original timeline, on Earth, at Bao Mountain, Son Gohan was foraging for herbs with Goku. Goku, please settle down. We shall return shortly. Begin now. Son Gohan carried a basket on his back, within which Goku was nestled. Yet, Goku was anything but compliant, tossing and turning in the basket, eager to escape. Son Gohan continually soothed Goku, imploring him to remain still, for they were not in a safe location. Some herbs grew perilously close to steep cliffs. Gohan had taken Goku along, fearing for his safety if left alone at home. Suddenly, Goku let out a loud wail, disregarding all caution, and began to clamber over the edge of the basket, peering out at the world beyond. Just as Son Gohan turned to depart, unbeknownst to him, Goku had spotted something intriguing, and he promptly scrambled out of the basket. Gohan, caught off guard, felt the basket lighten as something tumbled away. He turned to find Goku had fallen out, perilously close to the cliff's edge. Goku! Son Gohan gasped in horror, but alas, Goku had already plummeted. Gohan dashed down the mountain, hoping to reach Goku before he fell. Son Wukong continued to plummet, his body spinning through the air, until, with a resounding thud, his head struck a stone, rendering him unconscious. At that moment, Son Gohan hastened to his side, filled with anxiety upon witnessing his father sprawled on the ground, and rushed to inspect him. In another realm, Chen Bei found himself amidst a cosmic expanse, once the location of Planet Vegeta, now merely a scattering of debris. With the former glory of the planet long vanished, he gazed into the boundless void, opting not to restore Planet Vegeta, allowing it to remain as it was. A millennium prior, the death of Bardock had birthed the legend of the Saiyans, and now, 1,000 years later, Frieza's fear of the prophesied Super Saiyan had led to the planet's destruction. A planet-destroying bomb had catapulted Bardock through time and space. Perhaps this exemplified the so-called cycle of cause and effect. Planet Plan survived due to Bardock, yet it also met its demise because of him. However, Chen Bei was indifferent to such matters. Having detached himself from the web of causality, little could affect him, and he had no desire to court trouble, preferring a life of ease and contentment. It was time to return. Son Wukong must have been taken in by old Gohan by now. After a brief moment of contemplation, he vanished from the cosmic realm. Mr. Chen Bei, is this Earth? It is so beautiful, exclaimed Jine, captivated by the stunning vistas of the planet. The environmental conditions of Earth in the Dragon Ball universe indeed surpassed those of Chen Bei's previous world, with fresher air and even the existence of cat and dog people. Remarkably, dinosaurs, long extinct in the Cretaceous period, roamed the Earth in this universe. Indeed, it is quite beautiful, Celebi added, a warrior yet a woman, appreciating the enchanting sights around her. The serene landscapes brought her comfort. It seems we shall reside here for quite some time, Chen Bei concurred, sharing their future plans. Though the scenery here is delightful, it pales in comparison to Mr. Chen Bei's little world, which is a true paradise. Tomas interjected, feeling reluctant to part from the comfort of that realm after having spent time there. Need I even mention it? I dream of retiring there. Bardock chimed in, eliciting laughter from everyone present. Chapter 71, Reunion with Kakarot. At Baozi Mountain, Son Gohan tended to the injured Son Wukong, who sat listlessly on the bed, his head wrapped like a mummy, his limbs and tail too weak to move. Oh, Wukong, I hope you recover soon, Gohan sighed. Son Gohan wore a look of helplessness and concern, burdened by guilt over Goku's fall from a cliff. In the distance, several figures were approaching Baozi Mountain, and before long, they arrived at the doorstep of Son Gohan's abode. Sensing the approach of others, Son Gohan stepped outside. Abe, when did you return? And who are these individuals with you? Son Gohan inquired, his surprise at Abe's return mingled with curiosity about his companions. Is Kakarot inside? Bardock asked, glancing toward the room behind Son Gohan, seeking confirmation from Abe. Yes, but please do not rush. Allow me to speak with the old man first, Abe replied, nodding before stepping forward to stand before Son Gohan. Old man, these are few friends I met in the universe. Bardock, Toma, Karin, Celebi, Abe introduced, gesturing to each individual. As Son Gohan observed them one by one, a sudden realization struck him, and he gazed gravely at Bardock. Goku? Abe, could this individual be? Son Gohan seemed to have pieced together a clue, yet he hesitated to voice his suspicions fully and instead sought clarification from Abe. Indeed, I was just about to inform you, he hails from. Inside the room, Karin was tending to Goku, while Bardock leaned against the windowsill, sharing the view with Toma. Son Gohan and Abe sat together, with Celebi quietly observing from the side. After listening to Abe's account, Son Gohan grasped the unfolding events, though he was momentarily taken aback by the incredible survival of Abe and his companions amidst planetary destruction. So, Goku is also an extraterrestrial, belonging to the race you referred to as Saiyans? Son Gohan gradually accepted Abe's narrative, yet he couldn't help but feel a pang of longing for Goku. What will happen to Goku now? While I cannot decide for Bardock, I believe with such a benevolent elder to care for Goku, they would not refuse, Abe remarked, casting a glance at Bardock, who remained silent. Moreover, we intend to reside at Baozi Mountain as well, so. I understand. Thank you, Abe, Son Gohan replied, expressing his gratitude. Haha, old man, what are you saying? We will be relying on your care in the future, so no need for such formality. Abe laughed heartily, then turned his attention to the listless Goku. I should tend to Goku first. He truly appears pitiable. At that moment, Goku bore little resemblance to the heroic figure destined to save the world. He resembled a withered plant, utterly wilted. With a single hand, Abe cast a healing spell, sending a beam of green light directly toward Goku, which then enveloped him, entering his very being. In an instant, Wukong emerged from his state of despondency, his face lighting up with a contented expression as he burst into hearty laughter. Witnessing the rejuvenated and spirited Son Wukong, both Son Gohan and Bardock felt their worries dissipate, no longer etched upon their faces. Abe, you possess such remarkable skills. You have surpassed me by leaps and bounds, Son Gohan exclaimed, his heart swelling with pride at Chen Bei's rapid growth. Just a small feat, let us eat. I believe everyone is quite famished, Chen Bei replied, not allowing Son Gohan's praise to inflate his ego, well aware that his abilities were but a fraction of what others possessed. Upon hearing the mention of food, several Saiyans turned their gazes toward Chen Bei, clearly captivated by his culinary prowess and constantly thinking of the meals he prepared. Upon stepping outdoors, they set up several large pots once more. Chen Bei executed his culinary techniques with fluidity, preparing an array of ingredients and cooking them with finesse. After several hours of diligent effort, the meals were finally ready. Bardock and the others were ravenous, yet none dared to interrupt Chen Bei, mindful that offending him might result in their exclusion from a feast. The thought of returning to their previous lifestyle was unbearable. They could scarcely imagine consuming their own cooking, given the stark disparity in quality. The tantalizing aroma of the food wafted through the air, enticing the appetites of those nearby, each one yearning to rush forward and indulge. All right, let us commence the feast, Chen Bei finally announced, and the moment he spoke, they could no longer contain their eagerness, rushing forward with large spoons to devour the delectable fare. The recently revived Son Wukong was particularly famished. Had it not been for Jine's constant restraint, he likely would have leapt into the pot. As Jine was also engrossed in her meal, she momentarily forgot to manage Wukong, allowing him to swiftly climb into the pot filled with food and devour it voraciously, relishing every bite. A chorus of satisfied belches echoed as everyone clutched their stomachs, clearly satiated. Abe, you truly excel at everything, even cooking. It is simply astounding. Son Gohan marveled at Chen Bei's culinary skills, never having tasted such exquisite dishes before. Well, it's just a modest skill I've cultivated, Chen Bei responded modestly. You are far too humble, Abe. I have never experienced such delicious food. The flavor still lingers in my memory. Son Gohan continued to extol Chen Bei's culinary talents, realizing that after tasting his cooking, he could hardly bear the thought of his own preparations, which paled in comparison. Mr. Chen Bei, where shall we reside next? Shall we return to the small world? Tom stared at Chen Bei in perplexity, noticing the sun was nearing its descent. It seemed implausible that so many individuals could reside in Son Wukong's abode. Curiosity piqued. He wondered where they would stay next. Surely, they could not resort to sleeping outdoors. A small world might suffice, yet one would think they would establish a home outside, rather than remain confined within that miniature realm indefinitely. Chen Bei, however, had a plan. Constructing a dwelling was a trivial endeavor for him, facilitated by his creative talent. He could conjure a variety of structures, equipped with modern amenities, allowing them to indulge in comfort as they pleased. Chapter 72. Retreat. Chen Bei led several Saiyans to an open area and waved his hand, unleashing a flash of light. Before them, an array of neatly arranged houses materialized, leaving the onlookers in awe. They had never witnessed such a method of construction. With a mere gesture, homes appeared as if by magic. Abe, what is this? Son Wukong exclaimed, continually astonished by Chen Bei's abilities. He finally understood why these Saiyans were so obedient to him, who knew what other remarkable powers he possessed. Truly extraordinary. It is but a simple trick. From now on, we shall reside in these houses. They are already equipped with water and electricity, and they are styled as villas, which should prove quite pleasant, Chen Bei stated, inviting the others to select their preferred homes. He had created an assortment of designs, ensuring that Bardock and the others would find something to their liking. Old man, you may choose one as well. We'll be neighbors, and with so many of us, it will be lively. You need not fear boredom any longer, Chen Bei remarked to Son Wukong, who stood nearby. Me? I cannot thank you enough, Abe. I have never lived in such a luxurious house. Son Wukong replied, pleasantly surprised by the prospect of residing in such opulence. While he was not particularly concerned about material wealth, he was nonetheless pleased to have the opportunity. In the distance, Bardock and his wife selected a charming little house, likely chosen by John. "Mr. Chen Bei, I want this house," Senseless shouted, pointing at a splendid residence adorned with numerous gemstones that sparkled beautifully. Chen Bei was not surprised by Senseless' choice. It was typical for girls to be drawn to such ornate or adorable things. "Certainly, the furnishings are all included, and I have even installed a separate gravity chamber inside, making your training considerably easier," Chen Bei assured her before stepping toward a villa he had designed to his taste, exuding warmth and comfort. On either side of his chosen house were Bardock and Senseless' homes, while Tom and Son Wukong opted for houses situated further north. Aside from the residences selected by the group, several remained unoccupied. However, Chen Bei paid little mind, as he could effortlessly create more whenever necessary. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully enduring until the arrival of Son Wukong on Earth. Rewards include 3 lottery chances, 1 fragment of the Great Fate technique, and a combat power of 1,000,000, accompanied by Celestial Thunderstrike. While Chen Bei was resting, the system suddenly emitted a startling ding. Surviving until Son Wukong's arrival? Is there a reward for this? How remarkable! It appears that even without venturing anywhere, I can still receive rewards for simply existing until now. Clearly, the system is determined to prevent my decline. Reclining on his bed, Chen Bei began to examine the rewards he had just obtained. Such generosity this time. 3 chances to draw from the lottery. Perhaps he could gamble for something extraordinary. Previously, he had won the Great Acupoint Technique and the Human Path Divine list, both commendable rewards, and now he had 3 lottery opportunities. System, commence the lottery. The familiar Wheel of Fortune reappeared, and without hesitation, Chen Bei reached out to spin it. As the wheel spun vigorously, he decisively called a halt after a few moments. Ding! Congratulations to the host for earning the reward. Great Roar Technique. The lottery continued, and Chen Bei clicked again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for earning the reward. Great Dao Treasure Mirror. Ding! Congratulations to the host for earning the reward. Yellow Spring Boat. The Great Roar Technique, one among the myriad divine arts, is a supreme sonic killing technique of the Dragon Clan. A single roar can shatter souls, invert yin and yang, and cause the very fabric of space to collapse, making it a formidable offensive skill. The Great Dao Treasure Mirror, forged from the essence of the Great Dao's principles, allows for the assimilation of any treasure within it for nurturing. Its greatest function is to suppress other magical artifacts. Those engraved upon the Great Dao Treasure Mirror can be replicated, though this requires the expenditure of fortune. The stronger the artifact, the greater the fortune required for replication. The Yellow Spring Boat enables passage across the Wangchuan River, ferrying both humans and spirits, transcending the cycle of reincarnation, and allowing reborn individuals to retain memories of their past lives. Having reviewed these rewards, Chen Bei promptly accepted them all. Another fragment of the Great Fate technique. I wonder what will happen once I gather them all, he mused, before merging the 2 fragments of the Great Fate technique. As the 2 fragments fused, an enigmatic aura enveloped Chen Bei, rendering him obscured from view. In scarcely a moment, the 2 fragments successfully merged, and Chen Bei began to sense the changes within himself. It seems there are no significant alterations. Never mind. I shall claim the combat power reward now. After a period of contemplation, having found no discernible differences, he chose to disregard it and directly extracted the combat power granted by the system. System, check attributes. Ding! The attribute panel successfully opened. Host, Chen Bei race, human bloodline, Saiyan, 6-eared macaque, golden human realm, golden core combat power, 2, 850,000. Not bad. My strength has indeed increased somewhat, and my small world has expanded significantly as well. Now, with full exertion, I should possess a combat power of approximately 4 to 500 million. As for my mental prowess, it remains relatively unchanged, but it is sufficient for the time being. After evaluating my capabilities, I find that defeating Frieza, a preliminary boss, should be quite simple. However, against certain formidable entities in the later stages, such as Bu, I may need to exert considerable effort and rely solely on mental attacks. It seems I must enter seclusion once again. During this period, I shall diligently practice the Eternal Life technique, for there is still a considerable distance before the real storyline of Dragon Ball unfolds, and remaining idle is rather tedious. Leaving behind a clone, I directly enter my small world. Taking a deep breath, I cease my cultivation. The Great Thunder technique is indeed remarkable, having absorbed the power of the nine heavens thunder, I have merely scratched the surface. Reflecting on the arduous nature of cultivating divine abilities, I also quietly express my gratitude for having a system. Otherwise, I could not imagine how long it would take to grasp these skills. It is important to note that the rewards I have obtained are far from simple. The nine heavens thunder is a tribulation that practitioners must endure on their path to enlightenment. The specific realm in which one must undergo this tribulation depends on the rules of the world in question. In some worlds, one must face tribulation upon reaching the golden core, while in others, it is only upon attaining immortality that one encounters it. Different world rules yield varying degrees of tribulation power. The nine heavens thunder I acquired can be considered average, which suits me perfectly, as I would be unable to control a more potent tribulation. A misstep could result in my own destruction. Chapter 73. The Great Calamity of Wind and Fire. Having reached a temporary conclusion in the cultivation of divine abilities, it is now time for me to elevate my realm. Without formidable magical power to support powerful divine abilities, their true might cannot be unleashed. Currently, I'm still too weak, only capable of bullying classmates like Frieza. I recited the purification mantra to dispel distracting thoughts from my mind and began to concentrate on my cultivation. As I activated my techniques, energy flowed ceaselessly into my body, causing my golden core to spin with increasing velocity. Breaking through the golden core realm necessitates enduring a great tribulation, known as the Great Calamity of Wind and Fire. Here, wind refers to the black nightmare dragon wind, while fire signifies the red lotus calamity fire. This calamity does not pertain to the external elements of wind and fire, but rather to the calamity winds and fires that arise within the practitioner, consuming them from inside out until nothing remains. Without a robust physique and indomitable will, it is exceedingly difficult to overcome. At present, I am not yet prepared to break through the golden core. I need to integrate the divine abilities I have acquired during this period. My golden core has not yet reached its limits, and in pursuit of perfection, I have chosen to slow my pace of cultivation. The Great Thunder Technique and the Great Law Command Technique. One by one, I materialized the divine ability runes and directed them towards my golden core. As I integrated these runes, my power surged exponentially. 3,000,000, 3,200,000, 3,500,000, 4,500,000, 10 million. The combat power surged to a terrifying 10 million. At this moment, the golden core of Chen Bei was adorned with runes, radiating an incandescent brilliance akin to that of a sun, illuminating the microcosm of his dantian. Upon integrating all the newly acquired divine abilities into his golden core, his strength experienced an explosive augmentation. Presently, Chen Bei stands as an invincible entity within the realm of the golden core. Typically, one who cultivates to the golden core stage possesses a power ranging from 200,000 to 600,000 Xianwang horsepower, which translates into a combat power of a similar magnitude in Dragon Ball terms. In the early stages of immortality, this level of combat prowess is not particularly formidable. The true strength lies in the ability to wield various divine abilities, which is the hallmark of the immortal law. However, Chen Bei now boasts a staggering 10 million horsepower at the golden core stage, enabling him to effortlessly overpower practitioners of the divine ability secret realm. To achieve stellar explosions in the realm of immortality, one must at least attain the longevity secret realm, a feat Chen Bei has long since accomplished. The advantage of the immortal law lies in the aspects of spirit, divine abilities, and longevity, while the Dragon Ball technique excels in rapid cultivation and destructive power, devoid of bottlenecks. Of course, this pertains only to the early stages. In the later phases, the immortal law will far surpass the Dragon Ball technique, transcending ordinary dimensions, likely only rivaled by mythic primordial forces. It is time for a breakthrough. I have already integrated all my divine abilities into the golden core, totaling 54 types, which is commendable. Although my number of divine abilities is limited, their quality compensates for some deficiencies. With this in mind, Chen Bei prepared himself for the impending wind and fire catastrophe. The transition from the 7th level divine ability golden core to the 10th level heavenly law avatar is fundamentally a metamorphosis of the golden core, akin to the alchemical transformation of breaking the core to become an infant in the realm of cultivation. In a conventional cultivation world, transcending the golden core necessitates enduring tribulations, just as advancing to the nascent soul stage requires facing trials. Indeed, these cultivation methods share commonalities. After a brief period of adjustment, Chen Bei released the suppression of his golden core. At that moment, a fierce flame surged from within the golden core, igniting the dantian of Chen Bei. Subsequently, an invisible wind arose, intensifying the blaze. Astonishingly, Chen Bei's spirit began to ignite as well. Enduring the searing sensation, he diligently safeguarded his spirit. The wind and fire catastrophe is essentially a calamity triggered by the practitioner's inner demons and vital energy, consuming the practitioner's own energy and spirit. However, endowed with a robust spirit and the augmentation of the Great Destiny technique, Chen Bei found it challenging for inner demons to disturb him, rendering his wind and fire catastrophe significantly more manageable than for others. Now, he merely needs to withstand the fire calamity provoked by his own energy to successfully break through. His body, engulfed in flames, soon became a blazing inferno, igniting even the surrounding air. At present, Chen Bei could only strive to suppress the tumultuous eruption of energy. Having recently elevated his strength, he now possessed nearly 10 million units of energy, rendering his tribulation of fire even more ferocious. Amidst the relentless ravaging of his dantian by the fire calamity, an unexpected transformation occurred within his dantian's miniature world. The fire calamity had consumed nearly all the energy within the dantian, and now it had permeated the very fabric of this small world. To Chen Bei's astonishment, the world tree, which thrived within this realm, executed an unforeseen action. The roots of the world tree began to flourish, rapidly spreading throughout the dantian small world, while the flames encroached upon it. To his amazement, the fire was extinguished as it was directly absorbed by the world tree. This miraculous scene left Chen Bei utterly astounded. Could the world tree truly absorb flames? Logically, one would expect such a plant to fear fire, yet here it was, reversing the tides and consuming the flames instead. In truth, the fire calamity was instigated by Chen Bei's own energy, its essence rooted in his vitality. Hence, as long as his energy remained intact, the fire calamity would persist. However, the world tree possessed the unique ability to absorb energy, severing the very source of the calamity, allowing Chen Bei to navigate through this tribulation with an almost ludicrous ease. Momentarily speechless, Chen Bei was at a loss for words, feeling as though he were merely playing at passing a trial, devoid of the peril that others typically experienced. Meanwhile, the world tree remained docile, swaying its branches as if eagerly awaiting Chen Bei's praise. "Well done. You are formidable. You are invincible," he thought, a faint smile of irony gracing his lips. Who would have imagined that he would be saved by a tree today? As the tempest of flames subsided, Chen Bei's golden core softened and began to merge with his soul. Upon the true metamorphosis of the golden core, culminating in the manifestation of his innate Dharma form, he would officially transcend to the 10th level of divine power, embodying the essence of heaven and earth. Chen Bei's strength, once again, ascended, not merely in terms of energy, but also in the potency of his soul. The fire calamity was a grand trial for both the soul and energy. Overcoming it would significantly enhance both for any cultivator. And Chen Bei was no exception. His spiritual power burgeoned, and his combat prowess surged from the previous 10 million to an impressive 30 million. Chapter 74, The Codex of Racial Totems. Having successfully triumphed over the fire calamity, Chen Bei turned his attention to his attribute panel, when suddenly, he noticed something he had long overlooked: the Codex of Racial Totems. What purpose did this serve? Intrigued, he began to peruse its description. The Codex of Racial Totems could imprint the bloodline totems of myriad races. Any race inscribed within this codex could be summoned forth, and could even evolve the genetic lineage of other races, allowing individuals to inherit the unique talents of different races. The existence before me is akin to wielding extraordinary powers, capable of directly evolving the bloodline genes of other races. Chen Bei was astonished to discover the immense strength of an object he had previously overlooked. He retrieved the tome of racial totems and inscribed his soul mark upon it, thereby gaining complete mastery over this treasure. The tome of racial totems now appeared as an unremarkable piece of beast skin, devoid of any markings. However, upon closer examination, one could sense an ancient aura emanating from the skin, as if it were designed to ensnare the unwary. Having refined the tome, Chen Bei had learned how to utilize it. As a growth-type artifact, it did not require a profound realm or extensive rituals. Its method of use was quite straightforward. Upon encountering a special race, one simply needed to extract a drop of blood to imprint its bloodline totem. Without blood, One could only imprint a shadow of the other, significantly diminishing the potency of the imprint. Now aware of its usage, Chen Bei was eager to experiment. He placed his right hand flat against his left palm and, with a swift motion, let several drops of blood fall onto the tome. In an instant, the tome radiated brilliant light, and intricate patterns began to coalesce on its surface. The first to manifest was a figure of a person, though their features remained obscured, marked only by a dark seal. Soon after, a golden silhouette appeared, also humanoid. Chen Bei surmised that this was the bloodline totem imprint of the golden humans. Next, there emerged a peculiar monkey with 6 ears, its movements exuding an enigmatic quality. This was the bloodline totem of the 6-eared macaque. Following, that was a massive ape, with crimson eyes and formidable fangs bared. Chen Bei instantly recognized this as the imprint of the Saiyan bloodline. However, he was perplexed by the presence of 4 bloodline totem imprints, as he had only merged 3 bloodline genes. Could it be that? Chen Bei speculated that this might be his inherent human bloodline. Strangely, the imprint of this human lineage remained vague, eluding even the senses of Chen Bei, the current master of the tome. As an optimist, Chen Bei quickly dismissed this concern, thinking that if it was unclear, it was of no significant consequence. He turned his attention to studying the bloodline shadows. The tome of racial totems seemed capable of summoning these bloodline totem shadows, and he wondered if he could also summon the shadow of the human bloodline. Chen Bei conceived a plan, uncertain of its success. Thus, he began to channel energy into the tome, seeking to communicate with the bloodline totem imprints. A humming sound resonated. After a resonant buzz, the phantom inscribed within the racial totem suddenly ignited, the runes etched upon it beginning to glow. The previously languid silhouette sprang to life in an instant. Boom! A figure, radiant in golden hues, materialized, enveloped by a formidable aura of destiny. Upon its emergence, the surrounding air seemed to solidify, suffocating all who were present. The golden humanoid immediately showcased its might, causing the very fabric of time and space to appear as though it had come to a standstill, compelled to heed its command. Squeak! A nimble figure appeared within the diminutive world, possessing 6 ears and exhibiting no extraneous movements. Its gaze remained fixed ahead, yet it emanated an overwhelming aura reminiscent of a primeval, colossal beast. Roar! A gigantic ape pounded its chest in fury, unleashing a thunderous roar, its entire being radiating ferocity and aggression, as if it were poised to engage in battle at the slightest provocation. Is it impossible? Why can't I communicate? Chen Bei attempted repeatedly, yet the black silhouette remained unresponsive, ultimately resigning in frustration. He pondered which of these bloodline phantoms held greater prowess and contemplated testing their strength against one another. First, the golden humanoid faced the 6-eared macaque. The golden figure exhibited no unnecessary gestures. With a mere blink, a beam of golden light struck the 6-eared macaque, instantaneously robbing it of its fortune, causing its form to disintegrate. Goodness, how formidable! Chen Bei was astonished that the golden humanoid could resolve the conflict so swiftly. Its technique was indeed extraordinary. Simply by gazing at its opponent, it had stripped them of their fortune, truly invincible. As for the remaining Saiyan giant ape, Chen Bei surmised that a trial was unnecessary. The golden humanoid was evidently overwhelming. The disparity between bloodlines rendered them incomparable. To possess the ability to usurp another's fortune, one must marvel at such prowess. Next, he summoned the 6-eared macaque phantom once more, instructing it to combat the Saiyan giant ape. With a resounding roar, the Saiyan giant ape lunged at the 6-eared macaque. In terms of stature, the Saiyan giant ape dwarfed the 6-eared macaque, making the latter appear almost ant-like in comparison. Yet, despite the ludicrous disparity in size, the 6-eared macaque stood undaunted before the impending assault, showing no inclination to evade. Bang! A shockwave erupted as the Saiyan giant ape's arm struck towards the 6-eared macaque, only to be caught effortlessly with a single hand. Another battle ensued without suspense, culminating in the Saiyan giant ape's defeat at the hands of the 6-eared macaque. Truly, the innate divine essence of the 6-eared macaque's bloodline was exceptional. It appeared that the Saiyan bloodline paled in comparison. After witnessing several clashes, Chen Bei had gained a clearer understanding of the strengths and weaknesses among these bloodlines. However, it seems that the more formidable the bloodline, the more challenging it is to unlock its potential. Take the golden human lineage, for instance. I remain utterly ignorant of its intricacies. Had it not been for that recent apparition employing the extraordinary technique of fortune deprivation, I would have remained oblivious to such powers within the golden human race. Chen Bei felt an urgent need to delve deeper into these bloodline abilities, particularly that of the golden humans, as the technique he had just witnessed was undeniably formidable. Chapter 75, Transformation into a Super Saiyan. Let us commence with the simplest of tasks and learn to transform into a Super Saiyan. Chen Bei was not overly ambitious. He decided to begin with the Saiyan bloodline, which he understood most thoroughly. He was well acquainted with the advancement methods of the Saiyans. Great Ape Transformation, Mimetic Super Saiyan 1, Super Saiyan 4, and the Super Saiyan God form within the realm of Ultra Universe. However, he temporarily set aside the Super Saiyan God transformation, for his current combat power was insufficient, and his focus lay on the bloodline abilities, which were unrelated to the Super Saiyan God. Let's proceed. Chen Bei rose to his feet and began to unleash his energy. He recalled that upon meeting the combat power requirements, transforming into a Super Saiyan merely required concentrating energy at his back. With this thought, Chen Bei guided the energy to surge toward his back. Boom! A tremendous aura erupted from Chen Bei's being, and his hair fluctuated between black and yellow. After a brief moment, with a resounding shout, the white flames enveloping Chen Bei instantly transmuted into a golden hue, and his hair followed suit, turning golden along with his eyebrows. Yet at this moment his eyes, which were supposed to be green, transformed into gold instead. Is this what it means to be a Super Saiyan? It doesn't appear to be all that impressive. Chen Bei conjured a large mirror to examine himself. In his view, aside from the changes in his hair and eyes, he seemed to remain as handsome as before. A crow flew overhead, leaving a trail of dark spots behind. Well, after transforming into a Super Saiyan, what occupied Chen Bei's mind was not the change in power, but rather whether he appeared more attractive. Sigh, having been single for so long, I still do not have a girlfriend. It is quite challenging. Chen Bei began to murmur, feeling envious of others' romantic lives, a fortune he lacked. With a calming incantation, he swiftly dispelled his distractions and transformed back into a resolute man. All right, it is time to test my enhanced strength. Chen Bei summoned a doppelganger and engaged in practice with himself. The two figures collided, and the sounds of impact echoed. Bang, bang, bang. Great thunder technique. Chen Bei, abandoning all notions of chivalry, unleashed a formidable assault. In an instant, the small world seemed to transform into a thunderous purgatory, with bolts of lightning raining from above, striking his doppelganger and scattering it into oblivion. Oh my, the power is indeed overwhelming. It could not withstand even a single blow. Chen Bei marveled at the might of the great thunder technique, astonished that even a doppelganger of equivalent strength could not endure a single strike. It was truly extraordinary. When it comes to raw combat prowess, Chen Bei and his clone are actually on par with each other. They have just engaged in an extensive sparring session, resulting in a stalemate where neither could gain the upper hand. However, Chen Bei, disregarding the principles of martial ethics, unexpectedly unleashed a certain external technique, catching his clone completely off guard. Had the clone reacted swiftly, it could have utilized instantaneous movement to escape. Alas, there are no what-ifs in reality. It appears that I must exercise greater caution in the future. Should someone employ such a tactic against me, I might find myself without even a chance to flee. Chen Bei silently reminded himself to remain vigilant in all matters. Little did he know that many villains meet their downfall due to their arrogance, possessing immense strength. They indulge in reckless behavior, only to be met with a counterattack that leaves them utterly speechless. Currently, Chen Bei has thoroughly integrated several bloodline abilities, and with the enhancement of his mental prowess, his control over himself has become significantly more potent. He has also eliminated some of the side effects that come with merging bloodlines, such as the Saiyan tail's inherent weakness. Speaking of which, he also possesses the genetic lineage of the Super Namekians. Although he does not utilize it, he can still imprint it onto his racial totem record. With that thought, Chen Bei retrieved the Super Namekian genetic material from the system space and applied a drop onto the racial totem record. As a result, some unique runes materialize on the record, delineating a green silhouette resembling a Namekian, complete with two small horns, reminiscent of a snail. Unbeknownst to him, time slipped away, and Chen Bei had spent several days in this miniature world. During this time, he maintained his Super Saiyan form, understanding that only by acclimating to the power of this transformation could he achieve his full capacity, allowing for prolonged combat. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, Chen Bei exhibited two distinct differences from other Saiyans. The color of his eyes and his tail both shimmering with golden hues. This may be a consequence of his golden human lineage. He could distinctly sense a unique power residing within his gaze, yet he had yet to fully comprehend it, rendering him unable to wield it. As for his tail, in addition to its golden color, it seemed to possess additional functionalities, especially during combat. His tail would often alert him to impending danger, enabling him to evade with preemptive agility. Remarkably, his tail could even elongate and shorten at will. Though he was uncertain as to why this occurred, his tail harbored other capabilities as well, though they had yet to fully manifest. However, he could feel that it had undergone some remarkable transformation. After spending nearly half a month honing his Super Saiyan form, he had mastered it to the extent that he could maintain this state without excessive physical exertion, successfully achieving the full power of Super Saiyan 1. After enjoying a restful slumber, Chen Bei found himself reminiscing about delectable steamed buns. Ahem, it seems I have begun to miss Bardock and the others. After spending more than half a month without conversing with anyone, I feel as though I might suffocate from solitude. It is time to venture out and rejuvenate my spirit. In a flash, my figure vanished from the small world. Kakarot, hold that position properly. You shall not eat until your training is complete today. Bardock spoke with a stern tone, now having taken to training Kakarot, Son Goku. Bardock, there is no need to be so severe. Kakarot is still quite young. Jian advised from the side, hoping to alleviate the burden on her son. That is not an option. As a Saiyan, one must possess a heart that revels in battle and an indomitable will. Kakarot is still young, and thus requires even stricter training. Bardock's voice was resolute, his expression unwavering as he fixed his gaze on the training Goku. Haha, Bardock is indeed correct. Although Goku is still a child, it is precisely because of his youth that a solid foundation must be established. In my own youth, I missed many opportunities due to my age while training under my master, Gohan affirmed, choosing not to dissuade Bardock but instead nodding in agreement. Though he held affection for young Goku, he understood that to become a true martial artist, one must learn to endure hardship. A flower nurtured in a greenhouse cannot withstand the storms of life. Chapter 76, Potential. Obey. Mr. Chen Bei, after a lapse of over half a month, I finally reappeared. During this time, I had been transformed into an external avatar, which had taken on the appearance of a robot. I only manifested in my true form during meal preparations, a conscious choice to guard my secrets from even those closest to me. Hello, everyone. It is a delight to see you all again, I greeted with a smile. Despite the passage of over half a month, there seemed to be little change among the group, yet the atmosphere had become significantly more harmonious. Bardock and his wife had acknowledged Gohan's decision to adopt Kakarot and accepted his second name, Son Goku. How has life been recently? Is everyone adjusting well? I inquired, as the Saiyan race is known for its combative nature. Having brought them to Earth, I wish to gauge their reactions regarding their adaptation. Mr. Chen Bei, I truly enjoyed here. This life is far more comfortable than my time on Planet Vegeta, where I was constantly preoccupied with completing missions, Toma replied. Having acclimatized to life on Earth, realizing that one could thrive without the need for conquest. Indeed, Mr. Chen Bei, our life on Earth is splendid, and we are treated to an abundance of exquisite cuisine each day. Jian chimed in with a smile, while Bardock nodded in agreement, signifying his approval. Chen Bei, I am truly grateful to you. I too relish this life, with its luxurious accommodations, the absence of security concerns, and the delightful food. Another voice echoed in appreciation. Celebi has similarly adapted to life here, or perhaps it is not the life here that they have acclimated to, but rather the delectable cuisine that has ensnared them in Chen Bei. Saiyans are not solely consumed by thoughts of battle. A significant portion of their minds is dedicated to the pleasures of food. Haha, as long as everyone has adapted, that suffices. During this period, I have been diligently cultivating in the small world, leaving me little time to guide your training. Should you have any queries during this time, feel free to approach me, and I shall strive to provide answers. Upon emerging from Chen Bei, I observe that each of you has experienced a degree of enhancement in your abilities, albeit modest. Bardock has only reached a combat power of 800,000, while Thomas has just attained 80,000. Celebi has achieved 60,000, and Jian has scarcely seen any improvement, barely surpassing 5,000 in combat power. Indeed, Mr. Chen Bei, I have noticed that despite my continuous training and the growth of my strength, the rate of improvement has significantly diminished compared to before, Bardock remarked. When he broke through to the pseudo-super Saiyan state, his power soared to 200,000. After training on Planet Plant for some time, his combat power rose to 700,000. However, upon returning to Earth, even with the same training apparatus, the advancements became increasingly challenging. This is quite a normal occurrence. Our cultivation is not instantaneous. It requires the accumulation of time. Chen Bei began to elucidate. Cultivation is essentially a process of unlocking and enhancing one's potential. Your bodies have endured extensive battles, allowing for the accumulation of latent strength, which is why your initial training yielded such explosive growth. Now, however, with the potential you previously amassed nearly exhausted, the rate of enhancement naturally slows. Ah, I see. The group appeared enlightened. However, they recognized that improvement in cultivation is not solely a matter of effort. It also depends on innate talent. Potential cannot simply be elevated at will. Do you have any further inquiries? If not, I shall retire to rest. I have not had a proper night's sleep in quite some time and need to recuperate, Chen Bei stated. Upon hearing this, the others ceased to disturb him, as they had no pressing issues, merely concerns regarding the sluggish pace of their power enhancement. The potential of Saiyans is comparatively advantageous when juxtaposed with other races. The strength of potential lies within the cells of the organism. The more robust the cells, the greater the capacity for energy and the higher the ceiling for strength enhancement. Human cultivation consists of two aspects: refining the body and honing the soul. Refining the body involves enhancing cellular vitality, thereby strengthening the cells. Conversely, honing the soul is far more intricate, relying heavily on talent and opportunity. As night fell, Chen Bei stood alone, gazing at the moon overhead. At this moment, he no longer feared that the sight of the moon would trigger an uncontrollable transformation. He had completely mastered his bodily powers. With head raised to admire the luminous moon, and eyes cast downward to behold my own form, Chen Bei could not help but compose a poem, beginning to feel pity for his younger brother, who had likely gone too long without a meal and must be quite famished. He pondered, given my striking handsomeness, why does no one seem to notice? Chen Bei was perplexed. He believed his appearance to be quite remarkable, to the point where he might even fall in love with himself. Yet, why did those around him regard him as merely an ordinary individual? This conundrum left him utterly baffled. System, do you understand the reason behind this? Ding. Due to the influence of the fragments of the Great Fate technique, others automatically overlook your appearance and cannot recall your visage. Hence, this phenomenon occurs. However, you can choose to disable this ability or selectively reveal your appearance to specific individuals. Ah, so that is the reason. No wonder, I thought with such striking looks. Why has no one inquired? The issue lies here. Chen Bei could not help but sigh at the heavens, lamenting the misfortune of such a handsome face residing on such an unreliable person. As the crows soared overhead once more, it was the night of the full moon, and Bardock and the others remained indoors, opting not to venture outside. Their combat prowess, having been low at birth, only reached the levels of low to mid-tier warriors, making it difficult for them to control their great ape forms without risk of losing control. To avoid disturbing others, they confined themselves to their rooms. The Saiyan tail was not without purpose. It aided in maintaining balance and was advantageous for centering one's gravity, allowing for better force manipulation during combat. Bardock and the others were aware that their tails were a weakness, yet they also served as a trump card, enhancing their strength tenfold when transformed into great apes. Thus, they would not easily part with their tails. Ah Bei, are you gazing at the moon alone, feeling homesick? At that moment, Son Wukong climbed onto the rooftop and spotted Chen Bei sitting there, admiring the moon. Old man, how did you get up here? Are you here to ponder life with me? Chen Bei jested, turning his gaze back to the sky. Ah Bei, why can't you transform into a gorilla? I heard Bardock mention that you're also a Saiyan. Son Wukong suddenly recalled the prior conversation regarding Chen Bei's heritage. Perhaps it is due to my mixed blood, or maybe my strength allows me to control this transformation. Chen Bei chuckled, scratching his head as he offered this explanation. It served well enough to satisfy Son Wukong, who chose not to dwell on the matter further and instead sat beside Chen Bei to gaze at the moon. Silence enveloped them until the late hours of the night, when Son Wukong finally began to feel drowsy. Ah Bei, if you have any burdens on your mind, do not hesitate to share them with us. Do not keep them bottled up. It is getting late. I should retire for the night. Rest well. Well, Son Wukong thought that Chen Bei might have something weighing on his mind, so he felt compelled to offer some words of comfort. Old man, what are you pondering? What could possibly trouble me? You need not worry. I am not one to conceal my thoughts. After uttering these words, Chen Bei glanced up at the sky, noticing that the moon had begun its gentle descent. Indeed, it was getting late, and the time for rest had arrived. Both individuals retreated to their respective chambers. preparing for slumber. Suddenly, a knock echoed at Chen Bei's door. Upon opening it, he was met with a look of puzzlement. Sailaba, what brings you here again? Surely you aren't hungry. I distinctly remember we just had dinner. Sailaba stood at the threshold in her nightwear, a faint blush gracing her cheeks, betraying her shyness. Biting her lip, she finally mustered the courage to speak. Mr. Chen Bei, I am aware of your remarkable abilities, and I hope to seek your guidance. I wish to become stronger. She desires me to offer her some special instruction. Chen Bei mused inwardly, maintaining an impassive facade. But why? At this moment, you do not require overwhelming strength, do you? The Saiyan's vendetta can be entrusted to Bardock and Toma. You need not burden yourself with this. I truly wish it were so, Sailaba replied. Her voice tinged with anguish. My race was annihilated by Frieza, and my homeland lies in ruins. She clenched her jaw, recalling the painful memories, especially in the past timeline. I could only watch helplessly as Bardock and Toma fell to child, unable to thwart a single attack. Had it not been for your timely rescue, Mr. Chen Bei, I may have. At this point, Sailaba's cheeks flushed, though she quickly regained her composure. Indeed, possessing insufficient strength can be detrimental. Since you aspire to enhance your abilities, I shall assist you. With nothing pressing to occupy his time, Chen Bei resolved to aid Sailaba. He contemplated two potential methods for her development: refining elixirs. As many wondrous potions could bolster her strength in the practice of the great yin-yang technique, which involved dual cultivation. Ahem. Lowering his gaze to Sailaba's prominent figure, Chen Bei couldn't suppress a cough. Mr. Chen Bei, are you all right? Yes, I am fine. Chen Bei quickly straightened, reminding himself of his integrity. How could he so indiscriminately gaze upon another's form? After a furtive glance, he finally spoke. Very well. After lunch tomorrow, accompany me to the small world. I possess methods to expedite your ascent in strength. Upon hearing Chen Bei's words, Sailaba's face lit up with excitement, her joy unmistakable. Thank you so much, Mr. Chen Bei. As the night grew late, Chen Bei yawned, indicating his fatigue. He waved his hand, urging Sailaba to return and rest well, suggesting they continue their conversation the following day. Very well, Mr. Chen Bei, Sailaba replied, acknowledging that it was time for him to rest and not wanting to intrude further. She turned and left. Watching Sailaba's graceful form and her curvaceous figure, Chen Bei gulped, quickly casting a calming spell to suppress his rising desires. He closed the door and succumbed to slumber. The next day, after lunch, Sailaba sought out Chen Bei once more. With her mental energy enveloping Sailaba, they entered the small world together. It is indeed more comfortable here, Sailaba exclaimed, overwhelmed by the familiarity and tranquility of Chen Bei's realm, where the extremes of heat and cold were non-existent, and the seasons remained constant, creating a soothing atmosphere. It seems you truly enjoy this place, Chen Bei remarked. In that case, I shall provide you with something shortly. Remaining stationary, he released his mental energy, beginning to search for the necessary herbs. The small world was rich in spiritual energy, with an abundance of herbs, albeit some were of shorter age. After a while, Chen Bei gathered the materials he desired: sunfire flower, spirit-infusing grass, yellow jade spirit fruit, and white lingji. He intended to concoct a pill that would enhance physical strength, particularly suited for the Dragon Pearl cultivation system. The name of this elixir was Yuan Yang Dan, designed to fortify the physique and elevate one's realm. A commendable potion indeed. Unable to use the purple gold 8 trigrams furnace for the time being, Chen Bei resorted to his creative talents to fashion a similar alchemical apparatus. Channeling a deep crimson flame from his hands, he gradually infused it into the cauldron. With his mental energy, he deftly maneuvered the herbs into the furnace. Alchemy is a complex endeavor, requiring constant vigilance over the refinement of the materials. The flame's temperature must be meticulously regulated. Too high, and the ingredients would be incinerated. Too low, and they would fail to be processed. Additionally, the interplay of the herb's properties must be considered, as different herbs have varying refinement times and must be combined in a specific order. A minor misstep could result in total failure. Step by step, Chen Bei refined the elixir. Thanks to his formidable mental prowess, he adeptly controlled the heat, easily refining the herbs before moving on to their fusion. In alchemy, one must also heed the principles of the 5 elements. Fire and water cannot be combined directly and require a mediating attribute, such as the sunfire grass, fire element, while the white lingji represents the water element. Their combination necessitates the support of other herbs for balance before a pill can be formed. Chapter 78. The pill is complete. Since the purpose is to concoct the Yuan Yang pill, its name suggests a strong affinity for the fire element. naturally making the fierce sun grass the primary herb, complemented by the spirit-infused grass as a catalyst. The yellow jade spirit fruit harmonizes the properties of the white spirit mushroom, rendering the initially difficult-to-absorb medicinal essence more palatable. One must exercise caution when consuming medicinal pills. Otherwise, a surge of energy could lead to catastrophic consequences. After a flurry of activity, Chen Bei was finally poised to complete the final step, condensing the pill, thus locking the medicinal properties firmly within. As the flames within the cauldron surged and danced, the potion gradually transitioned from a liquid state to a solid form, culminating in the creation of a pill with a deep yellow hue. Success! Chen Bei withdrew his hands, and the pill soared from the cauldron, propelled by his mental energy. He conjured a jade vial with a flick of his wrist and placed the pill inside, completing the task at last. This marked Chen Bei's inaugural attempt at alchemy, and he was pleasantly surprised by the smoothness of the process, with not a single misstep. Beside him, Celiba watched intently as flames erupted from Chen Bei's hands while he manipulated various peculiar ingredients. Her curiosity piqued, yet she refrained from interrupting, patiently awaiting the conclusion of his alchemical endeavor. "Mr. Chen Bei, is it ready?" Celiba inquired, her gaze fixed unwaveringly on the jade vial in his possession. Uncertain of the nature of the concoction, she sensed its significance in Chen Bei's concentrated demeanor. "Yes, it's ready. I specifically crafted this pill for you. Its effect should be remarkable. Do give it a try," Chen Bei responded, handing the vial to Celiba. "Huh? You made this for me? What exactly is a medicinal pill?" Celiba's cheeks flushed slightly, taken aback by his thoughtful gesture, yet she remained oblivious to the pill's true nature. "Could it be akin to the mystical beans? You'll find out once you consume it. It will enhance your strength," Chen Bei urged, eager to witness the effects of his creation. According to the alchemical tome, the results were expected to be impressive. Without further inquiries, Celiba uncorked the vial and poured out a pill, swallowing it whole. As the pill entered her body, a powerful energy surged within her, invigorating her essence. The air around her began to crackle with intensity, and she could not restrain her burgeoning aura, enveloped in a radiant white flame. In Chen Bei's perception, Celiba's power escalated steadily, commencing from 60,000 and climbing to 100,000, with no signs of abating. 110,000, 120,000, until it finally peaked at 160,000, where her combat prowess ceased to escalate. It was then that Chen Bei recalled his ability to scan. System, initiate scan. Ding, scan successful. Name, Celiba. Combat power, 162,004. Race, human. Bloodline, Saiyan. A single Yuan Yang pill has remarkably enhanced my power by 100,000. It appears that the efficacy of elixirs in the Dragon Ball world is indeed impressive. Although a battle power of 100,000 may seem modest in the presence of Chen Bei, it does not render it devoid of value. To comprehend the significance of this, one must realize that such a level is akin to what Son Goku achieved after years of rigorous training. However, now, through a mere pill, this level has been attained. Truly, the age-old adage holds. Those who invest financially will always find themselves outmatched by those who possess extraordinary abilities. Feeling a distinct surge in strength, Celiba was exhilarated, launching into a series of rapid punches, each executed with such speed that they were nearly imperceptible to the average observer. Yet in front of Chen Bei, this display of power appeared rather juvenile, akin to a child's play. Growing weary of watching and reluctant to interrupt Celiba's enthusiasm, Chen Bei decided to take his leave, allowing her the opportunity to fully acclimate to her newfound strength. Venturing into the expansive interior of the strategic vessel, Chen Bei sought out another open area and retrieved the alchemical furnace he had recently employed. This time, however, he was not concocting potions, but rather preparing to forge some tools. He examined the chunk of dark immortal gold he had acquired earlier. It was approximately the size of a basketball, glistening with an ebony sheen. Despite its entirely dark surface, it reflected silhouettes, its flawless exterior resembling that of a black crystal. It seemed excessive for my needs. How should I portion it? Given Chen Bei's current abilities, directly refining such a substantial piece of dark immortal gold was beyond his reach. He would need to attain the eternal life secret realm to possess the capability to refine such materials directly. System, could you assist me in partitioning this? Ding. The host may select the desired quantity for division. Indeed, that is feasible. Then, please divide it into 100 portions. Ding. Division complete. The system fell silent once more. And before Chen Bei, the once basketball-sized dark immortal gold had transformed into 100 fragments, each roughly the size of a ping-pong ball. He casually picked up several pieces and stored the remainder in the system space. What should I forge? A ring? A token? Perhaps a bracelet or necklace? Contemplating what to create, he aimed to produce a tool that could serve as a node connecting to a small world, inscribing the spatial node onto the item. Once permitted by Chen Bei, one could enter the small world at will. He preferred not to carry them along each time, as it would be cumbersome. Instead, crafting a tool for a few individuals would be far more convenient. With the materials cast into the furnace, Chen Bei disregarded any further deliberation and commenced the forging process. As the dark immortal gold entered the furnace, it was subjected to the relentless flames, yet showed no signs of melting, merely glowing faintly red on the surface. Observing this, Chen Bei had no choice but to increase the flow of his magical energy, causing the flames to surge dramatically, incinerating the surrounding air in a fiery blaze. The dark celestial gold, despite being subjected to ferocious flames, remained unmoved, transitioning from a mere localized reddening to an overall crimson hue. It seems that Chen Bei would require additional time to refine the dark celestial gold. He began to wait patiently, though the duration of his wait was indeterminate. As the little world dimmed, the celestial gold finally commenced its gradual melting. Sigh, it truly is no easy feat exhaling a breath of impure air. He refocused his attention and commenced the final refinement. Under Chen Bei's command, the dark celestial gold began to morph into the shape of a ring. He meticulously adjusted the temperature, maintaining it in a semi-liquid, semi-solid state, before proceeding to imprint runes. The art of artifact forging differs from alchemy. Forging demands higher temperatures due to the sturdiness of the materials, alongside various rune formations, to perfect the treasure. Chapter 79. The Black Jade Spirit Ring. Armed with the medicinal compendium, Chen Bei adeptly inscribed the necessary array of runes upon the ring. With a flicker of ethereal light, a lustrous black ring was successfully forged. The black ring, suspended in mid-air, descended directly into his hand at Chen Bei's call. He examined his first crafted treasure with great care. The intricate secret patterns inscribed were newly etched by him, possessing wondrous effects. Although this artifact was forged from celestial gold, due to Chen Bei's current realm limitations, it could only be classified as a secondary spirit tool, thereby diminishing its potency somewhat. Nonetheless, for him at present, the ability to craft such a treasure was a source of considerable pride. The artifact not only bore various rune formations and secret patterns, but also incorporated spatial nodes of the little world, allowing direct communication with it and creating a storage space, making it quite a remarkable treasure. Having completed the crafting of the treasure, it was time to christen it. What name would suit it? Chen Bei found himself troubled whenever choices beckoned. Darkness was rather unappealing. Perhaps Black Jade Spirit Ring would suffice, sounding a bit better. After some contemplation, Chen Bei decided to name the ring Black Jade. Sobbing, Chen Bei beheld the tear-streaked face of Célibah, perplexed by the unfolding situation. Mr. Chen Bei, I am nearly starving. Why have you appeared so late? I thought you were going to abandon me here. Célibah gazed at him with watery eyes, feeling wronged. She had been outside the spacecraft, acclimatizing to her powers, but upon turning around, she found Chen Bei had vanished. She searched for him for quite some time, yet his presence was nowhere to be found. The aura of Chen Bei is imperceptible to the average person. Thus, Célibah had no choice but to rummage through the spaceship storage for a morsel to satiate her hunger. However, the dish she prepared was utterly distasteful. Having previously savored Chen Bei's exquisite cuisine, she found it impossible to tolerate her own cooking. Moreover, her culinary skills were rather lacking, as evidenced by the burnt meat she had just attempted to grill. My apologies, I forgot, she stammered. Upon hearing Chen Bei's words, the expression of grievance on Célibah's face deepened, and tears threatened to spill from her eyes. Observing her distress, Chen Bei quickly offered words of comfort. Do not weep. I shall prepare something for you immediately. At his words, Célibah ceased her tears, her face alight with anticipation as she gazed at Chen Bei. Reluctantly, Chen Bei began to cook, adding oil to the pan. An hour later, the meal was finally complete, and due to the small number of diners, the preparation had proceeded swiftly. Watching Célibah indulge heartily, Chen Bei too began to eat with gusto. Although he had abstained from food, his sense of taste remained intact, even heightened, resulting in a more discerning palate. He occasionally enjoyed spiritual fruits and wines brewed from spiritual liquids, but aside from his own creations, he seldom consumed anything else. After devouring an entire pot of food, Célibah finally felt satisfied, contentedly rubbing her belly as she reclined beside Chen Bei. Mr. Chen Bei, I cannot fathom what I shall do in the future. If I were to part ways with you, I would surely starve, for I cannot bear to eat anything else, she lamented. The thought of Chen Bei leaving her filled her with distress, as she could not bear the idea of returning to a life devoid of delectable cuisine. Isn't it simple? Just stay by my side from now on, Chen Bei replied casually, lying down and closing his eyes to rest. Stay by Mr. Chen Bei's side? Celiba's face flushed with embarrassment as a thought crossed her mind. To remain by his side did that imply? The Saiyans were not as reserved as Earthlings. They expressed their affection through actions and revered strength above all. Saiyan women admired the powerful, and Chen Bei, with his formidable prowess and ability to fulfill their desires for gourmet food, was the embodiment of Celiba's ideal companion. After uttering his words, Chen Bei seemed to have been misinterpreted, as Celiba boldly wrapped her arms around him. Chen Bei, taken aback by this audacious gesture, instinctively twitched, opting to feign sleep to alleviate the awkwardness. However, Celiba was not one to relinquish her pursuit easily. She rolled over, positioning herself atop Chen Bei. Unable to withstand such temptation any longer, Chen Bei opened his eyes. A young man, after all, could hardly resist such a lure. With a swift motion, he embraced Celiba and carried her into the room. The ensuing events are best left to the imagination. The following morning, Chen Bei awoke to find Celiba, completely unclad, lying beside him. He couldn't help but slap his forehead in disbelief. Had he just acquired a girlfriend? Chen Bei found it hard to believe that, after such a short time in this world, he had already formed such a bond. Perhaps having had enough rest. Celiba also opened her eyes, gazing at the robust man before her, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Reflecting on her wild escapades from the previous night, she marveled at herself for being so audacious. At that moment, Celiba could clearly see Chen Bei's face. She had not anticipated that her partner would be so handsome, and she found herself deeply enamored with him. His culinary skills were impressive, his strength formidable, particularly in the bedroom. Awake? Are you hungry? Would you like something to eat? Chen Bei inquired, noticing Celiba had risen. The previous day's exertions had been considerable, and he figured she needed a good meal to replenish her energy. With a gentle nod, Celiba replied affirmatively, nearly rousing Chen Bei's younger brother in the process. Hastily, she got up, dressed, and made her way to the kitchen. This time, Chen Bei was determined to prepare a special dish. He intended to create a medicinal cuisine. He had gathered some herbs from the small world, along with a large salamander. And now all that remained was to start the fire and cook. He added various spiritual herbs, yugu flower, yunlin fruit, muksu spirit fruit, and bayu mushroom, into the broth, combining them with the tender meat of the salamander. The resulting soup became thick and flavorful, boasting beauty-enhancing and strength-boosting properties. This was Chen Bei's first attempt at crafting such a unique dish. Previously, he had only prepared ordinary meals. This time, enhanced by his culinary talent and the spiritual herbs from the small world, he succeeded in creating a dish with extraordinary effects. Alas, if only he had some spirit beast meat, the results would have been even more remarkable. Using his mental energy, Chen Bei levitated the large pot and brought it to the bedroom. Lying on the bed, Celiba twitched her nose, catching the enticing aroma of the food, which ignited a strong desire to eat. Come, taste this dish. It is anything but ordinary, Chen Bei proclaimed with an air of mystery, conjuring a dining table complete with bowls and chopsticks, awaiting Celiba's rise. Upon hearing this, Celiba felt a twinge of curiosity. The aroma was undeniably appetizing. Yet Chen Bei's assertion of its complexity left her somewhat perplexed. Just as she prepared to get up, a sudden memory struck her. Last night, her clothing had been torn to shreds in the heat of passion. Realizing her exposed form, Celiba's face turned crimson. Despite being a Saiyan, she still felt a sense of embarrassment. This was her first encounter with such intimacy, and she felt a bit shy. Quickly, she retreated under the covers. Seeing Celiba's flushed cheeks, Chen Bei struggled to maintain his composure and promptly conjured a set of clothing for her. Celiba had grown accustomed to Chen Bei's abilities. During this time, he had exhibited various extraordinary powers that had long since broadened her horizons. Dressed elegantly, Celiba approached the mirror, surveying her reflection. The attire conjured by Chen Bei was a striking red and black, reminiscent of ancient wedding garments, exuding a classical beauty. Satisfied with her appearance, Celiba nodded approvingly at her image. Returning to Chen Bei's side, she could hardly suppress her desire to indulge in the delectable dishes before them. Observing her hesitance, Chen Bei found amusement in her demeanor and promptly filled a bowl for her, feeding her directly with a spoon. Celiba's cheeks flushed crimson, as she had never experienced such an intimate gesture. Opening her mouth, she accepted the morsel of meat he offered, savoring the delightful sensation that compelled her to vocalize her pleasure. After tasting the dish, she felt transformed, an enchanting glow emanating from her, setting her apart in an ethereal manner. As the radiance flickered, her power surged dramatically, escalating to an astonishing 200,000. Chen Bei, equally astonished by the spectacle, marveled at the remarkable prowess of the culinary arts. It was akin to the alchemical arts, yet far superior in its capacity to delight the palate. Both of them engaged in a joyful feast, sharing bites and relishing the moment. After more than half an hour, they had polished off the contents of the pot, and both their powers had been further enhanced. However, Chen Bei's focus drifted from their newfound strength as he noticed Celeba's rejuvenated radiance, her skin glowing with vitality, and a lingering blush gracing her cheeks due to the excess energy. In that moment, Celeba gazed at Chen Bei with affectionate eyes. Not wishing to let this opportunity slip away, he lifted her onto his lap, his hands exploring beneath her garments, soon finding the fabric inadequate and tearing it to shreds. Thus began a new round of passionate exchange, a playful contest of give and take. Hours passed in a whirlwind of fervor before their encounter finally subsided, leaving Celeba exhausted and drifting into a deep slumber. Chen Bei tucked her in gently before discreetly departing. The intertwining of romance and strength was a delicate balance. One could not overshadow the other. Regret washed over Chen Bei as he realized he had forgotten to teach Celeba the grand yin-yang technique, missing an opportunity to elevate her prowess. Yet, after a moment's reflection, he dismissed the concern, resolving to impart the knowledge another time, as one or two missed lessons were of little consequence. As he contemplated the future, Chen Bei found himself engulfed in uncertainty. He yearned for immortality, but feared the solitude it might bring. If such eternity required the forsaking of his past, he would unequivocally reject the notion. In the present day, Chen Bei yearns to live a fulfilling life, to experience a world unlike any other, and to alter the tragedies he wishes to avoid. If fate allows, he dreams of creating a superlative realm uniquely his own. He resolves to establish a goal for himself, perhaps to take 8 or 10 wives, thereby propagating his esteemed lineage. A flock of crows soars across the sky, signaling that it is time to enrich his inner world. Chen Bei gazes upon his still dark inner realm, now cluttered with various spirit stones and a sapling. Yet, this sapling can no longer be deemed small. The world tree has reached nearly 100 meters in height, a far cry from its original diminutive form. This remarkable growth is a testament to Chen Bei's generous nurturing, as his abundant energy fuels the rapid expansion of the world tree. Once it matures sufficiently, the world tree will not only support the heavens and the earth, but will also serve as a formidable weapon against foes. This is no ordinary tree. It can directly absorb the energy of adversaries and even take root in other realms to siphon their essence, draining entire worlds of their vitality. The ethereal tree that bears fruit by absorbing the energy of a planet pales in comparison to the world tree. It is time for some enhancements, perhaps by introducing light. As Chen Bei utters these words, a miraculous phenomenon unfolds. Light materializes out of thin air, illuminating his inner world completely, leaving no shadow untouched. Previously, he had employed the Great Prophecy technique, and with the aid of the Grand World technique, he manifested this light. However, wielding these powers comes at a considerable cost, especially on such a grand scale. 1/10 of the spirit stones within his realm were consumed in an instant. With Chen Bei's rising strength, his inner world expands, naturally allowing for a greater store of spirit stones. Yet such a significant consumption in such a brief moment is alarming. The 3,000 great divine abilities are not to be trifled with. Without sufficient power, one cannot harness their potential. Light alone is insufficient. A touch of grass will be delightful. As he speaks, the inner world inexplicably sprouts an abundance of grass, and this time the energy expenditure is minimal. Chen Bei utilizes his creative talent in conjunction with the Great Prophecy technique, conserving a considerable amount of energy. Subsequently, he conjures mountains, rivers, and houses, followed by an array of flowers, insects, birds, and beasts, breathing life into his inner realm. This series of actions, albeit accidental, fills the voids within his world and enhances its laws, resulting in a more stable and harmonious inner sanctuary. What an unexpected delight! Chen Bei sensed the transformation within his miniature realm. To his astonishment, a serendipitous occurrence unfolded as a result of his unintentional actions. Yet this change was undoubtedly favorable, and he welcomed it with joy. The foundational stability of his Dantian world had been fully established. The next step was to expand it in tandem with the enhancement of his power. The techniques for opening major acupoints and for the grand world had seen some minor successes, prompting Chen Bei to prepare for the initiation of another significant acupoint. This time, the endeavor to establish the acupoint world would prove far more perilous, as he aimed to open the upper Dantian. This location served as the convergence of souls, the source of mental energy, and the essence of true spirit. A lapse in caution could easily result in a disorienting predicament. Chen Bei began to concentrate his mental energy, mobilizing the vitality within his body to activate the technique for major acupoints, initiating communication with the upper Dantian. As energy continued to converge, he was abruptly overwhelmed by a wave of dizziness, nearly collapsing to the ground. Indeed, the upper Dantian could not be approached with the same brute force as the lower Dantian, prompting him to reconsider his strategy. With the technique in motion, Chen Bei chose a more measured approach this time. Rather than flooding the upper Dantian with energy all at once, he skillfully diverted energy from various meridians throughout his body, allowing it to flow evenly towards the upper Dantian. Gradually, he began to unlock the gateway of the upper Dantian, as energy gently expanded along its inner walls. This time, the previous sensation of dizziness dissipated. However, waves of sharp pain persisted. The process of establishing acupoints was no trifling matter. To fully activate an acupoint required not only the infusion of energy to open the gateway, but also the guidance of that energy to integrate with the inner walls of the acupoint, thereby fortifying it. Additionally, one had to clear away any obstructions within the acupoint. While it may sound straightforward, the execution was fraught with difficulty. Without meticulous control, success was elusive, and a momentary lapse could lead to dire consequences. For instance, during the energy infusion process, excessive force could obliterate the acupoint, causing the meridians to shatter and resulting in a backlash of energy, which could lead to the total destruction of one's cultivation or, in the worst case, death. Furthermore, integrating energy into the acupoint's inner walls necessitated formidable mental strength, as the acupoint remained vulnerable until reinforced. The infusion of energy had to be precisely calibrated. Too much would damage the acupoint, while too little would yield no effect. Chen Bei's upper Dantian had successfully activated. Now, it was a matter of expansion and stabilization. It appeared that possessing substantial mental strength bore its advantages. Even the tumultuous infusion of energy had been tamed. Had his mental fortitude been slightly weaker, he might have succumbed to incapacitation. A shiver of apprehension coursed through Chen Bei as he recalled his initial attempts, which mirrored his approach with the lower Dantian, where the aggressive infusion of energy nearly led to his downfall. Fortunately, he had altered his strategy in time. Otherwise, the outcome could have been disastrous. As time passed, Chen Bei's upper Dantian continued to strengthen, laying the groundwork for the emergence of the upper Dantian world. Without a solidified space, it would be exceedingly challenging to manifest the miniature realm. At long last, the monumental task was accomplished. Chen Bei took a moment to pause and relax his body. His mental fortitude was taut, as was his body, in such a tense situation. Both physique and spirit became woefully fatigued. With no magical beans at his disposal, either having sown them or given them to Celiba, he lamented that he should have reserved some for himself. However, it mattered little, for Chen Bei possessed healing abilities. He cast a spell upon himself, and in an instant his fatigue vanished. Once rejuvenated, he proceeded to the next step, to forge a world within his upper Dantian. Having previously experienced the creation of a world, Chen Bei approached this task with methodical precision. The upper Dantian, unlike the lower, is a reservoir for spiritual energy rather than physical power. The former emphasizes the interplay of yin and yang, while the latter focuses on the cycles of the five elements. Chen Bei was no stranger to yin and yang, having traversed this duality during his earlier breakthrough. The yin and yang of the lower Dantian pertain to the tangible aspects, whereas that of the upper Dantian encompasses a broader, more abstract notion of oppositional forces. Sun and moon embody yin and yang. Water and fire represent the duality. Life and death are manifestations of this balance. The upper Dantian necessitates a harmonious union of body and soul, where the corporeal is substantial and the spirit ethereal. Their convergence forms a complete being. Hence, Chen Bei aimed to unify his mental prowess with his physical form, ensuring neither would falter due to the inadequacies of the other. This time, he refrained from channeling energy into his upper Dantian. Instead, he resolved to elevate the quality of his body. Unconsciously, he began to circulate the principles of the great blood spirit technique. This technique emphasizes the mastery of the body through the soul, advocating for the unity of flesh and spirit, while continuously enhancing the physical vessel to correspondingly elevate the spirit. As he practiced, a shroud of sanguine energy enveloped him, emanating from his very being. Chen Bei diligently expelled the impurities within his body, which were being cast out alongside the blood energy he was generating. Time slipped away unnoticed, and when he finally opened his eyes again, it was deep into the night. He realized that the endeavor to forge a second world was fraught with difficulty. Clearly, he required further preparation. Returning to his chamber, he found Celiba still lost in slumber, likely exhausted from the morning's fierce battle. Recalling the sensation of her fiery form pressing against him stirred an unwelcome heat within his core. Swiftly, he employed the Tranquil Heart incantation to quell his rising desires. As he too prepared for rest, striking a balance between work and leisure is the true path. Excess in any form leads to detriment. Lying in bed, Chen Bei found himself restless, pondering the true narrative of Dragon Ball, which would not unfold for another 11 years. In that time, what should he endeavor to achieve? He was unclear about the situation, so he decided not to dwell on it any longer. Gently, he embraced Celiba and gradually drifted into slumber. Outside the spaceship, the celestial bean sprouts were growing rapidly, blossoming with numerous pristine white flowers. Perhaps soon, the celestial beans that Chen Bei had planted would yield a bountiful harvest. The night was exceptionally tranquil, and everyone slept soundly. Chapter 82. The Power of Food. Spring nights are fleeting. The sun rises high. From now on, the monarch will not attend morning court. Chen Bei was ensconced in the warmth of slumber, nearly unable to discern day from night. At last, their blissful moments together came to an end, and Chen Bei retrieved a treasure he had long since refined. It was a ring that shimmered with a ghostly glow, appearing remarkably exquisite as it rested in the palm of his hand. Celiba gazed at Chen Bei, perplexed about his intentions. What is this? Of course, it is a treasure. This ring serves as a key to a small world. Once adorned, it allows one to enter this realm simply by focusing on the desire to do so, transcending both space and distance. Chen Bei elucidated the ring's functionalities. After a lengthy explanation, Celiba finally grasped its significance. Marveling at Chen Bei's prowess in crafting such an extraordinary item, it was truly impressive. Disregarding Celiba's astonishment, Chen Bei lifted her hand and slipped the ring onto her finger. In fact, there's a custom on Earth where exchanging rings signifies a formal marriage, binding them as husband and wife. At that moment, Celiba touched the ring that Chen Bei had placed on her finger, and ripples of emotion surged within her. All right, we have lingered in the small world for long enough. It is time to venture out. I wonder how Bardock and the others have been lately. Chen Bei prepared to leave the small world, eager to experience life outside. They remained the same, spending all day in the gravity chamber training, constantly fixated on seeking revenge against Frieza. Celiba remarked casually, though her words held truth. Bardock and Toma were indeed fervent practitioners, pushing themselves to exhaustion before relenting. In the outside world, Gohan was teaching Goku to read. Goku, come, repeat after me. Adult. Adult. Very good. Say it again. Adult. At that moment, Chen Bei and Celiba appeared, and the others who sensed Celiba's aura hurried over, curious about where Chen Bei had taken her and what they had been doing during this time. What? Bardock exclaimed in astonishment, for he saw that Celiba was now entwined with Chen Bei's arm, leaving him puzzled about when their relationship had grown so intimate. Was it possible? Bardock could not help but let his imagination run wild. Equally astonished were Toma and Jine, both of whom began to speculate about the nature of Celiba and Chen Bei's relationship. Laughter echoed as Bei remarked on the surprising realization that it had not been long before Chen Bei had found someone special. Son Wukong observed Chen Bei and Celiba with satisfaction, nodding in approval. Indeed, Chen Bei surpassed him, even in the art of courtship. The group could hardly avert their gaze from the couple, to the point where Celiba felt a touch of embarrassment. Chen Bei, however, remained unfazed, unperturbed by their scrutiny, for he believed that merely observing would not cost him anything. Celiba, who would have imagined? Bardock finally snapped back to reality, accepting the astonishing truth. None of them had anticipated that Celiba would quietly become involved with Chen Bei. They had assumed she was accompanying him for training. Although that was indeed the case, unexpected developments had arisen. Chen Bei declared, "Fortune in love has arrived, and there is no stopping it. Indeed, as you might have guessed, Celiba has become my beloved." Chen Bei shrugged, acknowledging the reality of the situation, regardless of their astonishment. "Bei, you must prepare a grand feast today. We should celebrate your union with Celiba, Son Wukong said with a smile. Witnessing these young ones gradually finding their own paths filled him with warmth. During their time together, he had come to regard these youths as his own children, wishing for their happiness and hoping they would not carry regrets like he did. Of course, it is essential. I will prepare a sumptuous banquet that will undoubtedly satisfy your appetites. Chen Bei clapped his hands, eager to showcase his culinary prowess. We are well aware of Mr. Chen Bei's culinary skills, yet our anticipation remains high, remarked Toma, who had already set aside thoughts of Celiba and Chen Bei, solely focused on the prospect of food. Please, just call me Chen Bei or Bei from now on. We have known each other long enough. Being addressed as Sir feels rather awkward, he said with a playful grin. Bardock and the others smiled in response, delighted to count Chen Bei as a friend. With a flurry of culinary activity, Chen Bei's courtyard transformed into a veritable feast. Dishes such as Buddha jumps over the wall, soy sauce duck, crispy pig trotter, pan-fried dinosaur meat, sweet and sour pork, and spicy saber-tooth tiger appeared, dazzling the onlookers and leaving Bardock and his companions drooling. The final dish, a special creation by Chen Bei, was the 8 treasure soup, crafted from various spiritual herbs. Renowned for its extraordinary effects, Chen Bei had prepared this dish with the anticipation of astonishing his guests, ready to relish the expressions of surprise that would undoubtedly follow. Having witnessed Chen Bei's prowess firsthand, Celiba understood his intentions, yet she remained silent, eager to see the astonished faces of the others. The dishes were finally brought to the table, and Chen Bei began to invite everyone to sit down and indulge in the feast. Not one to hesitate. Bardock and Toma eagerly seized their chopsticks and commenced a frenzy of dining, their chopsticks moving with such speed that they were nearly a blur. Delicious, absolutely delightful. They mumbled through mouthfuls, yet their chewing never faltered for an instant. As the meal neared its conclusion, it was time to savor the exquisite soup. They were well aware of Chen Bei's culinary prowess. His soup was known to cleanse the soul, alleviate greasiness, and revitalize the spirit, banishing fatigue. After a long day of training, Bardock and the others were primed to indulge in this restorative broth. Upon Gohan taking his first sip, he seemed to awaken to something extraordinary. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura erupted from him, his power surging by nearly 10,000. What? Bardock was taken aback, astonished by Gohan's newfound strength, recalling that he had not possessed such power before. Could it be? Bardock's gaze shifted to the table, with a large pot of sumptuous soup remained, guarded by Chen Bei. Noticing Bardock's expression, Chen Bei smiled gently and nodded, confirming Bardock's suspicion. Indeed, the soup had unexpected effects. Toma and Janae shared the same astonishment, and even little Goku was taken aback, witnessing his grandfather, who had been quietly seated moments ago, suddenly unleash such formidable energy that it nearly swept Goku off his feet. Chapter 83. Ascendance. What is happening to my strength? Gohan was equally perplexed. He had merely taken a sip of the soup, and yet his power had surged so dramatically, he still struggled to comprehend the situation. It seemed the soup's effects were quite remarkable. Everyone should partake. At this juncture, Chen Bei finally broke the silence, prompting everyone to return to their seats. Eagerly, they scooped generous bowls of soup, gulping it down with fervor. Suddenly, a bowl clattered to the ground, shattering upon impact. As Bardock and the others felt their own energies begin to swell, an explosive wave of energy surged forth, threatening to shatter the very walls of the house. Fortunately, Chen Bei was quick to shield the structure. Otherwise, the tremendous auras emanating from Bardock and the others would have laid waste to the surroundings. As the soup pot finally ran dry, the group exchanged glances filled with exhilaration. Ah, Bei, this soup is truly miraculous. I never imagined that at my age I could experience such a significant enhancement, and I feel as though I have regained my youth. Gohan exclaimed, attempting to stretch his limbs as his fists moved with remarkable swiftness, casting shadows in the air. Although he had previously been capable of such feats, it had required every ounce of his strength. Now, he could do so effortlessly. Chen Bei, how remarkable. I never anticipated that the culinary creations you prepare could yield such extraordinary effects. It is truly exhilarating. Bardock's face radiated excitement, his body trembling with anticipation. He had never considered that a mere meal could enhance one's strength. The Saiyans possessed 2 passions, combat and cuisine. Now, under Chen Bei's tutelage, the prospect of dining to bolster their prowess rendered them increasingly reluctant to depart from this haven. It is rather commonplace. Crafting such exquisite dishes is no simple feat. It demands an immense investment, gathering various spiritual herbs and employing unique techniques in the preparation. Indeed, such delicacies come at a considerable cost, making them a rare indulgence in the future. A tinge of regret seeped into their hearts. The comfort of gaining strength without training, while savoring gourmet delights, was simply too appealing to dismiss. Upon hearing the conditions laid out by Chen Bei, they couldn't help but feel wistful, realizing the preciousness of the meal they had just enjoyed. It is not that such meals are entirely inaccessible. Should you acquire some wondrous treasures or spiritual herbs in the future, and if you possess sufficient materials, you could indeed enlist the aid of a robot to assist in the preparation. The robot Chen Bei referred to is, in fact, a projection of himself, inheriting some of his talents, albeit now taking on a mechanical form. It is responsible for the group's meals and keeps a watchful eye on them, ready to alert Chen Bei in the event of formidable foes. How splendid! The group began to envision the exhilarating experience of indulging in gourmet delicacies while exponentially enhancing their abilities. As the night deepened, everyone returned to their respective quarters. At this moment, Chen Bei chose not to rest. Instead, he ventured alone into the small world. He reintroduced the imitation of the purple gold Baozi furnace and commenced the alchemical process, opting for high-quality spiritual stones as materials rather than dark celestial gold. After an extensive period of refinement, several jade talismans emerged, shimmering with an alluring luster. As the brilliance eventually faded, Chen Bei carefully stored the talismans. Much like the black jade spirit ring, these jade talismans possess the authority to communicate with the small world, albeit with a more singular function, namely summoning and teleportation. Chen Bei intended to bestow these upon Son Wukong and his companions. Having completed his endeavors, Chen Bei focused his thoughts on the black jade spirit ring, summoning Celebi, who responded to his call and appeared before him. Without uttering a word, Chen Bei embraced Celebi and led her into his chamber. In the secluded paths where tranquility reigns, and the Zen room is adorned with flora, Chen Bei wielded the sun and moon to pluck the stars, executing the technique of direct assault. In an instant, sounds of both pain and pleasure echoed, though no one could hear. As half a year passed, Chen Bei devoted this time to mastering the art of time and space, successfully achieving a minor level of proficiency in the technique. Having mastered the rudiments of time-space manipulation, I can now traverse specific realms at will and wield temporal forces against adversaries. With a mere gesture, I can shatter the fabric of space, accelerate my own time, and even suspend portions of reality. As long as my opponent's strength does not far exceed my own, I am confident in my ability to vanquish them using my time-space techniques. This dimension has little to offer at present. Perhaps it is best to explore elsewhere. I shall return once the narrative here unfolds. Having made this decision, I prepared to embark on my journey. As for the possibility of temporal disarray, I'd already established my coordinates in this realm. Thus, I had no fear of becoming lost. Upon entering the external world, I waved my hand, and a portal of darkness materialized before me, an unknown passageway leading to an uncertain destination. Why is it that Father and Uncle Karin cannot be revived? The despair in Gohan's heart was palpable as he returned from planet Namek to Earth. If only they could be resurrected like Chaozu, with their physical forms remaining beside Lord Kai, it would be preferable. It is said that aside from that, the Dragon Balls can only restore life at the location of one demise. Bulma, her head bowed, found herself equally unable to accept this grim reality. However, Goku and Karin had perished on planet Namek, which no longer existed, transformed into a void of cosmic nothingness. Moreover, the area surrounding Namek was not under Lord Kai's jurisdiction. How could this be? Gohan gazed vacantly at Bulma, unable to comprehend that the battle on Namek marked the eternal farewell between him and his father. Why not use your brains for once? Vegeta, leaning against a tree, scoffed derisively. Forget about souls. Simply relocate their bodies here and resurrect them. Indeed, what you say is absolutely correct. I cannot believe you would utter something so sensible, Bulma exclaimed, suddenly invigorated. She could indeed summon Shenron to transport Goku and Karin's bodies to Earth and revive them. Humph! Vegeta dismissed her enthusiasm with a grunt, resuming his lean against the tree. Thank you. Gohan approached Vegeta, extending his hand in gratitude. With a swift motion, Vegeta slapped Gohan's hand away, leaving him momentarily stunned. Unfazed, Vegeta's gaze remained fixed ahead, his mind preoccupied with a singular thought. I merely wish to witness the true strength of Super Saiyan Kakarot, and one day, I shall surpass him. Chapter 84, Settlement. Quite lively here, It seems I have arrived at just the right moment. At that moment, a figure materialized before the gathered crowd. Who goes there? Vegeta was the first to adopt a defensive stance. In this place, his power was unparalleled, yet he had sensed no approach. Do not be alarmed. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Chen Bei. Consider me merely a passerby. Continue with your affairs. Do not mind me. Chen Bei raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, indicating that he harbored no ulterior motives, and then stood quietly to the side. Observing this, the others chose not to pay him further attention. There was no need to provoke an unknown individual, especially when pressing matters required their focus. However, Vegeta, despite his apparent indifference, discreetly scrutinized Chen Bei and suddenly seemed to notice something peculiar. A tail? Could it be? Vegeta began to ponder. While tails generally bore a resemblance, Chen Bei's tail was golden, deepening Vegeta's intrigue. At that moment, Vegeta recalled that Kakarot's hair also turned golden when he transformed into a Super Saiyan. Could this golden tail be a characteristic of a Super Saiyan as well? Given that Goku's tail had long been removed, Vegeta was uncertain of Chen Bei's true nature. Yet he felt an involuntary tension coursing through him. Excuse my interruption, but we are waiting for the Dragon Balls from Namek to resurrect our people, and then we will seek a suitable planet to relocate to. Until then, could we kindly request your assistance in finding a place to stay? The newly appointed Grand Elder of the Namekians spoke, burdened with the responsibility of his kin. That makes sense. How about you come to my home? Truly, a wealthy woman spoke with confidence, readily offering accommodations for the entire Namekian population. Yet, the Grand Elder's brow furrowed with cold sweat as he thought, is this woman so audacious? Inviting us to her residence without regard for our numbers? Surely, she must be jesting. Rest assured, my home is quite spacious. It will be no trouble at all, Bulma reassured them. Besides, we will need your Dragon Balls to assist us in the future. Indeed, she was a shrewd woman. Having settled the Namekians, she surely felt confident they would be inclined to repay her kindness with their aid in obtaining the Dragon Balls. Chen Bei could have easily facilitated the Namekians' relocation, but he remained silent. As a sudden newcomer, any attempt to propose such a plan would likely be met with suspicion and distrust from the others. And you there, Vegeta, why not join us? I hear you can barely afford rent. Chen Bei interjected, eager to witness the abode of Earth's wealthiest individual. You? Bulma paused, taken aback. They hardly knew Chen Bei, so his sudden request to accompany them was unexpected. Please, do not regard me with such skepticism. I possess many skills. I am particularly adept at cooking, Chen Bei hastily asserted, trying to alleviate their doubts. Ah, that smells delightful. You have passed the test, Bulma conceded. Bulma savored the exquisite dish prepared by Chen Bei and nodded in satisfaction. Then you shall reside in my home from now on. You will be my personal chef, and your culinary creations will serve as your rent. Chen Bei let out a sigh of relief, grateful to have passed this hurdle. Please wait a moment. I should make a phone call to have my father come here to pick everyone up. Miss Bulma, may I also move in with you? Son Wukong asked, fidgeting with his fingers. Wukong, don't you have your own home? Bulma inquired, puzzled by the insistence of those present to stay at her place. I think you should return home quickly. Your mother must be worried sick. Son Wukong kept his head down, nervously fiddling with his fingers. No, I forgot to do my homework, and my mother will surely be furious. Everyone fell silent at his words. At the headquarters of the Capsule Corporation, Dr. Briefs, along with Bulma, Master Roshi, and a few children, prepared to head to Namek to rescue Wukong and the others. The spaceship is almost ready. I assure you, you will reach Namek in 5 days. Dr. Briefs declared earnestly. Are you all prepared? The group nodded in unison. Wukong, just wait a moment. Your mother will come to rescue you soon. At that moment, Chi-Chi's gaze was sharp, her expression serious, as her concern for Wukong was palpable. Now, I shall commence the countdown. 4, 3, 2, 1. The group was ready to launch the spaceship when suddenly, the display screen lit up again, revealing Dr. Brief's face. Oh, I almost forgot. My daughter, Bulma, just called to inform me that everyone has returned to Earth. Master Roshi was taken aback, but Dr. Briefs continued, may I ask, do you still wish to set off? The group fell to the ground in disbelief. Meanwhile, the others awaited Dr. Briefs' arrival. At that moment, a box-like aircraft approached Chen Bei and the others. They're here. Over here. I'm right here. Bulma exclaimed excitedly, waving her arms fervently. The aircraft finally landed, and the door opened, revealing a purple figure rushing out. It was Chi-Chi. Without hesitation, she dashed towards the group, frantically searching for Son Wukong, while calling out, Wukong. Where are you? Wukong. Hearing her voice, Son Wukong recoiled in fright and quickly concealed himself behind a tree. However, Chi-Chi, driven by maternal instinct, spotted him instantly. Acknowledging he could not evade his mother-esque grasp any longer, Son Wukong stepped out from behind the tree, awkwardly scratching his head. "Ha, Mom, I'm back." From the tone of Gohan, it is difficult to discern whether he is happy or sorrowful. Thus, the group arrived at Bulma's residence and settled in. "So, what do you think? This is my home, and it appears quite stylish, does it not?"